Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
If you need to sell your house fast, this is for you. Sometimes a house just becomes too much. Bills, repairs, a big life change, we get it. At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we'll help you turn the page. We buy as is. No repairs, no fees, no hassle. Call 510-426-8000 or visit johnbuysbayareahouses.com.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
Warning to all sports fans. If you're still using a sportsbook, you're getting robbed blind. Here are the facts. Sportsbooks skim your payout for profit. On a $100 position, they take around $9 just to let you play. It's theft in broad daylight. On that same $100 position, sportsbooks pay out $500. Polymarket pays $650. That's because Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. You trade against other people, not the house. That means more money for you and less for those greedy sportsbooks. Even better, it's available in all 50 states. Polymarket is so confident you'll never go back to those thieving sportsbooks that they're giving you $20 free for your first trade. Just download Polymarket in the App Store and use promo code FLAG20 to unlock your $20 free trade. That's promo code FLAG20 for a free $20 trade. It's time to stop letting sportsbooks steal from you. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Download Polymarket and use code FLAG20 for $20 free.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply.
Let's talk about a big win on and off the field. This April, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and you're automatically entered to win 2 luxury suite tickets for the Giants versus the Diamondbacks on May 25th at Oracle Park. We're talking suite level, great views, all the food and drinks included. Your one donation saves lives, and it puts you in the best seats in the house. Make the call to donate today. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org for an appointment.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
San Jose, sunny skies going up to 71.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
Wake up. It's time to wake on up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man. Oh.
Ooh. Hello there. Welcome into the morning roast on this fabulous, there's that voice, Tuesday, April 28th. Sam Lumman here, back from a day of sickness, hopefully, alongside Joe the Butcher Boy, Chassis, Carter, Risotto. They're in the back, pressing all the buttons, keeping us on air. And an extra 24 hours have passed since the 49ers last made a draft selection. Have those extra 24 hours done anything to soften your opinion on the draft? Are you feeling better about the draft? Are we allowed to say that the 49ers did anything right in this draft? How you doing today, Joe?
I'm good. I'm just trying to edit a video from how horrific I played yesterday.
Trying to make it look like you played well?
No, trying to actually do I don't know.
Well, all right, let's start off there. Then you were at the Agape tournament yesterday.
It was
Stone
great.
Tree in San Rafael. Unfortunately, I could not be there. I
know I'm surrounded by sickness everywhere I go.
Oh, gee, I wonder who
Carter's sick. You're sick. My kid's sick.
I wonder where we got that
Risotto's
from.
sick and tired of me. I mean, we got a little bit of everything here.
Oh, it's a great collection of sickness here on the morning roast.
You might get sick watching my swing yesterday. No, I had a great time.
Yeah.
Billy and the guys from
who was in your group, by the way?
In my group was Grandy.
Okay.
And Zucci Man. So shout out Zucci Man. And my brother. And my brother played out of his mind, and I played terrible. Just absolutely terrible.
Oh, really? You played terrible? Your brother did?
No, I did.
You did? Ooh, how so? What happened?
Would you want me to break down what happened?
Yeah, tell me about your round, Joe.
I played awful. No one cares about my round of golf yesterday.
I
played
care.
awful, but it was beautiful. You know when it's like overcasty and kind of windy and your face feels chapped?
Ooh, that doesn't sound
fun
fun
at all. And I put on a
all.
lot of sunscreen, and still I feel a little chapped. I'm exhausted. I'm working around sickness. I'm tired. And yeah, we're just in here having fun.
All right, well, let's keep having fun here.
Coffee is hitting the spot.
Awesome. No, I am sorry that I could not be there yesterday. I would have liked to have been there. I mean, I'm always banging on the table telling the Hegan, let's do remote broadcasts, and we finally get one. And of course, I'm not there. I was at the ballpark on Sunday, and I went to the game, and I'm starting. You know that feeling when like the disease starts to like creep into your body? You get that first cough, and you're like, oh, that's not good. So I got that on Sunday, and then I'm at the ballpark, and you feel like the deliriousness start to take over. I don't know where I'm at. So at like noon, I'm like, you know what? I can't do this. So I left the ballpark, went home, and basically curled up on my couch for the next 24 plus hours. And I just love that Carter is so caring as to throw that drop in there after he wipes my soundboard clean after I had it exactly how I liked it.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's how we get started on this one. But it has been another a day has passed. Are we feeling any better about the 49ers draft? Or are we still really, really angry about it?
I mean,
is anger the right word?
No, it's just we're overthinking this whole thing.
What do you mean?
The Niners are extremely successful. We think you kind of stink at the draft. Like, how hard is this to break down? Like, have the Warriors not been like unbelievably, wildly successful?
They've had a lot of success going back to last.
Yeah, we
15
thought you
plus
made a
years.
couple of bad draft picks. I mean, like I said, I just think we just overrate everything, and everyone's got to like do pretzels. Can we just David Lombardi, who's been covering the 49ers? Can we just talk about him for a second?
Sure.
What a freaking joke this guy is covering this team. I mean, come on, my guy. Like seriously, talking down to the entire audience for the last 3 years, they've never done anything wrong. Well, then how'd they win 6 or 7 games last year? Not this last year where they won double-digit games.
The year before, prior after the Super Bowl.
Like, no one thinks that Kyle Shanahan is a moron. Those that do, clearly, like, they're at the kiddie table, all right? We're at the adult table. We're having nuanced adult conversations. Can we have adult conversations? Yeah, we think your drafts could be a little better.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. That's it. And guess what? Newsflash, I pay for tickets. Like, people, like, all these people, like, coming down my road for criticizing their draft. I'm the consumer. I have been loyally supporting the 49ers my entire life.
Higher life.
My entire life. I paid for season tickets. I paid for myself to fly up to Seattle to watch this team get their butt kicked in a playoff game. And it's a memory I don't want to give back up. And even though they lost, I was proud of them. They put on a great season this year. It's just this thing that you're not allowed to criticize anything. My wife loves me. She's critiquing me every second of the day.
It's probably because how much she loves you. If she really loved you, she wouldn't be critiquing you.
All of you in these dysfunctional relationships where your significant other doesn't have the guts to tell you how horrible of a real person you are. At least my wife has the guts to tell me where I've come up short. Pause. But all I'm saying is this.
Oh,
if you love something, you know all of its imperfections. And I'm tired of being talked down to, like as a Niner fan, I'm tired of being talked down to by members of the media and the Niners themselves. Like, what are you talking about? We ain't got no warts. Like, come on, guys. Yeah, you've been wildly successful. We just won a Super Bowl. That's all we want. Like all Niner fans, can we admit that we're not united in wanting one thing? A Super Bowl.
I agree. Yeah, and you said perfectly that the Super Bowl part, that is what we want. And that is what I think makes these drafts so frustrating here, Joe, is we've seen this team get so close to finishing the jobs, a couple times over the last few years, and they've been a player or two short. They've been a play or two short. Yeah. And the way you keep this gravy train going, I think this is what makes this conversation so complicated, is that for a good significant chunk of time, from 2017 to let's say 2022-ish, the Niners hit a lot of great picks in the draft. They got a lot of great players, whether it's Fred Warner, whether it's George Kittle, whether it's Brock Purdy, whether it's Deommodore Lenoir. They have had a lot of success in this regime, this Lynch Shanahan regime. They had a lot of success early on.
It's some fun years.
And that is why they were in 2 Super Bowls in that time. Since then, though, since that 2022 draft, it has just been slim pickings in what they've been doing. Now, granted, the drafts have not been awful. They've had some guys in there that have been able to get you some moments from time to time. I love Dominic Pooney. He's probably been the best player they've drafted in the last 3 drafts, 23, 24, 25. I'm setting 26 to the side for a little bit. But the problem with that is this is not a knock on Dominic Pooney, but over a 3-year period, your best pick can't be a right guard. Like, They're getting solid picks, but they're not getting the drafts that are good enough to put this team over the top. And that's why you're seeing this team constantly fall short of the ultimate goal. And it gets more and more frustrating every year when you see this kind of wasted potential.
Look, I've heard it over the last week, maybe more. And you hear it in other sports. There's 24 other teams that would die to have what you've had, right? And I'm always like, well yeah, but is the bar the Raiders? I'm not trying to give the Raiders so much a straight bullets
I see where you're going with
this. Is the bar the Arizona Cardinals?
Honestly, the bar should be higher than any other team.
Like, here's the bar. The bar are the 2 teams in your division.
Yeah.
The Rams and the Seahawks. We're overthinking all of this. Like, no, the bar should not be the New Orleans Saints.
Yes.
And it's no disrespect to them. We are chasing 2 teams in our own division. That's the bar for me right now. Right? I'm not even trying to say that you have to be the New England Patriots of the last 20 years. No one's going to be able to follow that, right? No one's going to be able to follow that. We're saying, can you be on par with the Seahawks and the Rams? Is that fair? Can we acknowledge that? Like, using the Arizona Cardinals as this bar that needs to be cleared is stupid. You think the Lakers, right, when they were going through a long period in between Kobe and where they are now, right? You think they're like, hey, we got to measure ourselves to the Kings because, Kings fans would die to be us right now. They would laugh at that.
Yeah. No,
would they not?
No, honestly, Joey, I think you make a great point there with the Rams and Seahawks. I would even expand that to include some of your other NFC counterparts that you have to battle through to get to the Super Bowl. I'm talking about the Eagles. I'm talking about the Packers. I'm talking about the Lions.
Well, you just knocked off the Eagles, so on some degree, but they won the Super Bowl.
And they're still around.
Yes, agreed. And like the Green Bay Packers, you kind of had their number the last few years.
But they're still a threat.
I'm okay with you measuring me up to the Green Bay Packers. Yeah. What I'm not here for is like, hey, the New York Giants would die to be us. Yeah, the New York Giants have been poorly run. They've got 7 coaches in the last 15 years. Like, who wants to be like compared to one of the weakest teams in the market? You think Apple is comparing itself to, I don't know, pick a defunct cell phone company. Is Nokia even around? I don't even know. Is Nokia around?
Singular Wireless. That was my first provider. So
no, but like, is Nokia's around?
Yeah.
What, the bottom?
Who knows where they are, but they're around.
You think Apple's like, hey, at least we're not Nokia. Like, no. Like, they're comparing themselves to Google and Android and all of those. Like, pick whatever industry you're in. Yeah. So, like, raise your standards a little. That's number one, I would say to all the people out there. Number two, we're all rooting for this wide receiver kid. Okay? You know why? Because our other wide receiver went completely insane. Did you see this Instagram post from Brandon Ayuk?
Oh, God, Brandon.
Did you see this?
What's the latest there?
Well, to me, just by looking at the houses, that is my neighborhood. That is either Outer Excelsior, Outer Mission. That is either somewhere in Daly City. That is either somewhere in the Lakeview. That is my neighborhood. Either the one I grew up in or the one that I currently reside in. I can just tell by the fog stained on the houses, on the paint on the houses and the stucco, right? But Carter, that is automatically, that is either like Outer Excelsior, that is either Outer Mission, if you will, for those people that aren't indoctrinated on what the Excelsior is. That is Geneva and Mission adjacent. It might be part of the Lakeview. I can't tell. It might be Broad Street. Risotto, you're from the area. Carter, you're from the area. Like, I know that house when I see it. This dude looks like he put on 50 pounds and looks like, is he selling something? What is he doing? Like,
quick timeout. Can you describe what was going on in this video for those who haven't seen it?
It's not even a video. It's like a picture.
Or a picture of service on Instagram.
Let me pull it up.
Yeah, if you could just describe, because I missed this one. Again, I was curled up into the fetal position the last portion of the last 2 days, so I've been kind of out of it.
I should have had it up. My bad.
But it sounds like a dough-year Brandon Ayuk.
Here it is. He looks like he put on 50 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
He's got the hoodie on with the beanie on, which is normal for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's chilly on that part of the area of the city.
I don't even know what. Is that a speaker?
I mean, is it possible that
he's holding?
Maybe he's just wearing a bunch of sweatshirts and that's why it looks so poofy? If I'm going to try and,
what
find
is he, Jim Harbaugh in the Green Bay Packer wild card game wearing 7 pairs of sweats?
I mean, some people, he went to school in Arizona. Some people find it very cold out in that part of San Francisco. I don't know. To your point,
we're rooting for the new wide receiver because I'm looking over my other wide receiver that the team is hell-bent on keeping. And I'm like, this guy went, like...
Are they hell-bent on keeping him?
Dare I say he went Antonio Brown?
Like, are they hell-bent on keeping him?
I don't know what's going on with Brandon.
I don't know.
Get him off my team.
I genuinely ask this as a legitimate question. Like, what the heck are we doing with Brandon Ayuk? Like, clearly the Niners are holding him hostage at this point, and I really don't understand the purpose why. Like, what good does it do keeping him a part of this organization when
let him go? I agree.
He clearly doesn't want to be here. You clearly don't want him to be here. And
no one wants him to be here.
Where is there a Niner fan out there that's saying, yeah, try and make it work out with him? Like, everybody wants both sides to part ways here in this stubborn plant your flag in the sand, stick your feet in the sand, whatever you want to stick in the sand, stance that the 49ers are doing with him. It makes no sense. It makes no sense to keep him on this roster like this. It makes you guys look bad. It's pissing him off. You're not getting anything from him. Everyone in the league knew that you wanted some sort of draft compensation for him. Everyone in the league knows that once the draft passes, you have no choice but to release him. No one's giving you a pick for him because everybody knows you do not want him. So every team is smart enough to know that we're just going to wait you out. At some point, you're going to have to capitulate and just get him off your roster, and we're going to sign him for money. Like, what the Niners are doing with Brandon Ayuk, you're not going to get your way, Niners, no. John Lynch. You're not getting your way. Give up. Punt. Let him go. Can we please move on? This is ridiculous.
Have you ever done a garage sale?
Not for a while, but yes, I have.
Way back in the day?
Yeah.
All right. Like in a garage sale, right, you get people that I call the passerbyers. Mm-hmm. They'll come by multiple times in a garage sale waiting for you to drop prices. And they're like, that'll be out on the curb soon. Like
exactly.
That's the way they operate, right? So everybody is coming to this garage sale that the Niners have for Brandon Ayuk, and they're like, it was $20. Now it's down to $5. If I wait this thing out in 2 hours when they put this out on the curb and it's just for free, I'm going to have it free.
Exactly.
So that's what everyone is seeing regarding the Brandon Ayuk thing. And what I always told my mom, my dad, when we do these garage sales, like, Mom, Dad, it's all junk. Just get rid of it.
Well, you're kind of pulling the cover off a garage sale there. I mean, the whole point, you're supposed to try and get money for your junk. Don't, ruin the whole thing by exposing. You're pulling the curtain back there and exposing everything. It's just like, obviously this stuff is worthless. If it had value, I'd be keeping it.
Nobody wants your used toilet seat. Okay?
Well, no
one wants it.
If it's one of those like fuzzy ones, I don't know. Maybe.
Just to be clear for both of you, if they release him post June 1, they save a lot of money,
Why
basically.
don't they just announce that then?
Well, yeah, could they release him now but designate him as a post June 1?
I'd love to explain it to you here.
I'm trying to live through it.
If they cut him outright, basically they get a $29.6 million dead cap hit. If they wait post June 1, they get a $13.3 million dead cap hit, and then the rest is pushed to 2027 dead cap.
Can we acknowledge one of the worst contracts in the history of the Bay Area? At least Barry Zito did a couple of nice things for you.
I don't think the ink was dry when Kyle Shanahan had that, what did I just do moment. Like, and that's the word. It's like from the second this thing was signed. I don't know if this all could have been avoided. Maybe this all gets avoided if Brock Purdy just, gets that pass off in overtime and connects with Brandon Ayuk, and maybe we're all living happily ever after that in that alternate timeline. Frankly, Shasky, I thought they screwed the pooch when they basically, you never heard that phrase?
No, I love it. I love it.
I think they screwed the pooch when they waited too long to extend him. When Amon-Ra St. Brown got that deal, I said it to you and Bonte over and over again when Amon-Ra signed that deal. At the time, in hindsight, this doesn't apply, but at the time, I thought Brandon Ayuk was the more worthy of a higher contract than Amon-Ra. When Amon-Ra signed that deal, I think it was like $26 million a year. I was like, oh, you guys screwed up. Because now if I'm Brandon Ayuk's agent, I'm saying, I had a better year than Amon-Ra St. Brown. Give me 30. And at that point, like Brandon Ayuk, you were not a $30 million receiver. And at that moment, you screwed up. If you had signed him right after the Super Bowl or in February before any other receivers had done this, you could have got him in at $24 million. He would have had his money. Maybe everyone's happy at that point, and you could go off into a more positive direction. And that's not what you did. And now we're here in this complete muck of a situation. And honestly, Shask, when you brought up, this receiver that they don't know what they want to do with, at first I thought you were going with Ricky Pearsall because when they drafted Dejon Stripling on Friday, I was staying with Steve Risotto in the dugout at the ballpark, and I saw it's like there's no way they just did this. There's no way they just took a guy who could have been founded a round or two later. It's just they have.
Well, I'm rooting for the new kid.
No, obviously we're rooting for the new kid, but there's a part of me that's just like, and Bucky Brooks with NFL Network, he was on with Will and Dibbs yesterday trying to rationalize it. I respect his opinion. I don't know if I necessarily agree with it, but like there's this whole notion that there are other teams looking to get him and other teams looking to jump up and grab him. I don't know if that's true or not. I just feel like there's a situation where the Niners could have moved back, gotten another pick, still gotten to Stripling, and then added also another player that could have helped him out in the short to mid-term. It just... You had all day to sit on that pick, and I was underwhelmed by it.
Well, here's what I want to do. I want to defend Niner fans. Look, I'm dead serious on this today. I want to defend Niner fans.
We'll do that on the other side.
No, it's.
Well, we're up against it, so.
Okay.
Well, no, I mean, continue your point, but we can.
No, it's long-winded, so we'll just. I'll bring it up on the other side.
Okay, we can do that too. We got a lot of fun stuff. I'm sorry, I feel like I just ran you off
it's
right
okay.
there. All right, we're getting back in the groove of things. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco in the Morning Roast, presented by the San Francisco Fire Credit Union. Baking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. Also, we'll talk some Giants on this show too. The Giants are in Philadelphia this week, and pretty good weekend against the Marlins. I saw our old friend Gabe Kapler on Friday. He's doing pretty good. Really enjoying the Miami lifestyle there. So glad to see that Gabe is doing well. Big series victory for the Giants this weekend. That Friday night game sucked, but Joe, big news. I finally saw the Giants win in person this weekend. After 8 losses to start the season.
Stop going.
Oh, I was considering
I'm teasing.
No, I legitimately considered it. There was a moment on Thursday. I was after the show. Should I go to the Dodger game? Should I not go to the Dodger game? If I go, they're going to lose, and it's going to be my fault. I decided to go anyway, and what do you know? They lost, and sorry, Logan. I'm going to put that one on me. Logan Webb, obviously the starting pitcher of that one. He'll be starting tomorrow against the Phillies against Chris Sanchez, but we're going to talk about today's game and the series as a whole. We'll get into that more on the other side as well. Of course, Joe Shasky's defense of 49er fans. You know who else is a 49er fan? Bonte Hill. He's be joining us at 9 a.m. live in studio, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. All that, which is coming up the game, is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hi, welcome to Sprouts Farmers Market, where we guarantee none of our products have AI in them.
AI? How would food have artificial intelligence in it?
Oh no, I meant AI like artificial ingredients. Isn't that what AI stands for? Guess I've been spending too much time with local organic produce, 100% grass-fed beef, gluten-free snacks, dairy-free milks, surrounded by ingredients with nothing artificial in them.
Oh, that sounds nice.
With zero AI and healthy choices at prices you'll love, every aisle's a healthy aisle at Sprouts Farmers Market.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. It is the ultimate fan experience. Think premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. This is your chance to be a part of football history. Spots are limited, so don't miss your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000.
Hey, it's Willard, Bay Area. You feel that rumble? That's Lowriders taking over Cinco de Mayo. Join Habas Law on Sunday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. East San Jose, King and Story. Chrome gleaming, hydraulics bouncing, starting at 10 a.m. It's the Cinco de Mayo parade, live music, incredible food, and a community alive with pride. Presented by Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and Habas Law with council member Peter Ortiz and the United Lowrider Council. Pull up with your crew for Lowriders Sunday, May 3rd. Habas Law, East Side Pride. Let's ride.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years.
Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug.
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock. But now back to the Joes on the Morning Roast. Hey, Joe, I totally think you're winning the debates today.
Oh, maybe wait on that one there, Mark. Hear what Joe has to say before you decide that he's the winner.
Shut up.
It is the Morning Roast. Sam Lemon filling in for Joe Spadoni. He is out on baby leave right now. We're talking a little bit of Niners draft. We'll talk some Giants baseball later on. I don't know if 49er fans are feeling a whole lot better about their draft after another day. I mean, I don't think that's really how it works. I don't think another day is going to completely change how you're feeling about this one. This is a 49ers draft I think overall left a lot to be desired. Sure, maybe there's pieces to be found in it, but off the rip here, not inspiring a whole lot. But 49ers fans, again, a lot of anger there. You're hearing a lot of people kind of chiding 49ers fans for being angry here. But Joe Shaska, you got a pretty passionate defense that you want to make for 49er fans and the emotions that they're feeling right now. And you kind of gave me a snippet of it earlier on, and I think a lot of people are going to like what you have to say here.
Well, no, you don't have to like what I have to say. Like, you're entitled to fan however you want. But this thing that there's like the fan police out there, there are 11 teams that would die to be the Niners. Great. I don't care about the Cardinals. I don't care about the Tampa Bay Bucks. I don't care about the Panthers. I don't care about the Jets or the New York Giants or any of those teams. I'm a Niner fan. I'm born and raised here, all right? This is the team I grew up with. And they make me go crazy, all right? In a weird way, it was easier being a Warrior fan when they sucked because at least I knew they were god-awful. And I would live for the small things, like, oh, my God, Jason Richardson's looking good. And, maybe Gilbert Arenas will stay with us. And, Antoine Jameson, 50 points back to back. Like, it was the little things. I knew where we stood in the pecking order of the NBA hierarchy and the sports landscape. At the very bottom. That's where we were. We resided at the bottom.
No expectations. And,
I think the most insane torture chamber to be stuck in as a fan is exactly where the Niners are. Knocking at the door and no one answers. Knocking at the door and never actually getting your championship. Knocking at the door and not being able, as I download this video, to not be able to actually win a Lombardi Super Bowl. It's the worst vortex Bermuda Triangle to be in as a fan.
The so close yet so far away feeling.
It's awful. Absolutely awful.
I concur.
And I am so sick and tired of hosts and media people and fans policing people for just being insane. This is why this team travels so well, because we love it so much. This is why this team sells out every merchandise. You couldn't find those new black jerseys, which I'm like whatever on. Like, you couldn't find them anywhere because people were gobbling them up left and right like Tic Tacs. You know why? Because this fan base is rabid. This fan base is dying, is salivating for one title. So shame on us for losing our minds because we want the draft to actually net us some players to get us over the hump. I'm so sick and tired of everyone telling Niner fans how to feel. I'm sick of it. I don't want to hear from people in the media. I don't want to hear from I had Jay Glazer. You're spoiled. Shut up, Jay Glazer. Shut up. Spoiled. You don't know the misery that I've been through. Have there been some amazing moments? Like the Philadelphia playoff win was amazing. Amazing. The final candlestick playoff game with Kaepernick running for almost 200 and throwing for 250. Amazing. Amazing. But the reality is that when you keep falling at the very end and you're the bridesmaid and never the bride, and you never get the ring put on the finger, that is a misery vortex that drives you insane. It drives you to lose your mind over every draft pick, over every free agent signing, over every player that loses their mind on Instagram and is speeding 120 miles past the stadium. Yes, shame on Niner fans for caring so much, for supporting this team so much that we want you to draft well. I am so sick of hearing from media people and fans and hosts and other people telling me how I should root for the team that keeps letting me down at the end, even though I love it. Even though I love them probably as much as I love my family, which is probably not healthy for my own actual, literal health and my emotions. But, I love this team. I grew up loving this team. My dad grew up loving this team. My brother loves this team. My grandfather loves this team. My son is learning how to love this team as we speak right now. And part of loving this team is them driving me completely nuts. That's how it works. That's how it works. Yeah. If you aren't driven nuts by their draft, are you a real fan? I ask you. Well, Doesn't their track record speak to what? That I'm going to have my heart broken in the NFC Championship game again? That my coach isn't going to remember the overtime rules? That Nick Bosa is not going to be ready for a 4th-and-2 play? Where should have been a tackle? Where George Kittle is telling a joke and not picking up a fumble? Where Brandon Ayuk's wide open and we can't block someone named Chris Jones, who's going to the Hall of Fame? Yeah, shame on me for being angry. Blow it up. I'm so sick. And look, I love Mark Willard. Mark is entitled to fan how he wants. We fan differently. That's the beauty of it. Stop telling me how to feel. You took another receiver again after my other receiver is crazy. He's on Instagram going crazy. And my other receiver is doing TikToks in Japan. He's posted more TikToks in Japan than touchdown catches this year.
That's a stat.
I want to win a Super Bowl. I want them to be comprehensive in the draft and fill their needs and have a left guard that's actually competent. Shame on me. All right, I'm done.
No, honestly, Joe, I love the emotion that you show there. I think you bring up a great point. There's been a lot of great moments that have been along the way. You know, like the Ayuk's Ladybug catch and that comeback against
Amazing.
the Lions. How fun was that? I remember, huffing and puffing up the ramp there at Levi Stadium to go watch those seconds tick off with you and your brother at Levi Stadium in your seats. It was one of the greatest moments that I've been able to experience watching football, watching the Niners clinch that Super Bowl berth. And that's always going to be a great moment that you, me, and Pat got to share together.
It was amazing.
It gets rained on a little bit, though, because of what happened 2 weeks later. That NFC title game against the Packers. I remember watching in 2019, going to that first Super Bowl appearance. I remember watching that game. That was a 3.5 hour long party. I don't even know why the Packers even showed up. They didn't need to show up. It was a complete party watching that entire game. It was a lot of fun. Unfortunately, it gets rained on for what happened 2 weeks later. When you have all these great runs here, and they are fun. They are enjoyable.
Dude, the memories are amazing.
But there's a level of just like, damn, you didn't get, like, the Sleepy Floyd game was for years for the Warriors. That was the great big moment for the Warriors, but no one forgets that was their only win in that series there. They got gentlemen sweeped, I think, by the Lakers in that one. These great moments when they get buried by all this misery, there is a level of just like, it takes a little bit of the shine off. They're still fun, but it's always like, well, yeah, but what happened next? And that is what drives fans crazy. And I think, and this is something I've learned from being a part of the media as well and being around a lot of media members who, more so in baseball, because I go to a lot of these baseball games. And there was a writer I talked to last year with MLB.com. He covers the Rockies and the Diamondbacks. I'm spacing on who his name is. He told me he grew up a Diamondbacks fan. Then he became what's called baseball agnostic, which is, I think Steven Rizzo can kind of attest to this. When you get into the journalistic feel of it, you lose your fandom. You do. And this is why I would never want to be a beat reporter, because I talk to a lot of them, like, they're all baseball fans. They love baseball growing up, but they can't love it like they did growing up because there's a professional wall that they can't really break through because they're professional beat writers. They have to have this unbiased view of things. And I think when you are in that for so long, and I'm not trying to come at the media for this, but I'm just trying to paint the picture, I think, why things fall the way they fall. I do think there's level when you're so neutral for so long, you kind of lose sight of that crazed passion that we saw from you just a few minutes ago. And that's where I think you see these media members kind of talking down. It's like, well, you should feel, proud that the 49ers been able to do what you want.
Yeah,
because
it's amazing.
The Cleveland Browns would love to have what you have. And it's just like, to your point, Joe, like, I don't care about that, though. There's only one team that I care about, and that is the 49ers. There's only one team that I want to see finish the job, and that is the 49ers. When you keep coming up short, like, it's agonizing as a fan when you're seeing other fan bases that you don't think deserve that success. Like the fact that Philly blew past the Chiefs and won the Super Bowl the year after the 49ers face planted in overtime. God, that stung. And I still think of that video of you and Bonte walking into Lincoln Financial Field a couple years ago before that NFC title game. And the fact that those brang morons got to enjoy the Super Bowl that we should have been able to enjoy the year before. That really sucks. Sam. That really eats at you. And when you're a neutral media member, you lose the feel of that. And that's where it's like, you know what? I don't want to hear media members saying, you've had it good, you've had it this, you've had it that. Because at the end of the day, it's like, you're not attached to the emotions that we're feeling here. And so, like, please, don't look down on me and say that this crap is actually caviar. Because that's not what's going on here. I know how I feel as a fan watching my team. Don't sit here and tell me that, oh, well, you got to the NFC title game. You should feel happy about that. we don't, as Jed said, we don't raise banners for those kind of seasons. We don't raise banners for happy memories.
True, Sam. That's the thing. I think lost in the sauce. Are we miserable and angry and
that's part of fandom?
No, but that doesn't mean we're not appreciative. Oh yeah. See, that's the part that really bugs me. Just because I have criticisms doesn't mean you do other things great. Like, how can we not understand this? Like, again, you think I would support this team as much as I do if I didn't love them?
Mm-hmm. Well, you go crazy because you care. If I would say it's like you mentioned the old Warrior days because we knew what we were. There was, I would say, kind of an apathy to it because you knew how it was going to end. You don't want to be in that situation.
When Jim Tom Sula and Chip Kelly were running this team, you all, I'm talking about fans, stopped showing up.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching. I was there. I was texting with my homies. I watched every game back. I watched those horrible Blaine Gabbert games. And, bless someone like Larry Krueger, who's out there talking about the Niners. I remember him making statements like he thinks Blaine might be a franchise quarterback. And if you would have said that today, people would go nuts and it would make the rounds. But, he watches everything. He's like me, right? With diehard like you, like Carter, like everyone. Diehard in the mix. How you feel is how you feel. And when you love something as much as you do, you will criticize it when you feel it's appropriate. That doesn't mean you don't love them. How many of you have children, right? If you have children out there, you're critiquing your kids all the time.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't mean you don't love them.
Right? Yeah. You know what the worst parent is? Little Johnny should play shortstop and bat leadoff. He's flawless. It's like, little Johnny can't catch a cold. The parents let alone make a play short. What are you talking about? He's barely a fringe right fielder. That's the problem. Some of you guys are allowed to fan. You go over there. Don't worry about what we're doing over here, screaming and yelling and losing our minds. Because you know what we're doing? We're the ones trying to push them to being just a little bit better so we can finally win the championship. That's it. We just want to win a championship. And as I look at the whole picture that I'm trying to paint here, it's and then I look over at the Warriors. It's as frustrated as I might be, how angry can I really get? They won 4 titles.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like how angry can I really get? They won 4.
Yeah.
I'm a little angry, but
there's a cushion there because you won those 4 titles. The Niners.
How angry can I be?
The 49ers, though, I do think you have a right to be a little bit angry because you've been so close so many times. How many
Super
times?
Bowl losses, 7 NFC championship games.
I mean,
you name a team in a 17-year period that's had that much heartbreak.
You got to go
in any sport.
I think Buffalo's the only
without winning one.
I think Buffalo has a good claim to be in that category with their 4 in a row. It's a short list, Joe. It's a short list of how much misery the 49ers. I would argue that the misery of getting close and then falling short is worse than the misery of just being irrelevant for so long, because when you have those peaks and falls, it hurts, I think, even more than when it's just a steady stream of just mediocrity.
As a Warrior fan during the dark days, people would say, why are you a Warrior fan? And you'd say, I know. I don't know. We suck. I know. And that's what you would say. Mm-hmm. That's what you said, right? That's what you say. I know. We suck. I know. We know. We're not very good. As a Niner fan, it's you guys can't win the big one. Yeah, I know. No, duh. I want to swear right now. It's I know it's driving me nuts.
That's Joe Shasky. I'm Sam Lohman. Again, we're reacting to the 49ers draft, whether it was good or not. What, in your opinion, actually makes for a good draft, though? Again, draft grades or whatever, when you're evaluating a draft, Niner fans, what makes you decide whether it was good or not? 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. We'll get into that on the other side. Brought to you by Fairmount Bank, here for you, here for good.
For 75 years, San Francisco Fire Credit Union has been doing things differently ever since it was founded in 1951 in a San Francisco firehouse.
And the best part is, anyone can join.
So if you want a top-rated mobile banking app, ATM access worldwide, and a credit union that's built around people, it's definitely worth a look.
They're local, not for profit, and they put money back into their members and the community.
Visit sffirecu.org. That's sffirecu.org. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government, privately insured by ASI.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center, restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge. lounge and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play Kitchen and Bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit silveradoresort.com.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law. They've got your back, Bay Area.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Some days self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
And my other receiver is doing TikToks in Japan. He's posted more TikToks in Japan than touchdown catches this year.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Sam Lubman in for Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky here on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. You succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Is that a true stat? Ricky Pearsall, I assume that's what you meant. More TikToks and touchdown catches?
He had 0 this year.
That is a true stat.
That is a true stat. Wow. Well, I guess, yeah, all he has to do is the 1 then. And
I think it's the best stat I've ever heard at the station. I really do.
That's a really sad stat. God,
guys,
what's sadder, that or the fact that just the 0 touchdown catches? But hey, at least got DeJon Stripling. Maybe he can change that.
I just, I don't know. Me and my family, we don't, sit around their, living room how great was that NFC Championship loss to the New York Giants? What a great year that was. Yeah, it was a great year, but, we sit there saying, Matt Bradshaw fumbled.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Kyle, good guy. Kyle Williams, come on. Let's go. Alex Smith throwing to Brett Swain. What are we doing? That's what real sports fans do.
Mm-hmm.
And while we've been in our drought, Sam, I don't know if you know this, the Rams have won 2 Super Bowls. The Seahawks have won 2 Super Bowls.
Let's not talk about where that second one was
in our division.
Yeah. The Cardinals have been there as well, but of course they didn't win theirs. The team that you hate the most outside of your divisions won 2 in the Eagles. It's just it's a two-way street. It's not two-way street, but it's a double-edged sword. You're seeing your team fall short while seeing the teams that you hate continue to get that leg up on you that you're not getting. The worst part is it's all those teams that you hate that are winning, they're doing it right after the 49ers are falling short. When did the Rams win the Super Bowl? The year after. It's just, I won't go through it because I don't want to make you that miserable. But, it's frustrating. It's tough. It's difficult. It's not fun as a fan to get so close, and keep getting knocked back down to start. You can only do it so many times before you lose your mind. I mean, look at Cowboys fans. They've been doing it so often that every year they think that this year is their year. We laugh at them for how delusional they are. But, Niner fans... I don't want to think that Niner fans are getting to the point where they think that every year is going to be their year and this is the year they finally break through. But, you got to have some hope at the same time. I do think there is the other half of the crazy fandom is just you want to believe that every decision your team is making is correct. You want to believe that your team has this Midas touch where everything they touch is gold, everything works out. And for a period of time, we did have that here in the Bay Area. For 5-6 years, the Giants could not make an incorrect decision. Everything they did worked out for them. Every postseason decision.
Your flaws and your miscalculations and your wrong moves get covered up by championships. I disagree with that.
Okay.
You still make wrong moves. You don't... Barry Zito wasn't a bad contract.
That could be a
Miguel Tejada in 2011 wasn't a bad contract.
Tejada was a bad one.
Okay,
the Zito one, I think there's an asterisk on that. We can set for a second.
Championships cover up everything.
That is true. But for the most part, the Giants made a lot of correct decisions during that time. For the most part, the Warriors made a lot of correct decisions during their run.
And the Niners have, for the most part, made a lot of great decisions. Mm-hmm. We just think their draft could be a little better.
And I think there's nothing wrong.
How hard is this?
I think there's nothing wrong with saying they need to be better at drafting because, again, when you look at what your contemporaries have been doing, the Seahawks and the Rams, they have loaded up in the draft the last couple years to the point where both those teams were behind you just a couple years ago. I mean, the Rams, they had their whole screw them draft picks philosophy, and they took a step back for a couple years. You thought, don't have to worry about them for a few years. Next thing you know, they hit a couple drafts. They get guys like Jared Verse and Byron Young in there. Next thing you know, they're on top of you in the draft. The Seahawks, you thought they were an afterthought a couple years ago. A couple good drafts later, they're Super Bowl champions. And it's just, why can't the 49ers have that one draft, kind of like what the Eagles had a couple years ago, that one draft that just instant impact takes you to that next level? The Niners, I don't think I've had a draft like that since, I don't know, maybe the 2020 draft, the 2019 draft, probably the 2019 draft when you had Bosa, Debo, Dre Greenlaw, and Mitch Wishnowsky come out of that draft. Again, I'm throwing a punter in there, but he was a solid punter for all things considered. I mean, that's how good the Niners were at one point, where even the punter was the correct pick. So 888-957-9570 is the number to call in. You can also text us. You can also throw a thought in on the YouTube chat. Boy, wouldn't that be nice if we got good thoughts on the YouTube chat. What do you consider to be a good draft? Because I think there's a lot of different answers.
Draft pick or just a draft in general? Are we talking football? Are we talking baseball?
Let's keep it to football right now. What do you consider to be a good draft in football? And then you look at the haul that your team brought in. How do you decide whether it was good or not? And if you want to boil it down to what makes a good draft pick, I'll listen to your thoughts on that as well. But for this draft quick recap, you got Deshaun Stripling, Romello Height, Kalon Black, Grayson Halton, Carver Willis, Ephesians Pricesock. God, what a great name. Ephesians Pricesock. The corner out of Washington. Jaden Duggar, Enrique Cruz Jr. How do you determine whether or not that is a good draft or not?
Before they play a game?
Before they play a game, literally, their name has just been called. You're reading all the draft grades. Whatever weight you want to put into an immediate post-draft grade is up to you. How do you, Joe Shasky, how do you, the listener out there on the road, how do you, Stephen Langford, who's talking to our producers right now, how do you decide that this draft was good or not?
Okay, draft pick. Let's just stick with draft pick.
All right.
How do I know if a draft pick is good? Well, we never know. Like, I think we should all acknowledge that.
Yeah, off the top,
we could be as optimistic as we want, but we really never know. I think there's a name recognition, right? When you draft someone that everyone knows, we all have an opinion on that individual.
Yes.
You know, and I think some names carry more water than others. For example, I remember when the Niners drafted Michael Crabtree. No one cared that he had a foot fracture or a stress fracture in his foot and that he couldn't play. You know what they knew? Damn, I watched him against Texas, and he was sick at Texas Tech, and he was a two-time Fred Biletnikoff winner, and he plugs in as a starter day one.
Yep, you just knew when you, Scott, he was so good.
And his name, Crabtree. There was just something like, am I wrong? Like, everybody was like, yup.
No, that game against Texas, that was one of my favorite games I've ever watched. 7 Texas Tech against 1 Texas. That game-winning touchdown he had. And I love Graham Harrell, the quarterback after.
Graham Harrell was awesome.
Oh, they're trying to man up on Crab. You can't man up on Crab. That ain't how it works. I was just like, oh, I want that guy on my football team. And, of course, in the Raiders drafted Darius Hayward-Bay, which pissed me off because I wanted Michael Crabtree on the Raiders and eventually got him later on. But.
So there's something about like a name recognition that that we already know, we're familiar with.
Yes.
Nick Bosa. Say what you want about Nick Bosa, but when the Niners drafted Nick Bosa, I think the majority of Niner fans were through the roof.
Yeah.
Hey, we know Joey. Hey, we know that he played at a major power conference team.
Played really well.
Power 5 conference team in Ohio State, right? There were some injury concerns. There's no doubt about it. But you're a legacy player with a name we recognize at a school that we think is an NFL powerhouse, right? That doesn't mean you can't bust. It's just, it hits a lot of the check marks everyone's looking for. Would you agree?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right. So the other thing is like, is it from a conference we respect?
Mm-hmm.
When you drafted Patrick Willis out of the SEC, everyone was like, yep, SEC.
If you're a baller in the SEC.
Middle linebacker, SEC, 2007. Yep.
Yeah.
Like, it just, that's what passed the sniff test.
That's one of those conferences. If you're a baller in the SEC, you're probably just a baller because the SEC takes in the best talent in the country and has the best competition in the country.
Now, I say that, and we have Patrick Willis on one end of the spectrum, and then on the other, we have Reuben Foster, who couldn't play. So, he was an SEC stud, and he had a ton of red flags, and he ended up stinking in the NFL.
Yeah. Well,
but I'm just saying on draft day how we felt.
He had a lot of personality red flags, I think, too. I think that's one of those, like, Reuben Foster's one of those guys, I'm curious, like, if you're just playing Madden where, off-field incidents don't exist, Reuben Foster probably works out, but that's the difference between video games and real life, where video games are just that, a video game, and real life is, real life. That's the difference between a video game and real life. One is real, the other is a video game.
I think also now we get
that up.
So like we have the name recognition. Are you a legacy type player? Like right now, if somebody drafts Manning, most people don't this upcoming year.
Arch Manning, yeah.
You just get the Manning blessing of approval. Would you guys agree? There's just a stamp of approval because he has the Manning legacy on the back of his jersey.
And the expectation is he is going to continue the tradition of excellent quarterbacking from people whose last name is Manning in the NFL.
And we found out for a variety of reasons that's just not true. It just doesn't
Just because you happen to be related to someone doesn't mean you're good or
you're
bad.
You're not instantly good. There's still a lot of kinks that need to be worked out. He's still going to probably be the number one pick in next year's draft. You're going to see teams tanking for him next year unless he has an awful season. But yeah, there's still room to grow. My guess is he's still going to be a number one, either not a top 5 pick.
But he checks multiple things. A name we recognize, played on the biggest stages, for
Texas.
a school that we know, in a conference we love.
I like that, yeah.
Right? So that checks a lot of boxes. Doesn't mean he can't be awful. Josh Allen checked none of those boxes, and he's been amazing.
Yep.
Right? The other thing is, are you a plug-and-play player? I think on draft day, I want to see a guy get taken, and they go, yup. And I want them at the press conference. We're going to give him every opportunity to try to win the starting position. That doesn't mean we're going to hand it to him, but we're going to give him every opportunity to come in and compete for a starting spot. When I hear that from my GM, from my coach, that tells me they view this player as instant impact. Nobody wants to draft a guy, hey, maybe in 3 years he'll be good. This is a project that needs a lot of coaching. Like, those things don't necessarily fly. So instant impact, plug and play. Would you agree?
Yes, I'm on board with you there. Everything you're saying so far, I'm in agreement with. I don't know if that makes this fun or not.
And then the last one. And this is just, call it what it is. You want validation. And what I mean by validation, you want Mel Kiper to say it was a great pick. You want Bucky Brooks to come on and say it was a great pick. You want Brian Baldinger to come on and say it was a great pick.
Yeah.
You want the fans to be calling in weeks after weeks after weeks saying, I'm really excited to see this rookie. Like, the validation portion after the draft is as fun as the guy playing. Don't lie, we've all done it. How many times has your team drafted someone and you go and you're looking and like, this draft pick gets an A+ grade? You want that validation.
Well, I think there's kind of two ways to look at it.
Whether that's real or not.
Yeah, I think there's 2 ways to look at that. The first way you can look at that is the fact that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. The other way you could look at it is that sometimes I'm one of those people, I'm one of those jerks that if Mel Kiper's pissed off at my team's draft pick, I'm like, all right, we nailed this. We nailed that one.
Oh, I hear you on that.
Sometimes I like to see Mel Kiper's vein pop out his forehead when my team makes a pick.
All of the people.
But yeah,
you know what I mean.
No, it's... Sometimes I think it is more fun when the consensus, the general consensus around the league says, yeah, your team made the right choices. Sometimes, though, you want your team to go against the consensus. I don't think that's that situation here. For me, Joe, it's simple. A good draft, and I love your breakdown, but for me, a good draft is simple. Did you plug the holes that you have in your team, and did you do it with the best players that were available to plug those holes? That's simply what I boil it down to. And for the 49ers in this draft, they had holes in the secondary. They needed a receiver. They needed an edge rusher, and they had holes on the offensive line. Did they address those holes? Yeah, I think they did. Did they do them with the best players that were available to plug those holes? That one I'm not so sure with.
Time will tell.
Yeah, time will tell on that one. And sometimes I feel like maybe right off the bat, whether and I think that goes into the name recognition, where they came from. Sometimes right off the bat, like when the 49ers added, a guy like Diamador Lenore in the 5th round. He came out of Oregon. That's a top flight school, plays really well. You saw on the tape, this dude's a baller. And you figured right off the bat, when he gets plugged in the starting lineup, he's going to do some good things. And he's done some good things since he got drafted. Nick Bosa also fits in with that. I think Brandon Ayuk, when he was drafted out of the Pac-12, Pac-12 was on the downside at that time, but still had some oomph in it. But that was what you needed, a legitimate number one wide receiver to pair alongside Deebo Samuel. He filled that role, and he was probably the best option at the time to do it. And for the most part, he rewarded your faith with his level of play up until the end, and that's kind of where we're at right now. So right now, again, when you look at the last few drafts, though, again, are they, like last year, Mykel Williams, they take him, edge rusher, 1st round. Did they plug a hole? Yes, they needed an edge rusher. But did they plug him with the best player that was available in that slot? In hindsight, it looks like that maybe wasn't the case. There were certain guys that, like the guy that was taken by Atlanta a couple plays later, a couple draft picks later. I'm spacing on his name. But I think that was a guy who a lot of Niner fans by the time was like, could we had him instead of Mykel Williams? Like, those are the kind of conversations that I think fans have in the aftermath of a draft that makes them question whether or not the draft was good or not. they take Deshaun Stripling here with the first pick of the second round. And my first thought is, really? You couldn't trade down, still get him, but then maybe find another guy who could plug a different need, like safety, like corner, like edge rusher, something like that. You could have filled the need and still gotten the guy that you were still going for there in Deshaun Stripling, who apparently a lot of teams were interested in. So in that case, did you do good on that pick? Sure, but you also could have done better. And I think that's where it's the could have done better part that frustrates me the most. When I keep seeing this 49ers team fall short, every time they fall short, whether it's in the NFC title game, the second round, the Super Bowl, it makes me think of all those moments where you did good, but you had the ability to do better. That's where I think kind of you start to see this team start to fall short, and that's what drives fans crazy.
I mean, yeah, there's no doubt. Sam, the whole term reaching that we've been hearing for the last 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
In your mind, what was the biggest reach of your lifetime for the 49ers?
Ooh, the biggest reach in my lifetime. You know what? I'm going to go low-hanging fruit here. It's that time they took Jake Moody in the third round.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a good one.
That's
a good one.
That's an insane.
That's a good one.
If you want me to go somewhere
That's
lesser.
a really good one.
I don't know.
That's kind of crazy. Wow.
I don't know. Maybe if I took that one off the board, though, I mean.
I meant more reach that ended up being great. I didn't think you were going to go that way. You could chew on it a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
I think a lot of people thought Alex Smith was a reach at number one.
We say so a player that you thought they reached for, but still worked out. It's like, oh, good. I'm glad you guys reached for that guy.
Yeah, because I could think of one right off the rip.
Okay, who's your one right after? I thought you wanted a back.
He's one of the greatest 49ers of all time. I'll never forget when we had Kevin Barlow and they drafted Alex Smith in the first pick of the second round. It was David Boss, the guard center who ended up stinking from Michigan. And then in the third round, I think he was the third or fourth. He might have been the third or fourth Miami Hurricane taken in that draft. We took Frank Gore, and he had 2 shoulder surgeries, 2 knee injuries, and everyone was like, yeah, you could have got this guy in the 4th or 5th round. And no one, myself included, thought Frank Gore would go on to be the 3rd leading rusher in NFL history. No one thought that number 21 would probably never be worn by another 49er ever again. I'm talking about reach. You took a guy with multiple shoulder injuries, multiple knee injuries, and he ended up being one of the greatest running backs in 49er history. Like, Frank Gore, in terms of reaches, I remember everyone criticizing that pick, myself included, and it was like, they have a running back. Why are you reaching for an injured guy? Oh, you could have got this guy in the 4th or 5th round. And he ended up proving all of us wrong and being one of the most beloved players in franchise history.
That's a good pick right there.
I'm not saying that any of these guys is going to become Frank Gore, but what I'm saying is like, it goes both ways. We all criticized the Jake Moody pick in real time. They all ended up being right. Right? Obviously, the A.J. Jenkins one is top of the list as well.
That's another really bad reach there. I mean, again, I'm just looking at the current regime's history here.
Solomon Thomas is one of the worst reaches of all time.
Yeah, like I'm looking at this regime right now in terms of
bad. I'm sorry.
Reaches that have worked out for this current regime. I don't see any, Joe. I really don't.
Well, you can make an argument Debo was a slight reach, and that ended up being unreal.
Yeah, I keep coming back to Debo as I'm looking at my list of 49ers draft
Am I wrong?
Picks. If I had to pick one again, just from this regime that you reached on, it worked out. Yeah, I think Debo is probably that one. And again, unless you want to consider Mitch Wishnowsky in the 4th round of that same draft, but I don't know how much weight you want to put into drafting a punter there. Drafting a punter in the 4th round, like drafting a punter, anyone who uses their leg to move the football, drafting him in like not the 6th or 7th round feels like a reach.
Well, when one of the greatest guys of all time is an undrafted free agent, and Justin Tucker. The 49ers fans losing their minds. I think that people are conflating frustration with everything and thinking that is anger toward the players they picked, which cannot be farther from the truth.
No, I think
people are rooting for these guys.
Well, absolutely.
Everyone's going to give them a fair shake.
I would hope that everyone's rooting for these guys. I hope we're not sitting here and thinking, oh man, I really hope Romello Height's a bust just so I can feel right and smarter than John Lynch.
No real Niner fan feels like that.
No, I would hope not. I do think there are some Niner fans that I think this is common for any fan where sometimes you just want to see your team fail because sometimes you need your team to fail just for reality to set in. Like, I think the Warriors are a good example. I think them not making the playoffs this year might actually be a good thing for the Warriors because it kind of forces them to kind of wake up and look around and address reality. Because to your point, Joe, you said a little while ago, winning covers up a lot of mistakes.
Always.
And so sometimes you do need your team to kind of trip and fall flat on its face because that's how you wake up and acknowledge reality. You know what? Maybe we do need to do something different here. And I think the 49ers are at a position where something needs to change in how they're going about doing business and building this team up. This isn't about what the Cardinals are doing, what the Seahawks are doing, what the Rams are doing. This is purely about, are you satisfied with what the 49ers are doing right now? And the current decision-making structure of the 49ers is not sitting well with me, Joe. Like, it's the last 4 drafts. Like I said, you got Brock Purdy, great pick, worked out well. But let's be real. They more stumbled across.
Yeah,
Brock
but
Purdy.
they get credit for it.
They do.
They pivoted off of Trey Lance. I will give them all the credit in the world. It takes guts to trade the guy that you traded 3 picks for. It takes guts when he's coming back from the injury that he was coming back from, that elbow injury, to just plug him in as your week 1 starter. No questions about it.
I agree with you on that.
I think they deserve more credit for that.
But
and there is because of the loyalty to Purdy and giving him the opportunity and sticking with him. I think a lot of other organizations would have been wishy-washy.
I agree with you on that, but I also don't think that it's incorrect to say that there's a level of, you guys got pretty fortunate that thing played out the way it did. Like, there is a level of luck that played into that. And then you also got Dominic Pooney.
You could say that about Warner or Kittle or any of these late-round picks.
All right, fair enough. But again, it's just since 22, you got Brock, great pick, worked out well, a little bit of luck involved. But again, we'll give him credit for that. And Dominic Pooney, that's been about it, though. Like, you can't have 2 impact players drafted over a 4-year stretch. That's just not going to keep this gravy train growing. And with the 49ers, who have built their success in those 2 Super Bowls on the draft, the last 4 or 5 years, they have not had the success they had early on. And while that success, we're never going to take that success away from like 2017 to 2022. They had a lot of great drafts during that time. We're not saying those don't exist, but your best moves in the NFL can't be from 4 or 5 years ago, because at some point you need to restock your talent. And right now, the decision-making structure with the 49ers, I just don't trust them to do that. And so I think we're at a point where, I'm not saying fire anybody right now, because that would it's too late for that. You're kind of pot committed to this front office. But I got to wonder, if the 49ers don't make the playoffs this year, what does that mean for John Lynch? I'll say it right now. I think John Lynch is on a hot seat, and that thing is a very piping hot seat right now.
What do you mean?
Well, again, we always ask the question, who's in charge of these drafts? Is it Lynch? Is it Kyle?
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan, the head coach, we'll get into this more on the other side. Kyle Shanahan, the head coach, is always going to keep Kyle Shanahan, the general manager, employed. Kyle's not going anywhere. So I think John kind of becomes the face of who's making the calls on these draft picks here. And if that is the case, I think the 49ers need a new face of who is leading these drafts. I think we're heading towards that direction. Now, if this season goes well enough and these draft picks perform well, then yeah, we have a different conversation down the road. But just the way I'm feeling about things right now, I'm just not comfortable with the structure, and I think you need some changes to be made.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know,
I want to chew on this with you.
Yeah, you know what else I want you to chew on is the fact that we're live on YouTube throughout the entire day. Just search 95.7 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts like Joe Shasky, and insiders, and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts like Matthew Steinmetz after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7, and sign up now to become the latest member of Game Pass Pro. What's coming up? The game is brought to you by Fairmount Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Mix and match items, buy 2, get 3 for free when you buy 5 items. Items like Oscar Mayer bacon, Kraft mayo, Kraft singles cheeses, and Capri Sun juices, selected varieties. Check with your local Safeway store for a full list of participating items. And speaking of participating, here's Dan Dibley.
Well, I'd love to, Mark. 8-piece fried chicken, 4 drumsticks, and 4 thighs, or Signature Select Classic Salad, 32 to 48-ounce size selected varieties for just $5.99. And finally, USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast Mega Packs for just $5.99 per pound. It's unbelievable.
Yes, it is. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
In the aisles.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice.
Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Brought to you by Bank of America. Turn the house you want into the home you own with help from Bank of America's Community Homeownership Commitment. In select markets, get up to $17,500 when combining down payment and closing costs grants. Visit bankofamerica.com/homeowner. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America is proud to be the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America N.A. Equal housing lender. Credit and collateral are subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
They're back. Logic and G-Eazy are hitting the road with their Endless Summer Tour, Part 2. They'll be making a stop at Shoreline Amphitheater on October 28th. Buy tickets at LiveNation.com. And for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
This is Big Pun, and there's only one way to start off my morning, and that's with the Morning Roast with my guys, Joe Spadoni and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we are back on the Morning Roast. Where did Joe Shasky just go? Don't forget, Bonte Hill at 9 o'clock this morning, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store, we're still reacting to the 49ers draft. It's still hot on our minds. And coming into the aftermath of the draft here, I'm just not very comfortable with the decision-making process of the 49ers right now, the people who are calling the shots. And, yeah, I'm looking at one, John Lynch there. Ooh, shorted it there. Shasky trying to throw the piece of paper into the trash can. Yeah, did not come up there. And John Lynch is just not really coming up very well either right now. And as I said going into this break, like, I think you got to put John Lynch on a hot seat right now. I'm not saying you fire him right now because I think this is not the time of year when you fire executives. You kind of past that window. So now we're kind of looking to see what this team does this year. And there's still enough talent on this 49ers team to make a playoff run. We saw it last year. Brock Purdy is a big part of that, to which case, yes, John Lynch does get credit for that. But, Joe, like, again, I look at the picks that they've made over the last few years, and I've said it a couple times already, like, you've had some guys who have been solid. You know, D. Winters, who's solid, but he's gone now, traded away to Dallas. Ricky Pearsall, there's moments where you see it, but for the most part, you're underwhelmed. Malik Mustafa, I think got to a solid start, but misses a little too many tackles for my liking. Alfred Collins, Upton Stout, solid players from last year's draft, but I don't think you're looking at them as star impact players just yet. And I think when we're talking about how do you know if you've had a good draft, I think another thing is when you draft guys, you're just like, oh, I need to see that guy out in the field. Like, I cannot wait to see what that guy looks like when he does finally suit up. Like, you know, guys like when the Niners drafted Nick Bosa, you were excited right off the rip, like, oh, I cannot wait to see what he does on this defense here because of what I saw in college. Diamador Lenore and Ambry Thomas in the 21 draft, when I first saw them, it's like, oh, 49ers have got their lockdown secondary. I cannot wait to see what those two guys do out there on this field. And I look at this draft, and yeah, there's some guys here that give me that kind of excitement. I like Romello Height. I think he could be an interesting player on this defense. The other linebacker they got, Jaden Duggar out of Louisiana. I think he's Nick Martin 2.0, but when he does finally get on the field, I'm kind of curious to see what he can do there. Ephesians Prysock, I just like saying his name, so I hope he's out on the field a lot, just so we can say Ephesians Prysock over and over and over again. But none of these players are blowing me away. I don't see impact players here.
Don't we have to just let them play first?
Well, yeah, we'll let these guys play, but let's focus on the last four drafts, though, 22 through 25, where, again, in those drafts, Brock Purdy, that was a big one there. Dominic Pooney, you got an impact player there. I'm just not seeing a whole lot of impact players during that time where, you know, Joe, I look at what the Rams have done. I see, you know, by my count, 6 impact players that they found in their last 4 drafts, from Kyron Williams, Puka Nacua, Byron Young, Jared Verse, he's up there. I look what the Seahawks have done in finding impact players. Kobe Bryant, Zach Charbonnet, Byron Murphy, Nick Emanwuri, Gray Zabel. Like, they're finding multiple impact players in each one of these drafts here. And this is where I think it's more fair to grade out and criticize drafts, which is several years down the line. I think it's ridiculous to grade a draft right afterwards. You got to see how it plays out. And the fact of the matter is, Joe, John Lynch's drafts are not panning out in a way that gives you confidence that they're going to, what's the best way to put it? They're not panning out in a way that gives you faith that this draft is going to give you the impact playmakers that you need to keep this team successful. Right now, a lot of the 49ers' success is built on the back of players who were drafted prior to 2022, and as well as some good trades like the Christian McCaffrey trade. And that's going to get you, you know, to where you need to go for a while. But, Joe, why do great teams stop being great? They stop hitting on their drafts.
Sure.
And, again, I think we can say that they've had okay drafts the last few years. Okay is simply not good enough for me. Like, and I think we kind of say like the Giants, they spend just enough to say that they don't spend, to where you can't say they don't spend money. I think the Niners draft just well enough to say that, you know, they're not awful at drafting, but I don't think they draft well enough to where you could say you trust their draft picks. So when Grant Cohn, and I'll play this sound in a minute, when Grant Cohn's asking like, well, here, let's just let the whole conversation play out right here.
John, your draft board seems to deviate quite a bit from the consensus. Why are you confident with that, given your track record drafting the last few years? It seems like it leads to you making reaches.
Well, I appreciate that you think that. Depends whose consensus. We got consensus in this building. That's the consensus I care about.
On the one hand, I think it's, the consensus on the outside is the outside. They don't know everything that these teams within these draft war rooms know, because these teams, they have their own scouting departments and processes for which they evaluate talent. But at the same time, I don't think the 49ers draft, the people running the 49ers draft, the brain trust of the 49ers draft over the last 4 years has really done enough to where you can just trust their consensus.
But what about the success in the regular season?
I think a lot of that's built on the fact that you had a lot of successful drafts early on in your tenure from 2017 to 2021, where you hit on guys like George Kittle, Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, Brandon Ayuk,
Kittle barely played this year. He was hurt a lot.
You still had a lot of Christian McCaffrey out there.
That's true.
You still had Juwan Jennings out there
Warner
playing.
Was out a lot.
Fred Warner was out a lot, but when he was in there, he's impactful. You still had, they had to nickel and dime a lot of things together here. And this is where this is where I give Kyle Shanahan his props. And this is where, my opinion on Kyle Shanahan, as is yours, Joe, has been very up and down. We've fired him, I think, 3 or 4 times during his tenure here. But Shanahan showed last year why he is that genius. It's why this is why I said Kyle Shanahan, the head coach, is always going to keep Kyle Shanahan, the general manager, employed. But with John Lynch, it's just the draft's magic has worn out the last few years. To a point where if he's running these drafts, if he's making these picks, and we don't know exactly who's making what call here, but if it is him, you asked me the question, is this a Kyle board or a John board? If these are John boards, then I need someone else putting these boards together. Because simply put, these drafts are not getting you close enough or to that final step to where you can actually win a Super Bowl. And last I checked, Joe, the name of the game is trying to win a Super Bowl. If you're not doing that, what are we doing here?
Well, they're knocking on the door. And that's what's been driving me completely crazy. You know whose name I haven't heard? Because you keep bringing up Lynch. Everyone brings up Shanahan. Lynch, Shanahan. You know whose name I haven't heard in a week?
Prague Maratz?
No. Oh. Brock Purdy. How come when other teams have franchise quarterbacks and they take a player on that side of the ball, we give them the benefit of the doubt, but we're not giving Brock Purdy any benefit of the doubt? Why is it when the Bengals get someone, I'm just going hypothetical, Joe Burrow. Well, Joe Burrow, if they'll make it work. If the Bills take someone, Keon Coleman's been a huge bust. Mm-hmm. Oh, but you know what? Josh Allen will make it work. It's Josh Allen. Why do we do that?
Well, I think because those guys we've seen performances from them at a higher level. There's 4 quarterbacks in the NFL that we hold in a higher regard. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson. Prior to them, it was Brady, Manning, and Roethlisberger, and Breeze, and Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, but if Purdy's been healthy, when Purdy's been healthy, he's thrown up pretty good numbers. I think even the biggest Purdy hater would say, at minimum, 10th, best quarterback in the league.
Yeah, I think he's in that 6 to 10 range.
I would agree. And if he plays like he did the final 5 games of the year, where he had 70% completion percentage, 12 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 111 QB rating, throwing for 1,200 yards over those final 5 games, and that's with one of those games in almost a near blizzard in Cleveland, I think we would all say, doesn't really matter who they draft, they're going to be really good. Just overall. This team will win double-digit games if Purdy is upright and solid.
See, I think I think he's one of those guys where the fact he's in that second tier of quarterbacks, that elite tier of quarterbacks, those are guys like Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow, they can turn water into wine, so to speak, with how they play. Okay. Whereas Brock, I think, is still in that tier where he needs things around him to be working out. Without Christian McCaffrey, I don't know how effective Brock Purdy is. Every quarterback needs great protection up front, but I don't know, if he doesn't have good playmakers downfield, if it's just, Christian Kirk and Demarcus Robinson are your top 2 receivers next year, I don't know if Brock is good enough to make them look good for 17 games throughout the course of a season. He could probably, for a game or 2 make them look good, but I think he's not on that level where, Patrick Mahomes can make Demarcus Robinson and Christian Kirk look like capable receivers. And I love Brock Purdy, but I think, and this is where we kind of get into the system quarterback thing, I think the reason Brock Purdy works out so well is because he does operate Kyle Shanahan's offense better than any other quarterback than Kyle's had before, but he does still need guys around him to kind of help make that happen, in part because I just think that's just how the Kyle Shanahan offense operates. So I think if you have Brock, you're going to be in a great position, But I don't know if I see Brock as on that same level as like Allen and Mahomes and Burrow and Lamar. I don't see him at that kind of an elite level at this time. Still good enough to get you there, but not on his own, if that makes sense.
I mean, no one does anything on their own. That I agree with. Like, even Mahomes has help from guys across the board. They went into Philadelphia on the road, and they won a game where Demarcus Robinson was your leading wide receiver. Do you know who was your second leading wide receiver in that game?
Was it Jake Tonjes?
It was McCaffrey, 6 for 66. You know who your third was?
Who?
Kyle Juszczyk.
So is that the game maybe
the reason why I'm bringing this up is I just think that, like, you know, lost in all the fervor of the draft and where you pick someone and who you're picking and this, I just think we've completely, as a fan base, overlooked, as long as Brock is healthy, as long as Brock is somewhat upright and ready to play, and he's a version where he can move around, they're going to be really good. And it doesn't really matter who he's throwing to. And if Pearsall's out there, he'll be throwing to Pearsall. If the new guy's out there dribbling, he'll be throwing to him. If it's Christian Kirk, he'll be throwing to him. It'll be Jake Tonjes. It'll be Mike Evans. And they'll just be a really solid, good team.
But is that good enough, Joe? Like, do you want this team to be really solid or good? Or do you want them to be that next level?
I want them to win a Super Bowl, but I just think we're acting like the sky is falling and they got to start back down at 0. And
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not
I didn't
saying
say you did.
Yeah, no, but like, again, as I put John Lynch on the hot seat here, the reason is yes, he has them as a really solid, good team, but I need to see this team get to that next level if they're going to win a Super Bowl. Right now, they're a stepping stone team, as in, like, they're the team that the championship teams step on the way to winning their championship. And that's not a fun place to be right now.
I don't know. I'm not sure I agree with that. But, like, for example, you brought up Lamar and Burrow and all them. Like, could you make the argument Brock's win against Philly is as impressive as any Lamar playoff win? Like, I'm just asking out loud. Is that even a fair sentence to ask?
No, I think the overall performance, I think that's fair.
Like, and that was like a B-, C+ game from Brock. He threw two picks. Like, that wasn't even like lights out Brock, but he was lights out when he needed to be. Like, that was the vintage, what a franchise quarterback looks like. And I don't know, man. Like, whether it's the first draft pick, whether it's the running back, any of those, like, I think the team as a whole is going to be just fine as long as Brock Purdy is healthy and upright.
I agree with that, but that's where I want to see this team make the next level, though, Joe. Like, you have the quarterback who can get you there. You've shown that if you put the right pieces around him, he could take this team all the way to the Super Bowl. And again, they were, you change, there's 5 or 6 plays in that Super Bowl. You change one of them, the 49ers are champions. Like, we know Brock is good enough to get you to that level, but you still got to keep this team stocked up around him here. And what I don't want to see happen is when you have a quarterback like Brock, and maybe this is the year he elevates his game to being that if you have Brock, you have a chance, on the field there. Maybe this year he does that. And if that's the case, John Lynch's job will be safe. Like, he will get the credit for that, whether he was lucky for it or not. But if this team does fall short, though, and you have a quarterback who's good enough to get you there, but the team around him isn't good enough to, take advantage of that, that's where I start to look at John Lynch. It's like, you know what, dude, if you're not going to be making the picks that'll be getting this team to the next level, maybe it's time to bring in someone else who will make those picks to get this team to the next level. And honestly, I don't know what the relationship is between Lynch and Kyle in terms of how they come and put these boards together. If Lynch does go, I'll even go so far as to, because Kyle's never going to give up GM control, but I would let Kyle almost pick who would come in to replace John Lynch.
Isn't that the similar setup that they have now? Aren't you, like, if you're out on Lynch, aren't you kind of out on Kyle?
See, this is how I try to thread the needle here, Joe, because I don't know if I want Kyle Shanahan, the GM, to still be making these decisions, but I also know, like, he's not going to give up that power. So how do I kind of save Kyle from himself on this one? If you could get someone else who can still work in concert with Kyle and give him the players that he needs, but just better than what Lynch is providing right now. I don't know what the answer to that looks like, but that's kind of where I'm going right now in terms of, like, Lynch is just not the guy. So who can Kyle bring in that maybe is a guy more so than what Lynch is?
Yeah, but I just think if we're out on Lynch, then you're telling me one of two things. Either you're completely out on Kyle being the head of the organization, which might mean that you're out on Kyle. It's a tough two-way.
Do you think it's one of it's
yeah? I mean, you take them both.
I hate to think that is the situation. Maybe it is.
In an ideal situation.
I don't know. Do we even know if this partnership is still working as effectively as we thought it was?
I mean, they just won 12 games and won a playoff game against the reigning Super Bowl champs. I would like them to bring in a specific personnel guy. Like if you put John Schneider with Kyle Shanahan, if you did, they might hate each other's guts because Kyle wants influence. I think everyone would agree that would be the best for Kyle as the coach.
I agree with that.
Kyle would probably win 12 to 14 games every single year and multiple playoff games every single year. He's kind of already doing that anyway.
But
that's what he would say to me.
But I also think you can win 12 to 14 games a year and then still get over the hump in the postseason. Let me ask this right now. Like, right now, what do you think is going to be better? The next 4 years of 49ers football or the prior 4 years of 49ers football? Keep in mind, Fred Warner's about to age out. George Kittle's about to age out.
So
Christian McCaffrey's about to age out.
One bad year. I don't know. That's...
Joe, again, all your best players on this team...
I'd probably say the prior 4 years were better than the next, but we got to let it play out.
Well, yeah, but I think you would feel better about the next 4 years if some of these picks that actually hit, like what if Darrell Luter Jr. actually became a shutdown corner? What if Ronnie Bell actually became a really good receiver? What if Isaac Guerrero wasn't an injury risk? What if Renardo Green was a better cornerback? What if Ricky Pearsall was able to stay on the field every single game instead of only some of the games? Like, these are the margins that the 49ers are failing to fill right now. And that's why, they won 12 games, but that was a big part of just Kyle Shanahan being Kyle Shanahan that made that 12 games happen, let those 12 wins happen. I don't know if that was a product of just the roster being good as much as it was just Kyle Shanahan making the right moves on Sundays, the occasional Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays in real time in these games week to week. Basically nickel and diming, again, these wins together. Like, Kyle put on an incredible coaching performance last year. Are we really going to expect him to just basically going all out coaching like that every year with rosters that are not as good as their win-loss totals might suggest they are?
What is the question on that one?
Are we really going to expect Kyle Shanahan to basically put in incredible coaching jobs like last year, where he's he had this team play?
Was 2023 a great coaching year for him?
When they got to the Super Bowl? Oh, yeah. But I also think he had a
2022?
2022, I thought that was a very good coaching year. But again, he had a very, very good roster
last 2021?
2021, yeah.
You mean with the hurt shoulder?
Yeah, we put Debo in the backfield. But I think last year was probably his best coaching job.
Sure.
Because in 21, 22, and 23, he had really, really good teams that made making these coaching decisions a lot easier. I think he had to go deep, deep, deep into his bag all season last year, much deeper than he's had to in the past. And I just don't know if that's something that we can kind of count on for him to go that deep every single year.
That I agree with. You got to have the Jimmies and the Joes. It can't just be X's and O's. That I agree with. When you look at their offseason right now, we've had the free agency period, okay? We've had now a draft. Now, there's still a little bit of wiggle room regarding the offseason. You're going to have an opportunity to sign guys like Juwan Jennings is out there, and Bosa's out there, and Njoku's out there, and Debo. And that would be, I guess, that would be the candle on the birthday cake, not even the icing. That would be the last couple of things. How would you grade their offseason thus far? Now that we've seen the entire draft and we've seen their entire free agency. So in free agency, they brought in Christian Kirk. They brought in Mike Evans.
They got Odigizua.
They traded for Odigizua, the Dallas DT. Okay.
They still haven't solved their tight end issue.
One sec. I'm going to go through it. They've re-signed Trent Williams. That was an order of business, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We still have the Ayuk thing going on. We don't know what's going on there. What else did they do, Sammy? They brought back Greenlaw.
Yep.
Okay.
They added, they got Nate Hobbs in there as well.
They added multiple linemen and multiple secondary players.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They added, a couple backup linemen, Brett Toth, Ridian Lowe. See what else. All
right.
Yeah.
So how would you grade that offseason? If I were to go back to the end of that Seattle game and you were talking about, hey, this would be the ideal offseason, have they hit it?
I don't think, I'm not giving them an A because I don't think they've yet to satisfactorily, in a satisfactory manner, solve the edge rusher. They didn't address tight end.
Well, they think they did in the draft. They think they got Romello Height. I mean,
well, we'll see on that one. Yes,
okay.
We'll see on that. B-ish, B- maybe off season.
Yeah, what's your letter grade for the 49er offseason? 888-957-9570. Did they do enough for you to feel better about this team now than you did at the end of last year? They've also lost some players.
Yeah.
So they lost Jennings. Is Mike Evans better than Juwan Jennings now?
The problem with Mike Evans, Joe, and I love the signing in the moment, and I still like the signing because I think Mike Evans is going to be the best receiver that Brock Purdy has played with. But this is something we haven't really acknowledged. I think we don't want to acknowledge it because if we speak it into existence, we're all going to feel bad. He's got to stay on the field. Mike Evans had the most unhealthy season of his career last year, and now he's come to a team that there are so many memes and AI videos out there making fun of the 49ers' inability to keep guys healthy. Like, that seems like the worst match possible. A injury risk receiver coming to a team that just has serious injury issues. If it works out, it's going to be great. But if it doesn't, it's a massive risk that could blow up in this front office's face here.
But they didn't just add Mike Evans. They also added a receiver in the draft.
Mm-hmm. And Deshaun Stripling, yes.
Yeah, so you have now two guys plus Christian Kirk. I think that they've adequately improved the wide receivers for now. I think they're an upgrade. I think wide receiver position has been upgraded. Now, they did not trade away Mac Jones, and they did not figure out the Ayuk situation.
Which they will do eventually.
All right. I still don't think they have a starting left guard on the team right now. No. We will see who that guy ends up being. So left guard is still up in the air. But I do think in their minds, they've answered the questions there. My biggest issue is you brought in no tight end and you brought in no safety right now. And so those are two huge concerns for me when I look at this team right now. Edge rusher, hey, they like Romello Height. Let's see it. Let's see what we have. I do think they've improved the defensive line overall because you'll get Bosa back. You've added Romello Height. You traded for Odigizua. I like that. You also took another defensive lineman in the draft. I still don't love their secondary regarding their safeties. And so I look at left guard, safety, and tight end. Those are positions that I still think can be addressed. The other one is kick returner. Who is this team's kick returner?
That's going to be an interesting one to play out. Yeah.
So
in a year when Kyle Shanahan finally took special teams seriously, you can't regress in that.
So you're asking me, like, is this the ideal offseason? I think it's been like a C+ offseason.
Okay.
I think it's been a C+ offseason for me. And the reason being is because you didn't address tight end. You like Tonjes. I like Tonjes too. I don't like Luke Farrell.
I don't like Tonjes as your tight end one, though.
Yeah, agreed.
Yes.
And I don't love your other safeties. I'm open-minded to Siegel. I'm open-minded to Mustafa. Don't love Jair Brown. So that's a question. And I think they're putting a lot of eggs in the Greenlaw basket, and I'm very hesitant on that. I'm way more worried about Greenlaw's overall health than Mike Evans.
And that's why I don't like the move to trade D. Winters. Like, I don't know, like, we saw some good from D. Winters. We saw some not so good from D. Winters last year. I mean, I remember when Bonta and I were doing the show a couple years ago, and we had Cam Inman on. He's like, we're watching practice, and people are saying, is that Navarro Bowman out there? Now, I'm not saying D. Winters is going to be the second coming of Navarro Bowman. The fact that was a conversation, it got me excited for what D. Winters was going to bring to the table. And the fact that they moved off of him, probably the one good piece of that 2023 draft, I didn't really like that because it does show that you are putting all of your eggs in the Dre Greenlaw basket. And then that goes again into why I'm not comfortable with John Lynch right now is that you're basically admitting that that whole draft was a complete wash now, that 2023 draft, by moving off the last good piece there. And you're going back to your prior drafts. When Dre Greenlaw was drafted, what was it, 2018? Your success is still too built off of the first 5 drafts you had. I need more success built off of your most recent drafts. The teams that are successful in the NFC right now, the Eagles, the Seahawks, the Rams, the Lions, they are built off of draft picks from the last 4 years. The reason you're confident in this team right now, Joe, is it more because of Kyle Shanahan or more because of John Lynch? You're confident in this team because of Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, but I was also confident in him running the entire organization, which I feel like he kind of does, whether it's in the shadows or at the forefront.
That's a good point. 888-957-9570 is the number. How would you grade the 49ers off-season so far in terms of how they've been filling their holes? And just, are you more confident in Kyle or more confident in John Lynch right now?
What would have been an A off-season for people?
What would have been an A off-season?
I'll tell you what it would have been for me. For me, it would have been trading away Mac Jones and getting another plug-and-play player who would either fill my safety, guard, or tight end spot.
Yeah.
That would be it for me. That would have jumped it all the way up. I would have loved to have seen that, and then figure out what the hell's going on, and know beforehand, hey, this is our offensive line from left to right.
Yeah.
Boom, we're rolling with that. If we get anything from Kittle at the end of the year, that's gravy, but we're going to have Tonjes. We're working in a youngster. At safety, we've got 4 guys competing for 2 spots. Let's go. That would have been the A off season for me.
I think the A off season for me would be figure your tight end spot out, preferably through the draft or through free agency. I guess that's your only 2 options. You have your tight end spot figured out. You have your left guard spot figured out that also acts as a succession plan for Trent Williams.
I didn't think about that.
You get your secondary solidified, whether it's with a good safety or with a good corner. You get your edge rusher situation satisfied. And also, I would say another A offseason would be getting someone behind Christian McCaffrey who you feel very, very comfortable with. I still don't think they've done that. Kalen Black.
That's a good point.
I think he's a good complement maybe to Christian McCaffrey. I think he'll be the thunder to McCaffrey's lightning. But I also don't think you can have a good running back in the Shanahan offense who doesn't catch passes. But I think a truly successful running back in this offense has to be able to catch passes. One of the reasons why Jordan Mason was good a couple years ago when McCaffrey was out, but the reason that he left a lot to be desired, and I think that first Cardinals game, that home Cardinals game when it was like 900 degrees out, you saw it the most. When they get into the red zone, they couldn't do those check down, those Texas route passes to Jordan Mason because he's not a pass catcher. Kalen Black is not a pass catcher. So you drafted a guy who, he doesn't do what you need your running backs in this system to do.
Yeah.
And so you don't, I think, have that good backup plan behind Christian McCaffrey. So, an A off season would have been because the fact they still seem to think that Kittle's going to come back and play football this year, I'll believe it when I see it. I'm not believing in it, but there's too many important question marks and too many important holes on this roster right now to where it's like you had an opportunity to fill them, and it's almost like you chose not to. And that's why I get concerned about where the direction of where things are going right now.
I think people think I'm hyper focused on, the offensive line, and I am. And I throw tight end in there. He ran for $140 against the Bears. That's Christian McCaffrey.
Mm-hmm.
The final couple games of the year. Do you want to guess what his stats look like? I'm talking about the final Seahawks game, the playoff game against the Eagles, and then
those final 3 games.
Final game of the year. What do you think his numbers look like?
My guess is I'm not going to guess the specifics, but I guess they're not the greatest looking numbers in the world.
So he ran for 11 carries, 35 yards in the playoff game.
That's all right.
That was against the Seahawks. Against the Eagles in a win, 15 for 48.
Mm-hmm.
And then that final week 18, 8 carries for 23 yards.
See, that's not good enough.
You barely cracked 100 yards combined with 30-plus carries over the final 3 weeks. And so that tells me that your offensive line was getting worked and you weren't getting a lot of early down run success. And I think it was really stymieing the rest of the offense, and you became very pass-heavy. And we know that when this team is really pass-heavy, it's not when they're their most dynamic. Now, when he was running the ball really well against the Bears and their defense, not only was he running it really well, Purdy was throwing it really well. That's the most optimal part of this offense, when they're running and throwing. And so I'm looking at this offensive line, and they just view it so different from me. And this is where philosophically, Kyle knows his stuff, and he's been wildly successful. But why did they lose? Why did they lose those 2 games against the Seahawks? In part because they couldn't run the ball.
Well, in part because they kind of ran out of gas as the season came to an end, too. I mean, that team was playing on fumes those last 3 weeks, Joe. A couple things. One, some interesting breaking news just came out here that impacts the Giants. Not directly. The Phillies have fired manager Rob Thompson. Sources told The Athletic. Don Mattingly, former Dodger manager, will be the interim manager And that's the team the Giants will be facing tonight. The Phillies have been in an absolute tailspin the last couple weeks here. They have the worst record in baseball, so not surprising that they're making that move. Back to this football conversation, Joe. Again, I mentioned they kind of ran out of gas here. This is where, again, I come back to the draft, filling these holes that the Niners have just been incapable of successfully filling. Yes, they're winning 12 games, but when they're on fumes when they get into the playoffs, that's, again, why I need to see more success in the draft when you stock this team with more depth here to where you do have the injuries that you have, because it's football. Yeah. It is going to happen when you don't have those backup players ready to go, when you don't have that depth behind your starters to where there's not a ton of drop-off. There's going to be drop-off from starters to the second string. But when that depth is so thin like the 49ers have had in the last year, I feel like, again, as you talk about Brock Purdy being a guy you feel like you have a chance with, when we talk about Kyle Shanahan being the genius coach, when you're not hitting in the draft like the Niners need to be doing, I feel like what you're doing is you're wasting great talent in Brock Purdy. You're wasting great talent in Kyle Shanahan because you're not giving the full team that they need to have that success. And if John Lynch can't fill those holes, whether it's in concert with Kyle or not, and part of it is just that that's just how this business works. Someone has to take the fall for it. It's not going to be Kyle. Lynch is going to be like that first buffer zone where he'll go first, and then Kyle will be kind of on the hot seat after that. Not saying that Kyle is on a hot seat. That's just kind of how these things go about here. That's why it just comes to the fact that why I want John Lynch on the hot seat is that I just want someone new in the room helping make decisions on personnel and draft choices, because all the names in there right now, I'm just not feeling good with. Kyle's not going anywhere, so that logically the only voice that needs to change is John Lynch's. And that's why, again, we'll see how this season plays out. If they make the playoffs, maybe some of these guys in this draft rise up and are able to be starters day one. Maybe Deshaun Stripling is everything the 49ers need. Maybe Romello Height is the edge rusher that the 49ers have been looking for. And if that's the case, then John Lynch will have proven me wrong. I'll take that L and we'll move forward into the future with hopefully a better Niners team. And I hope that's the case. But right now, for where I'm sitting, I just don't have that confidence in terms of what I've seen over the last 4 years suddenly changing and making things better over the next 4 years.
Is the only way you'll buy in on Lynch is them just winning the title?
No, I think if they make if they have a good season, make the playoffs, and you're seeing guys like if Deshaun Stripling, let's use an example, has a great year and is one of the 3 or 4 best rookie receivers in the year, that's a check mark for John Lynch. All right. Plus for you, if Alfred Collins elevates himself to where him and Odigizua are just locking down the interior of that defensive line, all right, John Lynch, you get another cookie. If Upton Stout becomes a lockdown slot corner to where you're never hearing his name called during games because he's shutting guys down, all right, John Lynch, you're locking yourself in a little bit longer. Maybe Ronaldo Green bounces back from a rough second year. Like, if some of these draft picks start to just improve year to year, which I believe is possible, then that's going to be a good look for John Lynch. So no, he's not getting fired right now. I want to make that clear. The next time that John Lynch gets fired, the earliest it'll be is the end of next season.
I want to explore the championship thing, because I think for a lot of people, unless they win a championship, they're just abject failures. And I don't subscribe to that.
No.
I want to win one, and it's driving me nuts. There's no doubt it's driving me completely crazy. Mm-hmm. But I don't think that's the only litmus test for success. Like, I look back at, like, the Harbaugh era. I'm like, dude, it was so successful. They weren't failures because they couldn't win at all. It just sucks that they didn't. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, they fell short, but they weren't failures.
Mm-hmm. No, we saw in real time how they fell short. It was just sometimes bounces just don't go your way.
So Rob Thompson, you brought up, he got fired today. That's the manager of the Phillies. And for those that don't know, they lost in the World Series to Houston. They lost in the NLCS to Arizona. They lost in the NLDS to the Mets. And they lost in the NLDS to the Dodgers last year. Mm-hmm. That's in a row, okay, for their playoffs. Had he won that World Series, you think he gets fired today?
I think I don't know. It's Philly. It's different rules in Philly.
I don't know.
I think it's different. If it was, I'll say this: if Rob Thompson won a World Series here and then had that kind of run afterwards, he would not be going anywhere. But we hold on a little bit tighter. In Philly, I think this makes sense.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. If that happened here, we would be hanging on for dear life, right?
Oh, absolutely. There'd be so many people banging on the table. Like, remember when Rob Thompson won the World Series that one time several years ago? I'll say this. I'm not putting John Lynch on the hot seat if he won one of those 2 Super Bowls.
No, I mean, no one would.
Yeah.
But I also think it's absurd to be like, hey, this team's wildly successful, which they are. The Niners have been wildly successful. And yet, for a lot of people, the only measurement of success is a championship. And that I don't agree with. It's the ultimate measure of success, but it's not the only measurement of success.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the difference between the two?
I agree with you there on that one. Yes, you can be successful without a championship, but at the same time, like there comes a point where the rubber meets the road, and it's just like you can keep coming up short only so many times before it's just like, listen, I love that we're on the doorstep. I'd like to go in the house though and raise the trophy, and that's where I think where the Phillies are at right now. And again, the Phillies, their situation's a little bit different. They're actually it's not actually that. You know what? I retract that. Their situation is not all that different because they've had a lot of success. They've fallen short, but the problem is their roster, it's kind of getting up there in age. Bryce Harper's in his 30s. Kyle Schwarber's in his 30s. Bryson Stott, Brandon Marsh, they're approaching 30. Trey Turner's 32. Like, I think Dave Dombrowski, the Phillies general manager, president of baseball operations, he said at the end of last year, like, is Bryce Harper still that elite premier player? I don't think that's the exact word that he used, but he kind of questioned just basically how good this roster can still be. That's a team that's kind of getting a little bit old. You haven't had a whole lot of injection of youth into that team over the last couple of years. I think the Phillies window is starting to close. You're kind of seeing that happen here, and they're firing their manager and bringing in Don Mattingly to kind of turn things around because they need to shake things up.
Well, that'll work. Don Mattingly will work. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, hey, Don Mattingly's gotten teams to the postseason.
I want to explore the championship thing because I find it really, 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 really interesting. Over the weekend, were you there for the Brandon Belt thing?
I was there for the Brandon Belt thing. It was a great day.
Yeah, so what was it? It was Brandon Belt Day?
Basically, yeah, it was basically that, Brandon Belt Day. Let's honor Brandon Belt and thank him for all the great memories that we enjoyed when he was on this team.
So, 13-year career with the Giants. They win 2 championships. He's a one-time All-Star.
Yes.
And they voted him in. He was voted in.
He was part of the fan vote, yes.
Part of the fan vote.
The final fan vote.
I remember when Jeff Kent got announced on opening day, and it just felt like there was just like a lukewarm kind of like reception from the crowd. And Risotto said to me, and what was exactly that you said, Risotto? Brandon Belt will get a louder pop in a stadium from Giants fans than Jeff Kent?
I said that Brandon Belt Celebration Day will be more popular than the day that Jeff Kent gets his jersey retired.
It's crazy, but you're probably right.
Yeah, he's dead right.
What? Why? Why is that?
I think Brandon Belt's a more beloved player in the eyes of Giants fans than Jeff Kent for a couple reasons. Obviously,
no. You're hyper focused on. Clearly, Jeff Kent was by far the better player.
Yeah, it's not.
Can we even debate that? Is that even like? Has anyone wanted to debate that?
I'll say this: when it comes like, if you strip away the logos, the names, the championships, and everything from Brandon Belt, and look just at his baseball reference page,
you can't. See, that's the problem. I think a lot of the fans, the championships have jaded everything.
Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of getting to. Is like, if you look at the raw numbers of Brandon Belt, like, you know what a bell curve is, right? Bell curve is basically, it's a curve that goes up and then down. Okay. At the very ends of the bell curve is either the worst of this data set or the best of this data set. At the top of the bell curve is basically the average. Brandon Belt probably sit right there at the top of that bell curve in terms of just all baseball players all time. Very average baseball player, maybe towards the lesser half of the bell curve. Jeff Kent, very much more towards the better half of the bell curve. He was a much better baseball player. You look at his baseball reference page, you see a better baseball player there. The reason why I think Brandon Belt gets elevated is, one, obviously the championships, but two, just there's more fun memories with Brandon Belt, whereas Jeff Kent, kind of a, curmudgeon at times. He had kind of a bad rap as being the anti-Barry guy. Simply put, Brandon Belt endeared himself to fans when he was here in more so in a way than Jeff Kent ever did. Doesn't mean
if Niner fans and Giants fans were in that stadium at the same time, and Brandon Belt came walking out, and Justin Smith from the Niners came walking out, who gets the louder ovation?
Probably gonna be Brandon Belt. I honestly, because again, when you have those,
that's insane.
You're right.
No, like that's insane. But I think you're right.
But also, I think another layer to it is not just the championships. And we'll get to
the championships is a big part of it.
But I also think like Brandon Belt was a homegrown player. I think when you're a homegrown player who wins a championship with
Jack Clark was a homegrown player who was a better baseball player. Jack Clark, right fielder, was a better baseball player with the Giants than Brandon Belt. He didn't win anything.
Exactly.
And Jack Clark goes out on the field. No one knows who he is. Now that's also years before.
There's some recency bias with Brandon.
I'm going Justin Smith. But Justin Smith was infinitely better in his sport than Brandon Belt. And I guarantee you Brandon Belt gets a way louder reception. And that's crazy to me.
I don't think it's just the championships. I think it's also the fact that Justin Smith was also just not a homegrown player. I think when you're a homegrown player,
shows here for your free agent. Okay, Bryant Young. Bryant Young walks out there and he has one championship. Who gets a louder reception? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
I think BY gets a pretty loud reception.
You think so?
I think there's
the one title.
I think
his
fans.
rookie year?
I think the fans in the Bay Area or have the wherewithal to acknowledge that BY deserves probably a bigger reception than Brandon Belt.
I'm not trying to rip Belt in any way, nor am I trying to rip anyone who is a Brandon Belt fan. They're entitled to be however they want in terms of their fandom. I want to explore what a championship does for a legacy and what a championship doesn't do for a legacy.
Let's do that after the injury report. Hey, the Giants taking on the Phillies this week, and things have not been going well in Philly. We're not just talking about the fact that they fired their manager, Rob Thompson, but they are also going to be without their all-star catcher, JT Realmuto, who was placed on the injury list over the weekend with back spasms. Ex-manager Rob Thompson said that the spasms are a result of some inflammation in the lower back, and the expectation is that Realmuto will be back after the minimum 10-day stay on the injured list. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk Studios. The Morning Roast is presented by the San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. Oh boy, cold meds, man. They are working on me this morning.
So now the Giants marketing team had done a great job throughout that entire era. Joe Panic goes out onto the field, and it's a bunch of Niners, Giants, and Warrior fans. Joe Panic goes out onto the field, and Jason Richardson goes out because he's a beloved Warrior.
Ooh.
Who do you think gets a louder ovation?
I kind of feel like it'd be even, to be honest. I think Jay Rich was that loved and appreciated.
He's very unique. That's why I brought him up.
Jay Rich was very loved and appreciated because he was a bright spot during a really crappy time of Warriors basketball before the We Believe run happened. I think it would be an even reception there. I'm going to be honest.
Okay. You think so?
I think so.
Matt Duffy goes out there. All right. Matt Duffy's out there, and let's say it's, I don't know. I'm just trying to think. Dante Whitner or Deshaun Goldson.
I think Whitner gets a better reception than Duffy. Goldson, I don't think he does. Duffy was a very liked Giant during his time.
I'm aware. But I do believe, like, when it comes to championships, we completely elevate individuals.
Oh, absolutely.
Way beyond their normal status. And I get it because it's a legendary thing that happens. But I think it's someone like Sean Livingston, right? And the boost Sean Livingston got from winning titles with the Warriors. Andre Iguodala, the boost that they got. Now, Iggy had a phenomenal career before he even came to the Warriors. But like in this hypothetical, Sean Livingston and Justin Smith go out there at the same time.
Sean Livingston's getting a massive ovation.
That's crazy.
I also think
I love Sean Livingston. I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking him at all. But like Justin Smith is one of the great football players of the 0010s, that crossover era.
I think it just goes to show like championships do elevate you. 888-957-9570 is the number. How much does winning a championship elevate a player? Because another name who I was thinking about, that I would throw you is like Ryan Terrio. Played 1 year with the Giants. Jeez, very unforgettable year.
Holds no weight with me.
Well, he scored the winning run in the World Series.
Great. I mean, like
he was part of World Series championship. Like he is a guy who, like, I'm not gonna, put him on the Wall of Fame or anything like that. But he's a Giant to me. It's like, yeah, I like Ryan Terrio. Why? He did the one thing that you want any player to do, which is score the winning run in a World Series. Because Joe, why do we fan? Why do we do this? What is the ultimate goal for us as fans?
It's to win.
Exactly. And when you win, like you did it. You reached the mountaintop. Like. The most obscure players ever are like Aaron Rowan is always going to hold a special spot in some Giants fans' hearts. Why? Because he was on the field for the last out in 2010 for a World Series championship that we had spent 56 years waiting for, especially when it comes after a long wait, like the Warriors championship.
Jason Schmidt goes out there. Okay, it's Jason Schmidt.
That's my favorite Giant as a kid.
Okay, Jason Schmidt and Leandro Barbosa both go out to the mound in a stadium filled with Giants and Warrior fans.
Joe, that first Warrior title team was probably the most special, unpredictable championship going into that season. I think no one thought the Warriors were capable of winning a championship, and Leandro Barbosa helped make
Jason
one of those.
Schmidt was one of the best pitchers in baseball for
2 to 3 years. Yeah.
Oh my God.
No, he was one of my favorite Giants ever. Like, he was my favorite Giant as a kid in elementary school growing up. Like, I loved Jason Schmidt days, and I driving home the other day, they're talking about Giants Marlins memories. Hey, remember that time Jason Schmidt struck out 16 players? Like, I do. I remember that very, very fondly. It was his last good start as a Giant. But I think it's probably pretty even because Leandro Barbosa was a fan favorite role player. We love our role players here on one of the most celebrated championship teams in Bay Area sports history. That first 2014-2015 Warriors team, which was just so beautifully homegrown. Everything about that team was perfect. And everyone on that team gets like a minted status, so to speak, because they did something that we thought was impossible. They won a championship as members of the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, well, no one's taking that away from them. I find the whole exercise an interesting one in fandom because I'm a part of this. Like Will Clark and Jay Rich to me are very similar in the sense that never won anything. Chris Mullin occupies this similar space. And there's degrees to their impact within their sport, but they never won a championship. And yet I think part of what makes Will Clark more endearing is because those teams never won.
Yes.
I think part of what makes Chris Mullin way more endearing is that he was the lone bright spot on what would be otherwise dreck for many, 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 many years. And so I almost hold him in higher regard, if that makes some bizarre sense.
The fact that he had to struggle so much, it's like there's the underdog quality of it almost.
Yeah. Like that's why when I look at Justin Smith and Frank Gore and Vernon Davis and all those guys, like it makes me sad. It makes me sad that I go, Brandon Belt might, and I'm not ripping Belt. I'm not ripping Belt here. I want to make it clear, but like those guys in their sport were better than he was in his, and yet he wins the 2 titles. They don't win anything. They're on the doorstep of it over and over and over again. They don't win anything, and it's just like, how would their legacy be different? Like Frank Gore is a great example. If he had that one title, they connect with Crabtree on that pass, which should have ran it in anyway. But regardless, they win the Super Bowl.
If Frank Gore scored the winning touchdown of that Super Bowl.
Is there any debate on Frank Gore's legacy right now if Frank Gore has one Super Bowl win? He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. No one's questioning.
He might be one of the, I don't know about top 5. He's knocking on the door being one of the 5 greatest athletes in Bay Area sports history. Maybe he does crack that top 5.
I don't know. That might be a little strong. There's a lot of, Ricky and Barry and Steph
maybe not top
and Jerry.
5.
I don't know about that.
Top 10 maybe, but like, he's the fact that we could have that conversation.
He's automatic. That sucks to me. So Frank is less than because the Niners couldn't punch one in from 3 yards out?
I push back on that.
You and I do, but I just say legacy-wise, that sucks.
Well,
it's horrible for those guys.
Well, again, Joe, because why do we do this? It's to win championships. That's the ultimate goal.
But there are other journeys that are also special throughout it. Like Chris Mullin. Chris Mullin was on the original Dream Team. It's one of the greatest basketball players I've ever seen. But because the rest of his team stunk and they traded away all these great players, he's less than?
I think there's 2 different kinds of love there to this. Like, I think there was a love, like you wrap your arms a little bit more around Patrick Willis because you know how good he is and you know that he did not get the accolade he deserved the most, the championship. He did not get what he deserved, which is to win that ultimate prize. And I think you love him more because it's almost like the tragic hero, so to speak.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Whereas that's good.
He is kind of the tragic hero. It's a different kind of love than someone like Brandon Belt, who did reach the mountaintop. Both those guys, homegrown players. Patrick Willis is a better football linebacker than Brandon Belt is a baseball first baseman. There's no doubt on that. But yeah, when you do reach that ultimate prize, there's a little bit more joy there because of that extra layer of winning the championship. And that's just, I think you can elevate a guy like Brandon Belt with 2 rings without de-elevating or lowering a guy like Patrick Willis. One does not necessarily impact the other. It's just, this is the thing with sports. This is a line that I think when Damon Bruce was here used the best. Dems is the breaks. Sometimes that's just how the chips fall. And it doesn't mean that Patrick Willis is a failure of a player or anything like that. No one is saying.
But there's a part of me that dies inside that we're having these conversations, and I'm like, you're right. Like I do think Leandro. Who's it? Leandro Barbosa, and who was the other example that I used?
What was the other example? Was it Justin Smith?
Whitner or Vernon Davis?
Yeah, one of those.
Like Leandro Barbosa would get like a round of applause, and I love Leandro Barbosa. Like that's just wild to me.
Yeah. Let's go to the phones really quick. 888-957-9570. How much does it? Oh, that's
exactly.
Dude hit 2 home runs, and that was it.
Exactly.
How much does a championship elevate a player standing in your eyes? 888-957-9570.
Like I played golf yesterday with Sergio Romo. I know you're going to go to the lines. People were taking fun. Look, he had a great career, an unbelievably great career, and he's a super nice guy, just a great dude, like a great dude. And people were like dying to get selfies with him and everything. And a big part of that is he was great. Another big part of that is they won 3 championships.
I think another big part of it is, as you said, he's an incredibly friendly guy.
No, it's all of it. But I'm saying
like Brandon Belt there was like a goofiness about him that made him endearing, whereas a guy like Jeff Kent, I don't think he had a personality that made people want to warm up to him. I mean, maybe if we got to know him more, it's a little bit different.
Well,
I don't know.
Kent and KD operate in a similar zone. KD did win championships, and it feels like he's still a vagabond.
That is true. Will and Marin, how do you feel like a championship elevates a player?
Or coach?
I think that I definitely think that it elevates it highly, and I'm going to give you a prime example why. So you take one of the best, probably wide receivers in the NFL. You have half of the stadium being Niners fans and the other half being Giants fan. If Terrell Owens comes out and Travis Ishikawa comes out, I think Travis Ishikawa gets a bigger ovation. And like you said, Shaq is absolutely diabolical that happens. But here's the reason why. Terrell Owens is like only behind Jerry Rice and Randy Moss in a lot of stats. He's amazing. Like he made Tim Rattay look good. He made Sean Smith look good. He made so many subpar people look good because of how dominant he was. Travis Ishikawa rolls off. He's sad. He's depressed, calling his wife, not sure if he wants to play ball. Bochy gives him a shot, comes out of AAA and hits the walk-off. And just that moment of Jake Peavy chasing him down the third line, I just think that, like you said, it's a memorable moment. I think that Travis Ishikawa gets a bigger ovation than Terrell Owens. And it's not because he had a better career. It's just a moment and the joy that he brought in that small little slice. He got his 15 minutes of fame. He was underneath. Yeah. He got his limelight shine, and he made it count. And I know that that's crazy. That's kind of how I think that it elevates. Because if he flies out or he pops out, no one remembers that. Yeah. But I just wanted to bring up that example.
No, it's a good example.
Obviously, he could have gotten a base hit, and I don't think anyone remembers it as much. Because remember, there was a tie game there in that one, so base hit would have ends it. I think Will brings up a good point. It's
Baron Davis and Marco Scutaro. Baron Davis and Marco Scutaro go out there.
Might be Marco.
No, it's going to be, and that's... Baron was so sick.
But here's the thing. I think Will brings up a very good point, where it's like Travis Scott thought his career was done. And then he comes back, has that heroic moment. I think
how many people really know the backstory of Travis? I'm not saying they don't.
I think a lot of Giants fans do, because the Giants are very good at getting those backstories out.
I would agree, but I'm just going, when you're at the stadium, you're having a beer and you're having a hot dog, I don't know if people are like, oh, this is the guy who was a foot away from baseball. They're just like, oh, the home run. Like, that's what they think of.
Exactly. Let's pick this conversation up on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. How much does a championship elevate a player in your eyes? We'll keep this going. Don't forget Bonte Hill coming up at the 9 o'clock hour. What's coming up? The game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
At the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, every child deserves a place to grow, belong, and thrive. Through youth and family programs, the Y is building stronger communities, one family, one future at a time. Join us for the Y for Youth Community Festival, Saturday, May 2nd at Crane Cove Park in San Francisco, near the Dogpatch YMCA. Enjoy live music, fun activities, and something for all ages. Best of all, it's free and open to the public. Come celebrate community, connection, and the power of youth. Sign up today at ymcasf.org/the game.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connects to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, welcome to Sprouts Farmers Market, where we guarantee none of our products have AI in them.
AI? How would food have artificial intelligence in it?
Oh no, I meant AI like artificial ingredients. Isn't that what AI stands for? Guess I've been spending too much time with local organic produce, 100% grass-fed beef, gluten-free snacks, dairy-free milks, surrounded by ingredients with nothing artificial in them.
Oh, that sounds nice.
With zero AI and healthy choices at prices you'll love, every aisle's a healthy aisle at Sprouts Farmers Market.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
Selling your house the traditional way? Listings, showings, endless waiting? Yeah, no thanks. At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we keep it simple. You call us, we give you a fair cash offer. You choose when to close and get paid. It's really that easy. Call 510-426-8000 or visit johnbuysbayareahouses.com.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
Hey, it's Willard, Bay Area. You feel that rumble? That's Low Riders taking over Cinco de Mayo. Join Habas Law on Sunday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. East San Jose, King and Story. Chrome gleaming, hydraulics bouncing, starting at 10 a.m. It's the Cinco de Mayo parade, live music, incredible food, and a community alive with pride. Presented by Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and Habas Law with Council Member Peter Ortiz and the United Lowrider Council. Pull up with your crew for Low Riders, Sunday, May 3rd, Habas Law, East Side Pride, let's ride.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky.
I love bicycles. I love dancing. I love Zubac. I love all music. I love pepper jack. I love crab. I love tomatoes. And I love pasta. I love bread. I love rice. I love Marte. I love mayonnaise. You know I love Kyle.
On 95.7 The Game.
A lot of love there, and I don't think any of those have won championships. So it is possible to love people if they haven't won a championship. It is Sam Lohman here on the Morning Roast. The voice you just heard in that rejoin was Joe Shasky. And it is the Morning Roast, and we're cruising along here on a Tuesday. Don't forget, Bonta Hill coming up at 9 o'clock, live in studio, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. The question we asked before the break, and we're going to transition to some Giants in just a little bit, but how much does a championship elevate a player or coach in your eyes? Because we've had a lot of great players come through the Bay Area who didn't win, who still get a lot of love, but we've also had a lot of kind of okay players come through the Bay Area and win championships, and they get even more love. What is the line? How does it change? I think the coaching aspect is an interesting part of it as well, Joe, because obviously Bruce Bochy, Steve Kerr, they're very minted, but how does it, you're chuckling over there, and I can't imagine about anything.
Steiny's all up in the YouTube chat for those that are in YouTube, and he's just, dude, I love it, dude. He's just lurking.
What's he doing?
He's like the assassin. I thought Bonte was the assassin on the YouTube chat line or whatever we're calling it these days, the Laughing Monk Studio chat line. And he's on fire. Plus these guys with the I love drops they're just killing me. Like, it's so funny.
Got a lot of love for you too.
I'm becoming guru there's a drop for everything.
Love to hear that. Let's go to the phones really quick here. Because we got a fun little guest on the line here. Not a guest, but a fun caller on the line here. Deli Boy on the way to work. Pat, be honest. How bad did Joe look on the course yesterday? I know you're going to give me the unfiltered truth.
Pat, look at before Pat talks. Pat, you played out of your mind yesterday. Yep. You drove the ball probably as well as I've ever seen you drive the ball. Congratulations. You played great.
Don't do that.
Thanks, Joe. I got to say my back is hurting carrying our team. You know, I have to say, Joe, that your swing yesterday was horrible. I saw better swings on a porch. So I don't know. You might need to just kind of hang him up for a little bit and go back for more lessons. That was not your best round. No, I want to say that was not your best game. But you were stubborn. You kept going to the driver, even though that you were being a real butcher and slicing it up. You know, so I don't know what to say, Joe. You know, so anyway.
Well, you'll never get invited ever again to a 95.7 The Game outing.
No, Pat, you are 100% invited to everything. Well, all Pat in studio.
Yeah, the way that Matt was telling it, I might have to take your job, Joe. I mean, you're just not cutting it on the course. I don't know, dude.
Was that before or after his second carton of cigarettes?
That might have been a special weapon. He was hitting darts on mine. Every single hole he had a new cigarette on. So, hey, you know what? The thing about being endearing to fans, guys, is it's not just championships. I think it's the way that these players made you feel. So, like Barry Bonds, for example, never won a championship, but he endeared to us because of what he meant to us, what he made us feel. You know, I mean, but then you turn around and you look at it, and okay, Travis E. Chicago, like you were bringing up, like his story is amazing. It's a great story. It made us feel good. And you're talking about Justin Smith, Joe. I mean, the thing about football and football players, if you can't bring the Lombardi home, it's hard when you have, 52 players on a team. In baseball, you have about 9 guys on the field, and you have about maybe 4 or 5 guys in the rotation and in the bullpen that you're going to kind of resonate with. So it's easier to remember those faces, you know, when you only have so many players. Basketball is the same thing. Maybe 8 guys on the rotation, a couple guys off the bench. You're going to remember those guys. It's just the way they made you feel. And, it's the story around them, you know. Those 2012 and 2014 Giants, they battled. That's why they resonate with us so much. They battled. And, you're talking about Baron Davis, Joe, great story, great warrior, but they came up short. And that's why they don't resonate as much as, the 2015, the 16, 17, 18 Warriors. You know, they just, what do you want me to say? My back's hurting, guys.
All right. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. All right, I've had enough of you.
Thanks for calling in,
It's
Pat.
about enough of you.
We got to get him in studio. He brings up a good point in terms of just how they make you feel and the stories they were a part of. You brought up Leandro Barbosa in the last segment. I think that's a great example here. Can you name the most memorable thing that Leandro Barbosa did on that title run? It's okay if you can. You want to know why? Because no one can. No one can remember any moment that he had. You want to know why people love him, though? Because when you see Leandro Barbosa, he was part of that story, of that just dream season championship run. Like we say dream seasons every now, like we throw that word out, but that first title year, that 14-15 year, that was a picturesque dream season. Nothing went wrong that year. Every single thing that possibly could have gone
if you're
right.
David Lee.
Oh, even David Lee. David Lee's step back allowed that team to take a step forward, and he got his
but
ring.
you think he individually? Yes, but I mean, in a weird way, he wishes he was more a part of it, though.
Yeah, sure, but he was also still a significant part of that team coming off the bench. But that, for the most part, though, that entire season was a dream run.
Sure,
everything fell into place, and again, for what the 40 years of Warriors basketball was like prior, where literally everything that can go wrong did go wrong. That season was such a flip of that. When I see Leandro Barbosa, even though he didn't really do anything that run, when I see him, I think, hey, you were on that team. That team makes me happy. So therefore, you, Leandro Barbosa, you make me happy. Versus like all the guys who came up short, whether it's a Jeff Kent, whether it's a Patrick Willis, whether it's a Baron Davis, like you still love those players for what they did. They left their hearts out on the field, and you respect them for that. But unfortunately, it's, you were part of a team that didn't win, and that makes me sad. You, the player, don't make me sad, but you're attached to a memory that makes me sad. So you'll always be looked at in high regard, but you don't give me the warm, fuzzy feeling that guys on championship teams give you.
Some guys fall outside that line, and they're in a unique zone. I'll give you an example. Chris Mullin, Will Clark, George Kittle right now, for example. I think Patrick Willis, they operate in what I call the can never do anything wrong, and actually part of their legacy of not winning in a weird way, like it's sad, I guess, on one level, but it actually enhances them. Like Mullen never even got close.
Well, that's why I call him like the tragic hero.
Yes,
and I think there is something more, it's a different kind of endearing, where it's just like, we know you left everything out there on the battlefield, so to speak, battlefield, loose term here. And that's why we're always going to love Patrick Willis. Like, he's never going to be put underneath, I think, any of these, well, he's going to be put under, but like, just because we elevate these championship guys, we're never going to lessen Patrick Willis's impact because he didn't win as opposed to some of these other guys. It's just, there's always going to be this at the end of his Wikipedia bio, unfortunately did not get a championship. And that's something that's always going to be a tragic aspect of it. Whereas guys like Brandon Belt, Leandro Barbosa, and all these other kind of role players on championship teams, there is no tragic ending to their story because they hoisted the trophy, and that changes everything.
No doubt. And there's no doubt it changes everything. But like, I have a hard time looking at someone like Navarro Bowman's career.
It's unfair.
No, unfair. It's like a crime against sports humanity.
The tragic hero.
It's awful. And I think about, like, okay, using this exercise, and I'm using Brandon
Belt's a very fair example because, again, as I mentioned,
he was good.
Yeah.
He was good. Navarro Bowman's singular season is one of the great, like, I'm talking about 2013, one of the great linebacker seasons in the history of 49er football. He was better than Patrick Willis that year, which feels sacrilegious to say out loud, but it was real. He was that good. And to see his career just go completely sideways after that injury, and it's devastating. It's completely devastating. And I think about the woulda, coulda, shoulda, and how unfair and how cruel sports is with these injuries. And I'm like, if that guy got announced to go out onto the mound, and again, I'll use Marco Scudero instead of Brandon Belt. There's no doubt in my mind Scudero will get a louder ovation. And I'm like, damn, that's just not right. That's just not right.
Well, I think with Scudero,
it just doesn't sit well with me.
I think with Scudero, it's kind of similar to the Travis Ishikawa story where there's a bounce back element there. Granted, not as long of a timeline here, but Marco Scudero got taken out in game 1 by Matt Holliday and then is the NLCS MVP. There's a little bit of, you get knocked down, you get back up again, and you kind of are the guy that leads that charge against that Cardinals team coming back from 3-1. That's part of it, Joe. It's not that, he kind of represented what the Giants did in that series. They got knocked down early, got back up, won that series. He gets knocked down, leads that charge. I think it adds almost like a mythical element to what Scutaro did.
Scutaro and Harrison Barnes are out there. Scutaro. Not Scutaro. It's Harrison Barnes that's out there. Mm-hmm. Harrison Barnes and Navarro Bowman. Louder ovation.
Harrison Barnes and Navarro Bowman. Kind of feel like might get Bowman on that one. I think Okay. I think the tragic fall of Navarro Bowman gets more love and respect than Harrison Barnes, because I think the last image of Harrison Barnes is, where'd you go, dude? We're in the finals. Why aren't you doing anything?
I just picked him out as one, because there's another part of him where people feel like he cost us a title. You know what I mean?
Well, that I think can lessen your standing as well. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. How much does a championship elevate a player? What does it do for a coach's legacy as well? CG and Clovis, what do you got for us today, CG?
Yeah, I kind of see where you're coming from. A lot of these great players who have not won a championship, when I think of a lot of these great players like Terrell Owens, as gifted, as talented as he was, man, he could have won a championship. I mean, in Philadelphia, he gave it all he had. Maybe in San Francisco, if we would have had the better team, who knows? But you look at all as us fans, we're frustrated, man. Of course, we have an opinion on how we feel about the team. And I wanted to chime in on what Joe Shasky said, because I looked at what he said, and we have every right to form an opinion on how we feel about the team, and we shouldn't be policed or dictate how to be a fan, That's where I kind of stand between the lines, We have an opinion on how we feel, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like, we need to win the Super Bowl, bro. It's like that door was a little bit open, but it shut on our face. That's what I kind of look at it. Because we've been close, but no cigar.
Yep.
Yeah. I know.
And that's going to drive anyone. There. Thanks for the call there, CG. What about coaches, though? How much do you think it elevates a coach? Because, right now, Kyle Shanahan, if he retired after this season and the Niners didn't win the Super Bowl, but then Kyle Shanahan shows up years later, how much of reception is he still getting? I feel like Kyle Shanahan has done enough as head coach of the 49ers to where there's always going to be respect for what he's done.
He's a star, though.
Yeah.
So, for example, if I say the name George Seifert, for some people it resonates. I don't think it resonates for a lot of people, though, as a champion.
Yeah.
Tom Flores as a champion. You know why? Because Al Davis was the bigger...
He was considered the guy who made that happen.
Which is not fair to any of them. They all deserve credit. George Seifert was in the shadow of Bill Walsh. Most people think Bill Walsh has 4 championships. They don't realize that he didn't win back-to-back. Actually, Seifert won the 89 one, and Seifert has 2 championships. And I feel like he has been completely devalued in the common era. And there's a part of me that says, hey, maybe he underachieved and he should have won more. And there's another part of me that's like, what am I saying? That's ridiculous. He won 2 different championships with 2 different quarterbacks. In many ways, what he did during the transition years in the early 90s was very admirable. But I don't think he is held in the highest of regards by Niner fans to this day that he should be.
Yeah.
And he has championships. So it's weird how we cherry pick.
It is true. That's why I'm kind of curious. With Kyle Shanahan, he's been the head coach for 10 years now. And has not won a Super Bowl. The only other head coach who's been a head coach longer without winning was Bill Cowher. I think it was his 13th season or something like that, where he finally won with the Steelers there. So basically, if Kyle Shanahan's going to win a Super Bowl, it's going to be a semi-historic feat in terms of how long he was here before winning. But at the same time, he hasn't won yet. And there's fans that are frustrated with Kyle, but I feel like right now, most Niner fans are all in on Kyle Shanahan right now because they do trust that he can get this team in a position to where they can win a Super Bowl, even though he hasn't yet actually gotten to that final step yet. And if he does win, you talk about coaches who will be all-time mentioned.
It'll be his crowning achievement.
If Kyle Shanahan wins a Super Bowl, does that elevate him over, does that put him up above Bochy and Steve Kerr in terms
I don't know about that, but think of what it did for Andy Reid. Andy Reid went from oh my God, he might be the greatest coach who has never won anything and just an all-time failure, but even though he's been wildly successful now we consider him a couple of championships later as one of the greatest coaches ever.
Yeah. Like, I'd be kind of curious, like, if Don Nelson versus Kyle Shanahan,
They're very similar.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, like, Don Nelson was not winning multiple championships for the Warriors. He would have alienated his superstar, or he would have traded somebody away. He would have done something wild.
Yeah.
Like, that's his track record.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. How much does a championship elevate a player or coach? Let's go to Bill in traffic. Bill, how are we feeling today about elevating players who win championships?
Good. But I'm a little sad to say, no one remembers Jonathan Sanchez. And I think it's because a lot of this phenomenon is driven by bandwagon fans jump on the ship for a championship run, and they start to drive the narrative. But they don't remember Jonathan Sanchez because he threw his no-hitter before the Giants won the championship run. And it's kind of sad. But I hate to be that guy.
Solid point there, but I think we do have some memory for Sanchez. I think for Sanchez, the problem is his moment didn't come in the postseason. His big moment, his big game was in game 162 against the Padres, where he shut them down on the last day of the year. He had that with the triple. Buster Posey hit the home run. Giants win that day. Like, that was Sanchez's big moment. He didn't really have a moment in the postseason. I mean, he had the meltdown in Philly. He had the rough outing in game 4 against the Rangers. He never had like that championship run moment, though. So I think he kind of gets, forgotten amongst the big three. But that's another part. Also, he was kind of in the shadow of Lincecum, Kane, and Bumgarner during that time.
I love Sanchez. He's right. We always do kind of devalue him. There's no doubt about it. Like, look at the whole Brian Wilson experience was completely elevated by one championship, was it not?
Oh, yeah. People forget that
he was what George Kittle is, essentially. Really over the top, almost like a character of a character.
Oh, yeah, you mean personality-wise.
Yeah, before the last couple of years for George.
Yeah. No, I agree. And again, people forget that Wilson was not a part of that. I mean, he was on the team in 2012, but he had Tommy John.
Yeah, he was
and
out.
then he was long gone in 2014. But he still gets elevated in part because, though, he has a fun personality that you want to attach yourself to. Like, if George Kittle was a Super Bowl winner, his legacy, the mythos of him would be so huge because he had such a fun personality that we all felt we kind of related to. Like, I think to a degree, we related to Brian Wilson because he represented the weirdness of San Francisco.
Sure.
George Kittle, I think, represents like the eccentricity of people here in the Bay Area because we're a little offbeat here in the Bay Area. I embrace it. I love it. I'm part of the weirdness. George Kittle kind of embraces that too. And I think when you got guys like that who their energy, their attitude reflects the energy here in the Bay Area, that adds to it. Tim Lincecum, perfect example. When he got busted with weed, we all loved him. Why? Because that's what we do out here in the Bay Area. We love our marijuana. Kids, don't do drugs, by the way. Marlon in Concord, how do you feel about championships elevating players?
Hey, guys. Excuse me. Thank you for having me. I do think championships elevate players in any sport, right? What I'm not a big fan of in this social media age is people comparing other really good players that never won a championship and almost devaluing what they did in their career. When sometimes you'll have players like Sean Livingston. For us, we love Sean. We all loved he never missed a middie. He was that guy. So we love him. But sometimes you can't then make a comparison that he was better than Karl Malone because Karl Malone didn't win. So I'm not a big fan of that. And just quick example, when the Warriors got eliminated the other day, you go to the socials and people will point out anytime that he didn't have KD, Steph is horrible, and people will just nitpick his stats and championships in a weird way. So that's my only commentary. Karl Malone's one of the greats, and if you know basketball, you know that.
Well, I'll go a step further. Let's say it's Chris Paul. People are like, I trust Sean Livingston in a 7-game series more than I do Chris Paul. It's like, well, yeah, off the bench as like my 7th, 6th, 7th, 8th man. Like Chris Paul was the top dog on the team, and I love Sean Livingston, but like what Chris Paul was asked to do and what his resume is so much more comprehensive than whatever Sean Livingston's accomplished. And that's not taking anything away from Sean Livingston. But if you ask the Warrior fan, they're like laughing at Chris Paul, right?
He brings up Kevin Durant here. I think KD's an interesting one here in the Bay Area in terms of how beloved he is. I love Kevin Durant. I think he's a guy who retires number. I'd put a statue outside of Chase Center, Kevin Durant.
Did you see over the weekend?
What happened?
Someone had put out, KD will never have his number retired anywhere. And Raymond Ritter, the PR director of the Warriors, replied to him and said, we've already announced that we're going to put his number up in the rafters.
See, me personally, I'm okay with that. I love what Kevin Durant brought to this organization. I mean, that first year with KD, that 16, 17 season, right? That was, as fun as 73-9 was, that was some of the most entertaining basketball I've ever watched, was that first year with KD, where just every night felt like a party of just watching these guys obliterate the NBA. I loved every second of it. KD is, in my opinion, even though he was here for 3 years, an all-time warrior. But I feel like I'm in a minority on that one. Like, if we play the game like Kevin Mitchell and Kevin Durant are in the same stadium together,
I still think KD gets them louder. Yeah.
What about, because I'm trying to think like a guy who didn't win versus KD, like Kyle Juszczyk, I think has become a very popular 49er.
Wow, wow.
Is Kyle Juszczyk getting more love than Kevin Durant? The fact you have to think about
so it's like the whole stadium's yelling.
There's a lot of people who are very excited to see Kevin Durant leave the Warriors. Is there anyone who's wanting to boot Kyle Juszczyk off the 49ers right now?
That's funny.
Exactly. Like, why isn't KD embraced like that, though? He was a winner. He was a big reason.
Surly.
Exactly. Yeah.
He's surly.
He's also, again, not a homegrown player. I think if he was a homegrown player and surly, I think it's a little bit different. Like, that's why I say Kevin.
But he's not alone in that. So there's a lot of guys like Gary Sheffield in baseball really doesn't have a home.
He's played for so many teams.
And it just feels like KD occupies a similar spaces as Gary Sheffield does in his sport.
KD also left. Like, it's not that he was traded. He decided to leave. And But my point is, like, that turns people against you.
That's true.
Fans are not going to like you if you decide to leave.
Pablo left. He chose to leave, and it ruined his relationship with a lot of Giants fans. And then
he came back.
Most came back around.
I think Pablo, for the most part, has been pretty widely accepted by Giants fans upon his return. I'm sure there's some holdup. If Kevin Durant came back for another year or two at the Warriors, which I don't know if that's a legitimate rumor or not, I don't know, could KD rehabilitate his image within Warrior fans in the similar way that Pablo once did? Or is that just such a different situation?
Well, there's rumors that he might want to, check in on the Warriors and come back. That's on the internet. I don't know what I believe.
Honestly, if Kevin Durant wanted to come back here, I would welcome him in with open arms. And if I'm one of 9 people down at the airport there to welcome him back in, then so be it.
KD is not coming back to the Warriors.
I know. I'm not saying this is a hypothetical, but I'm just saying.
Come back to us, Kevin. Please, so you can ruin our locker room too.
Hey, maybe it'd work out here.
Please create burners.
What I need you to please do, Joe, is log on to YouTube and then search 95.7 The Game, and you'll find our channel there. And now we're expanding the community to our super fans. You can become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts like Mark Willard, and insider and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts like Daryl the Guru Johnson after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7, and then sign up now to become the latest member of Game Pass Pro. Pretty cool thing. Definitely check it out. On the other side, Tony Vitello said something about Jung-Hoo Lee over the weekend. I think it was a good opportunity to talk about what Jung-Hoo Lee has been doing at the plate, because he had 4 hits on, what's today? Tuesday. He had 4 hits on Sunday. Jung-Hoo Lee swinging a pretty good bat right now. We'll talk about that on the other side. Plus, we'll also talk with Bonte Hill. This segment was sponsored by Balance Financial Wellness.
Ready to buy a home? Start smart with Balance Financial Wellness. Our HUD-certified counselors guide you through credit, budgeting, and the home buying process. Call 888-456-2227 or visit BeBalanced.org to get started today.
All right, let's just start here. Gas prices right now, they're out of control. And every time you pull into a station, it feels like a bad decision. That's why I got to tell you about what Ceremony Ford is doing this month. It's called Fuel Your Ford. And when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick, you get $2,500 in a Visa gas card. Yes, $2,500 for gas. And here's the thing. I've actually driven the Maverick. It's one of those vehicles that just makes sense for the Bay Area. It's compact, it's easy to park, it's great on gas, but it still gives you that truck utility when you need it. So let's think about this. You've already got a vehicle that's saving you money at the pump, and Ceremony Ford is literally handing you $2,500 to fuel it. That's not a promotion. That's relief. Inventory is there. The process is easy, and you're working with a team that actually respects your time. But this is an April-only thing, so don't sit on it. Ceremony Ford in Colma Daly City or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center, restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit silveradoresort.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade on every game on Kelsey. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 17% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $555 if they take the title. On Kelsey, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers, and as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kelsey. Trade on anything.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
95.7 The Game is proud to support Drawbridge and the Aragon Foundation on the Bridging Creative Possibilities Gala, May 9th in San Francisco. Join us for live music, dancing, and an art auction with proceeds that help fund music and art education. For tickets, head to 957thegame.com.
Now back to the morning roast
Hey, Dunleavy, get on the phone, start making calls, dude. Why are you sitting at the desk twiddling your thumbs, bro?
with Joe Spadoni.
Stop playing with your pencils and playing tic-tac-toe with yourself. Get out there and make some moves, man. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
And Joe Shasky
Giants 9 was just a little crack.
on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Nick? You know, playing tic-tac-toe with yourself is really not that much fun. You always win and lose, and I don't know whether to be happy or sad about that. It is the Morning Roast. Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Spadoni. Wrapping up our conversation, how much does a championship elevate a player or coach? Get into some Giants talk in just a minute here. Let's clean up some of these calls, though, first. Let's go to Mario in Napa here to put a bow on this championship elevation conversation. Mario, how are we doing this morning? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing as good as we can be.
This is one of my thoughts, man. Like, we play to win, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's championship or bust. So, you know, all this accolades, it's cute and all, but when it comes down to it, it's all about the championships, and that elevates a player to the peak of the mountain. You know, that's why you have Klay Thompson and Draymond Green showing up those four fingers to other players. You know what I'm saying? You got those pictures of Jordan with those 5 rings on his face, you know, and the GOAT, you know, Tom Brady holding up his championship rings, because that's what it's all about, you know. So if you don't got it, I don't know, I guess you're not part of that class, you know. So, you know, like I said, all the accolades is cute, you know, like, you could talk about it, but when the man walks in with the championships, everybody's going to look at him. That's all I got to say, man. Thank you.
Well, I think when you're talking about the greatest of the greats and you're, you know, comparing everybody at the end, yeah, like the hardware is going to be a big separator. You know, you can't be considered one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, you know, in the top 3 without the hardware. You know, that's the Montana. That's the Brady. That's whether it's Mahomes or Elway for people. You know, that doesn't mean that Dan Marino wasn't amazing and shouldn't be in the conversation somewhere. He's just probably not all the way at the top.
And again, that's just kind of the breakdown of sports. You know, it's championships are a great separator, unfortunately. That's just how it is. I don't think it takes away from the accomplishments that guys who didn't get those championships.
Yes.
You still love them, but it's a different kind of love. My dad texted me over the break. He actually made a good point in terms of like why guys like Pablo and Belt got loved so much is the Giants marketed them very, very well.
Yeah.
I mean, those panda hats, the giraffe hats, I think when you have things like that, when players are marketed as they are, like the way the Giants are, like you condition your fans to love these guys a lot more. And I think it's, you know, for years you was talking about, you know, the A's and the Giants, you know, the A's, it was, you know, they'd get rid of their players too early. The Giants, they'd hold on to them for so long, you almost got sick of them sometimes. I think that just kind of goes into like the Giants really trained their fans to fall in love with these guys. And the fact that they won championships on top of that made it just that much easier to be all in on guys like Pablo Sandoval and Brandon Belt. Speaking of guys who get marketed very well, Jung-Hoo Lee, he's been on a heater the last few weeks here, Joe. Last 15 games, he's hitting .439. And Jung-Hoo Lee is a guy who I think came into the season with a big microscope on him because obviously the contract, there's expectations on him in terms of what the Giants expect him to do in this lineup. And Tony Vitello said something before the game on Saturday that I really liked hearing in terms of what he was saying about Jung-Hoo Lee. Here it is.
I mean, I think he's going to keep like this. I mean, he's a good hitter, so I think he's in a comfort zone right now. And also some of those guys stacked the way they are, I think provides a different kind of punch in the lineup if we don't get, you know, a big swing from the top. But obviously right now you would probably qualify, or you would qualify him as our best hitter right now. He's got it going as good as anybody. But I really feel, we discussed somewhere along the line, him yesterday in particular, before he hit the homer, is I think he's just found a rhythm of who he is. I don't think to me, he's not on fire or anything like that. I mean, he's gotten out too, but his at-bats have been really good. And talk about staying to the ball. The home run was great. That's the one that ended up on the highlights, but I really liked his base hit to the middle of the field. He was out front, but he looked like his hero, Ichiro, just staying in line to the pitcher. So that speaks to the opposite of what we were talking about a second ago.
The part of that really stuck out to me is he's found a rhythm to who he is. He's not on fire. He's just kind of figuring out who he is with the bat. And that's the line I liked from that because, A, I love that Tony is kind of gassing Jung-Hoo Lee up a little bit. One, but two, I kind of think he's right. This is, I think, not the 438 hitter. I don't think he's going to be that good, but the profile, the hitter that he profiles as, I think we're seeing that really kind of emerge over the last couple weeks with Jung-Hoo Lee. And I don't know if I'm getting to the point where I'm full buying it yet, but I'm considering where things started off this season, Joe. I'm loving the direction that Jung-Hoo Lee is trending in right now.
I think that I look at what he's done the last few weeks and forget the batting average being as high as it is, because that's probably unsustainable.
Yeah, I don't think
but
he's gonna do that.
In terms of going the other way and hitting the ball into the gap, taking the extra base, like those are the little things I was hoping for when they signed him. Like this is the version that I thought would be some version of what he could be. And now it's really up to him to stay hot, and the league will adjust to him, and he's going to have to adjust to the league. But him being in the leadoff role right now, like, let's just kind of ride that wave and see where it goes.
I mean, ideally, he could take hold of it and run with it. I have wanted Jung-Hoo Lee to be the leadoff guy ever since they signed him, just because I love the contact profile. Mm-hmm. He's not as fast as I would like him to be, though I think he's not as slow as he sometimes appears to be. But I do think he'd be great in that leadoff spot if he could keep the contact profile there.
His plate discipline's been way better.
Much better.
And I feel like he's, they throw him soft away, and he was trying to pull a lot of the soft away stuff, and now he's driving it the other way, and that is a huge game changer for him.
Mm-hmm. No, I think it's, again, you mentioned yesterday, you also have to hit on Friday again when he goes to left center there. I love when he goes the opposite way, because that's why I feel like he's most locked in at the plate when he is using that opposite side of the field there, instead of just being the dead pull hitter that he would be at times last year. It completely changes this lineup around when he's hitting well. It's not just him who's getting better here. I mean, Elliot Ramos is hitting a lot better over the last couple weeks. 314 over the last 2 weeks here. Luis Arias still being the same guy that he is. Matt Chapman, Drew Gilbert, they're swinging good bats right now. You're seeing this Giants lineup slowly start to emerge from this early season slump, and Jung-Hoo Lee leading the way in that.
Landon Roop too.
Landon Roop. I mean, oh God, he was just filthy yesterday.
Dare I say that God, it's just, without trying to crush Logan Webb, I trust Landon Roop right now more than Logan Webb.
That's fair.
I'm not trying to crush Logan Webb. I'm just saying, like, that's how well Roop is pitching. I'm trying to elevate Roop right now.
You can elevate one guy without diminishing another. It's allowed.
But he has been spectacular. Yeah. Not good, spectacular. He had one bad pitch on Sunday, and then he, I think, recorded 18 consecutive outs at one point to finish it.
Grounders.
Yeah, I think there were 7 ground balls to first base alone, and this team was down 3-1 in the 6th inning, and for them to claw back and tie it in the bottom of the 6th, and then take the lead in the 7th inning. That was a huge win for them against the Marlins, because it was going to be a 3-3 road trip if they homestand if they lose that game. To go 4-2, that felt like a week's worth of wins in a rubber match game. Mm-hmm. And maybe I'm putting way too much on it, but that's how big of a momentum swing I felt like Sunday's game was.
I'll be honest, Joe, I don't know if they win that game last year.
I don't think they win that game 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, I think a lot of these games, I mean, the coming back aspect, I mean, this team goes down 3-0 so many times, like, you got to score 3 of these things and then a 4th run on top of that. And I think Vitello, he said after the game on Sunday, like, when we're down early like that, we kind of say to ourselves, like, why can't we plate 3 runs in an inning? Or why can't we just start chipping away at it, score 1 run here, 2 runs here, get even with them, and then take the lead early on? And that's such a great mentality, I think, for a manager to instill in his team that I don't think you saw last year, where it's just like, let's go out, see what we can get done. When we don't win, we'll try again tomorrow. And that's where I think you're seeing with Jung-Hoo Lee, where even though he got off to the slow start, the coaching staff clearly kept believing in him. And I love that Tony Vitello gasses him up like he does. Like, I love that. He's not hot. This is just who he is. Like, I love that because, I mean, obviously he's not the 439 hitter that he has been over the last 2 weeks, but he is the contact-heavy hitter that we have seen over the last 2 weeks. And he is also the guy who, I think, again, coming into the season, Joe, I told you, I don't know how he's going to do in right field. Like, I asked him about it opening day, and he's like, it's the same. It's just the ball's coming at you in a different angle. And my thought was, dude, I've seen a lot of guys play in this right field. It's not the exact same. Jung-Hoo Lee has been nails on defense out in right field. He had a throw on Saturday. Granted, it was a shallow one, but, like, he came, I think, what do I want to say? I think it was Xavier Edwards hit a little shallow blooper out to right. He caught it flung it home, no bounce, right into Patrick Bailey's glove. An absolute strike of a throw that even Bailey was able to corral. And it's like you're seeing a little bit of an arm out of Jung-Hoo Lee as well. Like, he is really rounded into a very good defender early on in this season.
He has more hits in less at-bats than Rafi Devers. He has the same amount of home runs in less at-bats, the same amount of RBIs in less at-bats. I didn't have that on my bingo card.
No, you did not. And this is where I think as we see this lineup get better and better, and what I like about this stretch, Joe, that they're in right now is the Giants, I feel like they're taking advantage of a slight soft spot in the schedule. They took care of business against the Nats. They took care of business against a Dodgers team that was not right. They took care of business against a Marlins team that it's a pretty spunky Marlins team, but they're full of flaws here. You didn't see that last year, and you're seeing the lineup kind of come together here. They're taking advantage of this stretch. Save two guys. There's two guys in this lineup that have not quite joined the party yet, and it's the two most expensive guys in the lineup, and Willy Adames and Rafi Devers. Willie's
been okay.
Willie's had a moment here, but he's hitting 164 over the last 2 weeks. He got the day off on Sunday, so he can kind of get the bonus day off. And I think it was Steve Kroner during the pregame scrum asked, like, hey, Tony, you weren't here last year, but you remember when Willie had that day off before Colorado and he went on a tear? And Tony's like, well, I wasn't here, so I don't remember, but I obviously expect Willie to keep doing that. Rafi Devers he's not been awful the last couple weeks, but he's not been good either. He's getting some hits, but the strikeouts are still oosh.
But you're getting production from Casey Schmidt, which you shouldn't or didn't have on your bingo card, and Drew Gilbert as well.
And it's looking very consistent with Schmidt right now. Would like to see the walk numbers go up maybe a little bit more, but he's coming in through in the clutch, and he's a guy like you got to keep Casey Schmidt's bat in the lineup somehow. And
how ironic is that for a guy that's arm and glove was the thing that was going to keep him in the bigs? Now it's the bat and him as DH and not a defensive player that's anchoring him into the lineup. That's pretty ironic.
Well, I think Casey Schmidt is an example of how development's not very linear. Sometimes you just got to wait it out with these guys and take the lumps. I think maybe Jung-Hoo Lee even falls into that too. I mean, this is a guy, and I said the first couple of years, like, I don't know what you're going to get from him. There's going to be an adjustment period where he has to settle in and learn how to effectively hit major league pitching, which is, better than what he's seeing in the Korean baseball organization. And this is the year I think you're seeing him put it together. He's feeling more confident at the plate. He's being more disciplined at the plate. Same thing with Casey Schmidt. He's not chasing as much as he used to. He's becoming a more smarter, intelligent hitter. And I think that's enabled him to be more comfortable in the clubhouse. Like, he's one of those guys who's part of the joking around, who kind of helps set a fun tone there. There was a fun moment after the game on Saturday where we're asking about his home run, and JT Brubaker it's like, hey, how come you never give love to the bullpen? And Casey was laughing about that. They're joking around. Like, he's a part of that. You're seeing him grow. I don't know about a team leader, but an important guy in that clubhouse. And it just goes to show that if a guy isn't great right away, but you still believe in him, you got to stick with him sometimes and take the lumps, because this is what the finished product looks like, which is a bunch of guys playing as you expected them to be.
But he's made a lot of adjustments because he was swinging through everything, and you couldn't have a guy out there batting 190 for the entire year, and he needed to look himself in the mirror, whatever that he's been working on regarding his plate discipline and not uppercutting at balls in the dirt. Like, he's really, really dramatically improved his entire batter's eye and his plate discipline. And then the way he's driving the ball, it was just a matter of time that he would be having the success that he's had. I'm shocked, though, quite frankly, that he's been this good.
Yeah, I mean, you were high on Casey Schmidt. We both were high on Casey Schmidt. I mean, I still remember to this day the temper tantrum you and I threw when Matt Beattie got that final roster spot over Casey Schmidt. But Casey, he is absolutely delivering when he is at the bat. And so you got a nice little road trip here. You're going to face a spiraling Phillies team. You got a pretty good Rays team over the weekend. Then you come back home. Pretty good teams in the Padres and Pirates at home after that. To the Giants lineup, still keep taking advantage of these opportunities here. They're going to be tested a lot, though, in these next couple weeks. It's a very exciting time for the Giants. So they're playing really good baseball, and they're going to get some pretty solid tests here in these next couple weeks.
Yeah, and then with the Phillies firing their manager should be very interesting. We got a long track record with Donnie Mattingly, so interesting to see what this one looks like.
Keep an eye on those mound visits. Oh, whose voice is that?
Bryce Harper?
Oh, is that the voice of Bonte Hill?
I love watching Bryce Harper play.
Might be on the block.
Yeah, he might.
There you go. That is Bonte Hill. He is live in studio, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Barrios Ford store. courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Bonte, so nice to have you here today. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
We're doing pretty good. I mean, the Giants are playing good baseball right now, so that has us in a good mood.
Are we talking Giants or are we talking Drive? What are we doing?
Oh,
Giants are playing better. And by the way, in a way, it's very similar. Luis Arise and the way we're looking at this NFL draft and how teams make their picks. A lot of people are out on Luis Arise because of the metrics, because of what was perceived to be weak defense. Oh, well, he could hit into a lot of double plays. Well, how's Luis Arise been for the Giants? How's he been?
He's been great.
How's he been?
Fresh air.
But if you had it the analytical way, you would have said no to him. Instead of just saying, you know what, this guy's a baller. Let me ask you guys something. Because we're getting to the draft, and I don't even know if I like the draft. I really don't. But when you guys in fantasy football or fantasy baseball, and it's not a like for like, this, we're talking about big boy business. But how do you go about your fantasy baseball or fantasy football drafts? Do you look at the rankings? You pick players you like?
Yeah, I will pass on other guys, but I'll pick players that I like. I also understand that the pool of players is so big.
Right.
By year's end, I'm probably going to cut, move, waive half my roster.
Same thing with the NFL roster. When they do the opening 53-man roster, how many of those guys are on the roster by the end of the season? Or are they on IR or whatnot?
But I also view my first couple of picks very specific. I will not reach egregiously. Fantasy's so different.
It's so different. You know what I'm saying?
Egregiously.
It's so different.
Because I am about, there is a value proposition. If you can get, a running back who's a starting running back in the back of the second or third round, you feel like you stole money in a league where running backs go.
No doubt. I kind of go about that in the way I do my drafts. It's like I put it in my queue, players that I love, players on teams that are going to compete, players on teams that's going to have highly potent offenses, players on teams that's going to be in position to score or position to succeed. And I think when you look at the 49ers and their system, they won 12 games last year. The rhetoric, and I'm not here to tell a fan how to feel, but you can't have it both ways. You can't say we want this, we want this, we want this, and then bitch and moan when you get this. My thing is, we talked Thursday and Friday about the overall team speed. They needed to improve it. Now, I wanted a safety bad. They didn't get a safety.
At all.
They didn't get a safety. This tight end class was pretty weak, so I don't really lose sleep over the tight end spot. They got to go get somebody in free agency. They need somebody, but this tight end class was weak in the draft. Why force a pick when you know that tight end's probably not going to make your squad and you don't like him? I'm okay with that. But overall, they got quicker. They got more explosive. Now, are these players going to help out on day one? That's why I can't wait for training camp. I cannot wait for training camp. And the same rhetoric last year where they reached, quote unquote, for Deommodore Lenoir. How's that working out for this football team?
He was a fifth rounder. I'm okay reaching on day 3.
Did you see his big board, though?
No, I know, but I'm saying I'm okay reaching later. They took Ambry Thomas ahead of him.
They took Ambry Thomas ahead, and he's gone.
Yeah.
Gone. Alfred Collins was a second-round pick last year. On the big board, he was ranked in the 70s. They took him 43rd overall. Alfred Collins helped win the game of the year.
He's been solid.
I mean, he got better and better in the way those coaches and players talked about Alfred Collins from day one in training camp. Now, he's not a superstar. He's a rotational defensive tackle. But I go back to Philadelphia, and when those defensive linemen worked out in front of me and Shasky before the game, and you said, Shasky, wow, look at how deep they are. You got to have deep defensive lines. So I don't care about them reinvesting in the D tackle spot if you get productive players. You can't whiff on it, but you got to get more productive players. But I'm not going to sit here today and say that it was the worst draft in the league. I don't know that.
No, I think it's...
But I don't think any one of us said that.
I don't know who's saying. There's a lot of dialogue about that.
I'm sure there's someone out there.
There's a lot of dialogue about that.
Fans are losing their minds because you took another receiver after we've kind of had receiver vortex, insanity over the last couple of years, which I understand.
I hear that.
And I think that they're looking at this and they're like, we got dominated in the trenches. Sure, playmakers were a part of it, but we got dominated in the trenches, and it just feels like the team continues to tell us year after year after year that they don't prioritize offensive line. That's their prerogative and their philosophy, and I think a lot of fans just don't agree with that philosophy, so that we're going to be angry.
Couple things about that. The first thing is that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. The other thing is, I think the frustration that comes with reaching Bonte, and you bring up Alfred Collins, I think that's
Do we know they reached, though?
Well, we don't know
they
reached afterwards.
We didn't you hear Bucky Brooks and Greg Cosell yesterday on Willard and Dibbs, and they're and even Daniel Jeremiah on NFL Network, Stribling started getting a lot of love apparently. We don't know that because we're not in the war rooms. I'm not trying to tell fans how to act. I don't care how you act personally. I don't care. What's cool about sports is everybody can have an opinion. And that's awesome. And some people are going to be proven right. Some people are going to be proven wrong. It is what it is. But all of a sudden, you sit back in the NFL draft, and by Sunday, you're like, wow, Daniel Jeremiah says Stribling started getting a lot of buzz. I had no idea about that. Now, personally, this draft, I didn't do as much research on this draft because at the end of the Warriors season, obviously, I just had a kid who's 3 weeks old, right? So I've been on father duty.
That'll keep you busy.
But a lot of people said this was a weak draft. But Stribling apparently started getting a lot of buzz, and the Niners felt like, 33, I don't agree with the receiver position. Like, I was shocked. I was one from Toledo.
Yeah.
But the guy could be a player.
A couple years ago when they drafted Ricky Pearsall, you and I went deep on wide receivers.
I didn't
and the 2 weeks leading up to it, you and I went through every single receiver. No one had Ricky Pearsall
no doubt
that high, and they reached on him, and we were lukewarm. And the guy, when he's been out there, has been solid.
A productive player.
Yes. But he hasn't been out there. I think the reach tab on Ricky, it might have been accurate. This is a big make or break year for him, I feel like.
But CJ Stroud, I remember CJ Stroud on draft night was like, man, Ricky Pearsall with Shanahan, man, they got themselves a player. Once he got picked and got into the system, people thought Slick Rick could play well. Now, Stribling, we don't know. We know this about Shanahan. He can scheme guys open, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This guy's got speed. This guy's big.
I mean, did you see who was their leading receiver in Philadelphia? It was DeMarcus Robinson.
Exactly.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
Kendrick Bourne off the streets had like 300 yards in 2 weeks.
And that's the brilliance of Kyle Shanahan. But I think, Bonta, you bring up the reaching thing here. And I think where the fan frustration comes from is when you're reaching for a guy, it's like you took this guy when you could have made a move to where you still got that guy, but you also could have gotten something else on top of that. That's where I think.
Do we know that, though? Do we really know that?
I mean,
because Mel Kiper Jr. said something and his sorry-ass big board, like, nobody's talking to Mel Kiper Jr.
No,
they think GMs are telling Mel Kiper Jr. what they're going to do. They probably use him as a mouthpiece to get their intel out. I don't know what see, that's the problem. My biggest frustration with the draft analysis after the fact is we just don't know what was on people's big boards. I don't know that. I don't know if it was a reach or not.
Well, I mean, you could also make the argument. We don't know how many people were interested in Dejon Stribling. I mean, maybe the Niners fed that out there because they want to try and cover their footprints or cover their ass and be like, we had to make this pick because, we thought someone was coming after him. Do they know that for sure? Or were they just saying that because they want us to come out and say, oh, well, that's why they reached for Stribling is because they thought he wouldn't be there when they wanted to get him. That's like my reach thing is, they're sitting on that pick all day long. They were trying as hard as hell as they could to trade it. Like, was the plan they wanted to trade back, maybe take an edge rusher or a safety at 33, and then they take Stribling later in the second round? I don't know if that was part of their strategy. If that was their strategy, they just couldn't execute it. That's one thing. But when I see reaches, it's that you reach for a guy that you could have had later and then still gotten something else on top
Apparently
of it.
The Jaguars are trying to move up. Apparently they were going to get past the Texans. Apparently this guy wasn't going to get past 50. We could disagree with the pick. Again, I wanted a safety from Toledo. So when they didn't get the safety from Toledo, I'm like, damn, he's sitting right there. When they didn't get Jennings Dunker out of Iowa, who sat until the third round, I said, damn, he's not there. But again, we got to take into consideration, they believe in their system, Shanahan and Lynch. And when you look at the bottom line since 2019, what's their record? Despite the drafts, because that's one element of team building. There's free agency, there's trades. They've made shrewd trades to kind of cover up some of the holes with some of these mixed picks. What is their record since 2019?
They've had many winning seasons and 2 losing seasons where the quarterback got hurt.
72-45. You've been knocking on their door. And they didn't lose Super Bowls because of bad draft picks. They lost Super Bowls because of poor execution. That's poor execution.
Let's get into this on the other side. The question I want to
throw out. The second one, you could say one player here or there. Like, I mean, you took a freaking kicker in the third round and a tight end, and your guy got cut from the team and didn't even play.
The kicker made 2 50-yard field goals in the Super Bowl.
And he missed the extra
Christian
point.
McCaffrey.
I know.
Christian McCaffrey fumbled. Drake
if they would have invested a third-round pick into a guard, maybe they block Chris Jones. I don't know. It's a woulda, coulda, shoulda.
And that's the thing.
You never know.
And so I think, are the
Chris
49ers
Jones is a Hall of Fame player. He makes plays.
You bring up what the 49ers.
Everybody.
You bring up the 49ers record over the last few years, and it is very good. And I think the question maybe we can dive into on the other side is the 49ers draft record something you could still depend on? Because, again, the last 4 years, their drafts kind of underwhelming.
How's last year's draft?
I think it's
I think you got
Stout.
Well, Stout was good, but
solid rotation player. Solid rotation player.
He played 31% of the snaps in a closeout game.
Would you say those are impact players?
Collins was okay.
Collins was okay. He got better and better. Did Collins impact the game on Thursday Night Football against the Rams?
I need impacts in more than just one game, though.
No, but it was solid.
Alfred Collins was solid.
I like Alfred Collins a lot.
When Seattle ran the ball down the Niners' throat in the playoffs, they were hitting the edges. Who's the guy missing off the edge? Mikael Williams. When Mikael Williams was playing, they had the 6th best run defense in the league. He gets hurt, they go down to 20th. But the proof was there. When he was in there, they were a top 10 run defense, were they not?
Let's continue this on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Are you trusting the Niners consensus right now with their draft strategy? We'll get into that on the other side. What's coming out of the game is brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast Mega Packs for just $5.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Question. Real estate in California. What the Seriously, can someone help? What's an escrow? What's an ARM? What is an REO? What is pre-approval? Can I get pre-approval? Why is inventory so low? Why are interest rates so high? Oh, interest rates not so high? How low is low? How not so high is right.
Before you go down the road of questions, get expert help at championsofhome.com. California Association of Realtors. Who's your realtor?
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years.
Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America NA, member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress, so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to cars4kids.org now, or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
From Carriage House to Glass Aluminum Doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system,
she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Am I soft? You think I'm soft?
And Joe Shasky.
You're not hard.
On 95.7 The Game.
The kind of conversations we have on this show. They're so much fun. It is the morning roast. Sam Lubman in for Joe Spadoni. Got Joe Shasky here. And we also have Bonte Hill, who's in studio every Tuesday, presented by Sarah Money Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. 888-957-9570 is the number to call. Are you trusting the 49ers draft consensus right now? Why or why not?
I brought this up earlier today, Bonte, and I think you keep asking the question, like, why is everyone losing their minds over the draft? And I think it's a couple of things, all right? Forget consensus and board and the actual players that they picked. Just for a second. No, I mean that. Like, just take a... Why are Niner fans losing their minds? As I think the bigger question. And I went crazy on it this morning because I think, to me, we've been in this vortex, right? And what I call it is like the loser vortex, where you've won so much, but yet you haven't won the ultimate prize, that it's a mind blank. And I don't want to swear. I don't want to swear on radio, but like, it's been messing with us. We've been the bridesmaid over and over and over. I can't think of any team in any sport that's been this successful over 15 or so years and not win a title. Meaning 7 NFC Championship games, 3 Super Bowls, without winning it once. And I feel like it's a more difficult, mess up in the mind than just being awful. When you're awful, when your team's awful, there's like, yeah, I'm a Warrior fan. You guys suck. Yeah, I know we suck. You kind of accept it.
No, that's not true. Yeah. That's not true.
No, not right now. It's about back when.
No, because when Chip Kelly was coaching his team and they stunk, the takes were wild. Yeah, Jed York sell the team. Mm-hmm. This team can't make a pick. They're nothing without Eddie D. They miss Harbaugh. I mean, it was relentless.
They also moved the team at that time, too, though. So there was a lot
but there's a lot.
The owner anger was a variety of things.
Because the Warriors won 37 games this year, and think about that dialogue.
But they've won championships.
Which even makes it worse.
No, I just think people are caught in the moment. And I just look at the Niners situation. I think had they won one title over these last couple years, I just think people would be a little more relaxed.
When Chip Kelly was coaching that team and I started covering the Niners, there was nobody going to those games. There's $20 tickets.
Yeah,
and I remember the radio was just like, Jed York was getting crushed. Parag Varate was getting crushed. The Niners were getting crushed. People were losing their freaking minds. Losing their minds. And then Shanahan gets the job. And this is the litmus test. They hadn't been to the playoffs in a long time. Second year, Jimmy gets hurt. They freaking lose all these games and don't make the playoffs. And going into 2019, the rhetoric around the 49ers was, we better win. We better win and go to the playoffs and this and that. So I don't agree with that. When they sucked, people stopped going to the games. They started crushing everybody. But now when they're good, that's just the society we're in now. It's just where we're at right now because fans now have a louder voice. They have a lot of voice. And you don't think these players and these coaches are reading what is being said about them or listening to what there's being said about them? It's never been like this before. So I'm okay with fans having a loud voice. There's some fans who don't know what the hell they're talking about and think they know everything. That's where we draw the line. It's like, wait a minute. You can't have it both ways. You can't be mad. Like, for example, I'm in the chat right now. People will say, Bonte, would you trade Ricky Pearsall for a third-round pick? Well, my rhetoric is, my reply is this. If you don't believe they can draft, why would you try to trade a player who's when he's healthy and productive and go get a draft pick for a team that can't draft? Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Well, I guess you're hoping at some point they're going to be actually like hit on some of these draft picks, and you got to figure them out.
But I think you also hit on something there. Like, trade the guy you took 28th overall just a couple years ago, a couple years later, because he hasn't been as good as you hoped for less value. Like, I think that is in part why people are, going nuts on the draft.
Well, you say that they haven't hit on anything. All right, so
I didn't say that.
No, not you. Not you. You keep saying that, Lubman, that they haven't hit on anything in the last 3 years. Dominic Pooney's a starting right guard, right?
Well, I acknowledge that Pooney is part of the good ones that they have hit on.
I hope one day that he can be a Pro Bowl level player.
In the last 3 years, though, I mean, your best draft pick has been a right guard. I just don't believe that your best pick over a 3-year stretch can be a right guard.
We talk about offensive line all the time. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you could take a right guard and be good.
Well, yeah, I know, but like that can't be your only great pick, though.
Well, it's not your only good pick. Ronaldo Green took a step back. But he's the starting corner in this league. He took a step back. That's a question mark.
Yeah,
I think
he's an
I'm talking about like actual impact players. So like Dominic Pooney's the only unquestioned impact player getting out of the last 3 years of the
draft. He's a solid piece.
Ronaldo Green, I'm not ready to close the door on him, but I'm also, I'm with you. I think it's a big year for him.
Right, Malik Mustafa. Huge
question
year.
Mark.
Huge year for him. But he's Tatum Bethune. Helped you win some football games last year as a seventh round.
Better than D. Winters.
As a 7th round pick. Yeah. So moving off of D. Winters, who I thought played well, but Tatum Bethune is a 7th round pick who wore the green dot helmet last year. All right, now you move to 2025.
Well, hold on. Stop on Tatum Bethune really quick. Is he a guy that if everybody's healthy, is he on the field every play?
Probably not.
No.
But that's okay. But he's a depth piece.
As a 7th round pick, it's a pretty good pick.
Fair enough. Okay, yeah, you want to get a depth piece there. But like, again, I'm looking for impact players who you can get out on the field for every single snap.
He's shown more now than what Jennings did his first year or second year.
You're not
Jennings took some time, and then Jennings was a very important 49er.
If you get impact players in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th round, those are home run picks. That doesn't happen.
Well, I expect first, second, third. I expect plug and play.
Plug and play, and that's what you got here. All right, last year, Mykel Williams, the verdict's out on him.
Yes.
Against the run, the dude was nails. The dude was stonewalling
but
dudes.
I don't draft a guy 11th overall for that, but I hear what you're saying.
That's their philosophy, right?
I know, and this is where I disagree with that philosophy.
Alfred Collins, it's worked for them, though. They've won a lot of football games. Alfred Collins, we can disagree on him, but he's a rotational player. Plays at the goal line, stuff in the run, had one of the biggest plays of the year for this team. Nick Martin, a lot of people were high on Nick Martin. We never seen him play. A lot of people want to see him play.
He'll get on the field this year.
Upton Stout, 3rd round pick. We just keep going down the list. Upton Stout. And now you got Hobbs. Now you got competition at the nickel, right? And Hobbs may be sliding to safety. Who the hell knows what they do with Hobbs? Watkins, question mark. Jordan James, question mark. Marquise Siegel. I like Siegel early on.
I of all the 3 safeties, I like him better than Jair Brown and Malik Mustafa. If you're asking me.
5th round pick. Connor Colby, battling for left guard.
We'll see with Connor Colby. I was high on him last year, but he looked a little overwhelmed at times last year.
He
looks small.
There's time for these drafts to grow and get better, but I'm saying like right now when I look at, again, compared to your competition, the NFC West, when I see, the Seahawks hitting Kobe Bryant in the 4th round, when they're finding Zach Charbonnet in the 2nd round, like they get Nick Eamon-Worry in the 2nd round. You got Kyron Williams coming out.
But they had a great draft. They had a great draft. But how many times? Go look at the Arizona Cardinals drafts now.
Well, but that's not the litmus test.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But that teams have that. Atlanta Falcons, I was looking at this yesterday, like who's on the roster now and who have they drafted over the last 4 years? You guys will be shocked at the turnover in today's NFL. With the salary cap, with guys on 4-year contracts, guys getting cut off the 53-man, injuries, there's a lot of roster turnover. It flips left and right. Now you got coaching changes, you got GM changes, you got guys who want their guys in their system, guys may not fit their system. The 49ers, we could disagree with their draft formula. It has been underwhelming. I'm not saying that it's been a home run. Like, I still don't know about this draft. I have no idea.
But I think over the last 2 days on this show, and whether I was doing with Grandy or with Lubman, my personal stance has been they've won a lot of games. No one's running them out of time. We're saying We just need you to draft a little better. Maybe we do get over the hump.
And I'll say that I'll add on to this.
That's fair.
But I don't look at the draft as saying in these NFC Championship games. I look at, damn, Jaworski Tart dropped the pick. Jimmy Ward gets called for unsportsmanlike. Jimmy Garoppolo can't bring it home in the biggest moments in that NFC Championship game. He can't make a throw to George Kittle in the third play of the offensive game. That's Jimmy Garoppolo. We did a lot of shows after that game. Not once have we brought up, oh man, the draft really cost us that game.
Also,
we were thinking quarterback did.
Well, no, I also think during that time from 2017 to 2021, the Niners were absolutely killing it in the draft. They were finding all sorts of impact players.
23, 24.
It's just, the
Trey Lance trade.
Yeah,
you lost a lot of picks. You didn't have it. It was a bad trade. That set them back in the draft a little bit.
And those drafts, here's the other part. Those drafts look worse because you traded for McCaffrey and you gave up a bunch of middle round ammunition that you could have used.
How about this?
I'm doing that deal all day, every day for McCaffrey.
We keep talking about reaches. I remember in real time with Brandon Ayuk. And I was a draft with CeeDee Lamb, who I love CeeDee Lamb. We argued about whether or not he was a number one receiver. I think we know where we stand on that one now. Henry Ruggs, Jerry Jeudy. Who else was it? Justin Jefferson.
Class, so the class is here.
Brandon Ayuk was like, really? Out of all the receiver, we took Brandon Ayuk? And I know what's happening with Brandon Ayuk now. It's a disaster. But damn, Brandon Ayuk was a damn good player.
He was.
Turned out to be a really good player.
But how do you, I mean, like, Jalen Reagor's the only guy in this list who has less yards than Brandon Ayuk as a career right now. Because I'm looking at it. Pittman Jr. more yards, Higgins more yards.
Well, that's because Ayuk hasn't played.
Unreal. CD, Judy, I mean.
Yeah, that's now because he hasn't played the last 2 years, basically. At one point, remember I was doing this.
At one point he was doing well.
He was putting up bigger numbers than CeeDee Lamb in a run-first offense.
But I never thought he was better than CeeDee.
Yeah, no doubt. But he was putting up numbers on par with CeeDee Lamb.
I thought he was going to.
Now he's been hurt. So now it's easy to see, okay, yeah, these players are being more productive. This guy hasn't played in a year and a half.
No, and
he may never play again.
No, we don't know. And I think I consider Ayuk, that was a good pick, all things considered. I know it's not good right now, but he had some great moments with this team. He helped this team get to a Super Bowl. But Bonte, like, I hear your point, but at the same time, it's like these drafts, they're not producing, I think, the kind of results I think you're expecting these drafts produce. And by that, I mean, like, here's an example. We know they have a need at edge rusher. We know that they're struggling to get sacks right now. In the last 4 drafts, the Rams picks have netted them 90 sacks in the last 4 drafts. The Seahawks have netted 50 sacks in the last 4 drafts. They also, do you know how many sacks the Niners drafts have netted in the last 4 years?
It hasn't been good.
13 and a half.
Yeah, they missed on Drake Jackson. Knee went out.
He has 6 sacks, 3 of them in one game.
But Nick Bosa hasn't been healthy. They also made a lot of trades for Chase Young and Randy Gregory. They've tried to go to free agency /trade route with that other Leonard Floyd, exactly. They tried to go that route with their edge picks. They haven't really gone in depth with the draft here with the edge until last year with Mykel Williams, when they were like, look, we got to stop the run. We have to stop the run with Mykel Williams. He gets hurt. So now you get Romello Height, who's supposed to be this edge, coming off the edge, who's 25 years old, who's got speed. We shall see about that. But DeMarcus Lawrence is huge for Seattle, who is a free agent pickup. So, look, they have not drafted well. They've still been on par with those teams. The only thing the Niners haven't done is won that damn Super Bowl. That's the only thing they've done. And when you look at those Super Bowls, your premium players didn't play well. Right?
They still got you there, though.
Players did not play you. They didn't play well.
Yeah, and I think, again, they did draft very well at the start, and that is why they got to 2 Super Bowls. And I asked Joe this question earlier in the show, like, what do you think is going to be better, the next 4 years of Niners football or the prior 4 years of Niners football?
When did the draft become everything for team building?
I'm not saying it's everything, but it's a big part of it.
It seems like it.
If we were to break down for the Niners, right, just the Niners, it's if you were ranking free agency, trades, and existing roster – right now, the last couple of years, it might be one of their weaknesses.
Drafts?
Yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah.
There's been no doubt about that.
Yeah. So that's why it's such a big deal, I think, in Niners. Because they want it to be improved.
But they're also leaning on guys they did draft.
But they've been leaning on for a very long time, though.
They're still highly productive. Is Fred Warner not an all-pro linebacker?
No, they're absolutely.
Is George Kittle not one of the best tight ends when healthy?
Is that going to last forever?
Brock Purdy's your quarterback, right? That was a draft pick.
Amazing.
That's been a draft pick.
We had said today. No, we had said today that, like, as long as Brock Purdy's upright, they're probably going to get great production from whoever's wide receiver and whoever's out there, because when he plays, they're good. It's that simple.
They've held on to guys they've picked, and they've made shrewd moves to shore up some of the holes. For every draft pick they missed on, they tried to cover it up, whether it's a trade for Christian McCaffrey, right? They can't hit on a running back to save their life. I get it. Elijah Mitchell was productive for a season. They've actually had more success with the undrafted when it comes to running back.
Jeff Wilson Jr.,
Matt Breida,
Jordan
Jeff
Mason.
Wilson Jr., exactly. So I do like this guy, Kalon Black. I don't, people saying they reach
he
for
was
him.
good in
damn,
college.
he runs hard.
But the problem I have with Kalon Black is he doesn't do what a lot of Shanahan running backs need to do to be successful. He doesn't catch passes.
You got Christian McCaffrey for that.
I mean,
you got McCaffrey for that.
So what? So
that's why he's there.
But
no running back was catching passes before McCaffrey, right? Elijah Mitchell was on the team. Jeff Wilson Jr. here and there.
McKinnon to do it, but he never
and
did
McKinnon
it.
never stayed healthy.
Well, I think that was a big gap in Jordan Mason's game. It's why I think the Niners struggled in the red zone a couple years ago when Mason was the primary running back because they didn't have that guy who they could dump it down to in the red zone that McCaffrey's been so effective at. I'm not saying that these guys have to be McCaffrey, but I do think a successful running back in the Kyle Shanahan offense has to be able to get his hands on the ball, catching it every now and then.
You got to be able to run the ball between the tackles, and you got to run tough. That's what you got to do in Shanahan's offense. You got to be able to run the ball between the tackles and take care of the football. The passing game aspect is an added bonus to this offense when it comes to Shanahan. That's just my opinion.
Okay, that's fair again when you are a run-first team. But again, if you're a run-first team...
Why are you looking at me like that?
No, it's just if you're going to be a run-first team, right, you need to invest in your offensive line, whether they've had solid production or not. Like the last 2 years have told you just haven't run the ball as well as you've done in years prior. And so when I look at the last 3 games of the year, and I was going through this with Loveman earlier, 8 for 23. That was the closeout game, week 18 against Seattle. The win in Philly, 15 for 48. These are McCaffrey's numbers. And then 11 for 35 in the playoff game. I don't know. Is Christian a part of this? Yeah. I don't know how much juice is he seeing the field. I didn't think they had a lot of room to run. And so to me, upgrading the offensive line and beefing it up was a huge priority.
I agree.
Well, when you didn't do it during free agency, I wanted to see them prioritize it in the draft. That's why when they waited till the 4th or 5th pick to make that offensive line selection, it's like I wanted it to be a higher selection. Now, that being said, if this guy gives you Dominic Pooney productivity, I'll walk it all back.
There you go.
Well, you know what? Janice Ducker was on the board in Iowa. I wanted him really, really bad. They didn't get him. They believe in Colton McKivitz a lot more than I believe in Colton McKivitz.
I thought McKivitz played well last year, though. So.
McKivitz did have a good year.
He was solid.
And look, he's one of the few draft picks from a couple years back that has signed a second contract.
They love Brindle. And look, they're just not big. Their philosophy is they're not big on guards. They've let guards walk out the door.
Every year.
Banks, Spencer
Lincoln
Burford,
Tomlinson.
Jaylon Moore, who was a swing guard, swing tackle. They let him walk out the door. He didn't even start in Kansas City, for crying out loud. So they just have a different philosophy than us, and they believe that Chris Forster, their offensive line coach, can coach guys up who are drafted in the fourth round, 5th round. For their system,
because it is productive, but the last 2 years it hasn't been as productive.
And part of that is Kittle's been hurt.
Yes, yes.
Part of that is McCaffrey's been hurt.
And he doesn't have the same speed. He's still a good player. He doesn't have the same speed. I agree.
Brock Purdy hasn't played quarterback, so you're going to defend the 49ers a lot differently.
Yeah, that's true.
You didn't have Debo's in and out of the lineup. Brandon Ayuk got hurt. So 2 years ago, it's just a wash. Nothing was going right for them.
Well, it was, Super Bowl hangover season.
Last year, up until Kittle got healthy, you saw them against Atlanta. It was like, wow, they can run the football. And they got better. And then Trent got hurt. And then,
and obviously, that was a big deal.
Obviously, you play Seattle twice and you play Philadelphia.
They're going to stuff the run.
Those are 3 of the better run defenses. Yeah. So, you got to run the ball better against those teams. But I think overall, they did a nice job on the ground.
No, I agree with it. But at the same time, and again, you point out, a lot of the playmakers they've drafted on early on who have kind of gotten them to this point. Like Fred Warner is still playing at an all-pro level. George Kittle still playing at an all-pro level. Christian McCaffrey still playing at an all-pro level. But like that time is running out. The clock is ticking on that. Like again, Warner's probably got a few years left. I don't know what Kittle's future looks like. I don't know what McCaffrey's future looks like. But Shask, you bring up what McCaffrey did in those last 3 games, and I saw a running back that just looked like he had 400 carries during the year that was starting to wear him down. You need to start getting some help in behind these guys and keep this gravy train running. That's how good teams stay good.
I also saw an offensive line that couldn't open up holes against Seattle and Philadelphia. Also saw that Christian McCaffrey had no room to run. So did he lack juice, or just did he have room to operate?
I thought Purdy was running for his life.
Yeah, they got snuffed out.
I think at some point it's going to be a little bit of both. Is he losing juice, or is he just kind of running for his life because he has no production? That's where I think when you see all these misses at running back here in the draft, because again, McCaffrey's covered up a lot of deficiencies in the running back drafting over the last couple of years. Again, over the last 4 drafts, the guys that they've drafted have netted them 15 rushing touchdowns. 11 of those have been from Brock Purdy. Like, they're not finding help behind Christian McCaffrey. Well, what have you been saying for the last 2 years?
Well, when you have Christian McCaffrey, you don't need those other guys. And that's been
I disagree with that now.
Hold on, because I remember that Chicago game when they had Trey Lance starting. And what did I do when I came in here? I said, they need a running back bad. They cannot draft running backs. Jordan James could not get on the field last year. I keep hearing about Niner Nick keeps talking about Isaac Correndo. I'm like, dude, get over Isaac Correndo.
He has the 4 touchdowns that he's talking about.
Yeah, I know. He had the big run against
crazy.
Seattle. But you have Christian McCaffrey. When Christian McCaffrey's right, we want him on the football field.
Yeah, but is there coming a time where they do need to work in other guys?
Yeah, there is a time now. And they admit that's why Kaylan Black could be that guy. And I believe I kind of like Kaylan Black. I know when
he was
they picked
productive
him.
at Indiana. But he was also in the tandem.
You know, he was in the tandem, but he could be in the tandem here.
Sure.
And that's fine. If you lessen Christian McCaffrey's load, that's great. Rushing load, that is. Hashtag pause. Hashtag pause. You look at me crazy here.
I would have liked that a couple years ago is what I'm saying.
Let me ask you this. Can you name Saquon Barkley's backup? Can you name... I know deep down, you know what I'm saying? You get where I'm going?
I do. Yeah.
Like... Nobody cares about Saquon Barkley's backup because Saquon Barkley's on the football field. What other top running back out there?
Saquon's a lot younger than CMC.
He's
like
a lot
guy
younger.
like a Jahmyr Gibbs and who's number 2?
David Montgomery. They moved off of him.
Moved off Montgomery.
And look, when David Montgomery's on the field, everybody's thinking, boy, you kind of need Gibbs on the football field. He's
Every
a lot
carry
more explosive.
Montgomery takes, I'm like, it's a win for the defense.
Exactly. You don't think other teams are thinking about that with McCaffrey in the past? So that's why I don't get bogged down into who was backing up McCaffrey, because McCaffrey was doing everything for you in the pass game and in the running game. Now, obviously, he's a lot older. You don't want him carrying the ball 400 times this year. That's obvious. And I think they try to address that with Jalen Black. And it also tells you that, hey, Jordan James and Isaac Corendo, you're on the clock. And that's the one thing. This regime, I don't think they get enough credit for it. Because, again, I'm with you guys on the draft. The overall drafting process, I want to make myself clear. It has not been pretty. But, boy, do they cover up those holes right away. Do they not try to atone for those mistakes? Damn, we don't know about Jordan James and Isaac Corendo. Bring in Kaylan Black. We don't know about Ricky Pearsall. Let's go get Deshaun Stribling and see if he can learn under Mike Evans or Christian Kirk. I think they deserve a little credit for that, for trying to patch up those mistakes.
Well, if you really want to be, I'll be that guy on that one for this one. You could make the argument that if they just got those picks right the first time, they wouldn't need to go back and waste picks to try and fix those earlier picks early on. And instead of drafting a receiver to replace your last receiver, you can get offensive line help.
So
you're not going to bat 1,000. That I acknowledge.
I agree.
So you want them to hit on every single pick?
Look, you
want them to hit more than they have.
35% of your picks, you're doing really well.
Again, I
mean, I don't even have an advanced number. That's just my guess.
I mean, they say 40%. See, if you're 40%, it's lucky. If you hit on 40%, it's lucky that you do it and move forward. Like, when I'm thinking about last year's loss to Seattle in the playoffs, six days later after beating Philadelphia, they had a mass unit out there. It wasn't because of the draft. It's because those dudes can't stay healthy. You can't say, you got a 53-man roster. How many teams do you think are 3 deep at each position? You're not going to have a ton of depth when you have a salary cap league.
Garrett Wallow was the hero in the Philly game.
That's what I'm talking about.
Crazy.
You're hurt.
Crazy.
You got banged up. What killed the year before? It wasn't draft picks. You got hurt. McCaffrey got hurt.
Yeah.
Purdy got hurt. Kittle got hurt. Brandon Ayuk got hurt. The list goes on and on and on.
When you saw the Rams take the quarterback, what was your immediate thought?
Shocker.
Right?
Shocker.
But what did you think as an opponent of the NFC?
Oh, I was happy.
Right?
I was happy.
So, like,
I was happy.
Wasted a pick.
I see exactly. Right? And
you think teams are thinking about that with Stribling?
No. That's not what they're saying with Stribling. I just think the way that sometimes the Niners operate is they prioritize certain positions to the point where they're stockpiling it, and other teams are like, good, we like that you don't stockpile your left guard, for example.
How about this, though? So we all came out of the Seattle game. Not only were they banked up, but we said, damn, they need more speed.
Well, they did need more playmakers.
They need more playmakers.
Yeah, they need to get younger.
They need explosion.
Yeah.
They need to get younger.
Yeah.
What is Stribling? From what we know.
Well, no.
So
I think you're on the Stribling pick. I'm over on
No. Let me
I'm
make myself
open-minded
clear.
to him.
Yeah, I'm this whole draft, I don't know who's what.
Yeah,
I like Kaylan Black. I don't know about Stribling.
Malachi Lemon could easily bust.
Dude,
Who knows?
Stribling, I was like, what? I didn't see him on none of these mocks. But then you start to gather information. You start to hear from the experts who do this for a living and break down the film 24/7. It's like, oh, we love Stribling. Like when Cosell says, I like Stribling more than Malachi Lemon, I sit back and say, whoa, wait a minute. Huh? What am I missing on this? But Seattle, they needed more explosion.
Yes.
They need more speed. And what does Stripling bring
Both.
you? And, oh, wait, he's a great – now, I don't like the fact that you take a receiver and the first thing you say is he's a great run blocker. I need my receivers to catch passes.
That's a bonus.
Well, you do need receivers to run block in this offense.
They want to replace Ayuk and Jennings in that department.
Honestly, they do miss that.
Well,
that is a real element.
We do not talk about
I will
Ayuk.
not laugh at
We don't talk about Ayuk's run blocking enough. Let's go to the phones really quick. Got a couple calls on the line.
The other part of Ayuk, real quick, he's one of the few guys that can beat man coverage where a guy presses up on him and still run past him.
Yeah.
Like that, Jennings was very good at beating one-on-one coverage in terms of like he could catch contested balls, but he's not running past anyone. So you're not bracketing him.
Yeah, sticky man coverage. Wayne and Sonoma. What do you feel about the draft here, Wayne and Sonoma?
Okay, man, I got to tell you, there's a lot of people talking about how they're disappointed and they just don't know how to voice it. So here it is. Did the Niners maximize the value of their draft slots? Sure, they got the guy they wanted, and he's talented. He's a great player. I love him. I think he might even be the next Debo. But, everybody keeps saying Kittle, Purdy, Warner. Okay, Kittle was slotted 4th, 5th round. Where did they pick him? 5th round. That way, they didn't reach for him. They didn't. So if they would have used the 2nd round pick on him, would that be the maximum value to be extracted from pick 2? No, they could have used it as a trade or something else, and then still got Kittle. Right? So that's what it is. It's called opportunity cost. Whenever you make a decision, you have to look at it and say, what is this going to cost us if we make this decision over another decision? So thank you very much for taking my call. I appreciate it. Dibley, I've been listening to you since the station that shall not be named. And go Niners.
All right, Dan Dibley's on from 2 to 6. It's funny, I wish he would have stayed on because Peter Schrager, I just pulled this up 2 hours ago. Did not see this until now. Peter Schrager, I think we all respect him, right?
Yeah.
You respect him?
He gets a lot of information from the Niners.
He works hard.
Peter Schrager, one big talking point from this draft is the teams that took their guys and trusted their boards versus consensus. Bears, Rams, Jags, and most notably the 49ers had the largest deltas between their picks where the consensus big boards listed. And they had their boards. All those teams made the playoffs last year. The Bears took guys, gambled on them. Like, at some point, you just got to go get your guys, right? If your job's on the line, and you're saying, well, there's Mel Kiper's board and Todd McShay. Yeah, I don't give a damn. I know John Lynch doesn't give a damn about it. And that's why I thought the back and forth between Grant was funny. Grant asked a fair question. I thought John Lynch gave a fair answer. It's like, look,
I Kyle's was the better one.
Right, but Kyle later on was a good
Kyle's
answer
was
too.
The better one, yeah.
But John basically was like shutting that down. Basically, like, look, I appreciate your thoughts on this. They have their consensus, but ours in the big board. This is what we do.
That conversation that you're talking about is right here.
John, your draft board seems to deviate quite a bit from the consensus. Why are you confident with that, given your track record drafting the last few years? It seems like it leads to you making reaches.
Well, I appreciate that you think that. Depends whose consensus. We got consensus in this building. That's the consensus I care about.
One thing I want to add also, just the way the 49ers picks, I think, were distributed in this draft. They had a couple early on, then they had 3 basically in a row at the end of the 4th round, the compensatory section of that 4th round. When you don't have late picks like you usually do, I do think that does kind of put you into a situation where you got to reach up and take guys like, like Carver Willis, who was an undrafted free agent, 7th round projection in like the late 4th or early 5th round or something like that. Because if you don't have a pick in a round when a guy is expected to go, you basically have no choice but to reach if that is a guy that you want to get. I do think that
if these guys are good, they'll get praised. If they're not good and they don't play, people will be outraged. It's very simple.
It just feels like we've already, as a fan base, determined what these guys are going to be. We already determined basically this class is going to be bad.
I think it's more the last couple of years. People have been frustrated because Garendo, who you referenced earlier, and Jordan James and Jordan Watkins and these middle round guys don't see the field, and then random undrafted or signed guys in the middle of the week step up and play better than them. Look, Kendrick Bourne is more along, no one wants to hear it. Kendrick Bourne was ready to compete and help them win games faster than Jordan Watkins was, and people are like, well, that shouldn't be the case. Well, it is for this team.
No doubt. And look.
Right? It is.
It is, but when we say 3rd and 4th and 5th round reaches, those picks are gambles. Those mid-round picks are gambles. Like, Deommodore Lenoir was ranked 319th on ESPN's big board. The Niners took him 172nd. Turned out to be good. They gave him a massive deal. Talanoa Hufanga had a 212 ranking going into the draft. Well, the Niners took him 180th overall. Dude became an all-pro and got a contract with the Denver Broncos, right? Brock Purdy, we know about him, Mr. Irrelevant, ranked 362nd, taken last in the draft, but that's worked out for the Niners, right? Dominic Pooney was 104 on the big board.
No, we love those. We're talking about...
But he was just talking about Campbell's.
13.
Right,
And
Kimball's a terrible pick. Terrible. And it blew up in their face. And they're still trying to replace DeForest
they
Buckner.
took a wide receiver after Kinlaw. They could have had Justin Jefferson.
Could have had Justin Jefferson. Could have had CeeDee Lamb. Could have had all those guys.
I know.
Trust me.
So, I don't think people are out. Like, middle and day 3 reaches, no problem with them. Heck, that's when you should be, crazy reaching.
So that's why when you say Carver Willis, that's where they're reaching. They're saying, oh, this guy played tackle.
Yeah.
But he could play the interior.
I'm okay with that. I love that pick,
dude,
actually.
He's at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, I love that
He could
pick.
possibly be a center. Yeah. I think the guy could play. I think the guy may be a factor.
I think it's the early
Enrique
round
Cruz.
stuff.
Yeah, the early round stuff gets on our
Mike
nerves.
Kell is a great example. Again, I don't think Mike Kell is being written off. He shouldn't be written off. He hurt himself, and that sucks.
Right.
Is he ever going to live up to the 11th overall pick? That's going to be tough.
Look,
it's going to be tough. We'll see.
That pick, I'm
not writing him off.
I wanted Tyler Warren.
You did? And
I wanted Tyler Warren as a playmaker. You know what I'm saying? Instead of Mike Kell. But I could see their vision. They're saying, man, teams are running the ball on us. We got banged up. We need to set the edge. And then when you look at that playoff loss in Seattle, I know it was bad. But Kenneth Walker got around on the edge over and over and over again. I'm like, that's Mike Kell. He's got to stay on the football field. And so, yeah, some of these picks do need to pan out. But I think the overall picture is Lynch and Shanahan and company, they're probably looking back saying, yeah, we've underwhelming in the draft.
Yeah.
But we're also 72-45 since the beginning of 2019. We're knocking on the doorstep of the Super Bowl. Trust me, this fan base is, I want a ring too. I wasn't even going through puberty yet when they won the Super Bowl in 94, 95. So, I mean, what's crazy is that they don't get the benefit of the doubt. That to me has been wild.
Just in the draft.
I don't know.
I think in everything else they do.
I think it's more. People call it for John Lynch's job.
Well, that's too much.
But we all know this is Shanahan's baby, right?
Well, that's what I was telling Lubman. I was like, if you want Lynch out, then you kind of want Shanahan out. Because they're connected at the hip.
And I'm trying to figure a way to separate them. But no, I think you're right. There's a reality there that they are.
I want John Schneider running the team and Kyle coaching it.
I know. I hear that.
But that's not Kyle wants to be able to shop for the groceries and cook it.
I think the frustration with the Niners also they've just been good enough in the draft, just good enough to say that they are decent, but they've been falling short enough to where you can't say that they're great at the draft. Again, it's the one gap that they have is the draft. But unfortunately, that's a tough gap to have in terms of trying to get over that last hump and win the Super Bowl.
This is what we do know. If they're a player away, they will make a trade midseason.
Yeah. Sure.
They're a player away in free agency. I think this offseason was pretty damn good for the 49ers. Personally, Mike Evans.
How would you grade it?
What would be your letter grade?
Yeah, I said B minus.
I was like C plus, B minus.
I give them a B for now, B minus maybe because they didn't address the safety position. They're a lot higher on safeties than I am. Again, I wanted a young man from Chile. I wanted Stukes from Arizona. He goes to the Raiders a few picks later after Stribling.
Thieneman? Do you think they were going to go for him?
Yeah, I didn't like Thieneman.
No, I was just wondering. Do you think maybe that's why they traded down?
I think they were looking at the Lawrence kid from UCF.
Oh, the Dallas took 23rd.
Or the young man from Georgia Tech. Who's the guard from Georgia Tech? Rutledge. I think they were going for him or the young man from Central Florida.
My hot take at safety, I think Ephesians Prysock, the corner out of Washington, I can see them trying to move him to safety and giving him a shot
pretty
there.
Big.
He's pretty big.
I think he looks like a guy who could play that position. That's just my hot take out the rip there. Though. He looked good. I like saying his name a lot.
Yeah, I give him a B because Mike Evans, one thing we're not talking about is what Mike Evans will do for Stribling.
Mm-hmm.
What did Mike Evans do for Ibuka?
He's going to open him up.
What did he do for McMillan?
Ohio State wide receiver.
But
it's
McMillan,
just insane.
You don't think they benefited from having Mike Evans in that room?
Godwin did.
Yeah, exactly. Those
Godwin
are three.
got a huge deal.
And that would be huge for this team.
He's a good player.
Until he hurt himself.
Jalen McMillan from Washington, who had a big.
I like McMillan.
Exactly.
All right, let's get to final thoughts. All right, I'll start off here. I don't think this was talked about yesterday, but the other big story from the weekend, Klay Thompson. What are you doing, man?
I'm going to leave this alone.
cheating on Megan Thee Stallion. Oh, I'm disappointed. Very disappointed. True love died this weekend, guys.
Yeah.
Now I wonder if it's even real. Oh, that was
grown
heartbreaking
folks'
to see.
business is what I say. Stay out of grown folks' business.
Oh, that's all
We
I'll
don't
say
know what's
about
going on.
Disappointing
Leave that
end,
alone.
too. I was hoping. They were my favorite power couple in sports.
You know, I don't get why people get caught up in these celebrity relationships. Like, I could care less.
We love the smut. That's why.
You do?
Not really, but this particular one.
Because he wants to date Meg Thee Stallion.
Well, there's that too. I mean, who wouldn't? But like, no, I enjoyed seeing them together. I thought they were a fun couple to follow, and it's a bummer that it ended the way that most of these things end.
I don't even know what to say.
No, I silenced Joe Shasky. I didn't know that was possible. Joe, what's your final thought?
Man, my final thought. I need a nap. I'm exhausted from yesterday. I need a nap. That's my final thought, Bonte. I'm hungry and I need a nap.
Oh, digging deep for that one.
Yeah, my final thoughts, since we are talking draft.
Sunburnt.
I cannot wait until training camp. I cannot wait. I saw one dude.
Are you taking a month off again?
I saw a clip. I am taking a month off.
Every year
actually.
you do this. You go to training camp, then you go like a week later, you go, I'm never coming back for training camp. I'm just going to show up week one.
No. I was off the morning show last year for the first time in a long time, and I was able to go to all those practices. And I was going to all those practices, and it's a lot of fun because you see things that, you can just assess for yourself and form your own opinion about things.
Your own opinion.
Yeah, like Garendo, I was like, yo, he ain't having a good camp. And people were drinking, you should see the film. I was like, he ain't having a good camp. Your buddy Greg Code has somebody on the clip popped up on my timeline, and this guy said that, I think he said dribbling was the biggest reach or the biggest something in the 21st century. And I was just thinking, like, damn, I watched
Darius Hayward Bay?
I mean, I watched Darius Hayward Bay. How about Ross in Cincinnati because he ran at 4.2540?
From John Ross? Was he Washington or Oregon?
Washington.
Yeah,
Washington.
Jeremy Ross. He went.
How about Tavon Austin?
West Virginia?
Yeah, I mean, Solomon Thomas on line one.
Dude,
hello.
Thank you.
So
Solomon Thomas one.
Just some of the hyperbolic about this NFL draft. We got it. Like, let's just wait until they put on the pads one time.
What was the name of the bowl with him and Trubisky?
The Sun Bowl.
Thank you.
El Paso Sun Bowl, El Paso,
I'll never
Texas.
forget they took Solomon Thomas, and you're like, you and me are arguing about it. I hated the pick. He was the 11th best player in the Sun Bowl, and McCaffrey didn't even suit up.
I wanted Deshaun Watson, and people say, well, you don't want to take a quarterback and start his clock. I'm like, you always start your franchise with a quarterback. It's the
I agree with
silliest overthought process. And thinking about that, we overthink the draft process. Way too much.
One thing I was thinking about watching all these Texas Tech defensive players go off the board. Right. Could you imagine if Mike Leach had NIL?
Oh my gosh.
He would have won how many natties? No, I'm serious.
Oh my God, he would have
If he got
shop.
the defense, because the Texas Tech defense, it felt like 15 guys got. I know it wasn't that many, but it felt like 15.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
I'm just convinced that Niner fans overall. Now, there's a lot of people who do like the draft that I've been talking to that's not on Twitter. I'm just convinced, though, that a lot of people are just going to come out of this saying, yeah, they blew it. They stunk.
I'm not saying
but
that
if
about
he scores a touchdown week one, we'll be thrilled.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, I can't wait for it. I'm rooting for him. And you know what? Quick, these players, I hope these players watched that press conference. I hope these players looked at it and said, damn, I was a reach?
They really aren't believing in us, yeah. Use it as fuel.
McNabb never let that go.
No, he didn't. And he had a borderline Hall of Fame career.
So Niners still in a good position overall right now. Just hopefully the draft can get them a little bit better. That's all for us today. Steiny and Guru are coming up next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000 $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Milgard windows and patio doors and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at goldenstatelumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Are you lacking energy, have low libido, stubborn belly fat that you can't get rid of, working too many hours at the gym with no results? These are warning signs of low testosterone. The doctors at Prime Male Medical can test your testosterone levels and prescribe treatment if needed. For just $99, get a testosterone test, PSA test, Doppler ultrasound, and a full year of free visits. Prime Male Medical, 415-761-4037, or go to primemalemedical.com, 415-761-4037, with locations in San Francisco, San Jose, and the East Bay.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university under siege. Listen to and follow Campus Files, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
What's up, baby?
I'm deciding. Arrow Guru the Johnson.
Yeah, that's man. You look good, Slim.
Thanks. I'm assessing your attire.
Well, it says Guru on the back.
Well, I haven't even gotten to that part
This is
yet.
straight from the Valkyries. Thank you all.
And you went with a purple shirt underneath.
To enhance there?
Well, it's not the same shade of purple. It's a darker purple. Now, I would have stuck with a white there underneath.
I was going white, but I kind of like my outfit.
Of course, they're starting their season Friday.
Yeah. Seattle. Is it here or I should know?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Let's go Vals.
They win anywhere, though.
Steiny, I got so much on my noggin, man.
Well, start us off, buddy.
Shasky this morning was my spirit animal.
Why?
Just basically telling the world, the double birds, don't tell me how to fan. And you do that to me 4 hours every day, 20 hours. But I love Butch on that rant. Like, don't tell me how to fan. And then, two, I'm fixated on this Steve Kerr thing. I think, and Dibbs kind of backed me up, I don't want to speak for him, on the crossover yesterday, Steiny, I think that interview in the New Yorker was a goodbye. He talked about things that if stuff was popping off in the franchise, within the walls, for him to be silent or, you're talking a little too much, Steve. He expanded his answers, and to me, that felt like a goodbye. I could be wrong. And then the 49er draft and where they're at, I just think a lot of this reaction is Seattle's in their division along with the Rams, and there's a gap. And we don't know what this draft is going to, what's going to come of these players in the draft, but Niner fans are mad. That's how I'm feeling.
All right, first things first.
Yeah. That's the show.
I don't care enough to tell people how to fan. Okay? They can fan however they want. Now, I'll judge them. I'll judge the fans for sure, but I don't tell them how to fan. If fans want to be typical fans, they can be typical fans. We know what's going on here.
Right.
We know that it's fair to look at the 49ers draft history under Shanahan and Lynch and scratch our heads a little bit. That's fair.
Yeah.
Not just 49er fans, but, people around the league have openly wondered what they're doing, what they did, what their plan is. It might work out. It might not. And that's the nature of sports.
Look at my man.
Yep.
I will say this, as I told you and Evan in the green room. Now, when you look at the Jake Moody pick and what they did,
where did that come from?
That was a reach.
Like 5 years ago?
It still counts, and he's
How
not
long
on the
ago
team.
was that?
And Bonte did
4
leave
years
here
ago?
saying he made 2 50-yard field goals in the Super Bowl. But the bottom line, Stoney, is like that's a reach. But that has nothing to do with this crop of draftees. So we'll see where they go. And what we do know is the 2 games against the Super Bowl champs, there is a gap. And we'll see if the Niners, with health, can bridge that.
Yeah, we've got a lot going on right now in the Bay. We got Steve Kerr and the Warriors trying to figure out where they're going from here. Apparently, we'll have a decision by the end of the week. It's hard for me not to at least agree somewhat with Goo. If you read this article on Steve Kerr in the New Yorker, it's interesting to say the least. And one of the things we'll get into is one of the things he said basketball-wise, which I actually think is a pretty good idea, but it'll never come to fruition.
And I think it's a horrible idea, man.
But, we got the Giants 13-15. They go to Philly today. Philly just fired their manager.
Wow.
Rob Thompson. Phillies had won 90, 95, and 96 games under Thompson in the last 3 years. He's gone.
Are you shocked?
Gone. Not really. I mean, they're what, 8 and 20, something like that this year.
Giants have won 3 series in a row, 6 runs in back-to-back games. Keep it going.
Yeah, the thing about the Giants, so, we're at a not natural, but, they play 28 games. We're getting to the 20% mark of the season. How do you think they're doing?
I think they're forming an identity. I really do. And, I'm watching Jung-Hoo Lee. I think he's going to remain at the leadoff position, go the other way. Casey Schmidt's starting to pop. Now, they do have the worst offense in baseball, and that's got to change. And Devers has got to catch up with, more fastballs, and Adames has got to start hitting. But, Stoney, I like where they're at in the rotation. We'll see Molly tonight. Outside, he's been up and down, but I like what I'm seeing. And it's not even a month, April. We're still in April. So, obviously, you don't want to be under 500, but I like where we're at. And I know I got 90 wins, but since that Yankee series, they're over 500. And let's just see if they can just stabilize it and keep going. But Jung-Hoo Lee is setting the table offensively. I like that. And I'll just say I like that. My chances with that bet. This is what I had envisioned.
They got to play 20 over 500 from this point.
No doubt. Long
so
way
they need to be like now they have to start winning at a 95 win pace.
Well, whenever they decide.
You want to double down?
No, you're in trouble. You got to bet going with me with the Hawks and Knicks. And
it's 2-2, I thought.
Yeah, going back to New York, it was 2-1.
And they've split in New York.
Atlanta's done.
Oh, okay. Well, not the way you talk about Kuminga. I thought they had a shot. I love Kuminga.
I didn't like what you did to him yesterday. I'll let you go because we were on roll.
I didn't do anything with Kuminga.
You ripped him.
No, I didn't.
For a bad game.
I did not rip him.
Yeah, you said, good, why are we not talking about him?
That's exactly the opposite of what I said. Exactly the opposite. I couldn't be more disappointed.
Well,
my point is on Thursday, he had a great game. People called in Friday. Stuck it to everybody.
Fun. Yeah.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. No, I'm not gonna get on here every time he goes 3 for 10 and do what the people do every time he goes 8 for 13. That game is over.
Yeah.
The game is over.
I got you.
Okay, good. If you're a Bay Area fan right now, what's piquing your interest right now? Is it the Giants starting to play a little better? Is it the 49ers and this draft and either excitement or a letdown? Is it what's going on with Steve Kerr and the Warriors and how's this going to shake out? Like what's the most intriguing part of the Bay Area sports scene right now?
Listen, I know, again, I'm going to go football real quick here. It's not the Niners for me because they're winning, okay? And they're qualifying for the playoffs. We can get in the nuts and bolts, nooks and crannies of the draft. Stoney, it is what I just said to start the show. Steve Kerr, like, how can you start your off season if you don't know who's going to be the captain, James T. Kirk? And I asked you this morning, after reading that article in the New Yorker, has your opinion changed? And I get everybody's. Nobody knows what's going to happen, but I just felt like that was a goodbye. That expansive. His answers were everything. He gave you more than you even thought you would get when you asked him a certain question. So I do want Steve Kerr back here to ride it out with Draymond and Steph because I'm assuming both will be here. That's not going out on a limb. But to me, Stoney, do you have a problem if Steve Kerr's in the lead in regard to my curiosity and just my intrigue level when it comes to Bay Area sports?
No. I think that's the big decision that a lot of Bay Area fans are waiting on, and hopefully we get it this week. I do want to get into some of the things that he said in this article because I think what's happening right now, and I can't wait until we get the full story, but I will bet you in a week or two, regardless of what happens with Steve Kerr, whether he's back or he's not, that he will address a certain issue that has now really come to the fore about whether or not he's going to be the coach next year. And that is if he's too outspoken, It's really that simple.
Yeah.
We're hearing it more and more, and then he addressed it again. He's addressed it a few times, and the whole idea that sometimes perception is reality, if that's the case, well, then the perception is this is an issue between the organization and the Golden State Warriors, that maybe they are a little uncomfortable with how outspoken he is.
Well, I told you yesterday at the golf course, Stone Tree, Stoney, if that was a ultimatum or something that I had to, my employer asked me to work on, I just couldn't do it. You know, I've been somewhere 14 years. I just can't do it. So 12 years. So we'll see what Steve Kerr declares or decides to do if it's fully up to him. But he said something about Draymond Green that irked me. And I'll just share it real quick here. I know we're up against it.
Well, let's save it, Goo.
Look at the clock.
But 888-957-9570 is the number. If I were to ask Bay Area fans, what is the most interesting and compelling topic right now? Is it Steve Kerr's decision? Is it what the 49ers have just done in the draft? Is it the Giants starting, hopefully, to turn it around a little bit under Tony Vitello? We've got Sergio Romo coming up today at noon, former Giants reliever. He was out at Stone Tree yesterday, hitting the ball around. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And as you know, we're live on YouTube throughout the entire day. All you got to do is search 957 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts and insiders, and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the biggest games. All you do is go to YouTube, search 957 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Mix and match items, buy 2, get 3 for free when you buy 5 items. Items like Oscar Mayer bacon, Kraft mayo, Kraft singles cheeses, and Capri Sun juices, selected varieties. Check with your local Safeway store for a full list of participating items. And speaking of participating, here's Dan Dibley.
Well, I'd love to, Mark. 8-piece fried chicken, 4 drumsticks and 4 thighs, or Signature Select Classic Salad, 32 to 48 ounce size selected varieties for just $5.99. And finally, USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast Mega Packs for just $5.99 per pound. It's unbelievable.
Yes, it is. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
In the aisles.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center, restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit SilveradoResort.com.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Let's talk about a big win on and off the field. This April, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and you're automatically entered to win 2 luxury suite tickets for the Giants versus the Diamondbacks on May 25th at Oracle Park. We're talking suite level, great views, all the food and drinks included. Your one donation saves lives, and it puts you in the best seats in the house. Make the call to donate today. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org for an appointment.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to Lynch for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. Lynch's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. Lenseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
They're back. Logic and G-Eazy are hitting the road with their Endless Summer Tour Part 2. They'll be making a stop at Shoreline Amphitheater on October 28th. Buy tickets at LiveNation.com. And for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
I'll be out there.
Hayden, that dude should return his muscles.
Hey, social media, kiss my ass.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You got a list. You got to share it with us later. Wow. Tell the people. That's a tease.
Well. Yeah, well, we're not there yet. Steve Kerr's not there yet either, apparently.
I feel like you're pitching on the bump and I'm catching and I'm just missing all your pitches. Just pass balls to the backstop. But, yeah.
I got a trivia question for you to start out the segment. I'll invite Evan in on this one. On this date, in 1987, the NBA announced that in the following 2 years, there would be 4 new teams coming into the NBA over the next 2 years. Name the 4 teams that came into the league.
Evan, I'm going to go first with one.
And 89.
Vancouver.
Nope.
The Denver Nuggets.
Nope. Wow. Interesting. Denver Nuggets were one of the original ABA franchises.
The Pelicans.
No. Wow.
In 1987?
87, they announced 4 new teams coming in, 2 the next year and 2 the year after that.
Were the Pacers one of them?
Nope. Original ABA team. Da-da-da-da.
Oh, my gosh.
Charlotte
Hornets.
Look at him.
That's one. Wow, this is interesting. It's interesting.
87, that's my era.
I know. 4 teams came into the league. Charlotte and this other team in 88.
Were both in Florida? Orlando and Miami.
That's correct. Miami in 88, Orlando in 89, Charlotte also in. So we have Charlotte, Miami, and Orlando, but there's one more team.
That would have to be Stoney. Not Brooklyn.
Nope. Sometimes.
Oh, the Grizzlies.
They howl.
Oh, Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Oh, Jesus.
Timberwolves came in 1989.
Where'd you get that?
I found a site. This day in sports history.
Like Willard found a draft site yesterday.
You know what else happened in 1985? Fernando Valenzuela started the regular season with 41 consecutive scoreless innings for the Dodgers.
Crazy. Man, Fernando Mania. That I remember. And since we're doing that, I need to shout out happy birthday to the great, his 60th birthday, Stoney.
Norm.
Too short. 60th birthday today.
Okay. All right. So, Steve Kerr.
Something else.
What?
If it were Norm, why couldn't Too Short get the same love Norm got? Norm! Too Short.
You know why? You know why.
I don't.
Your
daughters are familiar with Too
I
Short.
have more respect for Norm.
Right. Too Short. Come on, Snotty. Still doing it.
I don't know. You know what? I don't know Too Short. I have met.
Oakland legend.
Norm.
Bay legend.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right, go ahead.
What to say.
Go ahead. You want to get into Steve Kerr?
No. Listen.
Oh, you don't?
I do.
Oh, okay.
So this is the guru vision. If my employer has sat me down or talked and said, hey, you need to scale some things back, however that conversation went, and now I'm at the lab or I'm at home, his lab, pondering, do I want to come back? And if that allegedly did happen, and I need to bite my tongue a bit on things that are happening in our country, I would not have done this interview with the New Yorker where he talked and was excellent in his answers, and he said a lot of stuff pertaining to sports and our society. And to me, I just thought, if I'm Joe Lacob, and allegedly, if I want Steve Kerr to dial that back, he was on the loudspeaker to the world with more expansive answers. And that's why, to me, I thought to myself, maybe this is Steve saying goodbye, and he's giving you Steve Kerr unplugged. You say what to that?
I think you might have it right. You might have it right. Just to play devil's advocate,
Al Pacino.
I would say that he was asked about a lot of issues, in this particular story, and he gave his opinion on a lot of issues. But the one thing that he did also say in this interview was that he made some mistakes, and he got personal about the president, and he wishes he wouldn't have done that because it came off the wrong way. And I'm almost wondering, could you look at it, and if you read the whole article, you see Steve Kerr maybe saying, look, I got to stay true to myself, but, maybe I haven't gone about it the right way. Maybe there are better messages I can send during those particular times that will be, let's say, bring people together more than maybe drive them apart. And maybe that would be enough for Joe Lacob if we're talking about Joe Lacob not crazy about some of the things that he said over the years. I'll say this, though. Let me tell you what's undeniable.
Okay.
Whether it's because Mark Spears said it on these airwaves, or whether it's what other writers have written, which now they have, and whether it's Steve Kerr himself acknowledging that some of the things he said has gotten the attention of management. The bottom line is this has now become a perception, and it's going to have to be addressed one way or the other, whether he's back as the coach or he's not back as the coach, because this is turning into, at least from an outsider looking in, as one of the issues to whether Steve Kerr's coming back or not.
Wow. And I'm hearing you loud and clear, and I just want to run this by you because I do respect and I like Joe Lacob, and he's changed everything in regard to Warrior fans' lives here in the Bay Area. But, Stoney, would you have a problem if this is true? It's not shut up and dribble. It's like shut up and coach a bit.
I mean, I'm sure that would be a way to decipher it. But again, it doesn't mean Steve Kerr can't weigh in on his thoughts.
But he's got to be careful now, right?
Of course.
Okay.
Well, why wouldn't anybody have to be careful? I mean,
I guess because he's never had to do this. This has never been an issue before out loud.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it was an issue, but when you win, it doesn't matter. Or maybe it was a small issue, and over time, it's gotten to be bigger and bigger, and it's starting to rankle some people in the front office. I don't know. I don't know. But what I'm getting at is now we've reached the point where this has been written about and talked about, and it's clearly going to be considered one of the issues. Whether it is or not, I don't know, but I guarantee you somebody's going to ask Steve Kerr about it. The other thing you said yesterday, and I didn't respond because I wasn't sure. When you just said, at some point Steve Kerr will come to the podium. I wonder if he'll come to the podium if he's not back as coach. Like, that would almost be a little strange in a way. Like, I could absolutely see the Warriors putting out a press release that Steve Kerr and the Warriors are parting ways, and that the first media guy to get to Kerr will be the first media guy who gets to Kerr.
It's funny you say that. And the reason I say that is because in this article, that's why it felt like a goodbye. When have we ever heard him talk about his love for Draymond Green from the prism of Draymond Green done some things that are unforgivable? Like, he's never said that. At least I haven't heard that. So to me, that was heavy. I did want to say, well, you never did anything to him, so it wasn't that unforgivable. But to hear Steve Kerr talk about that, the things that Draymond has done, and label some of the things unforgivable, and he still loves them, I almost fell out my chair. So you could be onto something if that were to happen. And again, I'm rooting for the coach to come back. But if he doesn't, maybe that's why he was so expansive in his answers with the New Yorker.
There was another answer, too, and maybe this is what happens when we don't know if a coach is coming back or not. But I saw a quote in there from Steve Kerr where I was putting myself in Lacob's position, and I got to tell you, I wouldn't have been crazy about it. And it was this one where Steve Kerr said, look, if Draymond Green and Curry were done this year, if they were retiring this year, the decision would be easy.
Oh.
And
I know where you're going.
As Evan said, well, what do the rest of the players think? On the team.
No doubt, man. No doubt.
So, it was a very interesting article, and the timing was very interesting. And I'm back to leaning toward not thinking he's coming back at this point. But it's wavered about 3 or 4 times in the last 6 weeks.
You tell me and I'm a grown-ass man, both of us, Donnie, and we'll be at the Boys and Girl Club of Oakland this Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. But what if I told you I've come to the realization that I'm using Steve Kerr as a crutch in a sense? Because he is symbolic of what they've built, and they were a dynasty. He said they're fading. I agree. It's obvious when you look at the last 5 years of what they've done, last 4 or 3 years. But the bottom line is, I don't want to go back to the old days and not making the playoffs of the old days. And yeah, that went on your whole career as you covered the Warriors. But yeah, I know we got Steph and he's box office. But I've realized it's a young man's game. You need more than just Steph, i.e. Detroit. Kay Cunningham has no help, but they made the Oz. My point is, man, if we really swap coaches, I guess I never thought in a million years that it would hit me the way it's doing right now, possibly in regard to what it symbolizes, that the good times, shout out J.J. Evans, may be over.
Yeah, you said something here that I think is interesting. And
cut that, E.
And it's a problem.
Uh-oh, you're smiling.
You see, this is, I think, I'll say we're, just to be a nice guy. I think we're falling into the trap of thinking something that no longer is true. And that is this. When you say, Steiny, I'm not in a hurry to go back to the old days, not making the playoffs. Well, that's not the old days anymore. That's 4 of the last 7 years you have not made the playoffs.
Man.
So the only thing I push back on is when people say, why are you in a hurry to get back to the bad times? I'm not in a hurry to get back to the bad times. But where are we right now?
It's dark. No playoffs. Day 9.
This is from Saint Neek on the YouTube chat. $5. Oh, this is our guy. This is our guy who had the baby.
Nico.
Yes. He said baby PTO was born on Saturday, April 18th at 7:30. This is from Nico in Sacramento. He loves the show, guys. P.S. No one pays to come see the coach, Goo. All right, baby PTO is in the house.
I'm
Congratulations.
a little surprised it wasn't on a Thursday.
Well, that's my brother. Yes, damn.
All right, Nico is a
I wonder how
father.
many pounds. Do you know how the $3 you had? Could you tell me how much each weighed?
No, and this is one of those things where.
But some dads can.
Okay, can you?
No.
Exactly. Nobody can.
Evan, you know how much you weighed when you came out the chute?
Here's the other one. What time
Why
of
would
day?
I know?
What time of day did they? I don't remember.
But
No
that
idea.
stuff, good parents remember, Steiny.
Not necessarily. Oh, I got. Okay, so if I would
Willard
have
and
written
Dibs
it
will
down.
know. Let's take a bet. Now they'll probably go back to, hey, how much? You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Size matters.
It does, Bob.
You know, I also. Yeah, I know when all their birthdays are, obviously.
All right, I got that.
March 3rd, May 11th, and
That's price of admission,
October
though.
21st.
Yeah.
But I don't know exactly how old they are right now. I think I told you. Like,
No,
Josie's, I think, going to be, I think she was turned 28. Might have been 27.
Right.
I mean, come on. I mean, does that make me a bad dad? Okay, 98. What's 20?
I
She's
added
28.
one on to Donovan. I didn't tell you Friday. You said I added one on him.
You think it's because there's a subconscious part of you that doesn't want to believe that they are growing up?
Nah, that's real, E. If I was in E's office right now and he was my doctor, I would say that's it.
Maybe.
That's it.
Did you cut the cord on your kids?
No, they
With the
had
scissors?
the ping pong table, so it was it wasn't a natural. What do they call it?
Cesarean?
Yeah.
C-section?
So all I heard was, he has a lot of hair.
Yeah.
I didn't get to see.
I had a chance to cut that thing.
Did you do it?
No. I'm good.
Why not?
See,
I was
why
good.
not?
Because I was good.
Were you scared?
I felt no need to do it. None.
But other people were involved in that. Have you ever double backed and said, you know what?
No.
Did I drop the ball not doing that?
Not cutting the umbilical cord?
Which
I
is
never
scary.
thought about it until today.
Which is scary, man.
I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I could just see, oh my God, he missed a spot.
Yikes.
No, not there. Anyway.
Yeah.
What'd you make of Steve Kerr saying basically can't stand Draymond Green?
It hurt a little because, in life, no matter pro ball or what, just regular life, family life, work life, when somebody does something to the degree where it's unforgivable, there should be repercussions. And Draymond's nickname to me is Nancy Kerrigan because he skates every time. So we've never seen anything publicly done. And what really cut me, and you didn't ask, was ring night. They could have finessed hey, Dre, you hit pool, sit this one out. We're all good. He was there. So I'm not saying Steve's not telling his truth, but I guess the facts don't back up. If it were unforgivable, his ass would have got suspended when he hit JP.
Well,
Come on now, give me that.
No, I think I won't, because I think Steve Kerr is disagreeing with you. He was asked if he and Draymond had ever, almost come to blows.
Oh.
And he said, yeah, I mean, people pulling us apart.
What?
And in my first 5 years, we would get into 3 knockdown dragouts a year. Now listen to this part, because this flies in the face of what a lot of people think. He says, and in my first 5 years, we would get into 3 knockdown dragouts a year. Part of it was I just had to show the rest of the team that I'm in charge. You have to do things by a set of standards. It's a community that you're building, not just a team. A little society with values and standards and expectations. And they're your community, and it has to police itself. The coach has to demand certain behaviors certain habits. So for a long time, we had a truce. I understood him so well. He understood me. But this year we had a major blowout in December. He's such a unique person. There's things he's done that I can never forgive him for, and yet I will do anything for him.
No, that's major. But I will say this. Am I being selfish? If I say, hey, I understand you want to show the team that you're the big dog, and you are, coach, but can you add the fan base to that? Could you possibly add the fan base to how it looks when it looks like one guy is skating and is above, any type of, not write-up, but, penalty?
Well, it sounds to me like what Steve Kerr is saying there is Kerr's first year was what, 15?
And they won it all.
15. First 5 years, tumult. That takes you to 2020. And what I hear Steve Kerr saying is, the way I coached Draymond Green from 2020 to 2016 up until December, everything clicked. And then we had a blow up again. Like, I think what I'm saying is Steve Kerr would say, don't tell me that Draymond Green walked all over me. Nothing happened from 2020 to 2026. And the first 5 years, I had to try to establish something, which I did establish, but it took time. And what he's saying is that over Draymond Green's career, that he probably couldn't have been coached or disciplined any better or differently. That would have led to this kind of success.
Well, again, I'm speaking on people I don't know or have a personal relationship with, but one of the things that bothered me about Draymond Green is it looked like he skated every time. And again, I won't hash up old stuff, but the Jordan Poole thing was something we'll never forget as a fan base. It's society. And we watched it and nothing happened to the guy. So I get what Steve's saying, and maybe he feels like that's his prerogative. He's put that foot down. But from afar, Steiny, lifelong Warrior fan, it doesn't look that way. And I do wonder what would Pat Riley have done in that situation. Hell, he traded Jimmy Butler when he started acting bad or going bad.
Well, let me ask you this. Let's say Pat Riley had been the coach and he would have moved Draymond Green 7-8 years ago. Would that have been the right decision? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. But from what Steve Kerr's talking about, what it looks like, and we have standards and the respect thing, from that vantage point, it would have checked all the boxes.
One of the greatest defensive performances.
No doubt. But, Steiner, you can't sit here, and I know you're not, we can't sit here in front like Draymond's been disciplined like he was in the Navy for some of the things that he's done.
No, but it's not the Navy. I mean, we just, for example, all I'm saying is, I just watched that Jailblazers documentary.
Right.
And you want to talk about no accountability. People would say that was no accountability. All right, so what's the other extreme? The other extreme is my way or the highway. The other extreme is Draymond Green, you threatened Steve Kerr in Oklahoma City in the locker room at halftime. You are gone. Period.
Man.
End of story. Certain organizations, maybe, I don't know, maybe Pat Riley does that. I don't know.
Man.
Or maybe Pat Riley calls in Draymond Green the next day and says, there it is, that's your lay. You do that, anything like that again, you're done. You know that. And by the way, you're suspended for the next couple games. Yeah, maybe Pat Riley would have done that, and then it would have impacted Draymond Green's, ensuing career or years. But I think what Steve Kerr's telling you is I balanced it as well as I could. I wasn't gonna go 100% one way or 100% the other.
Right.
And I tried to work with him in the middle, and by and large, I think it worked out really well because we've got 4 titles and he's gone to the Hall of Fame.
I hear you.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're coming up on a week and a half since Steve Kerr said he was going to think about it. If you guys have been taking in some of the info on, what people are saying and what Steve Kerr's doing, Bonte just said he was out at a farmer's market on Sunday.
And you said he was at Carica with his son.
He was golfing on Friday in Alameda. He was at a street fair or farm, whatever they call them, street fair on Sunday. I don't think he's sweating it.
Well, it's not sweating it, son.
No,
he's
he's not.
pondering a decision.
Right, he's not sweating it. Right, so you agree he's not sweating it.
Do you know you could walk into your local pub
so he's not.
And meet somebody and they could be thinking to themselves, you'll never know, watching the game, talking, do I divorce or not? You know what I mean? You never know what somebody's, so you live your life. You can go to the gym.
But if he's out,
Evan's working out with people that are thinking, do I leave or not? Like, you'll never know. So he's not supposed to be in a dark room.
No, but you know, when I tend to golf, I'm not sweating anything. I'm not sweating it. Like if Nahigian said to me, hey, listen, I need more of a commitment out of you, Steiny. You got it. You in or out? Yes or no? I'll give you 3 days. By the end of the week, I probably wouldn't golf today. Yeah, probably.
But you'd be
probably go somewhere other. Right. I would be sweating it. If he said that and I go golfing, guess what? I'm not sweating it, dude. I'm going to golf, and I'll get back to you on my time.
Well,
not
you
yours.
got 3 days.
Oh, do I?
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah. Let's just hope that's not our last encounter with him, because that's what it would be if he dips. But think about that, huh?
We have one encounter with him a year. I wouldn't miss it.
Well, I'd miss him with Willard and Dibbs. That's real.
Oh, you wouldn't.
Now, why do you laugh?
Like, you know what? You'd probably let me tell you, you're going to like Stotts more.
That's where I love T, but I don't. You got to come all the way brand new if you do it.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Steve Kerr. Hopefully we're coming to a decision soon so the Warriors can move forward on their coach search if they need to find another coach. Sergio Romo going to join us at 12 o'clock, former Giants reliever and World Series champion. And that segment was also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Hey, I'm Mercedes, a junior at Tamalpais High School and a field hockey athlete. As a junior, I have multiple things that stress me out, such as my job, grades, and finding the crucial time to relax. Something that's really changed my life is finding group workouts, hot yoga, hot Pilates, the music, the laughter, and the community. It calms me down and helps me see my life more clearly. In honor of Mental Health Awareness Month, get up, get out, join in. You don't have to do it alone. Brought to you by Hot Yoga Republic. Visit hotyogarepublic.com.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. If anyone knows about diehard sports fans, it's me. I get to live and breathe the excitement of the season all year long. Now for advertisers, that passion matters. It's exactly why sports radio performs for brands. People who listen to sports on radio via streaming or on sports podcasts are nearly 3 times more likely to consider a brand that supports their favorite team. So if you are interested in reaching sports fans, we have the playbook for you. Check out our comprehensive ebook, State of Audio, Sports Fandom. Check out stateofaudio.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
95.7 The Game is proud to support Drawbridge and the Aragon Foundation on the Bridging Creative Possibilities Gala, May 9th in San Francisco. Join us for live music, dancing, and an art auction with proceeds that help fund music and art education. For tickets, head to 957thegame.com.
That was a stupid question, Steiny. Stupid.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
As you know, Guru, I have a sixth sense about a lot of things. Quite frankly, a seventh and eighth. And I have a question to ask of you and Evan.
Carter.
And if Risotto's in there and he's... What happened? What happened here? Something's happened here. I can tell.
What do you speak of?
I can tell. I've been listening to the radio since we've gotten off our show yesterday, and I caught a glimpse. I caught a little bit of an earful from Willard about the NFL draft.
Okay.
And I seem to believe that he was on a track to say, chill out, right? You don't know if these picks are good or not.
Yeah, I was kind of echoing that same thing.
But I get the sense that some in here took offense to that and said, don't tell me to not be disappointed in a draft, and don't tell me not to question these picks, and don't tell me not to question the strategy of Shanahan and Lynch. Is that what we're talking about? Just put it on the table.
Okay, put the rat on the table.
Rat.
Brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
Yeah.
My question is, why would you put Willard's head on that?
Well, because you know why? Because I'm like Steve Kerr. You want honesty with me.
You thinking about dipping though?
No, I'm just saying. No, what I'm saying is,
I didn't know.
What I'm saying is, I heard some things from Willard, and then I heard a little rebuttal from Shasky. And,
he was saying,
what are we talking about?
Don't tell me how to fan, which I love. Don't tell me how to fan. We all fan different.
Yeah,
But you always critique me and judge me.
Critique is I can critique how you're a fan.
Yeah.
I don't you can fan any way you want, and then I can make fun of you if I.
Because there's truly no fan police. You know what I mean? So Shasky was saying.
Maybe there should be.
Well, who?
Me.
And what?
I would be a great fan policeman.
But what credentials do you have to be in that position?
Which no fan has.
But see, you haven't been a fan since a boy.
That's right. That means I'm removed from those emotions.
But now with kids and bills and stress, you go to sports to get away. That's what I do, to get away from the everyday stuff that you got to deal with, and that's why it's so beautiful.
That's not what I'm talking about.
But it's what I'm that's what I'm talking about.
Again, you can fan any way you want, but it doesn't make it the right way.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I was just defending
Okay, let's do this.
All right.
Okay, I'm not a fan. We know that, right? So I'm out of this one.
And I hate that.
I'm out of this one.
Right.
All right, so I'm just going to do this. So we got Shasky's a Bay Area fan, no doubt.
Die hard.
Spinoni's got his teams.
Die hard.
You like your
Die
teams
hard.
and the Bay Area teams.
No doubt. Got love for them.
I hate them all.
All right.
Willard and Gibbs
Die
are
hard.
definitely Bay Area fans.
Gotcha.
Hell, I'm going to go to Evans, a Bay Area fan.
Yeah.
Who's the best fan among our staff? Like who does it the right way?
Daryl Guru Johnson. No, I don't like.
Because I'll tell you exactly
the question, and I don't think there's an answer.
I'll give you my answer,
but it doesn't make it my answer.
That's
but go
right.
ahead.
That's
our answer. Go ahead.
I don't want it to be the same if it's not.
But go ahead.
I like
this. I can't wait.
It's Shasky to me.
All right,
because Shasky, I think, he's got some homer tendencies, no doubt, but they don't cloak his objectivity. I feel like he's more able to say when things aren't going well than some others. I don't think he's overly critical, but I think he's a little more like he's more passionate than, let's say, Dibley or Willard.
What I love about Joe, real quick, Stoney, and I want your answer.
I was going to finish and let you know, but
just
go
real
ahead.
Quick. He reacts to new information. He admits it. But I guess when you graded him, and I'm not jealous, but I guess he didn't lose any points for that. But yet you'll throw tomatoes at me when I change something.
Because let's talk about Jung-Hoo Lee. Now, if you want, I can ask Evan for your rant 2 weeks ago when you not only ripped him, you questioned everything about him.
I wasn't by myself.
Shasky on that, no, but he's better at this. He knows that he'll be like, Jung-Hoo Lee is not doing what we need him to do. Yeah. He's got to play better. He's got to start getting on base, taking the ball. Like, you just,
Nahegan and Shasky said he wasn't a big leaguer.
You rip. No.
I asked the boss. We talked about it yesterday at the golf course.
No. Well, he's my favorite.
All right, that's easy, and that's okay. That's okay. There's no wrong answer. There's no right answer. There's no
there is
for that.
There's a right answer for me.
Too. We forgot Bonte.
That's still Shasky.
Well, I got you. The point is,
still Shasky.
I don't want your award. But anyway.
Well, you're not getting it.
Right.
Shasky gets it.
You are something else. But Shasky today did say
888-957-9570.
He did say, don't tell him how to fan.
Ooh.
And as a diehard, I love, that's real. Don't tell me how to do it.
I'm not. No, I'm going to tell you when you're wrong.
Well,
when you're fanning wrong.
We do that 20 hours a week, but still.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. And we got Sergio Romo to talk Giants coming up at 12. We saw him yesterday. You can ask him about my swing. He saw it up close.
I saw it up close too, Goo.
No,
and
you
it's
saw
terrible.
it on video.
Your swing stinks. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of playing the game.
But you know what? I've never said it doesn't stink. And then you showed me a picture of LeBron. His was better than mine.
Barely.
His was bad, yeah. I know mine stink, but why would you say it with that much energy?
Because you kind of talk about it like I don't know. Guys you talk too much about golf.
Shasky said the exit velo was about 150.
It's not.
He saw it. He was there.
Okay.
So now
you can't hit a ball that rolls and it goes 150 miles an hour.
It didn't roll. No, they had some air.
Anyway.
Congrats, Shasky, on the award, if he's listening.
Yeah, I mean, Shasky also comes around to conventional wisdom before the lunatics ever do. Like he has a more realistic sense for where the Warriors are right now than, let's say, you.
No, please. Hey,
I just like realist
Willard,
fans.
but I try to defend Willard. How did Willard catch a stray from you?
He didn't catch a stray from me.
Well, you brought him up.
He caught a stray from Shasky clearly this morning.
I don't see now you're being messy.
I don't mind the way.
Evan, that's a 9. That is the greatest one. Bottom line, Steiny, is none of us know if these guys, this last batch of draftees by the Niners, are going to pan out. But the bottom line is they've been winning damn near as much as anybody. So to me,
not because of the draft.
And now moving forward, when I look at the Jake Moody pick in the 3rd round, I thought it was cute when you're winning and you took a kicker and you got something out of him. But it was a failure because he's done.
I can't believe we're talking about Moody.
No, but it's about the reach because that's all we're talking about when it comes to the draft.
What about Trey Lance? That's the reach of reaches.
But you got bailed out with another draft pick.
Well, I mean, you got bailed out, but that doesn't mean the decision was any better.
No, the decision was awful, but you didn't pay a price for it. Well, you lost some draft picks.
You
but
sure did.
But Steiner, you had a guy that could take you to the bowl and got you a 10-point lead.
They got very lucky.
Yeah.
They got very lucky.
However you want to call it.
Unless, they had a grand play. No, you know what? No, actually, John Lynch. Let me this is the thing. Yeah. Like, John Lynch will talk. Certain fans actually think, you know what? 49ers, they're genius. They had Brock Purdy 2 on their quarterback board, but they knew that nobody was going to draft him, so they waited until the last pick of the 7th round. They're get the pike. We're lucky.
I did hear our guy Cosell on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. He said he's talked to people that
let me guess. Oh, go ahead.
Stribling, he's a guy. Like, he can make some plays. So we'll see if that manifests or happened in a uniform in his rookie year.
I need a guy who makes a lot of plays, not a play here and there. This is Cosell. He was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Talk to me about Stribling.
2025 tape, the first thing that stood out, you're dealing with a guy that has an outstanding size speed profile. He has vertical explosiveness. He's big. He's 6'2 1/8. He's 207. I loved what I saw in that regard, but what I didn't see on his 2025 tape was I didn't see him working between the numbers a lot. So I said to myself, you know what? He transferred from Oklahoma State. So I said to myself, I'm going to go back and look at all his pass targets from 2024 when he was at Oklahoma State. And you know what? He worked the middle of the field at Oklahoma State really effectively. When I was all done watching probably, 100 and whatever the number of targets, maybe 200 plus, I came away really liking what I saw. I thought that quick, he looked refined as a route runner. I think he can really develop into more than a vertical dimension. He's absolutely a vertical dimension because he can run by people. So I really, really like Stribling.
All right, that was Greg Cosell. Really like Stribling. But the reality of the situation is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There were a dozen guys who a lot of projections had to go before him. So, if you want to say this pick stinks, that's probably premature. If you want to say, well, this pick is a little bit of a
you didn't
stretch.
Need it. Yeah, right. A reach.
Then, according to most boards, it was.
No doubt about it.
It just was.
I will say this, and this is something, and I'm being serious here, Stoney, so I need a serious response from you. The only reason this guy was drafted, or this position was drafted, because Brandon Ayuk, the whole thing has been a debacle. You shared with me on Media Day years ago for the Golden State Warriors, Steven Jackson said he wanted up out of there after he signed the deal. Have you seen anything remotely close? Because I am watching this situation, and the reason I bring this back up is John Lynch. I mean, now it feels like they're just trying to give him away. And I don't know what's going on with Ayuk. I thought he was going to the Commanders, but you had free agency to do something about it. You had the draft to do something about it if he had suitors. I don't even know if he'll step on a football field again. I'm rooting for the kid. I think something's going on. Have you seen anything remotely close like this? What word am I? The deterioration of a relationship between a receiver that got paid and his team here in the Bay Area. I can't think of one like this where nobody got in trouble. There was nothing off the field. You got paid, you got hurt, then it was all bad.
Well, I mean, like, I don't know. What about, what was his name? The other receiver, the crackpot, Antonio Brown?
Oh, yeah, but he wasn't in the Bay. Yeah, I was just saying in the Bay. That's why I went Steven Jackson. But Antonio Brown, obviously a greater receiver than Ayuk. But, I mean, the reason they drafted this position is because they can't count on him. And
what about
he's no longer here.
What about Kuminga? Somebody like Kuminga.
That's a good one.
I love Kuminga. Trying to think of
the Kuminga.
I mean,
I'll give you that.
Give me the question again. Where just something deteriorated
after a guy got paid.
No,
he got hurt, and then all of a sudden, wherever he went,
I got a guy.
Give it to me.
Kevin Durant.
Yeah, but I think we got the answer.
In other words, it happens a lot apparently around here.
Who are you? I think we got the answer to that.
What do you mean?
Steve Kerr was the reason. And the reason he didn't want to come back. He said, I thought we played with joy. So that was a direct shot, I thought, at Kerr. And, rumors have it that when they tried to bring him back, he didn't want to come back and play for Kerr.
Let me ask you this. When you go back and look and say, why did Durant leave? Do you say, like, it's 100% Steve Kerr?
No, it's because he was insecure and he thought he could be.
Does Draymond Green get any of the blame?
Oh, no doubt.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
No doubt, Stoney.
I just wanted to make sure.
But the Ayuk thing is on my mind. It's just like I'll never understand it. And he's still technically under their, John's just, now he's saying, hey, give us a call. It's like, it's becoming a joke almost.
I mean, I understand that we may never get specifics.
Yeah.
But why can't we just acknowledge he doesn't want to be here?
Like no, that's it.
But like that okay. How come Kevin Durant, he didn't want to play for the Warriors?
But naturally,
why didn't Kuminga? Yeah. He didn't want to play for the Golden State Warriors.
But those got their thing naturally ended. Ayuk got paid. Durant, he had to make a decision. He's like, I'm out of here. He could have came back. He made a decision. I'm talking about a guy that got new money, got hurt weeks later, and this happened. And before he got his new money, there was drama. Trade, no trade. So unplug the fax machine, plug the fax machine. So you think you get it all rectified, and you give him an absorbent amount of money. I was rooting for Ayuk. He got more than I thought he could get. So, okay, let's go. You go get hurt, but yet it's the team's fault. And I know it's easy to say move on, but I would love to find out.
I think it's the exact same with
happened.
It's the exact same with Kuminga. He was here for 3 or 4 years. Year 3 or 4, things started to sour. He got sick of it. They got sick of him. The next thing you know, he's gone.
But he never felt coveted. He never felt loved. He felt like he never got a fair shot. You got the Benjamins.
Yes, but he also got lambasted his first 2 years here by Kyle Shanahan, and he also is a receiver, which means it might not. He wanted the ball more. Yeah. He's like, to me, I think Kuminga and Ayuk are the same. They both wanted bigger roles on a team that couldn't give it to them, and that's what soured their relationship with each team and each player. There was just, I don't think Ayuk thought he got the ball enough.
Yeah,
and I don't in a different kind of way, I don't think Kuminga thought he got the ball enough. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
No, I hear you. You're making some points, and we don't know, but unlike Kuminga, he went on to resume his career in another city. So did Durant. Brandon Ayuk, and I got 3 kids, a bunch of problems, and gas is $6 a gallon, and I drive a Cadillac. I got a bunch of problems to be worried about, but unlike those other 2 that I mentioned, I don't know if Ayuk is going to, resume his career. So it is kind of uncanny, man.
I think Ayuk's going to play in the NFL again.
This year?
Maybe, yeah, I do. Why wouldn't he? I mean, like the 49ers, they got to do something at some point. don't they?
Do you just cut the cord just for the sake of it?
Yeah, they're begging right now. I mean, come on, they're begging.
Yeah, when John said that line, I you saying begging, it kind of felt like, damn.
I mean, it just depends on whether somebody will give him a 6th-round pick for the guy or not. But, yeah, I mean, trying to think of.
I like that word.
I mean, you mentioned Steven Jackson. He did that for sure. Baron Davis walked away from $17 million when nobody thought he was going to walk away from $17 million for the Golden State Warriors back in like 2008 or 2009. So, it happens when guys sour. This is more Cosell on Stribling and comparing him to Makai Lemon.
I spoke to an offensive coach who's been in this league for 35 years who liked Stribling more than Makai Lemon. So all this consensus talk, that means absolutely nothing to anybody that has a brain.
All right, well, hold on, Cosell. Wow, I'm coming at you. And I'm telling you why I'm coming at you.
Get him!
Because I don't have to do a show with you and you can't put me in my place.
Get him, Steiny.
Okay, so who's to say the guy that he talked to
I was saying.
is representing the consensus or not representing the consensus?
Hello.
Oh, like
that was like an agenda. Like that's my guy.
It really bothered you, didn't it?
Well, you went in.
Isn't he a Cowboy?
Who?
Lemon.
No, he's Eagle.
Oh, that's right. Who am I thinking of? The defensive back. My bad.
Oh, yeah.
No. So John Lynch got over on Howie Roseman?
My man said what he said.
No, but you like when you're looking at a board, how do you know if the board's a consensus board or it's a weird board? You know what I mean? Like there's no way that you make up a board and don't look at other boards.
Oh, right. Well,
and then you either stay veered off or you conform to what the other guys have.
I will give Kyle this. Ricky Pearsall, when he plays, and Brandon Ayuk, Stoney, I wasn't familiar with their games. Like, they were the dudes, CeeDee Lambs of the world. So for them to come in this system that is predicated on Kyle's genius, they popped. But one can't stay healthy. And the other got hurt, but doesn't want to be here. Right now, those are misses, man.
I'll tell you what.
No, go ahead.
No,
you look good, man. Go ahead.
I'm getting sick of this too. You know what? Maybe the Giants. No, not the Giants. The Giants are okay. What are you shaking your head? I haven't said a damn thing yet.
Evan, tell us.
You need to focus.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Maybe the San Francisco 49ers and the Golden State Warriors should become the Golden State when they play. The when they plays. Oh, when they play, they're pretty good. Oh, when they play, they're pretty good. Oh, when they play, yeah.
But Stoney, injuries aren't fun. You know what I'm saying? They're not doing it.
I know they're not fun.
Just bad luck.
I know they're not fun. And they're not just a bad luck. The when they plays.
Well, what about
when the Niners play? They're pretty good.
Yeah. Well, they were good sustaining the injuries because they made the playoffs and won a damn game.
Yeah, but
that still doesn't put you in the realm of. I heard that too.
What was that?
I don't know. It sounded like an owl, but it sounded like it doesn't put you in the. Let me ask you this: a point blank range. How far are the Niners right now to you after the draft and free agency behind the Rams and Seahawks?
They're a 9-win team. 9-10 wins this next year.
See, I don't think that's good enough for Niner fans. But if that's the natural evolution of...
If you're not good enough, you're not good enough.
A dynasty, almost dynasty, because that's what it was, going to 4 NFC championships and 2 Super Bowls. You hope you're closer than that. But those 2 games were sobering to me, and I'm just being real, against Seattle. And that's why Butch said what he said about how fans are feeling, and they look at the draft for hope, and they're mad, and it's their prerogative. I felt that.
Listen, and this is where the 49ers and the Warriors are in the same boat. And that is they're both trying to get better, but the reality is there's something we never talk about. And when we talk about those teams, even though we just mentioned them right now.
All right.
But the reality of the situation is when you really look at it soberly, the Golden State Warriors are so far behind the Spurs and the Thunder It's not even funny.
Okay,
and the 49ers are behind Seattle and the Rams. Now, it's football, so you're never going to have to beat those guys in a 7-game series. But the reality of the situation is the teams at the top of the Western Conference in the NBA and the teams at the top of the NFC West, they are better than our teams by a significant amount.
Right.
They just are.
But you are on point, but it hadn't been that way for a while.
Right. So what does that tell you?
That you have to go reinvent yourself. And
or you might be on the decline.
No doubt about that. But you got a quarterback like Steph Curry's the Warriors, right? And
Don't do this. Don't do this.
I'm not comparing
because we don't have Tom Brady. That's the only Curry on the football field.
But you got a guy that you think is supposed to be your Tom Brady.
He's a top 12 quarterback.
Yeah,
He's not Tom Brady.
15. Yeah.
Okay, top 15. But that's the thing. If you have Steph Curry, you're going to the playoffs every year in his prime. I don't. You can't say that about a football team. You need. I think you need more help than that on a football team. But 888-957-9570. What do you all think about what we're talking about? What are we talking about, actually?
Just expectations and what you do with your anger.
Yeah, and as a fan, let me give you a hint. Don't have them. That'll help. Don't have expectations. Who could possibly have expectations for the Golden State Warriors in 2026, 2027 right now? Just eliminate them.
I got to be
You're
honest.
welcome. Can you on the other side?
Yeah.
Hey, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident or a serious injury or a tragedy that can change your family forever. Suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so that you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey! What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connects to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear The Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from JP from El Cerrito. Brandon saved the day. Quick and super professional work on a much-needed repair that was critical for our business door. Thank you for the service call and keeping our storage facility in El Cerrito running.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Save $10 on a pair of Bosch Focus wiper blades. Our professional parts people will even install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Congratulations, Robert Saleh on the Liquor Store 7.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, where was Nico from, our new father? Nico from Sacramento. Congratulations. He had a baby over the weekend, a boy. Saturday. We don't know the boy's name. But he's the guy who said...
Nickname is PTO. Oh, well, Nico is his name.
Right. I'm talking about his son. His son will forever be known as PTO.
Yeah.
That's okay. It's your legacy.
It's whose?
Yours. It's fine.
Mine is winning the contest.
And then the next baby who's born that wants to do the same can name the baby Thursday.
Well, I'll give you a 2 on that. I'll tell you this. And I hope Carter's not listening. Shasky, my nephew LJ, my niece Bonte. But Steiner, I'm glad I had my kids when I had them.
How come?
This world to be right now, man.
What do you mean?
It's just wicked.
Oh, I disagree.
Gas is $6.
Oh, you're talking about that. I'm talking
bread.
About life itself has turned into a piece of cake. Don't you think?
What are you talking about?
I don't have...
in your life,
I don't think
you got to worry about a dog and that's it. Okay, yeah.
No, but it's a matter of perspective. It's a matter of perspective. Life is wonderful. Just don't sweat it, Goo.
No, I'm not sweating it.
It sounds like
every time I touch ground out of the bed or the couch, I'm thankful. Can I just tell you a quick story?
I want you to.
Mia's birthday yesterday.
I'm kind of feeling you today.
Mia's birthday yesterday. 16 people deep at
how old?
Cabaya Blanco. Let's just say she robbed a cradle. How about that? I said that at the thing. Made me feel 18. Listen. So I pay for the dinner like I'm supposed to.
Jeez.
I don't like bringing boxes home from a restaurant. Let it go. Okay, I got family members that they loaded up. It's like, damn, we at UPS. We need all these boxes. So we get home.
Yeah.
I ate light, had 2 enchiladas a la carte. Then I was, watching the game. I had it taped. Late night.
Sure.
She brings home a corner of an enchilada. And I say, I see the white box. I eat it before I go to bed. I'm pulling into the parking garage and get lambasted about eating the corner of an enchilada in which I paid for, everybody's.
Ooh.
But don't call me. How about have a good day with Steiny? The world is yours. You ain't my... Like, what are we doing? Evan, it put me in a foul mood. Evan, make sure when you do it and you get on that knee, you got the one, E. Just make sure.
I'll do what I can, Gil.
Yeah, that's it. Steiny, come on, man. Enhance my day. A little corner of an enchilada. Anyway.
I'll never forget when I took Mary Page's chicken salad.
Dude, you still remember?
She was so mad, and I'm like, what? It's in the fridge. And then no support from anybody. That's her salad. How the hell do I know it's her salad?
Man. Are we saying something else without saying it? Is it really the enchilada? That's my question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. You know what I've done, and it served me well most of the time? When you're ever eating something at home, just leave a little. Just don't finish it. Even if you leave 10 to 15%.
But why?
Just so you can use a sliver of an excuse to say, I thought that was going to be enough for you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You eat more than that?
Maybe I need to incorporate.
I'm sorry.
That's the Homer Simpson. Remember the Valentine's Day episode where he brings in a box of half-eaten chocolates to Marge, and he tries to play it off like he loves her, and that's why he had to try every single flavor first?
Oh, Homer. Oh, boy.
He was pretty funny, Homer Simpson.
They had a good run.
I remember he was at the company. He was at his company, and the boss was saying something like, now we understand that a few of you out there may have a drinking problem. And Homer raised his hand and said, I'm drunk right now.
You got to stop, man. That's pretty good, right?
Evan asked me a question during the break. And after he asked it, I thought to myself, well, that's an easy question for me to answer. The problem is it'll be more difficult for others. And he said, Steiny, what makes a good fan? What makes a good fan? And it's very simple. There are 3 things that make a good fan. Tell me if you agree. Passion.
Check.
Loyalty.
Double check.
And then my third one is honesty.
I love it.
No, you don't. You don't love 3.
But you didn't mention
Shasky respects number 3, the honesty part. That's where sometimes the paths split. See what I'm saying? If you can't be a Warrior fan and say, man, I love the Warriors. I'm passionate about the Warriors. I'm loyal to these players.
Yeah.
But and also we can win it next year. Well, then you're not a real fan. Then you're not a great fan. You're not a great fan.
I told Evan at the microwave it bothered me. You gave Shasky the award, but I know you're doing it on purpose. But shout out Shasky. Hey, I don't even like the term good fan. I don't owe anybody. Don't judge me.
I know, because
don't critique me. Pete Franklin, the great Pete Franklin said fan is short for fanatic. So when you're talking about a fanatic, anything goes. You could be at the top of the roof ready to jump, and then if something changes, you're ready to throw a party. And that's the beauty of it. Just don't quit and give up.
Yeah, and be honest.
No doubt. Yeah. I'm honest about the Warriors.
You're absolutely not.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
You still think that if they had Kuminga, their future would be Steiny, they're going to win it in 2028.
It would be better.
You know what? I got to tell you something.
What's up?
Can you not play that anymore?
Why?
Because it's the kind of thing that Guru hears and it carries him for 2 weeks. And he'll say, but Steiny.
Stop.
Jimmy Butler says.
I'll say this, Jimmy. Last year, the way that season and series ended with Steph coming up lame with the hammy.
Which year is this? I can't even remember. Who came up lame when?
Last year against Minnesota.
Oh, God, we're on that again.
That's the one that just, if my heart could come out, it would have came out, because that left me thinking we might have something. This one now, I'm understanding how far away we are.
How far?
Well, what's your goal? If it's to win a chip, it's far. I'm going Star Wars, far, far, far away. If it's making the playoffs, just health. All we got to do is get Jimmy back.
One thing about fans, if you want to talk about what a good fan is and what a not good fan is, or let's put it, what makes a good fan. Like, here's what I think makes a terrible fan. The fan who only subscribes to the last game.
Recency bias.
Those are the kind of fans that they can sometimes touch a nerve with me. We'll talk about Draymond Green and his 2025, 2026. And instead of saying he wasn't very good, we'll say, but he had some really good games over the course of the season.
Yeah.
Okay, he did, but he didn't have a great year. Period.
Yeah.
And
who did?
Who had a great year for the Warriors?
And people are going to get mad. I got a name.
Nobody had a great year. I don't think.
Well, who came the closest?
Nobody.
Now, I'm specifying my answer with...
Pods was not close to great in my mind. He was good. He got a good year.
Yeah, okay, good. He would be the closest to the target.
I disagree. I honestly,
give me a name.
Santos,
I'm not mad at that.
Reached his potential more than any other player, to my way of thinking, this year.
I'm not mad at that, but I would say Pods have more responsibility. You know what I mean? From the outset.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking to anybody in particular.
Do you miss being a fan?
No. It's like saying, Steiny, do you miss not having boys? It's like, no. I got 3 great girls. I love.
I know you.
Let me tell you something about me. I love the way.
What if you had a little Steiny?
I do. I have 3 little Steinies.
Yeah. I love them all, but you know what I mean, Steiny?
Nope.
But you were a fan. You know what it's like to be a fan. You don't know what it's like to have a boy.
And before you answer, you don't know what it's like to go in little Steiny's room and tell him about girls and how to have game.
Or teach him a jump shot.
Okay. What if my daughters are lesbians? Then I can talk to them about girls. Can't I, mouth?
I'll give you that tonight. I'll give you that. You got me.
Okay.
All right. But I'm not trying to rub it in. Like 49er Frankie has 2 daughters.
This is what you do all the time. You ready? This is the part of you being a fan I can't stand.
Oh, here we go.
Here it is. You ready?
This was coming.
We had to stir the show up somehow. and you try to be slippery about it, but you do this with Kuminga. Steiny, I'm not being tricked into him having a good game, and he's not Karl Malone, but Steiny, he is not playing any differently than he played here.
What if I tell you the style that the team is, mainly the offense, that's the difference. So he's in his element. Thoroughbreds.
It's like, who? Oh. One of my main guys, Steiny. Hey, I got this one yesterday, and I love you. Steiny, how come when we run down the list of all the things the Warriors got wrong, we don't talk about them trading Ryan Rollins?
Well, I heard.
The only thing I can answer is, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why that one.
I told you I heard from a higher up via text over the weekend.
So Kerr's leaving?
No, said that was a mistake. Giving up on Rollins.
Well, did you need to talk to somebody to find that out?
That came to me. So
I don't know. He never played a game for a Warriors, and now he averages 20 a game.
I do have to, real quick here, take a detour. Do you and Evan have a problem with Knipple getting passed over for Rookie of the Year for flag?
No.
Evan?
I mean, I probably would have voted for Knipple, but it doesn't bother me.
I got you. I kind of felt bad for him.
If the Hornets had made the playoffs, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, they did. They played 2 extra games.
They were in the postseason.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Anybody want to have a little fun for the next 10 minutes?
Yeah, and don't
Who
forget
wants
your
to have
list.
some fun? That's what I'm doing.
Okay, all right, here we go.
All right. I want to play a game with my 2 cohorts here, Evan and Guru.
Because we're big in this field.
We're going to go a little off script here, but we're going to be honest. So today in the New York Times, they had a list of the 30 greatest American songwriters still alive. You have to be alive. The 30 greatest living American songwriters. I'd like to go through the list.
All genres, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to go through the list and see who's heard of more of these guys. Because
gals.
I've gone through some of them and I don't know some of them. Like the first guy I'm going to name. All right, here we go. And we'll see. And then whoever has the most knows the most about Americans.
Okay.
All right, ready?
Yep.
All right, this is in no particular order, but the first guy, have you heard of Nile Rodgers?
I have not.
Nile Rodgers. That's a no.
And you?
No.
Okay.
He's on the list.
Are you starting at the top and going down to 1?
Yeah, but
okay.
I don't think it's in order. Okay? We'll just do it the way they want us to do it.
All right.
Number 2. So nobody knew Nile Rodgers. Number 2, Lucinda Williams. I've heard of her.
I have not.
Country, car wheels on a gravel road. All right, that's 1 for Steiny. Number 3, Stevie Wonder.
Come on now.
Right, that's everybody.
Yep.
Number 4, Jay-Z. That's everybody.
So Jay made it. Wow.
I don't know if you count on that one, Steiny.
All you got to do is hear of him. He sang New York with
But
Alicia
if we
Keys.
asked you, I wish you.
It's heard of him.
Okay, but
all I have to do is heard of him.
I wanted you, Evan and I, to guess who made this list. But
it's the New York Times.
Yeah, no, who made the list? Like,
do you want the author's name?
Jay-Z would have shocked me. No, the songwriters that made this list.
Stephen Ruiz made the list.
Okay.
But it's all genres.
All right.
So you're saying Jay-Z shouldn't be there?
No, I wanted to guess if he would have been on there.
Well, he is.
Right, but
okay. But that's not the game.
Yeah, but I think that's a funner game than this.
Okay.
All right, well, go ahead.
Paul Simon.
Come on now.
Taylor Swift.
Oh, all right.
Now, here we go. These, I haven't heard of these two.
And they're living. Yeah.
They're all living.
Okay.
Brian and Eddie Holland. Brian and Eddie Holland.
I want to lie, but no for me.
I have not heard of them either.
Nope.
What was love before Holland, Dozier, Holland? Well, there were American song, but haven't heard of them. Okay. Missy Elliott. That's a yes.
Wow. Yeah.
Lionel Richie.
Yeah, come on.
Dolly Parton. Now, here's a no for me. Young Thug.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Steiny, stop.
He's on the list.
He's a rapper.
Obviously, he's a rapper. I'd never heard of him.
He's been in some court trouble.
I'm just being honest.
Yeah, Evan and I get the point.
Yeah, he's missed the last 2 outside lands. Wait, so this is the living greatest songwriters.
American.
And Young Thug is in the top 30.
That's correct.
How
that's
a stain, no doubt.
Should hip-hop be melodic? Should hip-hop be structured? In its early years, the genre wasn't really sure. This uncertainty began as a tug of war between rapped verses and sung, often sampled hooks. And so he brought...
Next question. Real quick, Steiny, if because I need this for my therapeutic.
Why? Okay.
If Young Thug is on there, I just got to believe, if you could just do this one exemption, you and Evan.
Okay.
Tell me Kendrick Lamar's on there.
He is on there.
Okay,
he is on there.
I'm okay. All right.
Okay. Now, here's a woman that I haven't heard of. Diane Warren. Diane Warren.
Oh, my God.
And I ran her by Marcy.
Okay.
Marcy was like, oh, yeah, she's great. But I'd never heard of Diane Warren. Okay. Now, here's another no.
Yeah, she worked with DeBarge.
Oh.
Yeah, that one, I had heard that name just because of, I think she was nominated for an Academy Award.
Okay. Let me see what kind of, do yourself a favor, take out your pocket jukebox, locate a Diane Warren playlist. Okay, so Diane Warren. Now, I've never heard of these people. Josh Osborne, Brandy Clark, and Shane McNally.
0 for 3 for me.
Yeah, me too.
Osborne.
I guess they're from Nashville. All right. So that's a no for everybody.
Yep.
I got a yes for the next one. Fiona Apple.
Nope, for me.
Not for you?
No, I haven't heard of Fiona.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Babyface.
Come on now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Never heard of this guy. Stephen Merritt.
Nope. For me.
Who are some of these guys? Romeo Santos.
Nope. Crickets. For me.
Oh, boy. Carole King.
Carole King sounds familiar.
Yeah, she's famous. I feel the earth move
Look at my man.
under my feet. I feel the sky come running down, a tumbling. Outcast.
Hello.
Okay.
Well, it'd technically be two of them, but
Yeah.
Mariah Carey.
My girl.
Willie Nelson.
Man.
Kendrick Lamar.
That was the one.
Here's a no for me. Valerie Simpson.
Yeah,
Valerie Simpson.
Ashford and Simpson.
Okay.
But where's Ashford at? Maybe she wrote him.
Well, maybe it's not of Ashford and Simpson. Because I don't see anything about them.
Well, then.
Oh, no, there it is. To trace Valerie Simpson and Nicholas Ashford's influence. Okay,
Yeah.
there you go. Valerie Simpson. Yeah, I didn't have her. Bob Dylan.
Oh, your boy made it.
Lana Del Rey.
No.
That's a yes.
yeah, of course.
That's a big yes.
What she? I'm asking.
Her songs put you in the feels.
She's got it going on.
Like R&B.
Kind of like a little loungy.
Yeah, I'd
Loungy.
say. I mean, she makes like pop
What's
music,
it called?
but
Like
it's
torch song-ish?
perhaps it's a little it's poppy, but she's very mainstream.
Okay. The Dream.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, from Atlanta.
Yep.
The Dream is on the list.
Now,
And-
a lot of these don't. That's why the greats they write and perform. But, a lot of.
And keep in mind, it's just Americans.
Yeah.
So, no, you're Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis.
Yeah, Steiny.
I've never heard of them. I'm sorry.
Man.
We're just being honest here, right? Who are they?
Janet Jackson. They were big in that whole era. Babyface, too.
Bad Bunny.
Yeah. I wouldn't have known before the Super Bowl.
Bruce Springsteen.
The Boss.
Smokey Robinson.
Oh, he's still alive.
I guess
Smokey, yeah.
They're all alive.
Smokey has some
At
work.
least of this morning.
Yep.
All right. That was fun.
I got to tell you, I am surprised.
Yeah, is there anybody you felt like was omitted?
Like George Clinton should have been on there to me.
Of course, he's the P-Funk.
Yeah.
You sure he's American?
And that probably.
Maybe he's from Canada or something like that. What about some...
Tom Petty?
He's dead.
Damn.
I was going to say Johnny Cash, but I guess he's dead too, right?
Wow.
What about one of the big country stars? Got to be a big country star still alive, right?
What's my guy that had the mole? Eric.
Estrada?
No.
Clapton.
Yeah, Eric.
He's not from America. I think he's from.
Well, is Joni Mitchell alive?
She's from Canada. Yeah.
Damn.
But you know what? You guys are on it.
Hey, but Beyonce didn't make it, huh?
No.
Wow.
Nope.
Beehive shall be upset. No?
Let me make sure she's from America.
Well, last name.
What about the
Knowles.
other one? The other one who's good.
Whoa. Who?
A rival.
Oh, Rihanna.
Yeah, Rihanna.
Yeah, she's not from here.
Oh, where's she from?
Barbados?
Yeah.
Oh.
Somewhere like that. He got it.
Where's Beyonce from? This is
From
wrong.
Houston.
She's from
She is not.
Galveston.
There's no way Beyonce's only 44 years old.
Yeah.
No chance.
You think she's older or
I think
younger?
she's older.
Oh, Steiny, no. She's about 40.
No, she's older than that.
I mean, she blew up when she was like 18, right?
And she looks gorgeous to this day.
That's not...
Then why are you putting numbers on her?
Because she feels somewhat fossil-like. She's been around forever.
Oh, Jay-Z's older than her.
That's a good-looking fossil.
No doubt.
Right. We're going to get back to the... what kind of show is this?
I'm going to give you a C+ for that game. I wanted to guess the people.
Yeah.
Evan, what grade
that would have taken a little longer, probably.
I would not have gotten Young Thug, I can tell you that.
That's what Young Thug. Wow.
Like, what about...
in that case, throw Travis Scott
Where
in there.
are the roots at?
Okay, can I ask you some serious... Like, what about, like, Kanye?
No doubt. I was waiting.
Not as a songwriter.
Okay. This is what I'm...
All right, Evan, I'm ready to
curious
fight.
about.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, he's an unbelievable producer. This is the same reason I wouldn't have, like, Dr. Dre on that list. I don't think he's a great songwriter.
He used to write there. Cube used to write the rhymes.
So what does this say for like E40 and Too Short?
Well, I was thinking more.
The list.
I was thinking more Chris Brown. Like he didn't make the list. He writes his stuff. I get it's all like R. Kelly. When I do, you can do name. I mean, he could write and sing it.
He could.
Yeah. Wow.
What?
I'm shocked you said
it's
that.
just a filler line.
No, you like
who? We talking about?
Look at you. I Believe I Can Fly is one of the greatest American songs ever.
That's
I believe I can fly.
Dude, that's from a Disney movie.
Yeah, well, he did it, and he crossed over, and that's when it was over. Then he messed his life up.
You can't be. I'm sorry. You can't be a rapper and do a Disney song.
He's not a rapper. Who? He's R. Kelly.
He's not a rapper?
No.
What is he?
R&B.
Other than a felon.
A little. Well, all right, you win. But yeah,
okay,
R&B.
he's R&B.
A little bump and grind.
You can't.
Stoney, stop.
Once you have a Disney hit, you're in Celine Dion category. You're not R&B.
Oh, Stoney, he's a heavyweight.
So he took the money? He's a sellout.
No,
it's the kind of stuff that real artists very seldom do.
What are you, dude?
I'm just telling you.
It was a crossover hit. I believe I can touch.
I know that song.
I almost want to cry.
You know what? It's a little corny.
Speaking of Disney, is Randy Newman still around?
That's not a bad call.
Randy Newman. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Is there anything better than I Love L.A.?
I was thinking Toy Story.
Tupac has the best L.A. song, To Live and Die in L.A. Oh, my gosh.
One of Clay's favorite songs.
He is. Wow. It was the topic of discussion at dinner. Meg and Clay.
Right, at your dinner.
Now, what does that mean?
I mean, okay, I can't wait to hear about it.
Careful.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. As you know, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever, and suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. And that's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so that you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region, and SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back Bay Area, and that segment also sponsored by Balance Financial Wellness.
Ready to buy a home? Start smart with Balance Financial Wellness. Our HUD-certified counselors guide you through credit, budgeting, and the home buying process. Call 888-456-2227 or visit BeBalanced.org to get started today.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years.
Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Join the YMCA of Greater San Francisco for the Y for Youth Community Festival, Saturday, May 2nd at Crane Cove Park. Enjoy live music, family-friendly activities, and fun for all ages. Best of all, it's free and open to the public. Sign up today at ymcasf.org/thegame.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS4KIDS. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS4KIDS.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank, and when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Warning to all sports fans. If you're still using a sportsbook, you're getting robbed blind. Here are the facts. Sportsbooks skim your payout for profit. On a $100 position, they take around $9 just to let you play. It's theft in broad daylight. On that same $100 position, sportsbooks pay out $500. Polymarket pays $650. That's because Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. You trade against other people, not the house. That means more money for you and less for those greedy sportsbooks. Even better, it's available in all 50 states. Polymarket is so confident you'll never go back to those thieving sportsbooks that they're giving you $20 free for your first trade. Just download Polymarket in the App Store and use promo code FLAG20 to unlock your $20 free trade. That's promo code FLAG20 for a free $20 trade. It's time to stop letting sportsbooks steal from you. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Download Polymarket and use code FLAG20 for $20 free.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Clouds early, sun later for San Francisco, going up to 60.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
But I am having a son in a couple weeks, and
you're naming him Guru.
I'm naming him after you, bro. I swear to you, I'm letting you know right now. I'm not going to say his full name on the live or whatnot, but his initials are going to be PTO.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Not that funny after if you find out where I'm really at, not that funny.
The Giants are in Philadelphia, and the Phillies have fired their coach, Rob
I don't
Thompson.
like, because I believe that morale gets better when you fire a coach and the teams rally for a little bit and if they fall off. But I don't like that they did it before this series. But we'll see what happens in the city of brotherly love. And we got Sergio Romo coming up at 12.
Yep, Sergio Romo coming up at 12, which is in 10 minutes. And we'll get into some Giants. I was watching the Giants game Sunday, and I also saw there was a big story today in the SF Gate about Mike Krukow and about how he's still really enjoying what he's doing. He told a great story.
Remember it?
The other day about Rick Sutcliffe.
Oh, Ricky.
And it was just a great story. He was talking about Sutcliffe and how Rick Sutcliffe was a little bit of an RA, a little red ass.
I liked him.
And there was one game where they were in, was it Chicago? Or no, Cincinnati. I think it was Cincinnati, where every time a Red hit a home run, they shot off a cannon.
Yeah, right.
They loaded a cannon and they shot off a cannon. And Sutcliffe is pitching there one day, and he gives up a homer, I guess, to like Eric Davis or something like that.
It happens.
And the next batter comes up, and Sutcliffe gives up another home run.
Chris Sabo.
And Don Zimmer comes out, or a guy named Billy Connors, the pitching coach, comes out to the mound, and Sutcliffe is fuming. And he's like, Sutcliffe's like, I know. I gave up back-to-back home runs, but get out of it. Like, I'm not coming out of this game. And the guy goes, I know. I'm not pulling you out of the game. I just wanted to give him a little extra time to load up the cannon. Pretty good. Nothing like great baseball stories.
Dude, do pitchers get that nasty? I ain't coming out? Man.
Well, if you got some juice,
you do, no doubt.
All right, so the Giants are 13-15. They're in Philadelphia. And here's the one thing I was thinking. And they're starting to play better over the last 3 series.
Which they won.
So what would you give me for this? Now that some dust is settled after 28 games, we're starting to get a feel for the Giants and their strengths and weaknesses. And they've got some challenges and some issues to overcome. But one of them is not Tony Vitello. I think Tony Vitello now, a month into the season, is kind of under the radar. He's not the focal point anymore.
I love it.
I don't think anybody's saying that he's the reason they're 13-15 and should be 18-12.
No, but just like you said it, to start the season, Stoney, and I agree when you said it. When things happen, we'll talk about it, but we can't ignore the rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control, as he is the first manager ever to get a shot at managing in the big leagues coming out of college. And a lot of that played out early, and it got ridiculous. And I'm not saying Tony's perfect and he's not learning on the job, all that stuff, but it has subsided. And what if I told you now, Stoney, it's not micromanaging. It's just about baseball, and the players are going to control how good the manager looks when it's all said and done. And you are right. When the camera pans to him now, we're not hanging on every word, what he looks like. But I will say this. He's got some spirit. He's younger, and I feel like when I see him interacting, I thought I didn't like the stuff where he did the boxing stuff with the outfielder. What's my guy's name?
Drew Gilbert.
Yeah, Drew Gilbert. I was like, but that's who he is, and the Giants have shown fight. And I saw, again, Webb throw at a batter, but the Giants have been feisty this season. 2 under, and what did Willard say a couple years ago? I can't get excited unless they're 500, and that could be by tomorrow, at the end of business tomorrow. But I'm with you. It's kind of died down, and I guess in a perfect world, that's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, or else in a perfect world, Giants fans realize that, by and large, Gabe Kapler and Bob Melvin weren't the issues with this team. And I get it. It's a short sample size, but I could just say, oh, yeah, you know what? They're definitely playing, with a little more fire.
Right.
Look what happened with Eric Miller and
Do you
Chapman.
feel that way?
It doesn't matter. They're 13-15. That's what I'm saying. I don't care if they're playing with fire or not. Like, they're 13-15. And what I'm saying is Melvin was sleepy and Vitello's energetic. Yeah. And, okay, but they're 13-15. So, can they, 50 games through the year, can they be 30-25 so that we say that, the fire matters. But if you're still not a 500 team, and the other thing is I think that some things have become clear, well, at least trending in that direction, and that is, we've got we've got an issue at the back of the starting rotation. And now after almost 30 games, would this be a fair statement?
Give it to him.
That the biggest issue on this team are the three big boys, Devers, Adames, and Chapman. Like they have not been good enough.
I got you.
The last year and 30 games to allow the Giants to be better than a 500 team.
Well, I'll tell you this. I think that's more than fair. But what if I also told you that gives me confidence? Because I feel like at some juncture, it could start tonight in Philly. Who knows? You're hoping it does. Those three players get it going. And if they return back to form, let's just say, then now the emergence of Jung-Hoo Lee and Casey Schmidt and others in the lineup, now you're really talking. So I get it's a problem. And we'll talk to it with Serge about the fastballs that I just feel like Devers can't, get to. But I guess, Donnie, they got track records, those three players. And I guess if those are issues, I feel more confident that they'll turn around. And then when that happens, boom, watch out.
Yeah, and I don't look at it like that. I look at it as though if you don't have, solid players, like I think what's going to end up happening is, Devers will start to hit a little bit, but then that's when your run-of-the-mill guys won't hit 400.
But isn't that baseball, though, Steiny?
Right, but my point is I don't think their good guys are good enough, and I don't think their support guys are good enough. Like they're good guys, to my way of thinking, don't carry them enough, and then the guys outside those three or four, let's say, might not be good enough to carry the team when they're not hitting. I just think there's too many pockets of outs in that lineup.
And you know what? Sunday I'm watching the game in which it was the second game in a row they scored 6 runs. But Steiny, a leadoff triple by Jung-Hoo Lee. Guess how many runs the Giants got?
They got none.
Yeah, and that just again, it's baseball. It happens to everybody, but it can't continue to happen to this Giant team. And you're right. You pointed it out. I agree with you. But those dudes got to get it going. And I'm just done. It's early, Steiny, and I know Adames wants to do more, but I'm just done even doubting him because he got hot as a firecracker last year when he really could have went the other way if he was mentally soft. And he went on one. Now it's Devers. And the scary thing about Devers to me is I know Boston's playing like crap, but I don't think they're playing like crap because they miss Devers. But, man, the guy that I thought we kind of hoodwinked Boston or the Giants hoodwinked Boston with to get him here, I've yet to see that guy. And I don't know what's going on, but, I'm looking at the back of the baseball card, and you could say, Goo, those were years ago, but I'm just waiting for Devers to really have that. Like, I don't think he's had that welcome to San Francisco moment yet. And you can say, Goo, they ain't played meaningful baseball games, but I'm being real. With a team that didn't make the playoffs, I think it's easier to, remember Ravi hit 3 bombs or 4 bombs. He's had a couple, but, he needs to do more with the bat.
All right, this is where you're doing something that I said earlier, sometimes I have to react to.
Because some say I'm being too hard on Devers.
I don't care about Devers.
Uh-oh.
Can you please explain to me how Willy Adames had a stretch where he was hot as a firecracker, but he ended up hitting 225?
You know what stretch I'm talking about.
Well, I don't.
Yeah. Well, I remember when he was making
all I know is
King look like Wrigley Field. He had got hot to even.
But this is what I mean. He's not been good enough.
Right, but Steiny,
and these infrequent moments and these he got hot when they started, falling behind.
Yeah.
Sorry, he's a 225 hitter.
Right, but that's one part of baseball. But the game's changed, Steiny. What about the power? He went on a binge with the long ball last year, and he was hitting it out.
So you're okay with a 225 batting average with a 740 OPS?
I'm not okay with it, but
because he's worse this year.
But it's 28 games,
right?
All right.
But that's kind of what I'm saying. I mean, I'm just looking at Adames' last 2 years are down. Well, and if you want to say, well, this year's a small sample size, okay, then I'll use the 190 games that he's played for.
How many homers now? 2?
Yeah, 2. I don't know. Where is it? 3. He's got 3.
Okay.
He's got 3.
But, this is where I went in on Evan, or we did, because we were talking about the new baseball, but we know it's about, power. It's about numbers. And is that batting average suffice? No, hell no, Steiner. You need it better than that. But it just seems like right now he's swinging for the 4-run homer. And I'm like, man.
My point is it sounds great that he hit 30 homers, but if you have a guy hitting 225 and not even when he's hitting 207 this year, and then you have Devers who's not hitting, and then you have Bailey who can't hit.
And
there's always 3 or 4 automatic outs in this lineup, it feels like, until, those 3 guys.
Bob Melvin would tell you, Steiner, you're spot on. You're speaking the gospel.
Been consistent.
And it cost me my job. That's what I was like, hey, I hear you.
Yeah, and how are they doing under Vitae? It's the same team.
Yeah, 13 and 15.
And I get it. It's 28 games in, but how you feeling about the core Buster Posey put together of Chapman, Devers, and Adames? It's their core. It's their carriers. It's their big boys.
Yeah, they got to be better.
Well, it's been a year. It's been a year and a half now, almost.
But see, now I feel like you're doing the Jimmy Butler trade with Raymond Ritter.
Well, when is it going to pay off? Since he put this core together, they're 10 games under 500.
Well, hopefully this year it'll pay off.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm with you on the Cougs are 13 and 15. I get that. I feel that. And before they got quote unquote hot and put these series wins together, it was more than 2 games under 500. But it looks like what I was worried about. Like, if I asked you about the rotation, Roop has been a stud.
Yeah, but
Robbie Ray,
Maley and Hauser, every other game they stink.
No doubt about it.
They're 4th and 5th guys pitch well, then pitch badly, then pitch well, then pitch badly. Right. Webb has been...
I got you. Not
very so-so.
Yeah, I hear you.
Right now, they've got 2.5 guys that they can rely on.
Too many dudes strike out in the lineup back-to-back.
Exactly. All they do is strike out, it feels like at times. Now, Arise has been a nice piece.
I was just about to say, Evan, do you change your view on him? I know you didn't say he stinks, but
there you go.
When you look at this team,
have at it,
and how they hit, it's like he's been a godsend.
Well, I think he obviously stands out in this lineup, but he's been better than I've thought, especially defensively. I didn't think that he was going to be able to go back to playing second base and be as nice in the field as he has.
Well, talk about that. How about that infield, the right side of that infield? Devers has been a vacuum cleaner. Oh, you think? Yeah, no, he's been pretty good. No, Devers and Arise have been good the last week or so in the field.
Now, about what's happening with the Phillies, if you were a skipper, Steiny, is there any merit to what? Shout out to the Lake. Is there any merit to what I'm saying is you'd have liked to got Philly with their lame duck manager still there as opposed to, hey, guys, get together. Got our guy. Let's go show him what Philly baseball is like. I don't like that tonight with Molly on the bump because they got some hitters.
What's the deal? Giants can't hit lefties, or they hit lefties? Because Luzardo's stunk this year. I think he's pitching today.
You're right.
He stinks.
That's the matchup.
Former Jesus Luzardo.
Yeah. But I'm done playing the baseball. This is just me in general. Looking at the ERAs. Like, they average this, they average that. And then you think 11 runs. Feel free to do that.
Feel free to do that. And it's a good way for you to stick up for a guy who's hitting 207.
No, I'm not.
That's what I hear.
Nah. I'm just saying, 12 runs are going to be scored today, and then it's 2 to 1.
Batting average doesn't matter, but 207 still means he's getting on base 1 out of 5 times, which isn't going to get it done. No. But they're
13 and 15.
To me, baseball's not the kind of sport. Well, ask if we get Sergio Romo on here, you can ask him, hey, you expect a fired up Phillies team today?
No,
getting back to Philadelphia baseball.
I'm going to ask about my swing.
Getting back to Philadelphia baseball. What the hell is Philadelphia baseball?
Yeah.
What do they hang their hats on? The Phillies.
Yeah. Bryce Harper.
He's not having a bad year, but
his best days, yeah.
He might. All right. We're efforting Sergio Romo, World Series reliever for the San Francisco Giants. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Sergio Garcia. Sergio Romo. We're not having a golfer. Although, you know what? Here's how I'm getting out of it. You were at the golf course yesterday, Sergio. My bad. How'd you hit him? You know what? I'm glad. It's good we have Sergio Romo and not somebody else.
That was great.
Oh, God. I'm sorry, buddy.
Fantastic. Oh, no, dude, thank you for that. That's amazing. I've been trying to channel my inner Sergio Garcia lately. I've been trying to learn how to do this golf thing, so I guess it's appropriate to a certain extent.
All right, Guru, you started. I blew it. Go ahead.
Serge, real quick, man, because my partner wasn't out there when I saw you yesterday at Stone Creek. You can tell the people, and you won't hurt my feelings, just a letter grade on the first swing you saw from your boy, man.
A letter grade?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Can I just get one of those letters like progressing, like a P?
Wow. Hey, that'll do. That'll do, baby.
So I was sitting there, and I was really happy to see you and Cassie out there and whatnot, and haven't been able to chat with you guys as well. It was really awesome to see for the second year in a row now, right?
Yeah.
You're out there, taking this first swing, the inaugural tee off, which was pretty sweet. It was really cool, too, on how everyone was excited to see you and wanted to have a second to chat with you, too. So what a great event it really was yesterday that the Agape put together.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming out.
Awesome.
Sergio Romo joining us
There
on
we go.
95.7 The Game. Hey, let me ask you this to start out. The Giants 13-15, but they're playing a little bit better over the last 2 or 3 series. And the one thing I was thinking about is, obviously all eyes were on Tony Vitello the first few weeks of the season, but I feel like at this point when we're talking about the Giants and maybe some of the challenges they have, like we're not really talking about Tony Vitello right now. It feels like, we've kind of settled into baseball play as, what may get the Giants on a better track. But it doesn't seem like Vitello is a lightning rod at all right now.
I'll venture to say that coming into the season, I didn't think the difference on their success was going to be on Vitello. I think it's just going to be more on the players, just being out there, going out there and doing their thing and finding a way to be day in and day out consistent big leaguers and productive big leaguers. And I think something that what Tony's done, he hasn't necessarily come in here and been the the utmost spark plug in terms of like the fiery and the attitude and all that. At least up to this point. And what I've noticed though is, and I want to give him some leeway on that as well, is that there's also a feel out period for him, a period for him to feel out the league and, give himself, figure out who he's going to be here as a manager in the big leagues. And I think he's starting to open up a little bit more. And, he even got ejected once already this season. So he's trying to, I still feel to feel out the league. And I think he's doing a really good job. I've been in there a few times this season, in and out of the clubhouse, and being able to chat with him and seeing how all the guys react to him or how do you say, interact with him. I'm sorry. And dude, they get along really, really well. Like there's so many like bro jokes, you know what I mean? Like little bro moments where they, they're getting together and they're bonding. And I do see the people around Tony as well. If it be from Tingler to Wonders to Boach has been in there, Dusty's been in there. Having all these Wotus is in there, like just on how everybody interacts with Tony. Like he's definitely a well-respected person there, and I do think he's doing a solid job, especially now too, where you can see that this team is starting to gel a little bit. There still may be a couple bumps in there, blips in there. Hauser's outing the other night. How about Molly's, outing against the Dodgers and this homestand? I mean, in general, like it was a real well-rounded 2 series, winning ball clubs right there, right? So, like, they went out there and they were able to beat 2 good ball clubs who were coming in here playing well, too. So, Tony's not the issue, that's for sure.
No doubt. Serge, let me ask you, because I got to be honest with you, and Steiny can back me up here. I've been hard on Jung-Hoo Lee, and, you can't do nothing the season he got injured. But the Giants entered Sunday's game with a .248 on-base percentage from the leadoff position. That's the lowest in Major League Baseball. Now, Sunday, I see Jung-Hoo Lee get 4 hits. Serge, he's going the other way. How big of a deal is it? Because we had you on before the season started, and I said, I wish he could solidify that leadoff position. What have you seen him do different, and do you think he could stay at the leadoff?
I do feel he can stay at the leadoff position, and I think those numbers, having the lowest on-base percentage from the leadoff spot, I mean, that has to do with the type of leadoff hitter that we've had the majority of the year, with Adames. And Adames is more of a slugger, and he's going to go out there and he's not going to draw a ton of walks. I mean, he can, and he has, but he's not going to, his goal in the leadoff spot, or usually when he goes in the batter's box, it's not necessarily to just get on base. It's the slug, it's the drive and run, hit for some power. So I think that has some kind of implication on why they are, how you guys just said they're at the bottom of that from the leadoff position. And I do, John has more of a leadoff approach and leadoff style of batting, because he is hit before slug, and the one thing that as you noted, he has been doing very, very well. He just did very well in this last homestand, especially, is he has been going the other way. He has been hitting balls up the middle. And then when he's able to get into a position where he can put a more aggressive swing, like he did in that first at bat in the ball game a couple of days ago, he drove that ball in the gap for a triple, and it was the pitch that he was able to get out in front of, but it was the only real swing that whole game or the whole homestand that he took that was really big, and like it was for power. You know what I'm saying? And he's just now gone to the same type of thing that has made him gain so much respect as a hitter, is his hand-eye coordination, his bat-to-ball skills, and with the shorter, more compact swing, taking what the pitchers have been giving him, especially when they're trying to show him in just to get him to go away, get him out away. He's now just putting back the ball with a shorter, compact swing, quicker to the ball, and he's just driving the ball the other way, which is really awesome to see, because he's a guy that once he gets going, if we saw last year, I mean, his first month and a half of the season was phenomenal as well. So I just thought that this is something that he can continue to build off of and continue to do, because if this is the identity of Jung-Hoo Lee, well, this is a really solid Jung-Hoo Lee.
Sergio Romo joining us on 95.7 The Game, World Series reliever for the San Francisco Giants, joining us on 95.7 The Game. Sergio, I know the game's changed obviously over the last couple decades, but I'm looking at some stats right now, and the Giants right now are last in homers and last in walks. I mean, how do you overcome that in this day and age of baseball? And is it just maybe who they are, or is that something they can balance out over the course of a season?
Well, something that Buster has been trying to establish since he got into his position that he's in now is the ability to put the ball in play consistently. And at the beginning of the season, it almost seemed that the swings were really big and they were behind and missing a lot of fastballs. And I think Devers is kind of still going through that a little bit, but he's also shown that he can shorten up the swing and put the bat to the ball, start driving the ball to all parts of the ballpark. And I think that's what everybody on this team is doing. Can it be more? Is it more a sense of this is, maybe just who they are? Well, I think this is just the style of baseball that they can play and they can be successful in. They know that, as we all saw during this homestand, especially the games against Miami, they are able to put hits back to back to back to back, consecutive hits, and just keep get rallies going and keep the train moving along. And I do feel that that's the type of ball that Buster wants to play, with the occasional homer here and there, which is good to see because it is electrifying, with the energy in the stadium. It gets the crowd in there to hit home runs. But I do feel that at times home runs are rally killers, so I think they would rather just keep the rally going and, keep getting hits and everybody feed into it and everybody buying into it. It's where the whole dugout, the whole clubhouse, the whole vibe of the team is on a high, on a positive, and they can just continue to ride that together, not trying to do too much and stay within themselves, because when they put back the ball, like, these guys are pretty good, their team batting average isn't, it's at the very least at the top half of the league. And you're looking at, once they get guys on base and they continue to put the ball in play, they're pretty good, even though they've had some struggles early on with double play ball.
Serge, you do it on TV. You're doing it now. You break the game down. You pitched in high leverage situations, and I'm one of Devers' biggest fans. And I know it's almost 30 games, but you touched on it. Batting .216, 2 homers. But what do you see with him not catching up to the fastball, Serge? I'm no batting coach, but that's concerning me because, to the big boppers, when you do that to guys like Devers in the past, you're going to pay. Are you at all concerned about him catching up with the fastballs like I am a little bit?
Well, I do feel that Devers has always been a power swinger, or obviously a power hitter, right? But he's always had those like big swings, and I do feel that with everybody in the league now, the average velocity on a four-seam fastball now is like right around 95, 96. Like, the average is 95. Are you kidding me? Guys are being able to touch 97 to 100 more often. You see more guys that are doing that. And, they've kind of seemed to be really confident and find somewhat of a hole in Devers' swing with the fastball at the top of the zone, especially closer to his hands. It's just not allowing him to get fully extended. And when he is, the bat is dragging a little bit. And that little inch of those little inches or centimeters, however type of metric you want to put on it, it's just beating him to the punch. And he's also put some really good swings on these pitches. And although they have gotten past him, you see his reactions at times thinking man, how did I miss it?
Yeah.
Wow, no shot, right? And that's a testament to him understanding who he is and what he knows he can do and what's been successful for him in the past. But again, everybody's throwing harder these days, and these fastballs, they don't just pay 95 to 100 on the radar gun. No, in the batter's box, they got a lot of life, and they're jumping at you. You know what I'm saying? So they almost seem like they're harder than what the velocity says on the radar gun. But I do feel that maybe in a sense he doesn't have to swing so hard, or have such a big swing, because I do feel that he's so strong, and once he does put solid contact on the ball, we've seen the results where they may not be going out of the ballpark right now, but he's going opposite field into the gap, one hop in the fence, and he's like stand-up doubles, and it's impressive to watch him when he does that. And I do feel that maybe in a sense, to get some slower pitch offerings, maybe he could shorten up for a little bit, make that kind of adjustment. And we've already, he's shown that if he can get the ball in the air with his strength, the ball's going to go. He's done that throughout his whole career. So I do feel, in a sense, maybe for now, the adjustment on his behalf could maybe just shorten up and just put the ball in play and go gap to gap, because if he does that, regardless in this lineup with guys on base, because he has been coming on, he's coming up the bat with guys on base, and he's been leaving guys on base. So you sit there, you're like, well, put the ball in play and gap to gap. That's going to play in the ballpark, especially on a team that just needs to, the next guy to keep the ball rolling, to keep the train moving along, rallies and sustaining rallies and whatnot.
Serge, when I look at the pitching matchups and I see Ray, Webb, and Roop, and Roop's been incredible, I'm like, okay, they got action. But what are you making of Molly and Hauser at the back end of the rotation?
I do feel that Molly, with his outing the other day, I do feel that he came in with a little extra fiery, a little more, how do you say, just pissed off, and was just kind of decided that enough's enough. He's had success in the past, especially when healthy. He's been proven to be himself already through his work. He's already proven to be a consistent big leaguer. But the only issue has been able to stay healthy, right? So now that he's healthy and he feels strong, and now he's not getting the same successes, I do feel that mentally and emotionally, he just decided that enough's enough. And I was really pleased to see not just the results of what he did against the Dodgers, but the way he went about it. He seemed very solid and very firm on the way he was going to attack them. He was very convicted with his pitches, and he never seemed to step off the gas pedal. Even when he got into trouble, he was able to pitch himself out of trouble, got the ground balls when he needed, got strikeouts when he needed them, and then the defense played phenomenal behind him. So the confidence was really, really high, and I do feel that we might see Molly just kind of take off from here a little bit, or at least find some sense of consistent success. And I do think Hauser, I do feel that in a sense, he might be trying to just do too much right now. And I do feel that, he's been a guy who's relied heavily on his fastball, but right now his fastball is hitting 93, 94, when before he was hitting 5, 96, and with a little bit more life as well. But for him, too, is getting over his breaking ball, his off-speed, his secondary offerings over the plate for strikes early on in the counts, as opposed to trying to rely on them to get outs and maybe, in a sense, flip the script a little bit and pitch a little bit backwards. Because I do feel that the league is kind of the book on him is not small by no means, especially healthy. He's a guy who relies heavily on the fastball, and when they go in there and they eliminate that pitch, and then what do you have now to complement that successful fastball that you had, or that you still have, but if the fastball is not the primary successful, they were setting up the other pitches, then you're going to have to find a way to make the fastball to continue to be, useful, and flip the script a little bit. Use the secondary offerings to get ahead, and maybe, then use the fastball as a put away. And he kind of did that at times during his last outing, but you just look at how it really went for him. He doesn't seem to be fully convicted with everything, and I'm not trying to take away, because I know he's trying and I know he's going out there and he's giving it what he has in those particular days, but maybe in a sense in life just isn't as sharp right now, so it's not cutting and getting the results that he's looking for.
Sergio, if anybody would have seen your swing yesterday, they might have gotten you confused with Sergio Garcia, but I apologize at the beginning for foot and mouth, man. My bad.
Oh, no, you guys are good. I tell you what, I've been really confident with my golf swing lately, especially with the fact that I put in work. You know what I'm saying? This it's the one competitive thing that I have, and it's the one thing that I have goals in, right? Oh. So I'm able to set goals. I'm not trying to go pro and do all that. No. But I would like to get the handicap down to a certain level.
What is it now?
I was just about to ask. Yeah.
I'm floating around a 9 right now.
Okay.
And after playing for 3.5 years, I'm pretty proud of myself.
That's pretty good, man.
What we got?
No, that's really good for 9 and 3.5 years. Man. That's an excellent start, my friend. Hey, thank you so much for joining us, man. Really appreciate you, and hopefully we can catch up with you down the line.
Hey, Guru, we got to play, though.
Yes.
We got to get you out. I got to see more than one.
Okay.
One swing out of you, bro. I want to see more than that. So we got to link up. We got to go have ourselves a nice day on the course sometime.
Hey, it's done. Steiny took me out for real quick, my first 18, and he's left me. He ain't came back. So, yeah, we're going to make it happen, my friend.
Oh, let's get him out there, too. Why not? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, over-under is you'll be able to put up with him for 4 holes. 4 holes over-under.
No, hey, I got energy to match the energy. There you go, baby. And I got the positivity. And if we want to talk sports, we want to get into these little debates, hey, man, I don't back down either.
I love it.
Sounds good.
Hey, let's do it.
All right, I'm going to hit you up, baby.
All right. Hey, Serge, thanks so much for joining us, and really appreciate you, man.
Dude, that's what's up, fellas. You guys have a good one.
Thank you.
I got a new golf partner, sounds like Steiny. Yeah. He meant that. I got a new golf partner.
Well, even if he didn't, you'll take him up on it.
He said something, and I'm pulling my hair out, and I even whispered to Evan. I hope he's off.
No, he invited you to play golf. That's the high point.
Home runs a rally killer.
Oh, it can be.
No.
Oh, my God.
I need a run, not
when
3
you're down
hits.
5-1 and you got runners on first and second, much rather have a single, RBI
but you
single.
understand that you can get 2 hits in and not get a run.
He said what he said.
I'll bring it up when we golf. I need the run, baby. Rally killer.
All right. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in anything Sergio Romo had to say.
I thought it was Garcia.
No, I'm sure. Yeah. Well, that's great because that'll now kick Daryl the Johnson Guru out of the rotation on 95.7 The Game. Daryl Guru the Johnson.
Brought to you by Bank of America. Turn the house you want into the home you own with help from Bank of America's Community Homeownership Commitment. In select markets, get up to $17,500 when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit bankofamerica.com/homeowner. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America is proud to be the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America N.A. Equal housing lender. Credit and collateral are subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Looking for a fun and memorable way to celebrate Mom this Mother's Day? Join History San Jose for a Mother's Day tea the whole family can enjoy. Set inside the historic Empire Firehouse overlooking beautiful History Park. Gather together and treat Mom to a delicious spread of pastries, tea sandwiches, and refreshing teas. It's the perfect way to slow down, reconnect, and make lasting memories with the people who matter most. Vegetarian options are available. Space is limited, so reserve your seats today at historysanjose.org. Spring is here, and it's the perfect time to reset your health. If you're ready to lose weight and feel confident again before summer hits, Jumpstart MD has you covered. With the right combination of GLP-1 medications and clinician-led care, you'll get safe, effective results that last. Because not all weight loss programs are created equal. Where you get your prescription matters. Trust the experts at Jumpstart MD. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com today.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking half-half.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Sergio Romo, World Series reliever for the San Francisco Giants. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands
I'm
guest
just going to
line.
talk over
Isn't
it. You're
time
such
for
a
you to
tool. I
discover
can't
the
even
islands,
believe
River
that you're
Islands,
doing
and
this right
lakefront?
now. I said his name was
Sergio Garcia.
until I got into that.
Oh, God.
Now, back to Steiny
I got it
and
right
Guru
the first time.
on 95.7 The Game.
You guys. You know what? You guys.
That was the funny part is you had literally just said his name correctly.
That's all. He
I
was
was
giving
thinking
it
of golf because Guru was out. He saw my swing. I was thinking golf.
Oh, that was great.
Hey, if there's one
I got
guy's
a new
name
golf buddy,
to butcher,
man.
it's probably Sergio Romo, one of the nicest guys around.
But Evan
Let's
gave
welcome
you some
Casey
love.
Johnson, writes for the Chicago Tribune, also works for NBC Sports. Go ahead. That's the funny one, actually.
Steiny, I left the Tribune 6 years ago.
Oh, man. That's my quarterback, man. Oh, Steiny. Now, I do have to ask you, I hope the Boston, but he's a golfer.
You know what?
No, seriously,
Yeah, he's
Steiny.
a golfer.
How do you determine what's how do you come up with a handicap?
All right. Well,
Do I have one?
you don't because you've never played a full round of golf.
Well, except with you.
Yeah. What was your score?
I don't remember. I think it was like 82.
Yeah, for the front row.
I think he grabbed.
All right. So just listen, I always like to do this whenever there's a golf question. If you really want the,
And I do.
Go to Dibley. Like, he knows it all.
right,
but
my
what
bad.
I'll say
he
is,
texted in earlier, Eminem should have been one of the top 30 riders, but go ahead.
in essence, a par at a golf course is 72. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Like
I'm with you.
If you shoot a 72, that's usually what they consider par.
Wow.
Okay. So if you play 10 rounds of golf and you shoot 72 for most of the time, you're what they call a scratch golfer. Your handicap's essentially 0. Now it's not quite cut and dry like this, but like my handicap's a 15.
Oh, so Serge is pretty damn good.
Yeah, he's a single digit. That's good. So basically what it is it's what you play when you're playing pretty good. Because they take your top 5 scores out of like your last 12 scores. So let's say you go 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 85, 85, 85, 85. It'll take your 5 best scores.
Wow.
Until one falls off. Anyway, so if I'm a 15, what it usually means if I shoot an 86, that's pretty good for me.
Wow.
That's pretty good for me.
So do you happen to know like Shasky or Willard or Dibley's handicap?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I don't know if they're official GHIN members. If they are, then they have an official handicap. But you can look guys up.
Because I remember Joe Lacob was talking about his handicap. Was he single digits?
No.
What about Curry?
Well, Curry's a plus. It means around for him, he's going to golf under par. He's a jerk. All right, Curry's a jerk. Everything he touches turns to gold. All right, the guy is the greatest athlete. He'll kick your ass in ping pong. He's better than you in bowling. He's better than 99% of the people in golf. It's sickening is what it is. So in other words, when Steph Curry can go out tomorrow and shoot probably a 70, like he'll be 2 under. He's that good.
Wow.
He's such a jerk.
Wow, Steiny.
Yeah.
So a 15 for you, huh?
Yeah, it's not bad.
No, I didn't say it was bad.
I'm not great.
But if I were a bet man and you and Serge were going to...
He's 6 strokes better. That's how we would play.
Wow.
So if I would play him for money, which I will, because he's got a mouth on him, I noticed. So he'll give me 6 strokes if we ever play.
And that's how it goes.
Yep, that's how it goes. That's why if
this is my last one.
If Tiger Woods ever wants to play me, we would have a place to start in terms of how it would be fair. He'd probably have to give me 25 strokes, something like that.
He's got to be sober. But let me ask, that was...
Might not have to be.
Let me ask you this. Andre Iguodala, would you happen to know, like...
you know what?
Was his better than Curry?
No, hell
okay,
no.
I had to
in
ask.
fact, you know what?
I just had to ask.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Because he takes golfing seriously, man.
Well, he's not as good as the other
Steph.
guy. Let me see if I can find his
all right,
handicap.
that's interesting, man.
I got Steph as a... Oh, my God. Yeah, you can look up anybody.
Well, what's Nahegan, the boss?
Well,
he don't play enough?
You can look up people that actually have... no, Iguodala's not...
Okay.
Iguodala's not on the GHIN.
So Willard, if you had to guess, what would you think?
Sounds like Willard's about a 10 or 12.
And Shasky?
Sounds like he's about a 10 or 12 too.
Wow.
Damn. You know, I'm a 15. Joe Lake is a 10.5.
So
10
he's
and a
going,
half.
Man.
And I got a bunch of guys. Yeah, you can keep tabs on people.
I would like to just real quick, Stoney, a home run is not a rally killer.
Yes, it is.
That will be talked about when we golf. No, your job is to score. And if I can do it in one swing, damn it, to hell with hits. I did my job. I got us a run on the swing.
Okay, you know more than Sergio Romo.
No, see, that's why I was uncomfortable with the premise.
Evan.
I got in Evan's
Do
ear.
me a favor. Evan, explain to Guru.
You're going to lose this. I got in Evan's ear already.
No, you're going to explain to Guru why, if you're down 5-2.
That's not the premise. You know, you're
all right, down. Explain to him the premise of if you're down 5-1 and you've got runners at first and third.
That one.
How you know what? You might rather have a double than a homer. Can you
Evan
expound on that? Because sometimes we got to go back to the basics.
Sergio Romo was saying that home runs can be rally killers, but you would love to be the team that hits the most home runs as opposed to the team that the Giants are, which is the fewest.
Yeah, and of course, our man, your uncle, he tries to say, it was 5-2, you're down 3. Of course, you're right.
You always want ducks on the pond if you're down. That's the way I look at it.
Devers has to make an adjustment.
Unless the homer can be a tie, game tying homer. Then, like, for example, if it's 5-2.
Why do you hear us over here?
If it's 5-1, let's say you got runners at second and third. Give me a base hit. Base hit, get in 2. Now, if it's 5-2 and you got second and third, then give me the homer. We'll tie this sucker up.
Yeah, just something else.
You want to know something else about golf?
No, seriously, I'm in.
Okay. I'll tell you something else about golf. We were out at Stone Tree yesterday. And
great time.
People saying, Steiny, did you miss not playing golf? You didn't play, Steiny. You didn't play golf. And I was like, nah, it's all right. I played Saturday and Sunday, so it's okay I didn't play. And I was really fine with not playing until I got a text.
Let me guess from,
who do you think?
Harry.
I'll give you 2 guesses. They're 2 separate texts. They're both good guys, but they both have some issues.
Thank God, no Div.
Nahigian and your boy Billy from Atco.
Okay, what did they read?
All right, let me tell you what's worse than not playing golf. Okay, this is worse than not playing golf.
Oh, so this is bad.
Getting invited to play the last 5 holes of golf.
Ooh.
Nahigian and Billy at 2:10. Hey, we're out on 13. If you want to come join, hit the pike. I am so gone, you don't even know it. And I'm even like that's
but their heart was in the right place.
No, it wasn't.
You were working.
5 holes of golf?
But it wasn't.
No, I'm going home.
8, but you got off at 2:10.
That's the point. Don't ask somebody to play 5 holes of golf when you sat on 13 holes and you're looking at 18.
And that's like me at a hoop tournament watching guys ball. That would kill me. But I hope you replied, hey, guys, going home.
I did not reply to either of them.
That's just terrible.
I'm out.
Good gesture by both. You're never satisfied,
Such a paltry gesture.
I passed you up as we were leaving.
We were still in the parking lot.
Yeah, and then I left you.
You drove too fast out there, by the way. Now I know what it is.
I didn't want anybody to see me.
Like, it's a parking lot, dude. Can you keep it to 5-10 miles an hour? I mean, seriously. You're lucky there weren't shopping carts out there.
Evan, don't believe him.
You're that guy in a parking lot, aren't you?
I did the Irish goodbye. Evan, I was creeping, but I was not speeding. Don't even dare.
He's the kind. Let me tell you what Guru does.
I've been in the caddy.
Exactly. You're in a parking lot. You're driving at a very deliberate speed to look for a spot.
Stop it,
and
man.
Guru's right up on your bumper in the parking lot.
Oh, no, I'm not. I give you room, boy. Man, you're a good liar, dude. I'm serious, man.
Should I?
You got it down.
We have Frank in Atlanta, but we only have 2 minutes.
I think he can do it.
Mm.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Look at Evan calling it. Yeah, Frank deserves more than 2.
Yeah, you got to roll out the red carpet.
Yeah, we're going to push Frank to the other.
That's 80 seconds. Ball. Yeah, he's the best.
What's that?
No, I'm doing my Frank. Basketball.
It's just a feeling.
No, that's Leroy.
It's just a feeling.
That's one of the best.
Were you watching the game?
What game?
The Giants.
Are you raising your voice at me?
That's
angry.
Is that a
man.
405?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What's the answer? Or you got the dog at home?
Well, I'll probably be at home.
What's wrong with the lab?
This is pay the piper day for Steiny today.
Grilled cheese.
I still have a little ham.
What'd you have last night? Or you didn't?
I didn't eat much last night.
Sounds like it.
Had some. You know what I'm really into right now? Cashews.
Man,
they're good. Quite expensive, but very good.
And walnuts, the regular walnuts.
No, I said what I said.
No, I'm saying for me. I keep them in the fridge. It's like I don't need cheese or meat.
Apparently, the new fad right now are pistachios.
It's funny. I had some last night.
They're really good.
They're expensive, too.
Well, most nuts are pretty expensive.
Sunflower seeds?
In shell or pumpkin seeds?
Somebody was doing that on the course yesterday. Oh.
Who was it?
Dibley's brother.
Oh, man.
I
on the golf course?
Yeah, I played with Dibbs' brother.
Did he come in? No, I didn't meet him.
He got that stuff. Not
the. Oh, no.
Spits out it all the time.
Zachariah, the chew.
No, it's not chew. It's not chew. Dibbs
that is yikes.
Dibbs will know. It's his brother.
Well, but that's worse on a golf course. You leave a lot of
on
stuff.
On the green?
Those little sunflower seeds?
Yeah. The shells.
Did I snitch?
Yeah.
Too bad. It's Mike. It's Mikey 2.0. That's what Dibbs calls him.
I'm mad he didn't come in and introduce himself.
Who?
Dibbs' brother. Mikey.
He wasn't there. It was Sunday I played with him.
Oh, okay. Now I feel better.
All right. All right. What do you think we're going to talk about the next segment? I want to get back to some draft stuff.
All right.
888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by, you know what? It was brought to you by two people, two companies that we do a lot of good business with. One is Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And the other is Safeway. That last segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast Mega Packs for just $5.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles. At the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, every child deserves a place to grow, belong, and thrive. Through youth and family programs, the Y is building stronger communities, one family, one future at a time. Join us for the Y for Youth Community Festival, Saturday, May 2nd at Crane Cove Park in San Francisco, near the Dog Patch YMCA. Enjoy live music, fun activities, and something for all ages. Best of all, it's free and open to the public. Come celebrate community, connection, and the power of youth. Sign up today at ymcasf.org/the game.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
Yep. So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
Yeah, and now at Staples, save 40% on custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, banners, and more.
Big news! Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. In 613, exclusions apply.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade on every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 17% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $555 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers, and as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center. Restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open match play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit SilveradoResort.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
They're back. Logic and G-Eazy are hitting the road with their Endless Summer Tour, Part 2. They'll be making a stop at Shoreline Amphitheater on October 28th. Buy tickets at LiveNation.com. And for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
But I got to tell you, you are the man. You are a box of peanut brittle.
It's been a problem for a month. We can't make a free throw.
It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
All right. Good day for your boy.
You can have a lot of fun doing this. Let me try Iguodala one more time.
Go ahead, Iguodala.
Go ahead. What did you?
No, Grandy just popped in, and it's just your friends and coworkers can improve your day. And I didn't get a chance to, share this yesterday because you kind of didn't give me the glory. But you didn't know how much pressure I was under when I left you at 10:50 to walk out and hit that first ceremonial pitch at Stone Tree.
No, it's not a pitch.
For the Agape golf tournament.
That's not a pitch.
The golf swing.
Right. That's not called a pitch.
Did I say pitch?
Yep.
Well, Sergio Garcia.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, Steiny, there was so much pressure on me. Nahegan walked me like I was Obama. I was going through and they were just giving me high fives. And Grandy just said, Goo, I couldn't have did it. I'm glad you made contact. And that lifted me, man. That's what it's about. What you got?
Steve Kerr.
Don't do that.
Steve, it's public knowledge.
Let me guess. Handicap 11.
I don't like him.
He's better than that.
Oh. Steve Young, 8?
He's a 6'6". If it's the same Steve Kerr.
Yeah, but what's the 6'6"?
That's his handicap, 6.6.
Oh, wow. They give you points.
So he breaks 80, pretty much.
Wow. Damn,
now,
impressive.
It must be him. Where's Rancho Santa Fe? That's the golf club he plays out of, probably L.A. somewhere. Now, his son, Nicholas, he's more my speed. Nicholas is a 17.
Yeah.
So he's probably around 90-ish.
I could play with him.
No, you couldn't.
How long has he been coaching?
Kerr?
Nicholas.
About 3 years.
Yeah, it'll come down.
Look at him. I like that.
Especially if he gets the head job. Assistants can't golf. Only head coaches can golf. So Kerr's pretty good, too, as a golfer. All right. Let's go to Frank in Atlanta.
Frank.
Hey, Frank, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Hope everybody's all right, man. Hope everybody's all right.
Back at you.
I guess I had called. I had to apologize to Brandy and Evan about calling and going off on those guys Friday night after the draft. Oh, that was bad.
Oh, Frank, this is the first we're hearing of that, Frank.
Well, Frank,
Frank also give him?
Apparently, Mark Willard didn't like it either.
It wasn't good, man. It wasn't good.
Oh,
it was
Frank.
not good. I was hot, man. I was hotter than fish grease. But two things. Okay, first, Guru, I'm coming to town this summer. If you're golfing, I got to bring my clubs because I got to play with my grandsons. They're going to make me go out and golf with them because they found out I got some golf clubs.
Wow.
I'll give you a couple of lessons. I had to come out there and get you on the golf course.
It's done,
get you
Frank.
A couple of lessons.
It's done.
Okay. Teach you some of the basics.
Okay. Right.
I'll give you two basics, something for you to think about. The first thing you need to learn about golf is the most important thing in golf for a beginner is to learn how to grip a golf club correctly. The second thing you need to learn is how to address a golf ball correctly. Because if you don't do those two things correctly, nothing else will matter.
Wow.
You'll never get good.
Man, Frank.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Number 2, the Giants. My dad taught me, and Uncle taught me a long time ago. Never judge a baseball team until 50 games are done. So the Giants I got to give them to the end of the month, the end of May, before I can judge them.
Gotcha.
Because we don't have good pitching, and we have to change the way we hit. I mean, we play a candlestick dump. So these swinging for the fences is a recipe for disaster. You guys have a good one. That's all.
Okay.
I don't want to hold up time for everybody else. I'm just going to say, wait until the end of the month, till the end of May before we judge the Giants.
All right.
Give Buster a chance because we have to change who we are, and we're still 4 players short of a 90-win team.
Well, I don't like to hear
Thanks,
that,
Frank.
Yeah, we got
Appreciate the call.
And the tips.
Frank, I love you.
Uh-oh.
You could not have been more wrong.
On the tips?
He's so out of line. He's out of bounds. And God love him, he's clueless.
So what are your 2?
There's not 2. There's 1. One thing and one thing only that you need to do. And that is the first thing, learn the rules and learn the etiquette. That's the first thing. Before a grip, before an addressing of the ball, before you work on your short game, learn the rules. Learn about pace of play. Learn about etiquette. Learn about when you take your shot. Learn about who goes in what order after you each have hit your drive. Normalize shutting your mouth when the other guy is hitting the ball. That's the first thing you need to learn about golf. The rules.
I ain't mad at you.
That was
That's
about
my
17
father.
different things.
Yeah.
Learn the rules. Get yourself a golf etiquette book and read it.
But that doesn't still make Frank wrong. Because
He's wrong. I just said he's
about
wrong.
the rules, okay? But
right.
then when you get to the green, you know what I mean?
But you golfed without knowing the rules, and it was just a nightmare.
You never said it was a nightmare.
It was, Goo. I'm sorry. It was a
my
nightmare.
God.
You were hitting out of
drinking.
You were hitting out of. Yeah, but I still playing the right way. You were hitting out of turn.
Dude,
for example, like there's just a rule.
Don't steal my joy.
Okay, who hits it? 4 guys are in the fairway. Who goes first? Who hits first? Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
Well, you find out, and then you can come play.
But seriously, Stoney, I want to know. Just give me that.
I'm not
I'll go
telling
get
you
there.
now.
Evan, who goes first?
Like on the very first hole?
No, you 4 guys in the fairway. Who hits
the
first?
fairway.
Oh, on the fairway.
The one
But that
furthest from the
matters.
Guy
ball.
furthest.
Yeah,
Okay.
I knew that.
Well, it doesn't matter if you're on the fairway or not. It's
No,
the
I
guy
thought
who's
you
out.
said it.
No, you didn't get it
just
right.
A hole one.
You didn't get it right.
No. Hey, trivia for you and Evans is he said 50. May 21st last year, 2025. What was the Giant? How many wins did the Giants have, Evan?
I'll tell you exactly.
Oh boy,
Is that today's date last year?
yeah. Well, after 50 games, what
Okay,
it
hold
would
on.
be May 21st.
I'll tell you exactly
2
what they
days
were.
after my birthday.
They were about.
Ain't no about.
I'm going to say they were 32 and 18.
Nah, they weren't that good.
All right, Evan,
They
I
weren't
got Evan.
that good.
Magic Johnson.
I'm going to say under.
But you got to give me a number.
28 and 22.
Dude, you're one off. Evans one over. 29 and 21.
But I win that because we always do the Price is Right rules. Can't be over.
Well, next time you go first then, because you always go second.
Wow. He didn't figure you out.
Yeah, he may have figured me out, but I was right.
You were wrong.
No, I was right.
And
'Cause I
Frank was
under.
right, too.
No, he's not.
You were saying rules. I get it.
Just about your one rule, which was 17 different
It was
rules.
like, whoa, I can't keep up.
I wish we had the same rule when I was growing up at the pickup court. They're rules. Learn them before you go out and try to play in a pickup game with big boys. It's that simple.
Oh, man. Yeah, 29 and 21.
Yeah.
Well,
and their high point of the year was 41 and 29.
Man, you got it.
And then they got Devers.
That is.
They did.
No, I got that's just crazy to me.
Well, it's crazy, but
you're not blaming it on Devers, but that is a fact.
You know what? What the hell? I'm going to blame it on Devers. When he got here, we turned into the Boston clubhouse. And that's why they got rid of him.
Oh, man. And got rid of him.
Hit a fastball.
Well,
let me guess. It's okay if he hits 190.
No, he's got to make an
as long as he hits
adjustment.
3 homers every 19
They're
games.
throwing it on his hands. They're getting it on his hands, man.
Uh-oh.
But you got to make an adjustment.
Don't tell Rafi Devers.
Remember how I
How
said
to play.
Melvin had that kill signs down? Remember by the throat? The kill, kill, kill.
I
on the
can't do
review?
this. Yeah.
Rafi's got the look back at the ump like, did I just miss the ball?
I can't do it, Buddha Cat. I can't do it.
You got. I don't have anything up.
Buddha Cat says, Buddha Cat on the text line, on the Odyssey.com text line.
You're already out.
Shut up.
It's just been such a bad day.
Steiny, stop ripping on Goo and take him under your wing. I can't.
No, I got Sergio Romo, a better golfer.
Yeah,
and he
do.
wants it.
He does.
He wants to golf with the Goo.
What a sick pup.
Dude, that is dope. I'm going out with him.
I know you will. You know, you have a...
What did you make of my attire
You have a
yesterday?
history of horning in on things.
What about my attire? Was all right?
I don't like what you got on today. Is that what you mean?
We actually, we thought yesterday it was one too many buttons.
It looked like you were more dressed up than dressed for golf, I thought.
I thought the golfers have the third button all the way up.
They don't.
The top collars.
Tiger had the red one.
Not the good ones.
Tiger had it all the way up.
No, he didn't.
You can't have all 3 buttons.
No, you can't. You can't. And that's what I mean about the rules.
It's like a suit. You never button both the buttons.
Thank you.
No.
Well, unless you're on TV.
No, Bonte has his in the middle.
I was in the business before him. Evan.
In the 80s.
Evan, if you find yourself
black and white.
Okay, Evan, you're going to get far in this business as a play-by-play man at some point.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. when you're sitting down, even though it's uncomfortable, button at least one of your suit jacket buttons. Do not wear it
I
open.
hear you. I'm listening.
You can't. It just doesn't work.
All right. And they tell you that if you try to do different, right? Would somebody be in your ear like, dude?
Well, that's a great question, Goo. And if you have the luxury of a stage manager, yes, he or she would usually be like, hey, Steiny, button that up. It looks better. But, in this cost-cutting era in our media, some stations don't have stage managers anymore.
Wow.
Let's go to Dave in Fresno. He wants to talk about the 49er draft. Hey, Dave.
Hey guys, I feel like they needed to call because it's a hot topic with the whole consensus and the drafting and all that.
Yep.
I think what we need to really dive into is that let's look at what's the Ravens and the Niners. I think they're in similar kind of at stages of their where they haven't won yet, and they have different philosophies. But I feel like nobody's going to question the Ravens picks and their GM because every year, you walk away saying, man, that was a great pick by Eric DeCosta. Every year, great pick. You hear, they let the board fall to them. And you never hear any questions or any rumblings about their GM. And with the Niners and Lynch, I feel like they're basing their picks off, good character. Did this guy help this lady cross the street? Did they save a cat from a tree? It's like they're giving out gold helmets to players with good character, while the Ravens and the Eagles, they're drafting the best players from the best conferences, from the best teams, and that's the consensus. And that's what the fans are kind of arguing, is that it's not just this year. It's the last 4 years. And it's every time you walk away from the draft, it's a head scratcher. You're like, all right, well, you have to be talked into the pick as opposed to, say, 2 years ago when Cooper DeJean was available for the 49ers and Nell and David Jeremiah. All the draft pundits said that, hey, he's a top 20 pick. I don't know why he's lasting this long. The Niners ignored that, and he went on to be an all-pro. So there's proof right there that if you just listen to the consensus, people will respect the process more, even if you don't win, because the Ravens aren't winning, but people will still respect the process. If you're the Niners and Lynch and you have your process and it's not working, I can't live with the results. I'm not mad. If we would have drafted Deshaun Watson at 3 overall instead of Solomon Thomas, I would have been okay with it because that was the right thing to do. But you didn't. You went with your draft board, your consensus. That's what you did with Kinlaw. That's what you did with a lot of these picks. And where did that get you? Now, if you went with the right picks, fans wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be mad because I would respect the process. But if you're going to do this other process and we're going to listen to what we got in the building and it don't work, and it hasn't been working because you haven't drafted any blue chips in a long time, then that's why fans are getting upset. And this year was just another year of the same old stuff. And we can say that we got to wait and see, but it's a lot of the same stuff going on. So that's why fans are mad.
Good stuff, Dave. I think I don't think you're wrong. If the 49ers didn't have the history that they had under Shanahan and Lynch with their draft, it's been, it hasn't been great to my way of thinking. Now, you can probably find charts and graphs and analysis that says it's fine, but I think 49er fans in the Shanahan-Lynch era, they have a gripe with how they've drafted. They shouldn't have a gripe for the most part with how Kyle Shanahan coaches, but no, the draft I think's been a weakness.
Well, I'll say this to that, and you tell me if I'm off the mark. And it's like Shasky's great rant this morning. Like he was spot on, but nobody has to be wrong. And for the Niners to build a machine, that's what I'm calling it for the sake of this discussion. Since 2019, you got a batch of cookies, which are the players in Kittle, Warner. You got studs, Debo, guys that make contributions. And you got to No. What's happening is, I'm trying to make a parallel. You tell me if it fits with Dre, Steph, and Clay. You've had your chances at Super Bowls, and you came close. You didn't get it. But I think all this noise would be gone had they brought one of those Super Bowls home. They didn't.
But they didn't.
And now Kittle's getting older. He's hurt more. Right. Warner's getting older. He's hurt. So now I get Niner fan, old fan, new fan. They want the new batch of cookies to look forward to. So I'll just say this to you, Steiny. What about Brock Purdy? They hit on that. Ayuk, okay, that's a miss. The McGlincheys. So we can't just, and I'm speaking for myself, it hasn't been all misses because you don't win this much if you don't have some hits in the draft. So they've had their chances. Some. Now it's about
they're
the
saying
newness.
They've drafted well. Do you think they've drafted well?
No, I'm 60-40, 70-30.
I'm like 50-50. I was like, I can't ignore the fact that a lot of NFL people are looking at what they've done and they're like, drafted great. Like, if you haven't drafted, it's just like the Warriors. Hey, I'm sitting here saying we got the 11th pick. They should get a really good player. What 75% of Warrior fans are saying Dunleavy will just mess it up anyway. They don't know how to draft. They drafted Kuminga. I got news for you. Whoever the Warriors pick, they are going to get questioned. Why? Because of Kuminga, because of Wiseman, because of Moody to a lesser extent. It's like, sorry, you don't get to wipe the slate clean
And I'm
every
not
year
for that. I just like Javon
Kinlaw. I get it. But who is anybody to say you can't be critical of the 49ers picks?
Come on now.
Of course you can if you want.
That's not where I'm going. I'm not saying you're saying that's where I'm coming from. That would be foolish. My point is, you don't see the trend here. I don't know where the window is at in regard to the Niners hoisting the Lombardi, but if those two games against the Super Bowl champs in your division are any indication, it's bigger than Niagara Falls. My point is, I think Niner fans are seeing that, and now they want to see something to look forward to and contribute right away. And we don't know if these guys are going to Striplings of the world are going to do that or not. But the bottom line is the necessity from a fan now to sit back and just dream about, okay, who do we get? Like, Stripling's not sexy enough. And maybe somebody or another Niner fan wanted a different position addressed. But Stoney, I just think it has to do with the old batch of cookies that they hit with. Those are gone now, and now you got to take out a new batch, and I don't know how close they're doing. You know, the Nick Martins of the world, I don't know what he's going to be, but I know he didn't play a down, and they had needed that position.
How about all three of the guys? Williams, Collins, and Martin. How would you grade the three of them together?
Collins gave you 16 games, and he's not a guy, and I'm not giving him a pass.
But again, this is what we do. And we did it a little with Pooney, his rookie year. Pooney was great his rookie year. Okay. Well, guess what? Last year, apparently wasn't as great as everybody thought he was. Because when you're a rookie and you play, that's good enough. And then after 2 or 3 years, you better get better.
But nowhere a miss now because he's had some good run.
Who?
Pooney.
But great. And here we go again. Yeah, they've had a couple good picks. They've had some terrible ones.
Hey, I hear you. But do you understand why I think the volume is getting louder on these picks is because now they're further away from a chip than they were?
No. Okay, I'll do it the other way.
Yeah.
You know what I think? I think the reason that I think the reason they went 6-11 2 years ago and why last year injuries ended up decimating them was because they haven't drafted well. That's why. Because they haven't supplemented their really good players with enough other good players.
But they were dependent, especially defensively last year, with a lot of young players. And I'm not saying they were Pro Bowlers. How do you say that when they made the playoffs with all those injuries and a lot of it was predicated on first 2-3 year players?
I thought the schedule was a joke, if you want my truth. And again, here's the other thing. Like, whether people like to realize, whether they acknowledge it or not, Kyle Shanahan is a great coach. And to me, I'm starting to think if Kyle Shanahan's your coach and you got an average team, he's going to be able to win with it. I think he is. Like, he can get average teams to be better than average. But they just have, there's too many, it's just like the Giants lineup.
Yeah.
There's too many holes in their drafting, isn't there?
Like, I didn't like what I saw.
Here's the other thing.
It didn't make sense, the sequence
right
of it, but we don't know what's going to happen.
And maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so their first pick is a wide receiver. How much is he going to play?
If I had to give you my right arm, Steiny, slim and none.
Okay, how much is the running back going to play?
Slim and none, but I could totally be wrong. But that's what I'm with you. Like, what was that?
Okay, so
and they're paying the price where it doesn't matter to them.
Could I argue that
outside?
It was,
like, what's
the difference?
Thinking?
What's the difference between what the Rams did that everybody laughs at and what the Niners did? The Rams took a player where they had the best guy at their position.
I thought that was dumb.
Okay, well, the 49ers took a guy, Kalen Black, and he plays the same position as the best player on your offense.
But that wasn't as egregious because this was a 13th pick in the first round for the Rams.
In your mind, it wasn't. But in a 49er fan's mind, they might be like, why did we draft a wide receiver, and which we haven't had success on, and especially after we signed two free agent wide receivers. No, all I'm saying is if you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, that's fine, and people do. I'm not. Yeah. I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt.
But you're not saying they suck at drafting.
They're not great at it.
Okay, but great and suck. There's a middle ground. That's where I'm at.
Okay, they're worse than their competitors.
Well, I just know
are they as good as the Eagles at drafting? Are they as good as the Rams? And are they as good as the Seattle Seahawks? I'm not saying they're not. Okay, everybody else is. Okay, Baldinger says they're not. Right. People who are objective are saying the 49ers don't draft as well as the elite teams in the NFC.
But they were once the elite team. They were once one of the elite
drafting.
Teams. Okay,
so you can't look at it like maybe if we would have drafted better, we would have gotten over the hump.
I heard Shasky say that yesterday, and there's some merit to that. But the bottom line, I don't want to hear a damn thing about a draft when it's 6 minutes left in the damn Super Bowl and you're up 10 points twice. That don't come at me now with if we would have drafted better. Right. That's fair. I don't even need you to hit a rebuttal. Mm. Don't come at me when you're up 10 in the biggest game of the season in the Super Bowl with the world watching and you guys choke it off twice, and then you want to mention a damn draft.
Maybe
you
they
were
didn't
good
have
enough
depth.
to get the lead,
Not
and you were
enough
good
depth.
enough to get to the Super Bowl
Not
and to
depth.
get to 4 NFC championship games.
Maybe they didn't have enough depth.
What you're saying and preaching, I'm not saying
Go
you're
ahead,
wrong.
say they draft well.
No, I'm
Go
saying
ahead.
what supersedes the draft in a sense, to make them be able to be Billy Badass from 2019 to 2026. I'll trade that with anybody, damn near anybody.
And you know what? Congratulations. They've made some picks over the last 8 years. But just like we always signal out, well, he had a couple good games. That's great. They've had a couple great picks. On balance, I'm not saying it. Everybody seems to agree that the 49ers don't draft as well as the last two Super Bowl champions and the Rams. And if 49er fans are mad about that, then that tells me they have passion about looking at the draft and where this team is. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Hey, it's Willard, Bay Area. You feel that rumble? That's Lowriders taking over Cinco de Mayo. Join Habas Law on Sunday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. East San Jose, King and Story. Chrome gleaming, hydraulics bouncing, starting at 10 a.m. It's the Cinco de Mayo parade, live music, incredible food, and a community alive with pride. Presented by Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and Habas Law with council member Peter Ortiz and the United Lowrider Council. Pull up with your crew for Lowriders Sunday, May 3rd, Habas Law, East Side Pride, let's ride.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Spring is warming up, but is your body ready? If you're ready to lose unwanted weight and feel your best, it starts with the right combination of GLP-1 medication and real clinician care. Because here's the truth, where you get your prescription matters. At Jumpstart MD, you get expert-guided weight loss with affordable plans designed for real, lasting results. Don't wait to feel confident this summer. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com today.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I should be in a Napa State white jacket because I'm crazy.
Let's get nuts.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm smelling a double standard.
What's it smell like?
So you think we're talking about the Niners draft? You're like, but we've won. Like we've won during this time.
And has success, right?
Okay. So just then explain to me this difference. All right. The Golden State Warriors in 2022 won a title. Around that time, They had a draft. They had a couple drafts. They just won this. They had Wiseman on the team when they won it.
Okay.
They had Kuminga on the team when they won it, but they were drafted both near that time, and they drafted Moody. All right, now we're 4 years removed, and we are absolutely, positively killing the Warriors. How come? Because if they would have gotten the drafts right, they would be in a much better position now, and maybe they would still be in contention. What is the difference between Warrior fans saying that and 49er fans saying, we got to the Super Bowl in 19, we got to the Super Bowl in 22, but those drafts at that time, had we done better, we would be in a better spot right now.
I think.
Okay, well then it's fair to criticize the Niners drafting.
And who said it's unfair?
Well, it sounds to me like you're like, well, it doesn't matter if there's separate things. There's free agency. There's the draft.
Yeah, it always matters. My whole point is, Steiny, I wouldn't trade this frustration from Niner fans, which I told you this morning is valid. I get it, but don't sit up here until we can go toe-to-toe with every draftee that's had contributions to this team, being a player or a threat to win it all since 2019. So that's all I'm saying.
So as long as you're knocking on the door and maybe there's a hole in your game at drafting, we can live with it because they've made up for why winning 10, 12 games a year. I don't know. It's just like that's not enough for the Warriors.
Well, unlike the Niners, the Warriors, they got it done 3 previous times, all the way done. And they got it done surprisingly in 2022. But you're right. I'm not trying to change the narrative or the metric. It's different sports, but the bottom line is if you want to sit up here, and you can, and I'm hearing it, and say Philly is the standard, well, they weren't the standard when the Niners were in the Super Bowl in 2019. The Niners were Billy Badass. They blew their chances, and now their guys are getting older. They're getting banged up, and they might be at the closer to being finished than prime. Right. And now I can't justify what you said in drafting these guys. It was perplexing to me. I'm just like, man.
If you draft well, then you would have guys ready to step up in the positions that they need them to step up with your guys who are aging out. Right. But if we go ahead, it doesn't seem.
If we had some fun or kept it real right now, and let's do it. Ricky Pearsall, Steiny, I'm really concerned that this might be when all said and done, because it's about can your ass get on the field and play the week after. I'm starting to think they might have went Shasky and butchered this.
Okay. So just acknowledge it. He was a first-round pick, and you pay the price for that. How do you pay the price? Oh, guess what? 2 years later, you're drafting another receiver in the first round.
But then why did you
that's a mistake.
No doubt. Why did you come down my road when I brought up Moody? Because that's a mistake.
I put him in there.
Oh, okay. But it sounded like you were like, that was too far.
What I'm saying is, if you give the Warriors those drafts back of Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody, of course we can pick 3 guys who are better.
Playing a playoff game.
Okay, and I'll do the same with the 49ers.
But they made the playoffs.
Who?
The Niners this year.
Not last year.
Well, yeah, but their best player got hurt.
Right, and they have no depth because they haven't drafted well enough to have really good play. And how many guys chipped in last year and they weren't even drafted players of the Niners?
No, I mean, everybody got a chance, but I guess I'm defending because I'm not disagreeing with you on these or any Niner fan. And I talk to them nightly, daily. On these last couple of drafts have been like, the Nick Martin thing, okay? I don't even know what to do. Just think about it. And the Trey Sermons of the world. I guess I'm just going the whole enchilada, shout out Mia, with the last 7 years of the draft for them to build whatever you want to call they've been for the last 7 years. And when you talk about, and you can say I'm being sometimey, I have no agenda. I'm just telling you they've been to 4 NFC championship games, 2 Super Bowls that they should have won. So you had some hits in there, and now it's getting stale and old, and it looks like you're getting further and further away from the prize or having an opportunity for the prize.
Who deserves more criticism for their drafting? The Warriors in the last 10 years or the Niners in the last 10 years? The Warriors in the last 10.
Well, now we're okay. So Clay, Dre, and Steph are off the table.
Yeah, they're off the table.
So I would say Warriors.
They've had worse drafts than the Niners.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, I can't tell if that's all right. Your response, how would you answer that?
Well, I mean, to me, like, they at least got Bosa right.
No doubt.
And the Warriors
Fred Warner.
didn't.
And Kittle.
Yeah. Right. But
now, where are the new ones of those guys?
Thank you.
But you've been winning, so you it ain't like you've been drafting 2. But, having the number 1 pick.
How about if I say this? Let's just put the rat on the table, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Kyle Shanahan can coach, but he can't draft.
I wouldn't get mad at you on that.
Okay.
Because I can go
and neither
over.
can John Lynch can't really draft either.
Yeah. Isaac Garendo, T. Davis Price, Trey Sermon, Joe Williams.
Isaac Garendo is? Trace Jackson Davis.
Man.
That's who he is. He plays,
it's just
80, he carries the ball 80 times his first year. Everybody says he's great. And then the next year he doesn't play. And we're like, how come? Well, Kyle doesn't think he's that good.
But it's not because he doesn't think he's that good. It's because he can't stay healthy. That seems to be the trend. That wasn't why
Trace Jackson Davis was traded.
Oh, no, I got that.
Garendo was healthy his rookie year.
And he was popping. He looked to be the next.
Well, do you think, so what happened to Garendo?
I think his body failed him. We didn't see him go out there and just fumble the ball every time he ran. I look at, when I hear Garendo, I'm like, he's like Pearsall, guy that can't stay healthy.
Now, I look at Garendo as the kind of guy who's going to get touches when you go 6-11, but when you go 12-5, he ain't going to be able to see the field.
And again, I got to be careful here because I could be proven wrong. Stoney, it sounds like you're talking about Stribling.
Maybe. I don't know.
But I can't sit up here in front like I know more than Kyle and John. But that's why I keep going to Joe Shasky this morning with his rant. He's talking about what a fan wants and it's their prerogative and what makes them happy. And it just, like this Stribling, it seems like with the makeup of the Niners currently, this is a stretch. And there's a couple stretches. A running back as your 3rd pick, and you got a guy that you won't even take off the field. Now, cut my knees off and call me stubby. I'm stealing from Low Neal. But if that's going to change this year, then okay, John, you got it right because now you need another back. But Brian Robinson Jr. didn't do anything wrong to me when I saw the few chances he got to tote the rock. So why couldn't you have said, we'll trust him if we're going to scale back on giving our guy carries and use that draft pick to address other positions?
I don't know. But the Brian Robinson signing was a non-factor.
But it was,
it meant nothing.
It wasn't supposed.
Well, of course, and you know what? Pearsall wasn't supposed to be injury prone.
Man. Or was he? Herm Edwards told us you got to save the player from himself. That was his college coach. Now the dude can't stay healthy. That was some insight. I wonder if we got Herm on the phone now, what he would say about Pearsall.
He would not say anything derogatory.
Oh, well, I'm not looking for that, but...
this is Bucky Brooks, NFL Network, on Stribling and what the Niners thought of him.
I talked to 2 wide receiver coaches in the week leading up to the draft that Stribling was their guy. And when I mean their guy, he was coming off the board shortly after the Niners pick if he didn't go to the Niners. So all of that other stuff that people are screaming like, oh, it's too high, that is why we don't know what we don't know. He was catching a lot of heat leading into the draft. That's why the Niners made it a point to get him there because they couldn't get him if they waited for another go-around.
All right. Well, and now we'll see if he can play.
There it is. There it is right there. But let me tell you who didn't play. Nick Martin didn't play.
So it sounds like you're making a case that you actually do acknowledge that the 49ers' weakness is their drafting ability.
No, I've said there have been misses. This one was a reach. Last year, there's some questions. Like, you can have it both ways and also say they've been able to have the ability to still win.
Right. But if they drafted better, they might be in a different position. Like, if they had the drafts of the Rams or the Seattle Seahawks in the last year or two, would they be better? I mean, I don't know. I got to go down their list. Yeah. But, there are just too many, there's just too many guys here that Michael Williams, Alfred Collins, Nick Martin, C.J. West, Jordan Watkins, Jordan James. They didn't play.
I understand.
That's last
I'm
year.
not defending that at all. I just want to say something to Niner fan, and I'm going to say it right now on our show. Steiny, I honestly, I feel this. You and I Evan wasn't even around. You and I got in a 15-round fight about Andy Reid and his tenure in Philly and what he was as a coach. And he just couldn't get it done. 5 NFC championship games, 1 Super Bowl visit, couldn't get it done, right? And then he goes somewhere else, and now he's the man. I admitted I took the L on that. But I'm just telling you with what I'm looking at and the emergence of Seattle and the talent deficit or void I see with the Rams and Seattle, who you play 4 times. You can talk draft. We don't have to talk draft. My gut and my core tells me I feel like right now the Niners and Kyle Shanahan had their opportunity to cash in that Super Bowl ticket. They didn't. And right now I think they're behind the 8. They're chasing.
Why? Why though? Why are they chasing?
Because now you're
they didn't draft well enough to have good players coming in.
Right.
That's a big part of it.
But what about this part? The other BL, the bad luck that now that your guys are getting injured. And that's
old.
Well, injuries make you old. But I'm just saying now Kittle's got some Carfax report. Warner.
Right, so we'll find. Okay, so now more than ever, you better have drafted well.
And that's why I'm shocked, and I feel like this draft, the people that are yelling from the rooftop.
Don't stick up for him then.
No,
it's
I'm
okay.
not. I'm saying this isn't like they better ball.
Who?
The receiver, the first guy you took at the 33 pick. Like, you're telling me you were that good in other places and your O-line was intact, that great, and you had 20 sacks. You were last in the NFL in defensive pressure in the quarterback. And you go get a receiver? That's like having a leak on your roof, but going to buy new tires for your car.
Yes, it's fair to wonder what they're doing. It's absolutely fair.
But now more than ever, you need to hit on these in the draft.
Why it's more than fair to be really critical of where they are because they are in a desperate situation if that's the situation.
But they didn't draft like that. They're drafting like we're good.
Well, does that feel like it's a little strange then?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, they've got draft issues, right?
Well, the only person that's going to come in between that is York and do something about it and get some other eyes in there. And right now it doesn't, you could say they've earned the benefit of the doubt, but I can't wait to see this season and see who makes contributions out of these 8 players and who was offensive tackle. I think, I forget his name. He got a chance to, get the starting position at guard possibly, but like I said, I like that analogy. You got a leaky roof on your home, but you go buy a set of new tires. That's how I felt at the running back and the wide receiver position being addressed 2 out of the first 3 picks in this year's draft for the Niners after watching them last year.
Lee, let's go to Gary. Gary's in San Ramon. Hey, Gary, what's going on, man?
Hey, gentlemen, great subject. Good show as always. You got to think about the past drafts, and you can't really look at this draft for a couple of years just because these kids develop and you just don't know. So if you go back to starting with 2020, the 4 drafts, 20, 21, 22, 23, how many of those day 1 and 2 picks are still on the roster?
All right, I'll go down it. You ready? Javon Kinlaw and Brandon Ayuk. Trey Lance and Aaron Banks. Drake Jackson.
There's also Aubrey Thomas and Trey Sermon.
You said day. Okay, I was kind of skipping 3 and 4, but you're right. Those were both third-round picks.
Day 1 and day 2.
Okay,
Danny.
I got you. Drake Jackson, Davis Price, Danny Gray, Burford Womack.
Wow.
Great.
Jair Brown, Jake Moody, Cameron Latu, Darrell Luter, Robert Beal, D. Winters.
Of those,
wow.
Yeah, of those guys, through 2023, Steiny, of those guys that were drafted on day 1 and day 2, there's only one guy left, and that's Jair Brown. Now, there's 5 guys from those drafts, but 4 of those are day 3 drafts. So my point being is the day 1 and day 2 misses are costing the Niners. How much better could we be? Kyle's a great coach. We all admit that. Yeah. But he's the guy making the calls. So that's my point is they haven't hit on those drafts, and they'll need to hit on these upcoming drafts.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. Not only have they missed in some of those picks, they also gave up 2 of those picks.
And Lance.
With Trey Lance. Yep. So depending on your thought process, they had 2 extra chances to get a couple right, or they would have had 2 more guys who still,
I just had this crazy thought, and I've said this, I'm on record. The best cologne or fragrance or deodorant to cover the stench of the Trey Lance debacle was done by the same people that committed the debacle. And that was the drafting of Brock Purdy, because could you imagine that debacle of that pick and Trey not working out and having a backup quarterback, let's just say give you what C.J. Mullins gave you or any of the backups in the past. I mean, that would have cost John Lynch and probably Kyle their jobs. And the drafting of Brock Purdy changed everything and saved them. But now even that, we went through Brock Purdy mania, and that's calmed down, and it's proven he needs help. We all need help, right? But, hey, Brock can play, but Steiny, he needs help. And now, with these last couple of drafts, I do question Ricky Pearsall can play when he's healthy, but he can't help you on the sideline. And that's pretty much where he's been. So it's just kind of interesting where this thing is headed. But, man, that drafting of when you mentioned that capital, those 2 picks of Brock Purdy, that saved, and I ain't telling you nothing Niner fan doesn't know, but, Stoney, that bought them a whole lot of time.
Let's go to Leroy. Leroy's in Oakland. What's up, Leroy? How you doing?
What's up, Steiny? What's up, Guru?
Hey.
Hey, Steiny, you alluded to something earlier about Kyle Shanahan, and I just want you to put it in your brain real quick, and I'm going to come back. You said that something to the effect of us 49er fans, we should be ecstatic about Kyle Shanahan because he can basically take a bunch of mediocre guys and win with them and get them to perform. Well, you know what, Steiny? I think Kyle Shanahan feels that way too. And this is going into what I'm going to say. Philosophy-wise, the 49ers and the Warriors, as far as drafting, philosophy-wise, they're the same. And it's not good for the teams because if you look at Kyle Shanahan and he goes, we're going to get a wide receiver. Goo, I talked about the kid from Tennessee, Chris Brazel, who I wanted to take, who Carolina Panthers took. And we'll have to see them, but he's going to be a stud to me, right? I wanted us to take him. But the philosophy is, let's get a blocking wide receiver. How do you go into a room going, let's get a blocking wide receiver? Like they don't do anything else. They don't have to do anything else well, but they have to block well. To me, that's the wrong philosophy. If you look at the Warriors, let's draft a player that can play with Stephen Curry. I mean, how do you, as a professional team, how is that your philosophy? And it just, maybe you guys can help me out. How is that their philosophy? Help me out, guys.
No, go ahead, Sonny. That's beautiful.
Well, I mean, you look at a guy like Pods. He was drafted because he was a connector, right?
Yeah, I don't know, what they saw, but they got something out of him.
They, I guess, saw a guy that would work well with the guys that they had on the team originally.
So do you, Frank Sinatra, do it your way, right? Do it my way. I'm going to run down the list, and you and the caller just did it. Jalen Hurd, Dante Pettis, Danny Gray.
Don't do this with Willard here.
Trent Taylor. Like, those are Kyle Shanahan telling you, hey, I know how to draft or decipher what a good receiver is in my system, but those are some hellified misses. Yeah, you got the Ayuk for a minute. He's gone. You got Debo. He's gone. But I'm just asking you, Stoney, if Niner fan doesn't have that much confidence in Kyle Shanahan determining what he thinks a good receiver will be in the NFL, I mean, those are some examples more than the hits. So, again, I see Stribling. I'm like, okay, but I hate hearing he can block. I'm like, what is he with his hands? And I know Cosell signed off on him, but he better have more production than Ricky Pearsall. And he better be used, because if I'm a Niner fan, I'm going, holy hell, why did we do that? And again, I caught hell on social media last night for saying I thought the Niners receiver room was stable with Evans, Kittle when he comes back, and Kirk and the rest of the gang. But they were like, no, we need we need help now. I was like, do you?
Here's the way I look at it. Pearsall was a first-round pick. What was he, 31? So him and Stribling are the same. They're the same. 31 and 33, that's the same. They pick a guy at the same spot. Okay.
Yeah, 27. But yeah.
Pearsall was 27?
Yeah.
Okay. And they had 27, so they could have taken him there, which they said but if they loved him, they would have, but they knew they could get him moving back. My point is they were drafted very similar.
Okay.
You think Stribling will have more yards receiving than Pearsall his first 2 years?
No.
Okay.
Now, again,
Pearsall has 930 yards receiving in his first 2 years of playing in the NFL. 400 yards and then 530 last year. They have Mike Evans.
Right.
They got Kirk.
Yes, they do.
They got Pearsall.
Kittle when he's coming back, Tonjes.
Yep.
And you got McCaffrey, who damn near a wide receiver. So I'm going to say no.
Oh.
Do you have a problem with that? I'm like.
Well, then I would say this was a terrible pick.
And that's how I feel.
Like, you don't draft 33 to have a and it's funny because, I was listening to Baldy, and he said it this way. He goes, well, we're going to have to find out how long it takes for Stribling to become a starter.
That's wow.
And I'm like, well, if Pearsall's healthy and Evans is healthy, he's out there. Third receiver's probably Kirk.
And CMC is damn near your receiver one, man.
Exactly.
That's why I can sit here and understand the Niner fan being mad.
Like, here's the other thing, and is Stribling going to be better in 2026 than Juwan Jennings? So why, you know what I mean?
No, I
so why wouldn't you just re-sign Juwan Jennings?
I don't know if
it's going to be too much money.
Yeah,
okay, well, really? Yeah. Okay. He's pretty reliable, Juwan Jennings. All right, 888. No. We got crossover coming up next.
The guys.
He's coming. He's going to come after me.
Why?
Because he's going to be like, have you looked at every NFL team's draft over the last decade?
He found the site to back him. Remember, I forgot the name of it. Remember yesterday?
I'm scared of Willard.
Yeah.
All right, that segment was brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. You will love the way Cache Creek Casino Resort feels. Every escape there will feel a little more extraordinary. Every getaway is a chance to make the moment yours. Everything at Cache Creek Casino Resort will feel wonderful. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade on every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 17% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $555 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers, and as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not Not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Struggling with social isolation? Try Walk and Talk, the non-prescription treatment for people who want to move their bodies and mouths at the same time. Side effects may include new inside jokes and slight perspiration. Do not attempt if you're allergic to processing emotions in public. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Togethering heals.
Lowe's has the brands pros trust to get the job done. You can now shop new Catalyst fencing solutions and save big when you do. 10% off when you buy in bulk. Plus, save $180 on a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel sliding compound miter saw. Now just $449. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Especially at night. Hey, it's the crossover.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Divers, it's a day of false starts on Steiny and Guru. False start, 10 yards, man. Yeah, name some more golfers. We got Sergio Garcia.
Hello, friends.
Who else?
I
got a new golf partner.
Why would I want to jump into this segment when I know the heat's coming?
Hi.
Glenn Fry, the heat is on.
Oh, that's great movie,
Let me
too.
start. Let me John get my Sally.
Yeah, let him, hold on.
John Sally.
It's time for the crossover. 3, 2.
It's time for the crossover brought to you by...
I'm not doing it.
Let's try it again.
It's time. 3, 2.
It's time for the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com.
My man.
Hey, they could lay out. My guys.
He was over there like Don Rickles. We get excited to see you.
Radio professionals.
That was like a 3-day weekend for the crossover. It's not the same when we're not in the same building.
Let me ask you a question.
How was it?
Let me ask you a question.
What's up?
Did you hear me call him Sergio Garcia? Or
let's welcome in
Sergio Garcia.
Or
to the mouths in the office. have to talk about every little thing and say, hey, did you hear Steiny? Sergio Romo, Sergio Garcia.
I heard it, and it almost caused me to have a motor vehicle accident. And right when I was starting to get everything back together, Guru backed it up with a mistake of his own. And I thought, oh my God, I love these two so much.
What did I do?
Yeah, Sergio, we saw you yesterday at Stone Creek.
Oh, Stone Tree.
Yeah.
You didn't catch that?
Yeah, no.
I did. No, you didn't.
But he was reeling. He was on the ropes.
Thank you, buddy.
I got you. So I immediately, I pulled over, and I was going to Safeway, and I was hoping to see somebody in the aisles. And before I went into Safeway, I'm like, Evan, I'm going to need you to cut all this and that. He's like, dude, it's already been cut. Mind your business and go in the aisles.
Yeah. So the answer, Steiny, is both.
Willard, I thought I got away scot-free, man.
We both heard it, and when we got off the elevator, people ran up. So did you hear that Steiny called Sergio Romo?
How pathetic are their lives?
I mean, it made me think about Mount Sergio more with Garcia, Romo, Valente, and I don't know who else would go on there.
I know. I know. Sergio Maravilla.
Nope, you guys are
very
forgetting.
good.
Maravilla. You guys are forgetting number one on the board.
Numero uno?
Yep.
It's a singer.
Nope.
Sergio Mendez?
Sergio Dip. Remember Sergio Dip? Isn't that the dude that messed up Monday Night Football sideline reporter when the Broncos had the new coach? Remember the guy who just froze and lost it?
And he
isn't his name Sergio?
Looking out onto the field.
Yes, that guy.
And look, you got to find that. That is pretty classic. I know exactly. He's talking about the coach of the Broncos.
I do now. Yeah.
He's having the time of his life. Remember that guy?
I have to.
Sergio Dip.
I got to check that out.
The best name of all time.
Man.
If anybody would have cared, I would have never gotten to broadcast too. I had some big moments. Sergio Garcia.
I mean,
man,
that's fine. Yeah. Whatever. John Sally still reigns supreme.
Well, that wasn't my fault, John Sally.
It wasn't, but just the whole delivery of John Sally.
It was a great, what is it? It's a gift.
And your guy, K.C. Johnson.
Well, that was legitimate.
That's your
Blunderville.
That and A.J. Ananobi.
That wasn't with him on the phone.
And the other one is Chris Paul II.
Chris Paul II.
I mean, I love them all.
I also have
they're like children.
Asked Reggie Jackson about a quote that he never made. It was Billy Martin, Paul George III. Remember bringing up a Celtics playoff game to Kevin McHale in 1988, not 1987.
He was hurt.
Well, I mean, that's minor, and it's going down. We're gathering
that's
timber.
A good one,
well, that was accurate. That was just. That was just.
All right.
Sergio, talk about, because I'm fascinated now.
Which one?
I'm not good in golf. Romo with a handicap on golf. So we're talking about handicaps.
Yes.
Do you know yours?
Yeah, I'm a 16. I stink. I'm terrible.
16 doesn't stink. That doesn't stink.
I had him better than 16. I'm not saying that's bad because I thought it would be Sergio's was 9, and I was guessing. Right. What's yours, Willard?
So I technically don't track it anymore. I don't play enough. At my best, I was a 9 a few years ago. I can't really claim that anymore. It's kind of accurate-ish. But I don't track it.
I say 10 to 12 for Willard.
You did.
Yeah,
it's probably
What'd you say for Dibs?
I didn't say for Dibs.
How come?
Because Dibs doesn't play a lot anymore.
Maybe Sunday.
I heard.
Hoping, efforting.
I'll get the good Dibbly.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
By the way, Dan is officially elevated over his brother Mike in the Dibbly pecking order of guys I'd like to play with.
Because you finally spent some time with Mikey 2.0.
Played with him on Saturday.
Insufferable.
I wouldn't say that on the air.
Yeah. Matt, I will. He's my brother. Insufferable.
Wow.
I've known him for 57 years, and there's no person that I both love and hate more than him.
That's it. That's
like,
a brother relationship.
If I do my love rankings, he's top 5. If I do my hate rankings, he's probably number 1 and 2.
Top 3.
Look at my man.
He might be all 3.
I only had one interaction with him in my life, and it was lovely.
Oh, he's wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me guess, he tried to correct your swing?
No, he was working at T&B Sports in San Rafael.
Come on,
yeah.
I had just moved back, and so I was still at the other place, And I'm in there just trying to get a youth basketball jersey.
Come on.
And he put 2 and 2 together because Dibbs and I have known each other for 413 years.
Roughly.
I didn't know Mikey 2.0, but he started to put pieces together, and he's like, I'm Dan Diddley's brother. And then that was it.
Wow. Off we go.
We were inside that place for another 20 minutes.
Yeah. He's the best.
Yeah, he was great.
I want to meet him. I thought he was actually at the tournament.
No, you'll love him.
Yeah,
you'll love
the tournament yesterday, but that was wrong.
Grow up with him. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
I mean, it's a little bit like Steiny's brother, who I met a long time ago.
His brother Mike.
Bob, nice try. Yeah. And I met Bob, and he and I have a lot in common.
Why would I say it twice?
Because you're a guru. That's why.
I said it twice.
I met Steiny's brother probably 10 years ago, and Steiny had kind of, quote, warned me, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. I'll meet him, and he and I had a lot in common. We hit it off, and like 30 minutes later, I'm like, Steiny, your brother, I mean, he's kind of a good guy.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, really? I mean, it's kind of like my brother, right? Brothers, man.
He's worse. My brother's worse.
Than my brother?
Yeah.
They don't talk, Dibbs.
My brother's the worst.
Do you have one, Goo?
Yeah, brother Rodney, retired fireman.
Okay. He's awesome.
I don't have any brothers.
I met Rodney up in Sacramento. Yes, I showed up to the barbecue.
The only one.
I showed up to the cookout.
Yeah.
And it wasn't only because I was in a fight
Dan
with my
Johnson,
wife.
not Dan Diddley.
But it was top 3.
Will, just tread a little lightly when we talk about Goo's brother.
Oh, why?
James.
Oh.
What? I'm proud of my brother.
Sometimes the proud moves into envy.
So he talking about himself now.
Okay.
My brother, we threw a draft party.
Jim Blossoms?
D lineman at Murray State, early 80s. We threw a draft party. He didn't get drafted. He was about 6'1", big as ox, number 90. I got footage on the phone, TNT games.
Yep.
And had he been in the draft nowadays, where it's not just you got to be Ed Too Tall Jones, he would have then been drafted.
Oh, the Niners would have taken him in the 4th. I mean,
Will, you had to laugh.
Where was the consensus?
Yeah,
you guys clearly had a different consensus.
Did you hear
than
us
the
yelling?
NFL.
We'll get to sports. Shasky had a rant today. I loved Will. We'll get to it. And basically, I'm paraphrasing. Don't tell me how to fan. But he did say something I disagree with, and Steiny and I just got loud. The Niners have built something. It's not Pods or Kuminga. Why does everything got to be black or white? I said what I don't like, just me, is don't tell me the Niners, who had 2 10-point leads in the Super Bowl, could have won the game if they drafted better. That's obvious, but don't wait for them to use that. Of course you could say they could have been. They were in the bowl. They were Billy Badass, and I believe they lost those games for different reasons, but part of why they were in that position was what they did in the draft. But now we're just jumping on top now from the top rope. They lost the game because of the draft. No, you're in the game because of the draft. It was some other stuff that popped off to me.
Didn't we all say it was the best roster in the NFL?
Okay, there.
So how could you have lost it because of the draft?
No, that's what Shasky said this morning. I disagreed with.
Okay, but I didn't even hear that part. Okay. Did he say that they specifically lost that game because of the draft?
No, he's saying that.
I heard the part where he went bananas.
The blue balls for the Super Bowl and being close, and maybe if you're drafted better, maybe you're not. Listen, you were up 10 twice.
Luke is going to run in here and cut my mic. But you asked. It's not. Look, I don't want to get into an argument about this with anybody. Yeah. I don't understand this whole "don't tell me how to fan" thing. I don't get it.
Like what part, you?
I don't think anybody's telling anybody how to fan. Right. I just think they're disagreeing with you, and you're bothered by it, and so now you're like, "Don't tell me how to fan."
Oh man!
I think it's disingenuous to run around in the streets and be like the Niners had a terrible draft yesterday, and then if you're like, "Well, how do you know that?" Don't tell me how to fan. I'm mad, and I haven't won it. Like, wait a minute. No one told you how to do anything. This is simple disagreement. It's simple disagreement. So here, I'll raise my hand. You want to know what the Niners' biggest problem is over the last 7 years?
Give it to me.
Injuries. That's a way bigger issue than the draft. Nobody ever said that they've been amazeballs in the draft. They've had a lot of hits. They've had a lot of misses. We can do this all over, just like all the other teams have. Is there a process problem with day one and day two? You can make the case. I don't know this to be true. It's not like all of their picks have sucked. The biggest thing is that they picked Trey Lance, and then for 2 years running, they didn't have any day one picks. So we're ripping them for day one. They didn't do day one for 3 years, essentially. And that's they have to wear that. But I think injuries is a way bigger issue, and I don't know the fix. We've had that conversation 1,000 times.
And also, they didn't have a second, a third, a fourth, or a fifth because of McCaffrey in that same year. And, they had comp thirds, and they used one on Jair Brown, Jake Moody.
But that was kind of worth it for what you got from C-Mac.
It was totally worth it. And if you look at the Super Bowl roster, and I'm looking at it right now, you had Warner and Brown and Lenore all drafted, Bosa and Armstead, they were drafted, and offensively, like everyone other than McCaffrey was drafted. So the draft that you had that led to the Super Bowl loss in overtime was mostly guys who were drafted. Jawan and Brock and Elijah Mitchell and Debo and Ayuk. R.I.P.
Yeah. And all I was saying to Stoney is don't lose sight of that. I wasn't want A or B, just like you've been Billy Badass for a while because of what you hit. When you hit, there's a fall or some misses, but you've hit enough to where 4 NFC championships, 2 Super Bowls.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. The one thing... Can somebody tell me the difference and if this is fair? So right around 2021, 22, the Warriors were still in the mix, and they ended up winning a title in 2021, 2022. And we talk about Kuminga, and we talk about Wiseman, and to a lesser degree, Moody. And we now say that draft is killing them, right? It's killing them right now. So is it fair to say that when the Niners were doing pretty well in 20 and 21 after that first Super Bowl, had they not gone Trey Lance, Aaron Banks, Trey Sermon, Ambry Thomas, Kinlaw, Ayuk, McKivitz, Warner, well, Jennings is pretty good, but if they would have drafted better then, would they be in a better position now?
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Maybe.
It feels like we get incensed over those Warriors picks.
Well, just you saying that kind of had a funny thought go through my head, and it's completely, I guess it's sort of unfair because they're so different with their process. But if you were to rank the Giants, Warriors, and Niners right now in terms of how drafting is affecting their product, like, what are the rankings?
Are we talking about, so we're talking about the Giants like homegrown guys?
I would say the Giants won in regard to being worse.
Okay,
so farm system is kind of what we're talking about.
And the Warriors, and then the Niners.
Okay, so the Niners, the team that has us removing our ears from the side of our head,
not mine.
are the best drafters in town. Yeah. And then I get it. They get to draft 11 people, and the Warriors get to draft 1 every other year. So, I mean, it's apples to oranges, but...
And I was just telling Sonny Dibbs, I heard Cosell on with you guys yesterday. This is just me, a draft dummy. How do you, in the first 3 picks of the draft, in what happened or transpired with Seattle that went on to win the Super Bowl in your division, and maybe I'm looking at it wrong. When I look at the Niners running back position, I don't see Kyle Shanahan giving other running backs opportunities. It's been McCaffrey, over 400 touches. Maybe that'll change. I look at the wide receiver position with Kirk and Evans, and I'm just blown away that 2 of the 3, Willard, you went running back and wide receiver when I thought you could have, just me, went different positions. Now, those dudes can be all pros, but that's when I scratch my head and go back to Jake Moody at the 3rd. When it happened, I wasn't even tripping on Jake Moody because they were still winning. But then now I look at it like for the people in the back row that say, what are you doing? That sequence of running back receiver, 2 of the 3, I feel like could have went to the D-line, O-line, cornerback, safety. That's what just, when I hear the noise, I'm like, huh.
What about this just for just simplistic? Maybe the 3 guys they drafted were all because of the players who are playing that position now that they're really worried about.
So, I hear
McCaffrey, his durability after that big year, the wide receiver position, and Bosa, defensive end. So they drafted a player in each position where maybe they've got big concerns about the durability of those particular spots.
That's fair, except I think that if you look at Romello Height, he's more of just a straight 3rd down guy right now. Bosa is a 3-down D lineman. He's a guy who can stop the run. I don't think Romello Height is that guy. Kalen Black is somebody that you think can step in and be, running back number 2, and they've all said, McCaffrey and Shanahan, that he needs to do less than he did last year. And if you look at the history of guys who have had more than 400 touches after year 8 in the NFL, there's only been 3 of them, and one guy was somebody who retired the year after, and McCaffrey is going to be one of the 3, and now he's going to try and do something that's never been done before.
Wow.
I take it you have the other 2, but you're holding on for your show?
Tiki Barber is one. So Tiki Barber, he came back and he had a monster year, and then he went out and he retired the year after. And the other one escapes me. I have it in my notes, but there have been 20 guys since
Wilder. James Wilder.
No, that was before 2000.
Okay.
There have been 20 guys since 2000 who've had more than 400 touches, and the year after is remarkably bad.
I want to
including
say
CMC.
DeMarco Murray. No, huh?
I think that was one of them. Y'all grabbed him.
Okay. Remember I told you they ran him in the ground, knew they weren't re-signing him?
I think
and
you might be right on that one.
You need to call the cops.
Because I remember looking at that list.
Can I answer your question with a question? Yeah. I don't know to what level NFL teams draft the same way we draft our fantasy teams, which is by positional need. You know what I mean? Like, so in other words, you want them to take a safety at the 33rd pick, and they're going like, well, there's no safety that we like now.
Will, let me ask you this.
We just want a safety.
Right,
this is like a piece of meat.
Because I wanted to ask you yesterday, and I forgot. If it were up to you and you were making that 33rd pick, what position would you address?
Wasn't wide receiver.
I appreciate the honesty.
It happened in the middle of our show, and I was shocked.
Yep.
And I was like, don't do that.
Wow.
But what I told Divs yesterday is the second a pick is made, like I'll have sort of my perception in that moment, but the second a pick is made, I sort of then reel back to I can't.
They know what they did.
But not that they're right, but they can't be wrong yet. I want to see this guy. And then I do get intrigued when every analyst from Cosell to Bucky Brooks to Albert Breer to Ross Tucker, everybody's like, man, underneath the sheets, there were all these offensive dudes all over the league that were freaking out about Stribling. And I'm like, why? Why was that a secret? What did he do that made him rise so much?
Yeah.
But you have to be intrigued by him, right?
No.
Yeah, it was not what I would have done.
And I didn't think, nobody asked, but I didn't think Pearsall could ball the way he did, Dibs, when he was upright. He shocked me. I was like, no, who's this? But then now his battle wasn't the defenders, it's health.
Right.
And Herm told you guys, and I'm not writing them off, you got to save the player from himself. And I thought that's a throwaway line, but damn, Herm might have been a prophet.
And he's played 20 of 34 potential games in the regular year, so that's going to be his number one challenge this year. And I know a gunshot, it's not fair to say, oh, you're injury prone because you took a bullet. But, last year he had the knee and then he couldn't play. And so this year is big for him. But I do think, Steiny, that they took Stribling thinking about, if Pearsall is not going to be durable and the guy, or if he is really good, now we have 2 guys going forward.
Yeah. I mean, the 3 receivers they have right now all played about half a season last year, right? Evans, Kirk, and Pearsall.
You got to back Evans too.
Wow,
as an older player.
No doubt.
Older player.
What a hammy.
Right. So, and what do we know about Watkins and Cowing so far? Unfortunately, very, very little.
Right.
But it doesn't mean they can't. I was thinking about this. I was cruising around yesterday. There was all that talk about Seahawks nail the draft.
All of a sudden, they're the darlings.
Well, Jackson Smith and Jigba was a first rounder, right? How does rookie year look?
Not like his career.
It was like, okay. Right. He was, you could tell, I think you could tell that he was going to be good, but he was blocked by DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. And then all of a sudden, they made these moves, and the dude came out, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa, he's a star. So.
Nakua, too, to that degree. But
he was a late rounder.
Yeah.
I just think, and Nakua came out, he was bang. He was great week 1 of his rookie year. But that's why, I get how maddening it is, but you got to wait. You got to wait. You got to wait to see what they're going to do, and sometimes 2-3 years.
How about the Giants' offense?
It went 4-2 on the homestand.
And scored 6 runs back to back, Dibs, but they got to lead the league, the last in league in runs. Is that a concern?
It is, but I mean, I think they're trending in the right direction.
Right.
And the only concern is the fact that 2 of your 3 big boys have been totally flaccid, and it's been, Devers and Adames, and they've not been.
But they got track records. I told that to Steiny.
Well, okay, go ahead and start the track. We're getting to May, and shut out the Derby on Saturday. So, I mean, it's a track record, but at some point you have to kind of start going. And we all know that Adames is a slow starter. Okay, we're coming up on May, so your slow start's over. Let's get going.
Jury completely, obviously out on Buster the roster builder. We have to and I think we're just getting to the spot now where we can start diving into. I thought this year was the year that it's like, okay, now we're going to start, not last year, but this year's the year you start to judge Buster. It's only been 28 games. But, Steiny, I heard you guys talk about this earlier. You're not wrong. Like, right now, the trend or the feel of it is that the core that he's put together is, I mean, if you're all excited about Schmidt and Jung-Hoo Lee.
See, that's what worried me more about those 3.
Those are Farhan guys.
Well, the other thing that I think is interesting, and obviously it doesn't mean it goes away forever, but I do feel like not that we're over Vitello, but I feel like he's fine. Yeah. Like Vitello's fine.
I think it's gone.
It's kind of died down, if you know what I mean.
Because I think
he went to the restroom.
It feels better. It feels better than it did 3 weeks ago.
No doubt. Yeah. No doubt. Like, I don't feel like he's getting singled out for them being 13 and 15 when they should be 18 and 11 or something like that. But I also feel like he's settling in and he's just. Things are becoming more normalized, and he's just the manager now. Like, he's starting to become just the manager.
I agree. He looks more comfortable in his skin.
I think so, too.
And managers are often judged by their bullpen moves, and their bullpen's pitching their ass off.
Are you worried about Chapman? Forget Adames and Devers. Chapman, they got a leadoff triple the other day, and they couldn't get a run home. Yeah, you won the game, but damn.
He's been mostly good, though.
Leads the team in WAR.
Yep.
Well, there you go.
I mean, for the computer geeks.
My favorite card game, by the way, WAR.
I'm worried about Hauser.
I loved it.
I'm worried
about Mahle, too.
I was just about two of them.
He shoved the Dodgers, so he's got a pass right now for the moment. He pitches
a temporary
again.
pass.
Yeah, he pitches again tonight.
Yep.
Steiny, Curtis Martin was the other guy.
Patriot,
and the thing I looked at is from year 9 or later in your career, 400 touches or more, and what happens? And Tiki Barber came back and had 2,127 yards, then retired. Curtis Martin had 853 yards, then retired. So McCaffrey is going to be the third guy from year 9 or later to have 400-plus touches and come back and play football, and we'll see what happens to him.
Wow. Yeah, he cannot do that again.
Yeah.
He cannot.
And he cannot retire.
No, but he can still play.
Right.
But I do not want to see anything like that.
The one that you should all look at if you have some time, LaDainian Tomlinson, he has 1, 2, 3, 4 of those years of 400 or more touches, and didn't matter. It was early in his career, but he would back that thing up. That guy was crazy.
Man. Phillip Rivers got ripped big time one year because they asked him what his favorite play was, and he said the handoff.
And they ripped him.
Oh, yeah. A quarterback who just wants to hand the ball off?
I like Phillip. Yeah.
Now 3 yards in a cloud of dirt, huh?
Where are you watching the game tonight, Steiny?
My house.
I know. I heard you guys.
I got a dog issue.
Oh, my God.
Here we go. What do you guys got coming up on the shows?
Actually,
on 95?
Tonight, actually.
Just the show?
Yeah.
It's just a show.
We're efforting.
It's the show.
Did you hear what Windhorse said about Steve Kerr?
No.
Okay. That's coming up. That's coming up.
Is it juicy?
It's interesting. It's very, very, I think a little revealing on the situation.
All right.
At hand.
If I stay till 2:27, will you tell us before then?
I think we want to start with Niners.
Wow.
Yeah.
95.
They said no to you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego? Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny dudes.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys.
Hey, cool. That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge. Oh. All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's keep going, man. This week's already off to an awesome start. Yesterday was a whole lot of fun. I thought that was energetic.
Spirited.
Yeah, yes. Energetic. I like it that way. And yeah, I do want to, Lucas will get mad at me, but I do. I want to start the show by, I just want to extend an olive branch to anybody who feels like they've been told how to fan. I don't even know what that means, though.
You've been telling people the whole time.
I guess.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm just stating how I see it, and very often sports debate and disagreement. That's not do what the hell you want.
You told people yesterday you can't be right and you can't be wrong.
Well, that's a fact. That's not how to fan.
888-957-9570.
Is that how to fan?
He's telling you how to fan.
That's not how to fan. That's a fact. We haven't seen them play yet.
Dribbling is a bust.
Okay.
And it's time for you to admit it. God, get off of Kyle's couch.
I do want, well, it's very comfortable.
I bet.
I do want to throw this at you. And then we'd love, I think, to hear maybe all you could answer this question. Maybe your answer is the draft. What is the Niners' biggest problem right now? Because I don't think it's the draft. And if you want to do the whole last 5 years thing, sure, the Niners have been certainly less than impressive. I think there's a healthy debate there about how bad it's been and how damaging it's been. I sort of feel like the meat in the middle debate about all of that is the Trey Lance move, because I think that it cut their legs out from underneath them for a 3-year period. And they have to wear that. I am certainly not making an excuse for what was an epically awful move. But I think you can only debate that once. And I think sometimes I feel like I hear it get debated 3 times in a row. You were bad in the 2022 draft. You were bad in the 2023. It's like, wait a minute. You're saying the same point 2-3 times in a row. They made an horrific move.
But they also made a great move, which was part of that draft as well, because they traded McCaffrey, and they got McCaffrey for a second, third, fourth, and fifth, and they wound up with comp thirds, but they gave up their third, they gave up their second, and so in that draft, you wound up with 3 thirds at the very back end of it, and it was Jair Brown, not a miss, but a foul tip, Jake Moody a miss, and then I think it was Jalen Hurd a miss was the third. No, Cameron Latu, I apologize.
Latu, yeah, which was a huge miss.
Right. But those are your first 3 picks in that draft. That draft was a disaster.
And they're also third rounders. I
end
think,
of the third,
yes,
too.
they get elevated in our mind as the Niners' first picks, right? But they're late third rounders. You don't usually feel that way about late third rounders like they should be blue chippers. You're hopeful. They're third rounders. They're not 6th rounders. But you don't look at those guys like that's got to be a star. That has to be a Pro Bowl. You don't look at it that way. So I guess that's my question. I find the Niners' biggest problem right now over the last few years to be injuries. You know what I mean? If you want to re-adjudicate the Super Bowl from a couple of years ago, just for a second.
When he didn't know the overtime rules?
Well, okay, it could be overtime rules. It could be you drafted Trey Lance and you could have had a cooler player somewhere else on the field. Or what if I said, well, Dre Greenlaw's Achilles blew up at halftime? What was the biggest reason for the loss? And we can all agree that maybe it's all of it.
Right.
It's all of it. But I just, that's how I feel. When I look at 49er football and when it doesn't go, and I don't mean perfectly. I know a lot of you, and I think this is what really Shasky, for example, was saying this morning. He is in the camp of this is the Super Bowl, and anything else, quite frankly, is kind of annoying at this point. That's what I took from what he said, and that's fine. I don't view it that way. I loved last year. I thought last year was a freaking gift.
It was fun, yeah.
They had no business being in the second round of the playoffs, but they were, and they shut the Eagles fans up in their own building. I'll carry that with me forever. So, okay, and then if you want to rip me for, yay, Willard likes points for second place, whatever, I don't care. I don't worry about how you think about the way that I fan. But to me, that's the way I look at it. When the Niners have fallen like woefully short, if you lose in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl, I can't come at your process.
Yeah, that's not woefully short.
You lost to Patrick Mahomes in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl. Sucks to be us. But I can't rip your process. But when the Niners have really fallen apart or things have fallen short of the way that I sort of feel like they should perform, to me, the number one problem has been injuries. And that needs to, I don't know how to figure that out. They need to figure it out, but that's my answer.
That's an answer. I'm looking at the draft in 21, 22, and 23, and you had 26 players in total, and you had one first-round pick, and it was Trey Lance. So we're going to go ahead and chalk that up for what that was, which meant you didn't have a first the next year or the year after. But of those 26 picks, if you look at that draft, those 3 drafts, you have a total of, right now, 2 guys on your team who start. 2 of 26, and it's Lenore and it's Jair Brown, and he might be teetering on the brink of not being a starter. Like Moody, Latu, Luter, and Beal, special teamers. Winner got dealt. The following year, or the previous year rather, Drake Jackson, TDP, Danny Gray, Burford, Womack, Zakel, and a lot of these are later picks. I get that, but you had 26 picks and you got 2 starters.
Yep,
so
not good.
Yes, injuries is a thing, but when you have injuries, as everyone does, it would be nice to have depth and people that you drafted to come up behind.
Although, did they not? Do you know what I mean? Because
they had guys who played football,
and they ended up in the second round of the playoffs. I'll give you an example. How about Tatum Bethune? He's not a starter, but that's a drafted player who was thrown into action, and I think, all things considered, when he got tossed in there last year, that went pretty well. Considering he was the third, he was the third man up or whatever to handle that position.
He was fine.
And then he's wearing the dot and all this stuff. Fred goes down and he's next to D and whatever. I'm not saying he was a superstar, but that counts as depth.
It does, but
right?
It's not high-level depth. If you would have had Drake Jackson, for example, a guy you took number 61 overall, second-round pick who never really did anything, and, you had TDP, Ty Davis-Price, a third-round running back. Ooh, don't do that. Don't do that again.
I promise you, they'll never, ever take a running back in the third round again.
And you took a kicker in the third, and you had to run him out of town.
Well, that was arrogant.
And you took a tight end in the third, and he never played.
That's another. Can I rip the Niners for that one? That was an arrogant pick. It wasn't just a bad one. That was an arrogant pick.
And I'd have to look back at the draft to see
Moody.
Who else was available around him. But
there were football players.
I'm sure, yes.
And they picked a non-football player, and Kyle has spoken openly to the fact that they did that because they thought they had everything else completely covered.
And later that year, the Cowboys signed the best kicker in the NFL off the street.
Yep, off the street.
Brandon Ashley.
Although
thank you.
You could argue.
He's an O'Dowd forward, Brandon Ashley. Apologies.
I know. This is a completely different debate, but I actually think that probably is going to end up being almost a bad thing for the Cowboys because he's now the highest paid kicker in the league. And I don't think you ever want the highest paid kicker in the league. That's just my opinion.
If he's good.
He's good. He didn't perform the best of everybody in the league last year.
No, not last year.
But he's got he has an unbelievable leg. I'll call him the best kicker in the league. But at the same time,
and the Raiders took Janikowski in the first round way back, and
these are arrogant. Those are arrogant picks.
Well, I wonder how they would look back at that because he played for him for 12 years, and they actually went to the Super Bowl with Janikowski, and he was a great kicker, but he's a kicker in the first round. So I don't even know if that's the way you go.
I guess my point is similar to what the Cowboys did. The Niners last year ended up finding a really, really effective, good kicker in the living room, his living room.
Right.
That's where they found him. So when you can do that, it's an arrogant pick to use a first, a second, or a third on a kicker unless dude really, really performs, and obviously he did not. So, that was all bad. So,
and that was at the end of 3 straight drafts that were bad. 21, 22, 23. To me, if you look at them, they're all bad drafts. You can talk about, you found Brock Purdy.
You found Brock Purdy.
That's great. But
it's more than great.
No, it's wonderful. We'll see how he plays as a $53 million guy.
It's probably outside of Tom Brady, the way this is headed. And I'm ready to duck after this one.
You should duck.
This is tracking toward potentially being the best draft pick outside of Tom Brady of my lifetime.
Well, we'll see. It's early.
I mean, I understand that people have gotten a Super Bowl MVP like not even in the draft at all, Kurt Warner. But to grab a franchise QB who has already been on multiple playoff runs with the last pick in the draft, I'll say it this way, if Brock Purdy ever wins a Super Bowl, that's going to go down as one of the best draft picks of our lifetime.
Agreed. Yeah. But as of now, if you look at the other players drafted in those drafts, it was an absolute debacle in 21, in 22, in 23. And so 3 years of bad drafts. And yeah, you found your quarterback and you found, checks notes, a safety-ish. And that's about it.
Although you said the other day you think the Niners like their safeties better than we do.
They do.
And they might. And by the way, they
do.
And they might be right.
We're going to find out. And part of that, too, is like the pass rush. If you can actually rush the passer or the safety's better, sure, I get that. And I think that Malik Mustafa is a player that I really like watching play. I don't know if he can stay healthy the way he, throws his body at everyone. And Jair Brown is like, he has the build and the body to be a really good safety, but he's been really kind of up and down throughout his career.
Remember what Greg said yesterday? He's got traits.
Yeah. But even if you look at like the 24 and the 25 drafts, those are better drafts. So you could look at the last, 6 drafts, put this one aside because we don't yet know. But like last year's draft, a lot of guys played. And the year before, you found a lot of starters.
Yeah, tracking in a good way, which leads to, I think, where we spent a lot of time yesterday, which is, I don't know that, to me, it is way too early to be sitting here talking about process problems when at least the early evidence, I don't think anything is ever in ink on a draft for at least 2, probably more like 3 years. So nothing's in ink, but the early returns of 24 and 25 look somewhat promising. So then to come out in 26 before we have any data on these players at all and immediately scream bloody murder in the streets because it didn't match Dane Brugler, I think that's silly. That's my take. No one's telling anybody what to do, but I think it's silly. That's all. But I do think we'd love to have that conversation. What is the biggest problem for the 49ers right now? And some of you may say draft. Some of you might agree with, and I don't even know where, do you have it? What's your, I say injuries.
Draft.
You say draft.
Yeah.
I'll say injuries. Any other categories that we want to bring up? What else could it be? Kyle Shanahan and that stupid play sheet.
Shanahan and not knowing the rules.
Okay, not knowing the rules.
Mark Grandy weighs in, I'm sure.
How about the revolving door at defensive coordinator? What else can we come up with?
Brandon Ayuk.
Stupid stadium.
Yep.
I don't know, whatever. Like, what do you think the biggest problem for the Niners is? We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. 888-957-9570. Yes, coming up in a little bit, we do have some comments today made by Brian Windhorst. I'm going to let you know this can be a little bit down the road, though, in the show. But we have some comments from Brian Windhorst that might start to reshape the Steve Kerr conversation. So all of that is ahead, but we'd love to hear from you. What's the Niners' biggest problem? 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard. Y'all know I love to golf, and that's why I stay at Silverado Resort when golfing in Napa. Choose from 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center. Restore in the Refresh Spa and Recovery Lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play Kitchen and Bar. With newly renovated rooms, it is the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. I absolutely love it there. Visit silveradoresort.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in LA.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bid?
This is time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
They're back. Logic and G-Eazy are hitting the road with their Endless Summer Tour Part 2. They'll be making a stop at Shoreline Amphitheater on October 28th. Buy tickets at livenation.com. And for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
If that helps answer your question better. What's the question? I think you just answer your own question. You're welcome. Obviously, there's risk with everything.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
That's exciting.
The breaks.
That's exciting. The breaks are fun, dude.
Yep.
They are fun.
Possibly.
Oh, Grandy, I forgot to tell you. Will you get,
Possibly.
I want to hear I want to read, I should say, all of the angry texters. And you're logged out in here. So I need your help. It's not no rush.
No.
I don't know. Can we go on?
I gotta walk over there?
Yeah, but can we? I know you have to come in here and see us. Can we figure out why this keeps happening? Is this a Loveman thing? Like what are we doing?
I don't know.
When Spadoni is in and I come in, there are 413 internet windows, tabs open. Spadoni is out right now. Loveman is in. There's one tab. It's the text line and it's closed. As if whoever comes in here next is going to get his social security number or whatever if he You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or, I know it's not a Steiny thing. I don't even know if he knows how to use this.
That guy.
I don't know.
And why do we have it set up that you're the only guy who can get in? That's the other question I had.
I think you got to get to Lucas or somebody to get you a text line login so we can avoid this going forward.
Yeah. I don't know if I really want one. But
well, I don't want to have to help you every day.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, thanks, Luke. Man, Grandy, you haven't seen us in 4 days.
I'll walk in there.
You don't even want to come in here?
Not really.
I know, you 49er hater.
No, but he was so eager to be a part of it yesterday that he was texting us during the show.
And I shut his ass down.
I was stuck in traffic. What else was I supposed to do?
Not text and drive.
Just sit there and listen.
Yeah,
like
I wasn't moving.
Else.
That's not driving.
It's a loophole.
Yep.
It's a loophole.
I believe if the officer had pulled you over.
My car was in park.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. You didn't put it in park on the highway. That's what do you...
I got pulled over for texting and driving a long time ago.
Did you?
Yeah, about 10 years ago.
What happened?
I got pulled over.
No, but did you get a ticket?
No, I didn't.
You talked your way out of it?
No, I got a firm talking to over a number of different things that may or may not have been wrong with my situation.
What'd you have in the car?
That's none of your business.
Okay. It's apparently none of his either.
It was his business, and he was, hold on, give me your license. And he went and he ran my stuff. He's like, what are you doing? Put the phone down and go home. I said, yes, officer.
Was it for texting or for having it to your ear?
It was to my ear.
Okay, so it wasn't for texting.
I don't think so.
Remember when people used to put their phone to their ear? Those were the good old days.
I still do, yeah.
You do?
Well, I got a call from my buddy Tim Sullivan earlier today.
You took a call?
Yeah.
Okay, boomer.
He's a high school friend, and he calls me every 3 or 4 months. He's a P1, and he had questions about the content and about the show. And he actually, it's funny because this plays into what you want to talk about at some point. He's like, tell me about Butcher Boy. And I said,
what'd you say?
I said, what do you mean?
What'd you say?
I said, what do you mean? He said, I saw this thing about him and Willard, and I mean, I really like his content, but he seems to be running hot. Tell me about Butcher Boy.
Wait, this was today?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. No. What is there about me and Butcher Boy?
Well, nothing. Apparently, it was a post from Butcher Boy from about a week or two ago about the draft, or about not even the draft. It was something that, Butcher Boy was hot on, which is just about every other day.
Do I need to text him?
Butcher Boy?
Yeah. Do we have beef and I don't even know about it?
I didn't hear it this morning, but apparently.
Well, that was a very, very general. By the way, I don't want to keep referring to it if people don't know. So
do we have it?
We have it, but it's 4 minutes long.
Oh, okay.
So I can give you a synopsis.
Please do. I was in the weeds today.
Butch said he's sick and tired of, I think, hosts, media people, and fans telling other people how to fan. And then his basic thought was, he's like, I am, admittedly out of my mind as a 49er fan.
Right.
So, second place for me, he actually said, he called it a vortex. He said that the spot where Niner fans are right now, and I bet Grandy was nodding the whole time, because we always do this. If you're a little bit older, your Niner well might still be full because you've watched them win a bunch of Super Bowls. But if you're 35, you're like, bleep this bridesmaid BS that we're always doing. And he said it's the most difficult vortex to be in. He's like, I'd almost rather we sucked as opposed to being teased constantly.
Gotcha, yeah.
And then he mentioned Jay Glazer. I guess Jay Glazer called Niner fans spoiled. And that's when Butch looked like he wanted to start a cuss. And that's when saliva started flowing. And he let it rip on the idea of basically I know I'm maniacal. I love this team almost as much as my own family. Don't tell me it's okay, I think was basically the idea. And I do think, and you've seen it on Twitter, there have been some listeners that have tied that rant to this show.
Right.
That's fine. That's fine.
And you can all think what you think, and you and I think a certain thing about this draft in the 2026 draft and Stribling and all the rest of the fellas. We don't really know. You can think you know, but you don't. I can think I know, but I don't really know either because we haven't really seen it. Even if you want to go to Bryce Eldridge, he's had, 35 at-bats in the bigs, and so you can think, man, call him up. He's going to have a Hall of Fame career, or, God, this guy's already a bust. You don't really know until you see it, and you know.
Correct.
And I think that's kind of where we are with the draft. I'm not telling Niner fans, you can't You can't be mad about the draft. You can be.
You can do whatever the hell you want.
You can love the draft. You can do whatever you want. Exactly.
And so can we, by the way. So can anyone else reacting to how you react. I don't know if anybody's ever I don't know, y'all married? You ever been married before?
A couple times.
You react and then the other person gets to react to your reaction.
She does? And then
that's how it works in my world.
And you know what's funny is it's kind of like pickleball. I don't know if you've played a lot of pickleball.
I have not. I know the sport very well, but I have not played.
You cannot volley the ball until after the third shot. So the key to pickleball is the third shot. I serve, you return, I return your return, then the rally starts.
Okay.
It's kind of like an argument with a spouse where your spouse is mad about something. I respond, she responds. How I respond in that fourth ball, pickleball, that's the key to the rally.
Ping pong rallies on.
Pickleball, the third shot cannot be volleyed.
Got it.
And that's a little bit like, I guess, the draft where the picks happen, you react, and then the team says, oh no, we didn't reach. And how do you react to their reaction? Pickleball.
Here's kind of what I'm hearing the last 24 to 48 to 72 that I sort of feel like is, I don't know if it's maybe the middle ground, maybe it's the key to the conversation. A lot of people want to do that. Yeah, we'll call it Papa's list. He's always got all the draft mistakes. And so you can do that. Here's all the spots where the Niners have messed up. And then there's that annoying other group that I'm the president of that goes, but what about all of these that worked? And then we get to the middle, which is there a fundamental problem? And that's what I take issue with. I have no problem if you want to be like those Trey Lance mother effers better never find themselves in a war room ever again. If that's your opinion, rock out with your Brock out. That's totally fine. But what I have issue with is if you say there is a fundamental problem here with the way the 49ers go about their business, because they clearly leave their mock drafts at home and then screw it up every time. And everyone used recency for this. And then you just laid out that the early returns, these are not in Sharpie yet,
right?
But the early returns on the last two drafts are rather encouraging. So how can we then point to what I heard so many people do this week, a fundamental problem? They'll go, well, yeah, you're right. I can't tell you that Stribling's a bad pick, but he wasn't the consensus.
Right.
And now there's been a line of people to come on our show to be like, actually, he was the consensus. But nobody wants to stop and hear that. And we're going to go, there is a fundamental problem with the strategy that the 49ers use in their process. I don't see enough evidence for that through my eyes. That's all I can tell you.
Well, through history, and I think that if you look back at the drafts I was mentioning earlier, 21, 22, 23, I think that those three drafts were patently bad, and you didn't have a first-round pick, but the picks that you did make, the majority of them did not work out, save Brock Purdy, which, I mean, you say Brock Purdy, and that automatically raises that draft up at least 2 grades. And
completely.
You said it yesterday, like any GM would love to find a generational franchise quarterback at any point, and they did. So, yeah, good on you. If I look at the last 2 drafts, not this one, last year, 2025, it looks like you've got, of the 11 picks, you've got probably 7 or 8 who are on the team and will be on the team.
Go through them. Do you have them in front of you?
Yes.
Okay.
Last year, Mykel Williams, starter, got hurt, probably will start again. Alfred Collins, starter, good rotational piece, will be the same thing. Nick Martin, jury's out, probably down the depth chart, special teamer, likely going to be on his way out the door, considering what they did at linebacker. They brought back Dre Greenlaw. Upton Stout, starter,
nailed it.
Will start.
Yep.
He's a dude. CJ West, a 4th rounder, starter, rotational. He's a guy who will be a guy. Like, he's going to be in the rotation again.
Right.
Jordan Watkins, gigantic question mark. He might be on his way out the door. Jordan James, flashed late. Think he's in the mix, and this year will be big to decide if he's Garendo or if he's going to be somebody who actually gets to stick and stay.
I think he's going to stay over Garendo.
Agreed.
So there's that. But anyway, go ahead.
Marquise Siegel played 15 of 17. He's a guy who is, at the very least, a special teamer. Curtis Rourke, the quarterback, might be back on the squad again. They seem to like him. I know people who like Curtis Rourke as a 7th rounder. Connor Colby, he actually played 13 games as a 7th rounder, and right now he's your starter at left guard. God hope that they get somebody to beat him out, but he'll be on the team. And Junior Bergen, he's a non-factor. So of the 11 I mentioned, you've got 8 of them who I think will be on the team again for sure, and 5 will be at least rotational, if not starters.
And that's last year's draft.
Last year.
Okay, so too early for me to grade, but
the year before.
But early returns, I would say
stock up.
Okay, all right, and then 24.
Pearsall,
okay,
when healthy, he starts.
We know the story.
Ronaldo Green, he's a starter, and hopefully he can take that next step up with a decent pass rush.
2nd rounder.
Yep.
Okay.
3rd round, Dominic Pooney.
Okay.
He started every single game in 2 years. Malik Mustafa, starter. Isaac Garendo, make or break year.
On his way out, actually.
Jacob Cowing, same thing.
Yep.
Jarrett Kingston, offensive lineman, probably gone, and Tatum Bethune, the aforementioned.
I mean,
that's a pretty good draft.
Those aren't that, like, again.
The last 2 drafts, not this one.
I'm not going to put, like, even the one 2 years ago, I'm not going to use Sharpie yet. I'll start to use some pencil for 24. Those appear to be solid drafts.
Agreed.
Like, great? No, I don't. You didn't just mention a bunch of Pro Bowlers. You might not have mentioned any.
None.
But you mentioned a lot of starters. I think you mentioned a lot of positive players.
Yeah.
You mentioned very few who are just out of the mix entirely. There's always a small smattering.
And of those guys, they are 7th rounders. Like, Curtis Rourke, the quarterback, that was a flyer. Who cares? Junior Bergen, 7th rounder. Wide receiver, who cares? Tatum Bethune, 7th rounder. Yeah, he's a guy who actually, he's kind of helped out a little bit.
No doubt. You don't get rid of D. Winters if you don't like Tatum Bethune a little bit.
Right. So the last 2 drafts, I think, give me enough of a boost to where even if they did reach this year, which you love that term, it's a reach. It's only a reach if the player turns out to not be good. Like, okay, Jake Moody at 99, 3rd round pick. That was a reach.
That was a reach.
And that was a miss.
They admitted that it was a reach.
Right.
Like, again, they were just like, I want that guy, and we've got everything else covered, so let's get that guy. And, yeah, that was a big old mistake.
Michael Williams at 11, nobody said that was a reach, and then he got hurt. Like, he's a good, solid player, and I think that he was mostly mocked. I'd have to look at the consensus mock from last year.
That was like he was definitely a rumored 49er selection for a month and a half leading up to the draft.
And a rumored first-round pick.
Yes,
like 100%. The consensus was a first-round pick. Yeah. So, I mean, we could look at this year's draft, and we all want to talk about reaches because nobody thought that Stribling would be the 6th receiver off the board. And I mentioned yesterday that all the consensus mocks had him as the 17th highest-ranked receiver going in. And he went number 6.
And I don't know if, like, this is one of those things. You know what happened yesterday on this show? It felt like a newspaper retraction. You know when a newspaper puts on the front page something that is completely inaccurate, and whoever gets defamed goes crazy and threatens a lawsuit? And what does the newspaper do? 4 days later on page 8,
A8,
in a little box in the bottom right, they'll go, so we want to apologize for the erroneous information that we put out there. So on our show yesterday, 2 people who I find to be, I don't know, would you say that Greg Cosell and Bucky Brooks, NFL Films, NFL Network, NFL.com, NFL, possibly talk to some people in the league?
Yeah, and I would imagine that they know more than 99% of our audience.
And both of
Apologies to our audience.
Yeah, and then both of them came on the show and literally used the phrase, so I talked to some people in the league, offensive coaches around the league, and they all, like, I'm telling you that Dejon Stribling was this under-the-covers, hot commodity. Bucky was like, I know for a fact AFC South team was knocking on the door and they were grabbing him, like within the next 3 or 4 picks. So what does that tell me? That tells me that actually the 49ers, they did follow consensus. Everybody just had the wrong consensus. But that works as a newspaper retraction because it came on Monday, 2 days after the draft ended, 4 days after the selection, or I guess 3 days after the selection was actually made. And we're just going to move on with he wasn't mocked. And so the Niners, You'll still see it today. There's a bunch of content. The Niners strayed from the mock. Well, but they didn't. Not with that pick. Now, if you want to say they did with Kalon Black, different conversation. We would have to redig, actually, because that's so much further down in the draft. Nobody even takes the time to find out if there were other teams hot on Kalon Black. But the Stribling thing was not a deviation from the consensus. It was simply a deviation from the internet. Newspaper retraction.
Exactly. I mean, that's not even retraction worthy because, and I was listening to Dane Brugler, the aforementioned guy from The Athletic, and on his show, he was doing a live show with every pick, and he even said, going into it, he was a late third, early fourth, but the more he started to look at it and talk to teams and all the rest of it, he became a second-round guy immediately, so he was not surprised that the Niners took him at the top of the second round because over time, when you do your mock, and all these people that do mock drafts, they don't talk to all 32 GMs every day.
Right.
They might get a sense of scouts and player, and you look at the tape and all the rest of it, and then you come up with your board, and everybody has their board, and all those boards get put into one giant pile, and then you spit out the consensus. And then when that comes out and a player gets picked, then we can all say, oh, that was a reach. Well, it's not a reach if he was going to go 38 to somebody else.
Yeah, completely. And I noticed when he got selected, you and I are on the air, we're shoving our chairs around the office because we're like, whoa. First of all, they took a wide receiver. And then, damn it, they took the wrong one also. Are there any do-overs? And then I look up at the TV, and then I'm listening to all of the responses. And these so-called, the Louis Riddicks of the world, the Mel Kipers, you know what I mean? Kyle, don't do that. All of these people, even Greg Cosell, who we texted, nobody was surprised. This isn't even about whether they were right or wrong. I have no idea. But nobody was surprised. We were surprised. But it seemed like the NFL tapped-in people weren't surprised. And I think over the next 3 days, we've probably gotten a clue as to why.
Right. And I think a lot of it comes down to fit. And this is something that we all lose when we talk about mock drafts and you want to mock a guy to a team. Oh, they need a safety. Boom. Here's a safety. He's the best available. That's the guy. Right. And in this case, you need a wide receiver. Then, you're going to go ahead and take Denzel Boston because he's, quote, better, but DeJon Stribling might actually fit better. And so they take him because they think he actually fits better. And so a lot of times when we do mock and reach and consensus, we don't think about fit.
Here's Bucky Brooks, NFL Network, yesterday with regard to the Stribling pick.
No, he was. I know he was well in play for a few different teams. There were a lot of people that were high on him that had targeted him as their guy. And without disclosing those teams, I can tell you that in the AFC, he was really high in the AFC South.
Okay. And what did we find out? Was it the Texans that were – the Texans had just picked.
They were about to pick. They were 5 picks away, yeah. And they just picked.
And they had just picked, right? They had moved up right in front of the Niners' original pick to 26.
Yeah.
And they were coming up. They were
picking 38 or 39, and that was kind of our guess.
Well, and then there was the Texans in the receiver position is always a quirky one. Nico Collins rumors came up the next day. Their GM came out, angrily shot them down. But if you do look at their wide receiver position sort of next to Nico Collins, a couple of years ago, they were really hot on Tank Dell. He has had an unfortunate bout with injuries, just terrible injuries for the first couple of years of his career. You remember who else was signed by the Texans last year? The 2 other receivers along with Nico Collins. You had Stephon Diggs at one point, who the NFL clearly has finally realized is kind of a hot mess. He is sitting there on the scrap heap right now. Today, you can go have Stephon Diggs if you want. And you know who else was on the Texans last year? Christian Kirk was on the Texans last year. So they do have holes next to Nico Collins. I know there are other guys, Jaden Higgins. They seem to be hot on young receivers a lot with Houston. Did they want Stribling? It sounds like maybe.
Yeah.
Sounds like maybe. But I mean, here's the thing I'll admit about the answer that I give. You say the draft, I say injuries. I'll admit that the answer injuries, and again, the question being, what is the Niners' biggest problem right now, or what has been the biggest thing that has held them back? And I think injuries has been more so than the draft. It's a frustrating conversation to have, though. We've all tried to have it, and there's just no way to sort of get to some sort of critical mass. There's no way to even have an opinion. You can fly down the substation rabbit hole if you want. You can get mad at the training staff. You can ask the 49ers to review their process because something is clearly going on here. Or you can buy into dumb luck, bad luck, or you can say you have a habit of signing players with an injury history, which is hard for me because I don't know any football players that don't have any injury history on some level.
Right.
So, like, I don't know what to do about that. I don't even know what to say about that. I know that it's my opinion that that's their biggest problem. I don't know how to fix it. I have no clue. I don't know.
Well, I mean, part of it is like signing guys who have an injury history already. Like Nick Bosa already had a torn ACL, and then he's now torn it twice. So do you regret that pick? Probably not, because he's been amazing. Nick Bosa, when healthy, has been phenomenal. But in the past, they've signed guys who've had ACL history and other injury history. And so this year's class, I don't know if that is the case, but certainly you have to look at a lot of different things. And I will not go to the substation because I think that that is absolute tomfoolery and it's been debunked. But is it like the medical staff? Is it the treatment? Do you practice too hard? All that is for another day. For me, I look at a draft. I look at 3 straight drafts where you didn't really add any legitimate players who could give you depth. You gave up first-round picks for Trey Lance, and I do think that that is still kind of dogging you today.
No question. No question. To me, that's the one that hurts.
Yeah.
The other ones are part of doing business.
Sure.
That's the way I kind of look at it. The Trey Lance is the one that really whacked you around the ankles. They galoolied you.
Wow, that was a knee, but I'll give you a 3.
Yeah, like, I mean, it was, your Nancy Kerrigan sounds like if somebody if somebody hit Cheryl Bosa is kind of what it.
No, not Galooly.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. We're here for you. We're here for good. We're here for your calls. 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in. What is your biggest concern for the Niners right now? Is it the draft? Is it something else? Baldy answered that question on the morning show yesterday. We'll have that for you as well. It's Willard and Dibs.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks. But clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
Yep. So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
Yeah, and now at Staples, save 40% on custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, banners, and more.
Big news! Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. In 613, exclusions apply.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Jim from Burlingame. Great customer service. Ken and Benjamin did a stellar job repairing our electric roll-up door. Thank you, R&S.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Shut up, bro. It sucked. It was painful. It's okay. It's a quality problem.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, yeah. And you can ask me anything.
Oh, that's an AMA.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah. Ask me anything.
Yeah.
I'm an open book.
Well, that's a great question.
The older you get, the more honest you become. That's what I've discovered.
Oh, yeah. Well, and completely the more comfortable, I hope for everybody, the more comfortable you are in your own skin. We were talking about this earlier. I feel like on the crossover, Tony Vitello is starting to look like he's more comfortable in his own skin.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, he's got 28 games under his belt now.
I'm a Giants fan.
Yeah. This is where, if I were a lawyer, I would say, Your Honor, if I may have a little leeway on this one.
We'll see.
You ever bring food with you to the bathroom?
Food to the bathroom?
To the bathroom.
Food to the bathroom.
Your Honor, Grandy, Your Honor, if I may have a little space on this one.
I'd like to.
He's already rubbing his eyes.
I'd like to clarify, are we talking about you are eating a sandwich and it's in your hand while you're doing your business, or is this food in a bag that you're going to eat later?
Well, let's talk about either. They're both applicable. They're both applicable right now.
But I do think that there are different rules, quote unquote.
Well, okay. How would you answer if I said that, for example, I mean, look, I'll just say it just happened. I just brought an apple with me to the bathroom.
Okay.
And I didn't, just listen though. I was just eating an apple.
Right.
And I was cruising around and I'm like, you know what? I got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah. Okay.
Randy, why is this? God, if you could see him squirm.
It's so disgusting.
It's not.
It's also like, it's one thing if maybe it's your own private bathroom, but it's a bathroom that a bunch of other people
But
use.
just listen. Let me go through the whole process.
Yep.
So you're
order.
Yeah. You're eating an apple, and then you're like, ooh, I got to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
So you go to the bathroom, and like an apple, I can just, I stick it in my teeth.
Right.
So that before I get to the bathroom door, just stick it in the teeth.
Right.
And then we go into the bathroom. You handle what you're doing. It's in the teeth the whole time.
Literally, yeah.
And then we go to the sink.
You're going to wash up.
We do a really good wash up.
Yep.
We dry.
Apple's still in teeth.
The apple's in the teeth.
Okay.
And then I head outside the bathroom and I re-enjoy the rest of the apple. Am I fair or foul? And you can be just like that umpire in San Diego who's standing over the ball. And I'm like, I see a little dirt in there. And he's like, still a fair ball.
Fair ball. Yeah.
Is that a fair ball?
Yeah, but I would say it's a yellow card caution. It's a yellow card.
It's foul by a mile.
It's not a straight red.
There are particles in the bathroom floating around
outside
that
the
get
bathroom.
onto everything.
But there are particles outside the bathroom.
I would trust the particles outside the bathroom more than inside the bathroom.
Why would you? You're right in front of a microphone right now that people use throughout the day, very close to their face. And you eat a turkey sandwich right in front of it every single day.
No, not right in front of it. Over to the side.
Lucas? Lucas is not on air.
He's a side eater.
Yeah.
The most out of bounds part of this whole thing is that you're talking about it. You could do it whatever. If no one saw you, which it sounds like Dibs didn't. Granny and I
no one saw me. There was nobody else in the bathroom.
Just
nobody
move
saw.
along. It's worse talking about it.
Why? Don't tell me how to pee.
I wouldn't.
Don't tell me how to fan is where he's going with that.
Don't tell me how to pee.
I think a better choice would have been.
I want to be a crazy person and bring a piece of fruit with me into the bathroom that does not have a peel. Don't tell me how to pee.
Do you admit that it's gross?
No, because
just like you admit that the Niners don't draft poorly lately.
Lately they don't. And you have zero evidence in the last 2 years that they've drafted poorly.
Oh, 2 years. It goes back 5 years.
Well, again, now you're moving the goalposts. You used the word recently.
How do you define recent?
Well,
it's also unfair to judge a draft class until you get a couple years away. So
absolutely.
I'm talking about from like 2021 on.
Okay. And including 24 and 25?
Less so because it's more fair to judge the ones that are older.
I see. It's more fair to start only in 2021. That's right.
It's more fair to judge older classes than younger classes.
Not 20 and 19 and 18 and 17. We don't want to do that.
I said they're drafting poor lately, and if they keep drafting poor lately, they're going to be bad soon.
Okay. I'm just thought I'd throw it out there. Believe me, the lovely Christy, if listening, is contemplating divorce.
She's appalled.
She won't even. She got mad at me last week because we went to a great meal out in St. Helena. We went on a big drive and went out right to wine country.
Yeah.
Saturday night, went to an awesome restaurant. And on the way out, she had some to-go food that she didn't finish. And I tried to be a gentleman, so I was the one carrying it, right? And we both decided we needed to use the restroom. Now, this is normally a case where she would go, you have to stand outside while I go, and then I'm going to come out, and I'll hold the bag, and then you go.
Yeah.
And we'd sort of just moved right by. I don't know why no one thought of it. And she went to one restroom, and I went to the other restroom, and I had a bag. So it's in a bag, in a taped shut container that I then placed on top.
On the hook, yeah.
Right, on top of on a hook at the towel dispenser above it.
Right.
And then I use the restroom, and I always, real good hand wash and then walk back out. And she kind of looked at me right when I got out. She goes, you brought my food into the bathroom, didn't you?
Oh, boy, yeah.
I said, no, I left it with that guy right over there. He said he would watch it for me. She's like, you're lying.
Liar.
I go, I am. Yeah, I'm kidding. I'm not lying. I'm kidding.
And she threw that food out immediately.
No, I think she ate it. I don't know. We took it home. It made it all the way home. So Anyway, it's just a thought that crossed my mind.
Right, not appalling. I think...
Oh, she's listening. Damn it.
I think a smarter move
I just got a facepalm emoji.
Like today would have been, you pull a couple of paper towels and you put the apple on the communal table in our kitchen and you leave it there and then you handle business and then you come back to the apple.
And I find that to be funny because I think a communal table that sits out there where people are... Same thing, particles crossing other food, hands, all these. Why is that better than my mouth, which is where the apple's going?
I can't speak to what goes on in your mouth
well, neither
or what
can
goes on in the kitchen.
At this moment, what goes on in my mouth is an apple.
There are two types of people in this world. There are people who are super germ aware and concerned, and those people who aren't as germ aware and concerned. And I wash my hands constantly having a 3-year-old, but if I was in your spot, I would have just left the apple somewhere because I don't want to have it in my mouth for what could be 2 minutes or longer.
It was less.
Right.
We were very efficient in there.
And I can imagine
and
that.
my apple. Yeah, we did the thing. We got in, we got out, we got on.
I live with a person who's much more germ aware than I am. And so, different people and different circumstances and different things. And, our house is now a no foil, no plastic household because, and we're moving even beyond, there are certain products now that we're not going to use anymore.
I'm not going to tell you how to house.
No.
I won't do that.
And
I would never.
I would tell you that there are certain changes that are being made that I don't necessarily approve of, but you know what? Wow. If you want to go that route and you want to do all the effort to make us go that route, then we'll go that route.
Yeah,
I'm not that interested. I don't really care that much.
I'm not a germaphobe, and this isn't I don't know if one thing holds the other's hand, but Nahigian, this was probably 2 months ago.
Our boss.
Right? Matt Nahigian sent me an email because the calendar year 2025 had come to a close. And he said, hey, look, I'm doing some record keeping. Can you tell me how many of your sick days you used last year? And I went,
none.
None.
Yeah. I had the same conversation.
He goes, you never got sick last year? Nope. And I'm probably putting something out in the world right now that I really shouldn't. So,
There were a couple days you came in not feeling great, but you came in.
Power through.
Yep.
I'm not saying I'm immune to all disease.
Sure.
I certainly shouldn't be saying this right now. My little guy's homesick from school right now as we speak. So who knows? I might be coughing by Thursday, but I do not get sick very often. And this stuff doesn't, I'm just trying to be vulnerable here and authentic.
Yeah,
this stuff does not even cross my mind.
How do you feel about the 5-second rule? In other words, if you're walking through here on your way to the kitchen and you have one of your patented slices of pizza and it slips out of your hand and it lands cross-side down.
Cross-side down? What do you mean? Cross-side down.
Cheese side up.
Yeah.
And so it just lands. Will you grab it and give it a...
Did it land on carpet or did it land on hard flooring?
Either one. I mean, it's a pretty clean building here.
And which side fell on the ground?
Crust.
He said that.
Down.
He said that.
Yep.
Thanks for the show's on 95.7 The Game.
He's on a 7-second delay. Yep.
What is going on here?
If it goes cheese side down, it's a different conversation.
For sure it is. I will say it is eligible for a look-see.
Yep.
It's not automatic I'm going to eat it, but it's not automatic that I'm tossing it. If I am that mentally invested in that item, I might make
salami and olive.
I might make some compromises.
Yeah.
I might try to towel it off.
How about out on the street on Kearney? Same scenario.
I'd probably just take my losses then.
Okay.
Probably. But in general, do you want to know, actually, in research I was doing for a class one time, there were some students, I can't remember the university, they did a test on this. They tested the 5-second rule.
I love it.
And so different foods, obviously wet foods, dry foods, but different sorts of flooring. Anything under 5 seconds with not wet food, it was basically, there was no difference. There was no difference whatsoever.
Awesome.
Yeah. So eat your hard candy off the ground. Do it.
I do.
You won't.
I always do.
Granny won't.
Takes me 5 seconds to get down there and pick that thing up.
Don't tell me
how to
go to the bathroom.
As long as you admit it's gross, do whatever you want.
I will not admit that it's gross.
Well, it's gross.
I would do what I just did again. I had no problem. I finished the apple, and it was delicious. You want to hear what Wendy said about Steve Kerr?
Kinda.
Yeah, we'll do that next on Willard and Dibs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. Deeply committed are they to contributing to their clients' goals and empowering their community. They're active members of those communities and the ones that they serve. And I love that about Fremont Bank because they support local nonprofits, and also they're one of the top local corporate philanthropist organizations. When you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they keep that money here. They reinvest it into businesses, organizations, home ownership, philanthropy, all the activities that make our Bay Area better. I've been a customer now for more than 5 years, and I made the switch because I wanted to be part of a bank that actually knows me. Not a big box bank, but a good local bank that knows me, my family, and my savings goals. Their customer service is second to none. They always go the extra mile to make sure that I'm comfortable and well-informed. I can't wait to get into the Fremont Bank branch on College Avenue in Oakland. I'm going in there on Thursday. Heads up, guys. Dibber's coming to town. I got some banking needs that I need fulfilled, and I know that they're going to take care of me because that's what Fremont Bank does. It's Fremont Bank turning family-owned businesses into household names.
Hi, welcome to Sprouts Farmers Market, where we guarantee none of our products have AI in them.
AI? How would food have artificial intelligence in it?
Oh no, I meant AI like artificial ingredients. Isn't that what AI stands for? Guess I've been spending too much time with local organic produce, 100% grass-fed beef, gluten-free snacks, dairy-free milks, surrounded by ingredients with nothing artificial in them.
Oh, that sounds nice.
With zero AI and healthy choices at prices you'll love, every aisle's a healthy aisle at Sprouts Farmers Market.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade on every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 17% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $555 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers, and as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Stop.
They're crybabies.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
I stand by that segment.
Okay.
I feel like I made my point.
Point well made.
Yep.
So, a little creepy, but I mean,
no, it's fine.
Do you?
No, but that's exactly the point. That's exactly the point. You are allowed to think that what I do is nuts. And that does not mean that I'm going to take it as you're telling me what to do or how to do something. I will take another apple into the restroom whenever the bleep I want.
I mean, I wish you wouldn't.
And you're allowed to wish that I wouldn't.
Yeah.
You're allowed to think that I'm gross. I actually probably won't take another apple. And
yeah, that's gross.
Yeah, it was really kind of an extemporaneous piece.
That's going to ruin everybody's dinner.
Workplace bathroom etiquette is kind of it's a little bit of a slippery slope.
Been a thing around here, too.
It has been. I mean, there are some people who will take a phone call while, in the 90-degree position and, post up and just take a call.
Phone calls in general, this is another thing lovely Christy and I talk about a lot. Phone calls in general, when there are just other people present, I'm out. That's just me, though. I know there are a lot of people sit there in line at the coffee shop. Bop, 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 bop. Oh, yeah, I got a spreadsheet to do. Jeez, good Lord, shut up.
Get a room.
But don't tell me how to phone.
I will.
I mean, but yeah.
Because you eating an apple at the urinal is not as offensive. It's not bothering me at the same level as somebody like on BART yammering away on a phone call. That's bothering me. If you want to eat an apple in the bathroom, that's just weird.
Let's see. Mark, just rinse the apple after you wash your hands. No, I washed my hands. The apple was already rinsed before I started eating it. And it touched nothing other than my mouth. You should not bring food into the bathroom. Plumes are real, okay?
Plumes.
925, germs build immunity. Grandy, tune in. Listen, this is not from me. Germs build immunity. If someone throws away a bite of a maple bar in my trash, I'm in it and I'm eating it, period. Man up.
Please just move on, please. My God. So I'm done.
Why is that so gross to you? Now we're talking about a granola bar in the trash. What's the
in the trash?
That was a maple bar.
A donut.
Yeah, okay, fine, a maple bar.
Different story. Granola bar in the trash.
Oh, boy, that's in the trash.
You're not just like, oh, that's gross. You're like, I mean, you're quivering in the corner over there.
Oh, that's
Why are
being
you
a little
so offended by
it's
this?
It's the trash.
So what?
What do you mean, so what?
Do you not see that some people see this differently than you?
Sure, but I can't. Sure, it doesn't make it any less gross to me.
It just depends on a couple of different things. A, how far down in the trash, and B, how hungry you are. I was out at a work function with my ex-wife, her work function, and it was a little bit late in the evening, and I walked by the trash, and sitting on top was a thing of garlic fries that were still in the paper boat on top of the trash, still fresh and completely untouched and unfettered by any other influences.
I knew you were going there.
So your boy goes over and you try one. Then you try 3 or 4 more, and all of a sudden you hear from the distance, "What are you doing?" And I turn around, and the lovely ex-wife is like, "You're embarrassing me." What do you mean? They're on top of the trash.
I'm going to eat it.
Reuse, renew, recycle.
You ever had your kid finish a meal, but they left some of the good stuff, and then they take it over to the sink, and they put it in the sink, but it's on top, and nobody's run any water yet?
Hello?
Is that in or out? Are we good, Grandy?
That's so much further in than being food in the trash.
So you think little kids' hands all like... See,
they're your kids, right?
Yeah, but
that's
they're
different. It's family.
But they've been to school, dog.
You ever had a 3-year-old?
Yeah, anyway, I'm just saying, there's lines to this stuff.
It's the blurred lines. Shout out Robin Thicke. I make a scrambled egg for Mila a lot of days, and she'll put her plate in the sink now because she's a good girl. And if there's egg in plate in sink that has not been fettered by the sink or the water, your boy's gonna get a fork and stab 3 or 4 of them. What are we doing here? I'm with you. I'm just not a big apple guy.
That's fine. Yeah, we could use a different.
We can pivot. Yeah.
What if it was like a bag of grapes?
Yeah, I'm
just kind of shove them in my pocket.
That's creepy. Like tater tots, like Napoleon Dynamite. Speaking of which, the tots at the draft out in Pleasanton, phenomenal.
Oh yeah, they were good.
Next level tots.
They were really, really good.
Yeah.
They were really
elite tots for sure.
I'm sorry. I find that all to be incredibly interesting. I just do.
It's life, you know?
Anyway, exactly. I think it's pretty relatable. Who the hell hasn't looked either at the ground or the trash or the sink or whatever and been like, damn it, I want that. And then you look left. Be real. You do. You're like,
You also have to look right.
And then you look right. Like, okay.
I'm going to eat it.
I could do this without being judged now. See, I just shared because I don't care if I'm judged.
Right.
All right. The NBA is eyeing, we're going to do the Steve Kerr thing in just a sec. Just a sec. I promise. Grandy, you can put your headset back on. The NBA is eyeing a new anti-tanking proposal for the draft lottery. And once again, and this is Shams, and once again, I love how the NBA keeps doing this. Do you notice that they keep just like, poof, they like throw it out into the air, right? It's like a plume of lottery stuff, and they throw it out there. Just relax, Grandy. They throw it out there, and because they want everybody's reaction. The NBA, I haven't even read this yet, and I already know the NBA, you're lacking confidence. That's your problem. You're lacking confidence. Just do it. Stop floating it on Twitter so that you can see everyone's reaction, and then you're like, oh, back to the drawing board. Just do it. Will you just do something so that we can not have 10 teams not caring about their games next year? That's all I ask. Anyway, NBA has disclosed to 30 general managers draft reform termed the 3-2-1 lottery. 3-2-1 lottery that includes expanding the lottery to 16 teams, flattened odds, and a relegation zone. You know what that is?
It's a relegation sensation. Cha-ching!
The bottom 3 teams will be penalized with fewer lottery balls for the number 1 pick starting with the 2027 draft. So, again, the 3 characteristics, lottery goes to 16 teams. Everybody's got flat odds except for the bottom 3. their odds for the top pick get worse. What do you think?
I kind of like it. I mean, they're talking about a relegation zone where the bottom three get penalized and you don't get the same opportunity. So really the sweet spot would be you're bad, but not bottom three bad, and you would get the best chance then to get the lottery balls. And the other part of it is if you are the 8th seed, I believe that you also would be in the lottery. And if you're the loser of the 7-8 play-in game, even if you go on and beat the 9-10 winner and you go to the playoffs, like Orlando, for example, Orlando's the 8th seed, they're probably going to win the series. They're up 3-1. They're going to be one of the rare teams to beat the 1 seed. It seems they would be in the lottery based on this system. So I don't know about that part of it, but I do like the idea of a relegation zone punishment where if you're bottom three, you get less of a chance to actually win the lottery.
Yeah. I mean, look, bottom line is whatever's happening at the top of the whole thing doesn't really trigger me too much. Honestly, I don't even really care all that much if you want to put everybody in the lottery. I know people don't want to do that. Nobody wants to come out of the season where someone won a championship and then they get the first pick also. People would lose their minds. But doesn't really bother me. I don't, you know what I mean? I'm not really all about, why are we penalizing everybody who's good? Like we do play losers outs, and we don't have to.
Right.
We could play winners outs. We do that on basketball courts. We won't do it in real basketball. It's fine. But so if you want to go to 16, do that. But I dig the idea of everybody at the end of the year would be trying like hell to not be one of the worst 3 teams in the league.
Yeah.
So you're going to automatically be playing hard at the end of the season no matter what.
You would be still tanking, but you wouldn't want to like fully tank to be a bottom 3. You would want to like fine tune your tank to where you want to tank, but you don't want to be one of the worst 3. So you'd want to be like, ideally, you'd be the 4th worst team in the association.
Well, no, but that doesn't even help you. The difference between 4th and 16th worst would be nothing. Flattened odds. Totally flat odds. The worst odds only go to the bottom 3 as part of a relegation system. But everybody else...
There's a certain floor where if you are like the 4th worst team, you'd have a floor where you couldn't pick worse than 12th, for example. Maybe that's just the relegation teams. The relegation teams would have a floor of the 12th pick, whereas the other 13 could fall as low as 16. So I guess you're right, where if you're the 4th worst team, you do get more balls to get the number 1 overall, but you could wind up as the number 16 pick. If you're one of the relegation teams, you couldn't fall any worse than 12. So not that that's an incentive, certainly, but...
Are you seeing that in this story?
Yeah, I'm seeing it here at the bottom of paragraph 3, where the relegation area would have just 2 lottery balls, but would have a floor of the 12th pick, whereas the rest of the 13 teams could fall as low as 16.
That's what I'm saying. Like, maybe you're reading this differently than me. I don't see the 4th worst team and the 16th worst team having basically anything different.
No, you're right.
They're all flat, right?
Yeah, flat odds. And also, if you're the 4th worst team, you could fall to 16.
Yeah. So, I don't know if there is a sweet spot, just not the bottom 3.
Well, actually, as I'm reading it here, spots 4 through 10 would receive 3 lottery balls each. And then if you were spots 11 through 16, I think that you would receive fewer lottery balls. So 4 through 10, according to the 3-2-1 proposal, teams that do not qualify for the playoffs or the play-in and stay out of the relegation, they would receive 3 lottery balls. Teams bottom 3 would have 2 lottery balls, the rest of them would get just 1 lottery ball.
The 9th and 10th play-in seeds, 2 lottery balls, the 7 and 8, 1. There it is. Okay. All right.
So 4 through 10 would be the sweet spot of lottery, possibilities.
I guess. Yeah.
But again, I do like that this is much more of a flattening than what you have now, which is, hey, be really, really bad, and you're going to have a great chance to be top 4 in the draft.
I mean, look, I every time one of these comes out, I kind of have the same, okay, let's try it. You know what I mean? I mean, some of them got a little ridiculous. I thought the first set of anti-tanking things that came out from Adam Silver through Shams a few weeks ago, I was like, I don't even understand what the hell you're saying. Like they went there, they're like, here are the 3 options, and then big words and lengthy paragraphs were happening, and I'm like, my goodness, you've lost me. I don't know what the hell you're saying right now. And then you're asking everybody to, so like, which one of these do you like? I'm like, none of them. I don't understand what you're saying. This makes sense. So great. Do it. Do it. Is it perfect? I don't know yet. I don't know how any of these, I don't know how we're going to know if any of them are perfect. I still think my initial reaction to it sounds pretty good, but the overall reaction to it is, why are you giving, the fourth or fifth worst record, why are you giving them a better shot than the 10th worst record? Just make it all the same.
I think the idea would be that if you're 4th through 10th, you at least most likely would be a team that was trying the majority of the year. You would not be just racing for the bottom. And if you're one of the bottom 3, the incentive would be to not be one of the bottom 3. You'd want to be fighting like heck to be 4th. And if you look at this year where you have, Washington and Sacramento and you had Brooklyn, all these teams that are really fighting to be in that bottom 3, in this scenario, you'd want to be 4th worst. So if you were Sacramento or if you were Washington and you were a bad team, you at least would be trying to play games late to climb out of that bottom 3 to get that extra lottery ball and have a better chance.
Yeah, I get it. I guess the idea is you're incentivized to get out of the bottom 3, and then once it gets up to sort of the play-in tournament, they're going to continue to say the incentive is to be in the play-in tournament. So, no one's going to try to not be in the play-in tournament. Maybe they would, but even if you do that, you get one extra ball.
Right.
You get one extra ball, and then you run the risk of falling all the way down to the bottom, where then you lose that extra ball again. So, I don't know. I don't hate it. I do not hate the idea at all.
And also, no team would be able to win the top pick in consecutive years or be in the top 5 3 straight years. So if you want to be a serial tanker, then you would not be able to be rewarded in this way, to where, if you're a team that is going to be bad and you want to win it, but you don't, then you're going to be bad again. You can't be bad year after year and get rewarded with a top 5 pick 3 straight years.
What you got, Grandy?
I have a lot of issues with it.
Why?
Honestly, I generally think the way that the NBA needs to address tanking is to just get rid of all these crazy rules and adopt the NFL model and accept the fact that you're going to have some of the worst teams in basketball that are naturally bad tank. But I think what this is going to do, while it does maybe successfully get rid of you tanking all the way to the bottom, it encourages tanking from the middle of the league. And I think as a result, you're going to have more teams that have an interest in losing basketball games towards the end of the season because they think it's pretty darn valuable to be the 10th worst team in the league as opposed to the worst team in the league. And I think you will get to a point where you have teams that have a legitimate shot to make the playoffs that look at the odds now that they're flattened in the lottery and say, we have as good of a chance as ever from the 10th worst spot in the league to win the lottery overall. And I also think what Dibbs said with you can't win the lottery back-to-back years, you can't be top 3 or top 5 3 straight years or whatever it is, you are seriously going to hurt the small market teams that at times are just naturally bad and have to rely on the lottery and the draft as a way to get good. They can't get free agents. They can't do. I don't think it's going to end up working.
That one doesn't bother me as much. I don't feel bad for anybody on that because that's where you are. The NBA, in my opinion, should not start being like, oh, we feel terrible for Sacramento. You can do a great job. Oklahoma City has the best roster in the NBA. You're allowed to do it, and they've done it now.
San Antonio,
two different times. Yeah. Yep. Well, and then that was partially. I mean, San Antonio.
No, that's a small market.
They've done a really good job, but
they did it by winning the lottery.
That's kind of Grandy's point. They did it through winning the lottery, but I don't like. That's the nature of the beast. I'm not holding everybody up so that Sacramento can catch up to San Francisco and LA. That's just, sorry, you're in Sacramento. That's
not catch up, but it is their best pathway to building a competitive team.
And you can still get a good pick. You can still get a really, really good pick. But the first part of what you said, I do understand. Again, I think this is good, not great. What I would just remove all of it. I just remove all of it. Is it that hard to just be like, if you miss the playoffs, you get equal lottery odds? I like the part, though, where if you're at the bottom, they get worse. They get worse. So try to get out of the bottom. But if you miss the playoffs, everybody's odds are flat.
Well, you don't want to have the situation that Dallas went through a couple of years ago where they intentionally missed the playoffs. That way they get into the lottery. And so if it's flat and you're a team like, I don't know, take Golden State this year, for example. Steph is coming back off runner's knee, and Jimmy's out, and Moses is gone. And even if you win, you're not beating OKC. As we found, Phoenix just got swept. So if you had flat odds, then the Warriors would be definitely incentivized to go out there and lose the play-in.
And you think they would have?
I mean, they did anyway.
Well, the Suns also would have been incentivized.
Yeah,
exactly.
Both teams would have been trying to lose.
No, but remember, what you're talking about now is that, like, the players don't try to lose. You're talking about the organizations.
Yeah.
All right, I believe
I think if the team that misses the playoffs barely and the number one's the worst team in the league having the same odds to win the lottery.
But you're not thinking about how that
you're
would
going to get 15 teams tanking every year.
You're not thinking about how that would play out. You're telling me that they would get into a play-in game on national TV and that the coach and the general manager would have the stones to bench all of their players in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, because they know they're getting swept by OKC in the first round anyway.
You're getting a massive
Give us
fine.
an equal shot to win the lottery.
You're getting a massive fine. They won't
Steph
do that.
has runner's knee, so, you could easily, geez, that thing flared right up.
And
I wouldn't mind seeing a tank off in the play, and that'd actually be kind of fun. But you're going to have teams try to lose at the end of the year from the middle of the league if that's the case.
I don't think that would happen. I just don't. Again, your players try. Players don't tank. They don't want to get a good draft pick to replace them. They're not trying to mess up. You have to basically. That's why it was so important what Draymond did after what the Kings did here at Chase Center. Nobody would have known about that if Draymond hadn't made a whole press conference about it. But if you're doing it in play-in games, everyone's going to see that. So you would have to be incredibly subtle with your tank, which I don't know how the hell you do that.
Can I just ask you what's wrong with the NFL model of worst team gets the first pick? Because you're going to have 3, 4, 5 terrible teams over the course of a season anyway. I always think the best thing the NBA can do is accept that tanking is a viable strategy, but limit it to the bottom 3 or 4 teams. I think keep the rest of the league competitive.
You can't do what the NFL did because the nature of the sport is different. You don't see NFL teams tank very often. It is less often, I'm not saying always, but it is less often that there is a franchise-altering there's like a Victor Wembanyama maybe.
Right.
And by the way, sometimes in the NFL, when you think you have that, you don't. Like Trevor Lawrence was that, but he wasn't. People will say that about a quarterback, and it might be true, it might not be true. I'm not saying tanking doesn't exist in the NFL, but it's a lot different. It's a lot different than the NBA.
Right. Who is the singular player in the NFL right now who is franchise changing more than any other player right now currently in the NFL?
Like a Josh Allen or a Patrick Mahomes.
Neither of whom went number 1 overall.
Right.
And I think that's to your point. And if you want to go back to LeBron and Wemby and even Zion, who people thought, was going to be that guy. In the NBA, one player can be so much more impactful than in the NFL. So that's why the NFL will never go into a lottery. If you happen to be terrible, good for you. You get the number 1 overall pick and take whoever you want, and you got Mendoza as your quarterback. We'll see if he's going to be. Yeah. Is he going to be the LeBron of the NFL?
Well,
Probably not.
Just by virtue of how much bigger the rosters are. Like one player affects an entire roster less in the NFL than they do in the NBA.
You've got 22 starters in the NFL. You've got 5 in basketball.
Yeah, no matter how great you are in the NFL, you can only play half the game. There's an entire wing of your team that you don't even participate in.
And even if you're the quarterback, you can only impact one half of any particular play unless you are, a phenomenal running quarterback. Like Josh Allen, he might be that guy. And what did he go, number 5 or 6 overall?
I think he was 7.
Yep.
And he's never even been to a bowl.
There you have it.
All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We've mentioned it a couple of times. I don't want to keep pushing it. Coming up next, Brian Windhorst went on Yahoo Sports Daily and shared 2 minutes of thoughts about what is actually driving this Steve Kerr decision. I think it's an important thing to hear, and we're very much looking forward to discussing it. Even the New Yorker article that came out over the weekend, because of the NFL draft, we didn't have an opportunity to discuss much of it yesterday. So we'll do that coming up next. Your phone calls are welcome, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. Also, it's Willard for Habas, Bay Area. You feel that rumble? That's Lowriders taking over Cinco de Mayo. Join Habas Law on Sunday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. East San Jose, King and Story. Chrome gleaming, hydraulics bouncing. Starting at 10 a.m., it's the Cinco de Mayo Parade, live music, incredible food, and a community alive with pride. Presented by Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and Habas Law. With council member Peter Ortiz and the United Lowrider Council. Pull up with your crew for Lowriders. Sunday, May 3rd, Habas Law. East Side Pride. Let's ride.
At the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, every child deserves a place to grow, belong, and thrive. Through youth and family programs, the Y is building stronger communities, one family, one future at a time. Join us for the Y for Youth Community Festival, Saturday, May 2nd at Crane Cove Park in San Francisco, near the Dogpatch YMCA. Enjoy live music, fun activities, and something for all ages. Best of all, it's free and open to the public. Come celebrate community, connection, and the power of youth. Sign up today at ymcasf.org/thegame.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Let's talk about a big win on and off the field. This April, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and you're automatically entered to win 2 luxury suite tickets for the Giants versus the Diamondbacks on May 25th at Oracle Park. We're talking suite level, great views, all the food and drinks included. Your one donation saves lives, and it puts you in the best seats in the house. Make the call to donate today. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org for an appointment.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then, we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question. I mean, what kind of question is that?
On 95.7 The Game.
All right. We've been waiting, quite frankly, for a couple days to get into this. But before we do, Pat in Foster City wants to weigh in on the tanking thing.
Okay.
Which I couldn't tell. Like, are you thumbs up, thumbs sideways, thumbs down?
On this new anti-tanking lottery thing?
I mean, the basics.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, the basics, again, are they call it the 3-2-1 lottery.
3, 2, and...
There you go. And so basically the bottom three would have a relegation spot and lose a lottery ball. The lottery will go to 14 to 16 teams. But the bottom three will lose some balls, and then basically the teams that are in the play-in start to lose balls as well. But flat odds for everybody else.
I like it. I would take out the teams 15 and 16. If you make the playoffs, then you don't get in the lottery. I'd leave it at just the 14 teams. But I do like the fact that if you're bottom three, you don't get the odds that the other teams do, 4 through 10. I like that.
Pat in Foster City, thanks for calling Willie and Dibbs. What's up, Pat?
Hey, I kind of agree with what Grandy was saying a little earlier. To me, I want to see all the teams in the league competitive. I don't want to see one team that's perennially bad, because I don't want to be a home team and go see that team, and I don't want to be one of the guys in the other 41 games when they're on the road playing a bad team where they're just going to be bad. And the idea, there's a difference between a team that's tanking and a team that's just playing bad. If you've got a team that's just playing bad, how are they ever going to get good? No one's going to want to go there. They got to do it through the draft, and then you're going to penalize a team that's just really bad.
Well,
to me, that's just not.
I don't know.
Not good.
Like, I get what you're saying, but it's not like they're taking them out of the lottery entirely. They're kind of protecting the idea of being bad on purpose to get the number one pick. If somebody is perennially bad, at a certain point, I don't know, man. I just don't feel all that sorry for them. Like, you're going to have opportunities to be better. You have to be better.
Well, but I don't think you should penalize a team, I guess, that's pretty bad. I think you ought to give them a little bit of just like they do in the NFL. And I mean, how about a system where I understand that a lottery in the NBA is different than the NFL for a lot of different reasons, but what if they did something where it was just straight up based on the record, champion gets the last pick and the worst record gets the first pick, but then in the second round, they reverse the order. So the 31st pick also gets the first pick.
So now we're doing a snake draft.
Yeah. So the bad team gets a good first round choice, which is obviously most important, but they're not going to get a high second round pick too. So the teams that are champions, they get a couple, maybe a last pick in the first and a first in the second. So maybe do something like that. Maybe I just don't like having a team. I like to help the teams that are bad so that all the teams are competitive. I guess that's my bottom line. So anything that increases competitiveness, I like.
I hear you. I hear you, Pat. I guess my response to that, though, is again, you're talking about making it less likely just for them to get the number one overall pick or a top three pick if they finish in the bottom three. You're not removing the possibility. You're not taking them out of the lottery. They're still going to have a really, really good pick. That just, I don't know. Like, I'm not into protecting these perennial bad teams even more than they already are. Like, I don't know, at a certain point, here's some bootstraps, dude. Pull yourselves up.
Exactly. Be better. And I think you could look at Oklahoma City and see a team that got better. They had assets, and they turned them into more assets and draft assets, and then they've nailed almost every draft pick they've had, and now they're the best team going. So it doesn't matter if you're small market or big market. Certainly the big market teams have an advantage in free agency and all the rest of it, but you can be small market and you can win. San Antonio did it through the draft, and they also did it through, savvy European draft players and, other draft picks such as Ginobili and Tony Parker, and it was Robinson, it was Duncan, and they were able to do it for a long time. So just because you're small market doesn't mean you automatically have to fail.
We're bracing ourselves for something Steve Kerr related this week. Tim Kawakami reported over the weekend he's expecting something to be this week. And so maybe these conversations are already ongoing. You made the statement yesterday that you read the New Yorker article. Gu has said a couple of times this week he agrees with you that it sounded to you like a goodbye. All right, let's dive into some of these quotes, but also the new news, which comes courtesy of Brian Windhorst of ESPN, who joined Yahoo Sports Daily. I am confident that you probably haven't heard this yet, those of you listening, because this just got posted a few hours ago. So take a listen to what Windy says with regard to the Steve Kerr situation. Here's the first one.
I think Steve Kerr has sent the message out that he would be very interested in returning to coach the Warriors. But what I think people have misunderstood about this is not a straight emotional decision. There's not a contract sitting on the table. It's not like the Warriors said, hey, man, sign this at any time, whenever you feel like it. They did not have contract extension discussions. They called those off. Steve called those off. He is making the highest salary amongst all NBA coaches at $17 million. And, the team has not performed. That's a championship competition level salary. This team is not a championship contender right now. The other thing, and my colleagues Ramona Shelburne and Anthony Slater have reported on this, there is some desire within the organization that Steve Kerr potentially change his coaching staff. There's a desire from Steve Kerr to change some strategy, particularly offensively. Now, that is not a controversial statement. When a team that is, this expensive and this veteran underachieves and misses the playoffs, to say that you want potential changes is not, that's not a shocking thing. But, the question is Kerr willing to make those changes?
Okay, let's start there. The Warriors have not been good. So, Coach, we'd like you to maybe be open to some changes with regard to how you build the offense. Steve, at the same time, is like, I'd like to coach the team. If the team comes back and goes, will you change the offense? Do you believe Steve would be like, absolutely not?
I don't believe that, but I would like for him to be able to say, okay, how do we change the offense? Because we've got Steph Curry, and the offense is about Steph Curry. Mm-hmm. And the way we have run things, and by the way, it's one, and we've done very well doing it this way. It's ball movement, it's player movement, it's the floppy series, it's pass and screen and set things up for Steph and, Draymond and the high pick and roll and all the rest of it. How would you want us to run an offense and still be able to highlight Steph Curry? That to me becomes the big question that I would have going back, because you can't just all of a sudden run an ISO game. You're going to run ISO ball through who, and you're going to put Steph Curry on the weak side and let him just stand there and wait for a pass?
I mean, doesn't it actually stand to reason? I'm not by any stretch suggesting diminish Steph Curry, but all of us for a long time now have sort of been screaming from the mountaintops like he needs actually less on his shoulders, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that to me, that's where the creativity lies. The creativity lies in you can still be in many ways about Steph, but how about get the mountain off of his shoulder? And maybe tucked into that is, let's do this a little bit of a different way. There are going to maybe have to be some other players who can cook. And whether that is the draft pick that's coming in, whether that factors in Jimmy Butler when he gets back, or anybody else that you might be able to acquire this offseason. I don't know. That just it sounds so reasonable to me. My journey right now. I'm trying to figure out what's the thing that would actually break everybody up. If the Warriors want him back and Steve wants back and the players all want him back. Every time I listen to one of these, I'm like, would that be a deal breaker? That feels like a 2-foot putt.
It does, but I mean, it's more like a 4-foot putt with break because is it? Yes, it's easy to say, change the strategy and change the offense. Okay, how and with who? And that to me, if you want to go back to Jimmy Butler, when Jimmy came, they changed the offense. When Jimmy was out there, they ran a lot more through Jimmy, and he was a guy who could play ISO. And, even when Steph was in there, your offense looked different for the first time since Kevin Durant. So now Jimmy's not there, and you don't have Moses, so you're going to bring back whoever you bring back. And I want to know, how you want them to run the offense with Steph Curry and Draymond, and I don't even know who else. Pods. Everybody wants him to not be on the ball. So what does your offense look like?
Well, I don't know if what Wendy is saying here is so much about how do you fix the offense. It's more like, is there a willingness to talk about it? That's what I heard, at least. Like, Steve, are you willing to do something? Can we talk about doing this differently? I'd be blown away if he was like, no.
Agreed.
35 and 43. That's how we're doing it. That doesn't make any sense to me.
It doesn't, but in practicality, I just wonder how you go about changing it when you still have Steph Curry. If you have Porzingis, you can do some different things with him on the team. When Jimmy comes back, you can do different things when Jimmy is on the floor. But by and large, this whole thing is built around Steph Curry, and it has won based on what Steph Curry does, which is run around, ball movement, player movement, and the rest of it. So I'm sure he's open to it, but in practicality, what does that look like?
Yeah, but in practicality, can you even still do that the same way? The man is 38. Let's be, and now with runner's knee.
But what else can you do? And I guess that's
what
where
you got to go find that thing.
That's where I look at this team and I look at the Steve Kerr part of it and I think, okay, Steph's got runner's knee and he'll be 38 and a half when the year starts next year. So what are we even doing? How are we going to go about being a good team? We're going to feature Steph as much as we can, but what else do we have?
Well, I mean, that's no matter what, that's the journey they're already on anyway.
Right.
You're going to have to, and that might take some time. And so there is going to be a little bit of a, maybe, if you want to call it, awkward transition period. Who's the right person to coach that? I happen to believe it's Steve Kerr. That's just my opinion. Here's the other Brian Windhorst one, but actually first, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right. Here's the other part of what Windhorst said. Current situation, Steve Kerr, and the contract. And I think this is the one that's, they're both important. This one's uber important. Take a listen to what he says.
Is Kerr willing to coach for, a different salary next year? These are the real questions. This is where the rubber meets the road. I mean, he obviously has to ask himself the question about whether he can invest himself in the job, but he's indicated that he'd like to. This might come down to a negotiating thing. It might not be sentimental at all. This might be good old-fashioned negotiating, and Steve Kerr can leave the sideline and walk right into a broadcasting job in a selection of places for big money and an easier life. His leverage is there, that he has that out there. So this is not the framing of, I think people think that this is just, does he wipe away the tears and sign the contract? There's other things to be dealt with here.
Okay. So what he's essentially saying is we're all kind of talking about the whimsical nature, the emotions of this, the I don't want to leave Steph and Draymond. Brian sort of starts to dip his toe in the water of, well, actually, this is simply a negotiation. He even brings up money, which, again, I have the hardest time thinking that's what this is about, but maybe it is if what the Warriors are thinking behind the scenes is, hey, I'm Mr. Checkbook Championship over here, Joe Lacob, and I'm paying for contention, and this is not contention, so your salary goes down. Maybe, and maybe right? Steve's offended by that. Here's all that I can say about this right now. The Warriors have to be so unbelievably careful about how this all goes down. If Steve Kerr leaves, and I love the way, and you pointed this out yesterday, the way he ended the New Yorker article was basically, and I'll paraphrase, if I leave, it will go well. Yeah. No matter when I leave, it will go well because it has to, because I respect the Warriors that much. And there's nobody better than Steve Kerr that would be able to orchestrate the press conference that is necessary to hold to make everybody feel good about why he's leaving and when he's leaving. However, ... if we go down the road of it feeling like Steve Kerr got hip-checked out of the Warrior locker room, and one of these two reasons are why. A, Joe Lacob wanted to pay him less. Instead of $18 million, he wanted to pay him $14 million.
Or less, yeah.
And the other one is Joe Lacob or somebody with the Warriors kind of tired about Steve speaking his mind about things that aren't basketball. If either of those reasons become the reason why, and it doesn't even matter if it's real, as you all know, it matters about the perception. If those become the reason Steve leaves, this is a PR nightmare for the Golden State Warriors.
It's going to be rough, yeah. If the word comes out that they wanted to offer him less and he didn't want to take it, and then he goes out and gets a job with a network and he's making even less than what they offered him, and he is going to be able to go out, like Brian Windhorst just said, and broadcast and not have to worry about it, then yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tough look. And the other things that Brian said in that cut were a change of strategy, but also a change on the coaching staff. So if they want him to make wholesale changes on the coaching staff, maybe there are people that he really relies on, people he admires. I don't know if it's Terry Stotts or if it's Ron Adams or other people who've been with him for a long time. Jerry Stackhouse hasn't, but he's somebody that I do think that Steve Kerr admires and wants to have on the staff. If you want to pay him less and change the way he goes about running the offense and change the coaching staff, all those things together might be enough for him to say, I'm out.
Sure. Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'm not suggesting that there isn't some sort of a conversation, and this is what they've been saying all along. We had a conversation, we got some bullet points. I think we know some of the bullet points. I don't know if we know, but sure. Is it the coaching staff? Is it money? Is it style of play? Is it shut your mouth about the president? These are the four things that we think, and then there's the Steve stuff. Would you guys mind if you talk to me at the draft so that we can talk about whether or not the player that you're about to pick is a fit for what we're trying to do? I think if I were to guess, those would be kind of the 5-ish things that I would think would come up in this conversation. And I hear it. I get that these are big egos in a multi-billion-dollar company in a multi-billion-dollar industry. Could these things all lead to everybody rolling their eyes and walking away? Sure, they could, but they shouldn't. That's ridiculous.
Depends on how many of them, they don't want to concede on. And I'm sure that there are things that Steve Kerr wants and things that they want and back and forth. And just reading the New Yorker piece and just talking about the Draymond Green part of it where, Steve even says there's things he's done that I could never forgive him for, and yet I'll do anything for him.
Yeah.
That was kind of an interesting way to answer the Draymond Green question. So there's been a lot with Steve and Draymond Green, and, he, I'm sure, has Draymond Green's back forever, but it's not been a smooth, easy A to B relationship. And so you take an owner who's demanding, you take a team that is, struggling more than ever before, a salary that might go down, a fading star, and an offense that might have to change. There's a lot of reasons why he could want to go away.
Hey, quick aside, you bring up the Draymond thing with Steve. Can I read this to everybody? And something popped to mind that is a well-traveled conversation about the Golden State Warriors and Steve Kerr. And I wonder if you saw it the same way. So the original question was about, would Draymond be a coach? And then Steve said his answer and was kind of like, I don't know if he'll coach. And then the interviewer goes, you've come to blows, which is not a question. But right. He led Steve down that road. You've come to blows. Steve goes, listen to this. Yeah, I mean, people pulling us apart. And in my first 5 years, we would get into 3 knockdown dragouts a year. I do quick math. That's 15 knockout dragouts.
It's good math.
Yeah. Back to Steve. Part of it was I just had to show the rest of the team that I'm in charge. You have to do things by a set of standards. It's a community that you're building, not just a team. A little society with values and standards and expectations. And then you're a community that has to police itself. The coach has to demand certain behaviors, certain habits. So then for a long time, we had a truce I understood him so well. He understood me. But then this year, we had a major blowout in December. He's such a unique person. There's things he's done that I can never forgive him for, and yet I'll do anything for him.
Complicated.
So complicated.
Yep.
And I'm sorry to bring this up, but I want your reaction. When you read this, did it make you go, oh, that's why you didn't punish him for punching Jordan Poole? That's why you were so mad about the video getting out more than anything else.
Of course.
The insinuation is that crap happens all the time.
Right.
That's happened 27 times since I've been here.
People pulling us apart.
Why would we suspend him now? He almost makes it sound like, forget punching a teammate, he's punched his coach.
I mean, maybe I don't know if they've exchanged hands or they've exchanged unpleasantries. We know that.
Quote, you've come to blows. Yeah, I mean, people pulling us apart.
Right.
That's hands on each other.
Pretty much. Like,
I don't know if he socked him, knocked him out. I doubt it.
No, but that is heated sort of exchange where people have to step in and pull them apart. So, yeah, I mean, just reading that and the last sentence, there's things he's done that I can never forgive him for, yet I'll do anything for him.
Right.
So, like, the nature of that relationship has been volatile. It's been the peak of love. It's also been the peak of, like, animosity at times. And so you get through 12 years, and that's got to be exhausting. I'm not saying that is going to be the reason, but you start to look at all the different things that would lead somebody to say enough is enough. That, to me, is a very telling part of it.
Then, yet, on the other side of it, Draymond Green is sitting here going, who on earth would coach us next year other than Steve?
Right. And Steve saying, yet, I will do anything for him, including come back for a 13th year. So,
like, this is a complete side opinion, and I'm not going to write this in ink yet. I just have a hard time buying that the Warriors will have both a different coach, yet Draymond's still on the team. That doesn't add up to me.
Me either.
That doesn't add up.
Well, and I've said this all along. If Steve Kerr, and that would be the first thing that happens, either he comes back or he doesn't. And if he comes back, okay, status quo, Draymond, Steph, you guys are here. Kristaps, we'll figure it out. Al, you want to stay? Melton, can we afford you? Let's go out there and draft a player and figure out who we can add, and let's just try this thing one more time. Steve leaves. All of a sudden now, all bets are off. Like Draymond Green and his contract, if you want to sign in, if you want to opt in for $27 million, we might trade you. And Jimmy, you're hurt and you're making 50-something, we might trade you. I think that Steve is the first domino that makes this thing go dramatically one way or the other.
Let's go to Sean in Sonoma. By the way, we'll take any of your calls on this. 888-957-9570. Sean in Sonoma, thanks for calling Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I just wanted to call. I wanted to talk about you had two different reasons. You were saying financially, pay him less money, or him talking about other things that weren't basketball. Yeah. And wanted to tell you how I felt about it. You know, I watch sports to get away from all that stuff, and Steve nauseates me when he brings up all that other stuff. It reminds me of when Michael Jordan said, you know, half the country, you know, they all buy sneakers. Right. And so that I'm over a millionaire telling me how to think. I just want to watch basketball to escape because I love watching it.
Well, Sean, if I may, it's interesting because here we are with this subject that keeps coming up today, which is if someone shares an opinion, whoever hears the opinion believes they're being told how to think. If Steve says something, why would you take it that way? Why does that, he's simply sharing an opinion? I'd argue you just did too. Do you feel like you're telling someone else how to think right now?
No, it's not that, but, you know, it's when a millionaire is talking to me. It's kind of like the Kaepernick thing. I agreed with Kaepernick on his thing. I just don't want to hear it when I'm watching sports. It's an escape for me.
Right.
And, you know, that's more my thing. Free speech, people talking is a wonderful thing in this country. That's what we need to do a lot more of. But he's speaking down to somebody that has a different opinion is the way I feel about it.
Yeah. No, listen, Sean, you probably speak for many. Thanks for calling. I just always struggle with it where you're like, I'm watching sports. This is the way I would like it to be. So therefore, we've got to start muzzling people. There might be a lot. In fact, I do. I have lots of friends who love Steve Kerr for the messages that he sends. Love it.
I know a lot of people who want their sports and their politics to be separate, and it doesn't mean that you can or should muzzle somebody. And if I hear an opinion from anybody, athlete, politician, expert, know-it-all, whatever, it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to take that opinion, nor do I think that just because they make a lot of money that they're talking down to me.
Well, I think a lot of people just don't want to listen to politics at all. But it's there. It's happening. I'm not offended if Steve talks about a school shooting that happened down the street the day before a game at all. If you are, okay. I don't even really find that to be politics. But anyway, I believe this is a problem for the Golden State Warriors. If we go down the road, if Steve's not the coach, and the reason, whether it's true or not, people think is because he needs to be muzzled by the organization in the NBA, I think we got a problem that's not going away. We'd love to know what you think. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're taking calls the rest of the way here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Mix and match items. Buy 2, get 3 for free when you buy 5 items. Items like Oscar Mayer bacon, Kraft mayo, Kraft singles cheeses, and Capri Sun juices, selected varieties. Check with your local Safeway store for a full list of participating items. And speaking of participating, here's Dan Dibley.
Well, I'd love to, Mark. 8-piece fried chicken, 4 drumsticks and 4 thighs, or Signature Select Classic Salad, 32 to 48-ounce size selected varieties for just $5.99. And finally, USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast Mega Packs for just $5.99 per pound. It's unbelievable.
Yes, it is. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
In the aisles.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Question. Real estate in California. What the Seriously, can someone help? What's an escrow? What's an ARM? What is an REO? What is pre-approval? Can I get pre-approval? Why is inventory so low? Why are interest rates so high? Oh, interest rates not so high? How low is low? How not so high is right.
Before you go down the road of questions, get expert help at championsofhome.com. California Association of Realtors. Who's your realtor?
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at mirastarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA. No purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC.
800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
Hayward and San Jose both at mid-60s and a bit warmer for tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
What is the point of what we're doing? What is that? That makes no sense to me. What's the point?
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I knew it would be a theme today, and I don't know how to avoid it.
Yeah.
So there's yet another listener. Hey, Steve Kerr, don't tell me what to think. Well, you know what? We should probably go home. We should probably box this industry up and stop doing what we're doing. I didn't realize we'd arrived at a time where only certain opinions were allowed. Apparently everyone else's.
The whole idea of tell me what to think, that's one that I'm having a hard time with. Maybe it's because I'm older, but we listen to a lot of stuff, and Greg Cosell, he makes his case. Okay, fine. Bucky Brooks, he's a guy who knows more about football. He says what he says. I can still think what I think. I'm not going to listen to them and go, oh, you know what? They both love Stribling, so now I have to love Stribling because they're telling me what to think. The whole idea about somebody telling another person what to think, I guess that's kind of what I'm stuck on. We do what we do. We try to entertain. We inform. We give our opinion. I'm not out here trying to tell you what you should think about the draft or the Niners or Shanahan or Kerr or Draymond or anything. I'm just telling you what I think.
By the way, I think that's very well said. I'll take it a step further. If Steve Kerr was trying to tell you what to think, great. It doesn't mean that you have to do it, and it doesn't mean that he should, shut up. Largely, and this is an answer I get a lot. It's well, but you guys have a platform. Right, we've earned this. Do you want either of us to go through the journey to get here? Do you have any idea? Do you think, I know people think that, oh, wow, what a great job. You just sit there and talk sports.
Born on second base.
Do you honestly think that that's how this works? Lucas just types up a script starting at 8 in the morning, and then we walk in here. Grandy pulls that little lever in the back of our back. He pulls it all the way out, and then we just sit here and read.
Yep.
Lucky us.
Their takes, yeah.
We never went through anything to get here. And same with Steve. Steve never did anything to earn this platform.
Well, same with all of them. Kyle
Especially
Shanahan,
when it talks about gun control, his dad's dead.
Right.
So, I don't know, man. Yeah, it's okay if people speak. It is okay. And if you translate that as someone's telling you what to think, my belief is you're kind of soft actually on what you think.
Right.
Just have the confidence to be no, well, here's what I think.
We're telling you what we think, not how you should think. I'm telling you what I think about their draft, and 21, 22, 23, those were bad drafts. And the Trey Lance thing had a negative ripple effect for a long time, but I'll tell you that I think that the last 2 drafts, not counting this one that just happened, they were good drafts, and they netted players who have led them to be a pretty good team and a deep team and all the rest of it. So the whole idea, I guess I'm stuck on that, is the idea that people are telling other people what to think. We're telling you what we think, and we're having a conversation. And if you come up with your opinion, it may influence us, and I may change what I think based on your opinion, your information.
Yeah, and listen, I think a lot of what, Mark Spears was really good on the whole Steve Kerr thing. Steve Kerr, I don't know how many people know this or even sort of realize what's going on. Steve Kerr is a big deal in the NBA to a lot of people. He's a really, really big deal. And this goes way past his rotations, okay? Steve is a white man who speaks out on issues that matter to a very, very diverse population in a league that is largely made up of black men. And so there are a lot of people, and Mark Spears was great explaining this. I hope you had a chance to hear his last conversation with us. That is very, very influential and matters to a lot of people on an emotional level in this league. And I just always feel that in general, whether it's Steve talking about gun control, the president, or anything else for that matter, if someone else's opinion, literally simply the presence of it, makes you so uncomfortable, even if you disagree with it, what's going on there? Like, why is that so too hot to touch? And the reason that this is, first of all, I think it's really interesting that the conversation has arrived at this, number one. But number two, this is my take. And get ready, everybody. I'm about to tell you how to think.
Oh, boy, here we go.
Everybody ready? Got your seatbelts on? The Warriors have a bleeping problem if this is how this goes. This is not going to go well for the Golden State Warriors. If in some way, shape, or form, it feels like Steve Kerr is not coaching the Warriors this year because billionaires would like him to shut up. That's not, I'm just telling you. It's not about who's going to win the argument. It's not going to go well. The Warriors do not want that. That is a bad thing. That's a terrible thing to sort of be attached to, especially in the freaking NBA. In the National Basketball Association, you want to be associated with what feels like censorship to the issues that Steve brings up? Okay. Like, if I'm the Warriors, I want no part of that whatsoever.
And that won't be the only reason, if it is even a reason. Like, if Steve Kerr decides not to coach, it's not just going to be because they want him to not talk as much as he does and he refuses to do so. I don't believe that that would be the reason. That's, to me, a little bit too simplistic. I don't even know if that would be a reason. I have no idea what is going to go on when they have a meeting, if they've already had it, or what the back and forth is going to be all about. I just look at a number of different things that seem to be at issue. And as you get deeper down the road in this process, I can see where Steve Kerr, for whatever reason, maybe it's a collection of all the things, could decide that, yeah, I don't necessarily want to do this anymore.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Like, I don't know how this is going to go. But I also have watched 1,000 times in sports where something goes a certain way and then the perception takes over. Do you know what I mean? Fox News put out a story about this over the weekend, about Mark Spears' interview on our show.
Yeah.
Want to know what the headline was? I don't even remember what it was, but it was absurd. It was like, Warriors are flipping sick and tired of Steve's crap. It was something like that. It's like, if you want to go down this complete propaganda hallway, I mean, listen, bottom line for me is, I don't know if Lacob cares about this. I don't know if there's somebody else. I have no idea. Mark Spears and Nick Friedel have heard that it ruffles feathers. Okay, I have no idea if this bothers the Warriors or not. Let me just say something. Now I am going to actually tell people how to think. If it does bother you, get over it. Get over it. He has a platform. He's earned it. He is saying what he's saying. He is not, like he showed you in that New Yorker article. He's not going to stop. He's not going to stop. And by the way, if that's your jam in life, like, yeah, this kind of makes me uncomfortable. So we should go out of our way to like stop him from being able to speak. Think about what that represents.
It's lightweight censorship.
Of course.
But at the same time, and I'm going to play devil's advocate, because if we have a job like we do, and I don't even know if you know our new owner of the company, like we had a guy who owned it, David Field, who owned it forever, and he is no longer the owner, and the guy who bought it is somebody who leans a certain way politically.
Yep, I do know this,
okay,
yes.
So if we went out and spoke on the air and spent a lot of time speaking against what I believe our company's ownership believes in, if we spoke against that, we could be vulnerable based on the fact that we're saying things that maybe they don't necessarily agree with. And the other part of it is it's not our job. So if you and I spent 3 or 4 hours a day talking about politics and railing against a certain side of the aisle, that would be something that would be not in our job title, which is kind of Steve Kerr's job, is not to weigh in on political things. And also, if it's against what the company line is, that would be risky, and that would make us vulnerable.
It would be risky. It would make us vulnerable. It would also open some people up to a lawsuit if they took action on it, quite frankly. And you and I are not as powerful as Steve Kerr.
No, I was using that as a small example of speaking. You know, you and I have microphones, and we have the ability to talk about anything. You can talk about eating an apple in the urinal if you want. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could do that.
I did.
You did. You spent 8 minutes on it, and you know,
I was trying to drive home a point, and it's actually the exact same point we're talking about right now.
But the point that I'm making is you and I have the ability to talk about whatever we want to talk about, and there can either be repercussions or not. And talking about eating an apple in the urinal is not as controversial as weighing in on political topics.
For some it is.
Right.
Grandy looks a lot more comfortable right now than he did when I was talking about the apple. So for him, that was way more controversial.
I just stopped listening. That's
fine. That's it. Fine. Whatever.
I found the article.
I was partially driving a point home to you.
Headline.
Like, I'm going to eat my apple however the hell I want to eat my apple. Don't tell me how to eat. Like, but it's ridiculous. And that was the point. It was satirical because it's absurd. It's absurd for anybody to share anything that they're feeling and have some, like, you can disagree with it. You can think it's gross. But did anybody like take my segment there and be like, oh my God, Mark's telling us that we should eat apples in the bathroom. And like that's what we should do. I can't believe he's doing this.
You were telling them how to think.
Like, what are we doing? And then your whole point about it's not his job. This is such a blurry line for everybody about whether or not anything that people sort of see in the political sphere or even just in the social sphere. Like, I hate it when something comes up about a school shooting and people were like, don't do politics. I'm like, that's not politics. That's not.
Well, gun control is.
Gun control is. But expressing unbelievable sorrow and sadness and anger and all of that's not political. And so, like, whose job is it to do that? And by the way, where's the line? You know, if you want to go read the history of why the anthem is played in front of games, I can absolutely make the case that that's political. I can make the case. I don't really want to. I don't care. But I can make that case. But see, we got a problem with this, but we don't have a problem with that.
No, you can have a problem with whatever you want. And to say that it's not, quote unquote, his job doesn't mean that he isn't allowed to speak. He's got a platform and he can go ahead and speak on whatever he wants. And I happen to love when he speaks out on these things because I align more closely with him than I do most other people. But I'm just looking at the article that you were talking about. Fox News report, Warriors are sick of Steve Kerr's political activism.
There you go.
There's your headline. And it's, it's an article from the Outkick the coverage portion of the Fox News, which is
Travis is a moron.
Totally kind of their sports arm. But, to that point, different people are going to think different things about when somebody speaks. And if you're a sports figure, the whole thing about shut up and dribble, remember from a few years ago about LeBron James, it all comes from the same place.
Yep, it sure does. All right, let's hear from some of you. Jason in San Jose. Hi, Jason. What's cooking, man? Thank you for calling.
Hey, Willard. How you doing, man? So
this could be semantics, but you keep phrasing it as though, a lot of us fans have a problem being told what we should think. And I'm not sure that that's really a good, accurate description. When people talk about, I tune into sports because I want to avoid everything else, I think maybe you're missing how much that means to us, just the average fan, not somebody in your position where this is your job and you're so much deeper into it. This is our escape. And it's not that I don't want to be told what to think. I don't care what this other person's opinion is. I have to listen to other people's opinions at work. I have to listen to other people's opinions everywhere else in the world. And like watching a baseball game, a basketball game, a football game, that's all I'm trying to do is get where I don't have to listen to people's opinions. So I'm just not interested in it at that time. If I wanted all those opinions, I'd listen to Draymond's podcast, which I absolutely don't.
Right, but do you understand, Jason, that many people might see it differently than you? So are you suggesting that we should now tailor all of sports and everybody in it should all fit into the box that you've created? You understand that when Steve let me finish. You understand that when Steve holds a press conference or when the Warriors play a game, my gosh, the choice remains yours. You have the power. Don't watch. Turn it off.
No, right, Willard, and I do, and I think a lot of other people do. That doesn't mean the only point I'm trying to make is that doesn't mean we can't stand having somebody tell us what to think. I don't look at it like that at all. He's not trying to tell me what to think. He's telling me what he thinks. That's just not what I'm tuning in for. And you're right, I do tune it off at that point. But I just wish maybe you'd try to see it in a little bit of a different light. That's all.
No, Jason, I see what I see. The same way you just shared an opinion. This stuff doesn't bother me. I don't want anybody censored. This stuff has to be put out into the public. And if you're one of these people that only comes to sports so that you can just move all of that other dreck of life that you have to trudge through every day, and you want to come to sports to escape, then maybe you're going to have to go find a different team. I don't know what to tell you. This has nothing to do with how many people can see how many different opinions. This is Steve. Steve is tremendously authentic. What we're really asking here is, should it necessarily be within the Warriors' purview to shut him up? And I know a lot of you are like, yay, shut him up. I can promise you there's a lot of people who will be pissed if he shuts up.
Right. A lot of people, and I think the caller speaks to it, just want to go to sports and get sports. And I totally understand that. And you want to watch your team and it's escapism, and you want to just go to sports and you want to watch sports. And you take the Uvalde school shooting as an example. That happened, and it's terrible. And if you follow the news, you followed it, and then you go and you watch your Warrior team, and you're thinking, okay, basketball, 2 hours or so of this, and then Steve speaks to his thoughts and feelings about gun violence and the rest of it, and maybe you weren't ready for that, but kind of to what you're saying, you should expect that sort of thing from this coach and this team because that's who the guy is. Yeah, doesn't mean you have to like it.
No,
but
then you don't like it, and there you go.
Well, you may not like it, and it may turn you off from the product, and that is an individual choice.
Totally.
Because a lot of people go to sports for the escapism, and I love the fact that Steve Kerr speaks on these social issues and things that he sees that are problematic, and I admire the fact that he feels confident to do that. It doesn't bother me, but I'm sure some fans, like the last caller, they don't want to conflate the real world with the toy department.
Right, but at the same time, I always love when people want comfort when we're talking about difficult issues. You know what? Like, that's fine, that issue, but not here. No, the idea is not to make you comfortable because these are uncomfortable issues.
But it's not always about comfort. Sometimes it's about just escapism, and that's what sports is.
Then you know what? I have a really hard time finding escapism, too. Sometimes you got to look for it.
Well, that's what sports is. And that's where, for many people, that's what sports is and should be about.
Right. But for many, it's not. And in other words, if what you're looking for is escapism and a certain team or a certain player doesn't provide it for you, then escape somewhere else. I want to go home after these shows every day and have a peaceful dinner with my 3 kids. They usually don't allow it. And I have an option. I can take my dinner and go damn well downstairs to my room if I want.
You sure can.
But, sorry,
And
escapism is hard to find.
Every situation's different, and we can go back to the Minnesota situation we talked about before, when all the ice, the ice murders were happening in Minnesota, and the Warriors happened to be there, and then the game got canceled, and Chris Finch, the Minnesota head coach, spoke in sort of a banal way about the whole thing, and Steve Kerr spoke because the game got postponed. So yeah, certain times it's going to be conflated where the real world and sports are going to collide. Donald Sterling in the NBA was another case where the players made sure that issue got highlighted. And so, Donald Sterling and the Black Lives Matter and the mistreatment of players and all that became center stage. So I understand that at times it's going to be something that you can't help but confront. Other times I think that people would rather not have it be there.
Xavier in Burlingame is next up. Hey, Xavier, what's going on? Thanks for calling in.
Of course. Thanks for taking my call, Willie and Dibby. Great conversation. I just wanted to say, from my opinion, which I've been listening, and thank you guys so much for telling me how to think. That's why I actually tune in.
Yeah.
But no, more on a serious note, in terms of my point, I don't think there's really much escaping it, regardless, as much as we try our best. We have commercials and things like that come into play. What Dibs just said about Minnesota, sometimes, it's even out of the control of the programs. We're going to have things that are going to come in even during commercials. And what are you going to do then? Are you going to turn off the game because they're playing commercials that are, about politics? In addition to that, I find it really nice that they're, Coach Kerr is authentic. And I also think that it takes a certain courage to do things that you guys are doing, for example, which is giving your opinion because you could put a target on your back, which I feel that is actually kind of what happened with Steve Kerr. And, you can't make everybody happy. So just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, Xavier, thank you very much. I mean, in general, it's just I find it to be a head scratcher. Clearly, some of you don't. That's fine. But the entire idea that there is somewhere that I'm supposed to go, and everybody there is supposed to make me comfortable, and even if it's entertainment, this has to be done. Like Disneyland's entertaining. The lines suck. But again, if it's hard for you to work your way through a Kerr press conference because you want to enjoy a Warrior game, somebody just texted in a really good point. It ain't like he's grabbing a mic at halftime and yelling at you at your seat.
You're right.
Like,
absolutely.
Watch the damn Warrior game and relax. The guy, he can say whatever he wants.
And turn it off when it's over.
Same way you can call this show and say whatever you want.
You can go to the movies and you're pretty much guaranteed 2 hours of whatever. Either you'll like it or you won't. I actually just watched Marty Supreme over the weekend.
Oh, boy.
Which Guru loved it and you hated it. And I'll have my official review tomorrow during the crossover. But during that movie, I'm watching the movie and I was able to have that escape. I'm watching in my office and the baby's upstairs asleep. She's a toddler now, not a baby. She'll correct you. And my wife's watching The Real Housewives of God knows where. Yeah. And so I was able to escape from wherever. So that's all people kind of want from the NBA. But to your point, if you don't want to, have a press conference where Steve might talk about this or that, then you go ahead and turn it off.
Yeah.
It's not like he's using the third quarter interview to. I'm glad you asked me that, Allie LaForce. While I have you,
What do you think about Draymond's defense? Well, while we're talking about defense,
I mean, the streets of booze, am I right?
I mean, I don't know. The whole concept of I don't want that opinion. I only want this opinion. And if I hear opinion that I don't like, therefore now I'm going to tell you that you're telling me how to think. What an odd thing. Where the hell did that come from? Why? Like, I don't even understand that. How's anybody to share any opinion at all about anything if it's going to be processed by the receiver as you're telling me what to think? And I sure as hell don't want to go here, but what the hell is a teacher? What the hell is a pastor? A priest? What the hell is any of this? If you are so unbelievably triggered by somebody, quote unquote, telling you what to think, what are we doing?
That is the definition of brainwashing and or like straight up propaganda. I don't think that any of this is somebody telling you what to think. It's telling you what they think. And if you feel threatened by your opinion about the draft or your opinion about how much you love Brock Purdy or my opinion about the draft and all the rest of it, if that feels to you, the listener, like we're telling you what to think, that's kind of a you problem because we're telling you what we think. And we're opening it up at 888-957-9570 for you to tell us what you think, and then we'll have a conversation. That's what this is all about.
And a lot of people want to do it. So we'll keep on doing it. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Okay, 5 o'clock hour. Here we go on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Hi, welcome to Sprouts Farmers Market, where we guarantee none of our products have AI in them.
AI? How would food have artificial intelligence in it?
Oh no, I meant AI like artificial ingredients. Isn't that what AI stands for? Guess I've been spending too much time with local organic produce, 100% grass-fed beef, gluten-free snacks, dairy-free milks, surrounded by ingredients with nothing artificial in them.
Oh, that sounds nice.
With zero AI and healthy choices at prices you'll love, every aisle's a healthy aisle at Sprouts Farmers Market.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Milgard windows and patio doors and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at goldenstatelumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hey, it's Willard, Bay Area. You feel that rumble? That's Lowriders taking over Cinco de Mayo. Join Habas Law on Sunday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. East San Jose, King and Story. Chrome gleaming, hydraulics bouncing, starting at 10 a.m. It's the Cinco de Mayo Parade, live music, incredible food, and a community alive with pride. Presented by Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and Habas Law with Council Member Peter Ortiz and the United Lowrider Council. Pull up with your crew for Lowriders, Sunday, May 3rd, Habas Law, East Side Pride, let's ride.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. And you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Grandy. It's still true. We don't know when he's going to be on the River Islands guest line. Probably not this week.
Maybe. I mean...
Oh, no. Maybe next week.
It'd be cool if he just, showed up. Hey, you never know when I'm going to be on. And then he pops on and goes, yeah, I'll be back. All right, guys, talk to you next week. Or, adios, Steve Kerr. Yep.
You want him to break the news here?
I cannot be that coach.
Yeah.
It'd be great if he did. I mean, not that he owes us, but we're here for you, Steve.
Actually.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah, I'm with Steve. I don't want him to come on anymore.
No?
No. What if he were to come on and be like, I think I should coach next year. And I'd be like, don't tell us how to feel.
No.
Don't tell us what to think.
That's right.
Who the hell are you?
I think you all want me to coach again. Don't tell me what to think, Steve Kerr.
On my way home, I am going to stop by every billboard with my pen, and I'm going to write on it, don't tell me how to feel. I'm going to stop by every lawn sign. And
don't tell me who to vote for.
Don't tell me how to feel. Gosh, what else? Hell, we're watching a game on TV right now. Bunch of signs all over the field. Don't tell me how to feel.
You got me thinking about my brother Doug, the Unibrother, who many, many years ago, Sue Dibley, rest in peace, my lovely mother, she called him and said, yeah, Doug, we want you to come over for Thanksgiving, about 2 o'clock, fourth Thursday in November. I don't like to be dictated to. It's a Thanksgiving invite. It's the fourth Thursday in November. No one's dictating to you. It's Thanksgiving. We get together as a family. It's called a courtesy call. I don't like to be dictated to.
All
right, Doug.
Here's a fun one. It's tremendous.
I mean, it's just...
How about this? And this is... I don't want to get everybody all flipping freaked out, but 925, thank you very much for listening. Thank you for engaging. It is wildly appreciated. They write, Kerr alienates Republican fans from watching the Warriors. Just stick to basketball. Do the Giants owners alienate Democrats?
Some, I'm sure. And I told you during the break that they have a new investor, and his name is Joshua Kushner. I don't know if you're familiar with the last name, but I believe his brother is married to one of Trump's daughters. Tremendous. Oh. So throw another Republican log on the Giants ownership pyre. And so if that bugs you, then you don't have to be a Giants fan.
I have decided that I now want Rafi Devers to strike out every time. So yay, strikeouts.
Because you don't lean that way.
I'm done with this.
Sure.
By the way, here's the app that I want to build. I'm not a techie, so I'm going to need some help for somebody to build me this app. When I go into the grocery store, I want to pull the app out and have a little camera open up and to take a picture of the logo of whatever I'm about to buy. And I want to know who's the billionaire behind it,
right?
And what do they think? And then I can decide if I want to buy that apple juice or that yogurt or that hummus. Ooh, I do like hummus. Or that bread or that drink or that cheese. I want to know because, boy, I cannot enjoy the brie cheese and crackers if the guy behind Sargento or whatever the hell we're talking about is a jerk who speaks.
So when I see you in the aisles at Safeway, and this actually would be a great add-on for the Safeway app.
Who's behind Safeway for that matter?
Well, when you go to clip coupons, or coupons as you would say, when you go to clip coupons, automatically it would pop up like, the owner of this company has voted Republican 71% of the time. I can't buy that. Or vice versa. Yeah. I'm not trying to give away my affiliation sensation.
Okay, so no more soapbox. But again, I'll bring it back to sports. This is, the Warriors are in trouble if this is how this goes. Like the Warriors actually, it's funny that now Fox News is picking this up and running with this. Because it's almost like it's their campaign. The Warriors are sick of Steve Kerr and his stupid politics. I'm telling you right now, this is a really, really bad road for the Warriors to go down. If the perception is even, it doesn't even matter the fact, but if the perception is that Steve Kerr is not the coach because they don't want him talking. Like what?
Well, this has happened before with the Warriors. Like, go back to Mark Jackson. Why did Mark Jackson lose his job?
Well, there were a lot of reasons.
Right.
But a lot of reasons.
A lot of it was the fact that he had made homophobic statements and
but there was also the idea of pressing religion on the players,
correct.
And some of them apparently did not like that.
I'm not saying that what Steve Kerr has done is that, or I'm not saying that is anything like this, but at the time you had Rick Welts in the front office who was openly gay, and you had your head coach coming out and saying things that were of a homophobic nature. So in other words, words that he was saying and comments that were made were a big part of how he lost his job. And it became less of a deal for those people who loved Mark Jackson because Steve Kerr, in his first year, won an NBA championship. So Steve Kerr, who is not making homophobic statements, he might be making statements that don't jibe with what the front office wants him to be talking about. If his replacement goes out and wins a championship, then I think the fans will be a lot more forgiving over the maneuver. That's all I'm saying, Mark.
It's because that's what we're after.
It's what we're after, but it's not. It's not the most likely way that this could potentially go. All I'm saying is it has happened before where, a guy lost his job for things other than basketball.
Sure. Okay. How about let's go to Roseanne in San Jose. Hi, Roseanne. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, hi.
Hi.
Okay, so the reason I'm calling is because, Steve Kerr went through a significant, major, life-changing experience when his father was assassinated. Yes. And, that's a big deal. That's like a major, big deal. So we as human beings need to have empathy for that. We need to sensitize ourselves to that because unless it happens to you, you don't know. And it's a big, big, big deal. Just like if you see a 90-year-old person in a wheelchair trying to cross the street, you help them. I don't care what you're doing. If you're able, you help them because they don't have the mobility or the functionality that we have. And so I feel like Steve Kerr has carte blanche because he's in the club and he's got the T-shirts. He can talk about it as much as he wants, whenever he wants. And that's in a very elite club. And anyone else that doesn't get that they need to shut up and manage. That's the deal there, because that's life, that's living, and that's love.
Roseanne, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the call. I mean, to me, look, obviously, I'm a huge fan of Steve Kerr. You're a huge fan of Steve Kerr. It doesn't really bother me if anybody listening right now is not a huge fan of Steve Kerr. You know what I mean? If everybody wants to freak out about Ty Jerome again, we can do that also if you want. Anthony Lamb, okay, we can, that's fine too. I actually prefer that whole area of it. But in general, just a general thought, I don't really care if anybody has anything to say about anything. Talk. If you have a platform, you do. If you have a bullhorn in a street corner, you do. Some guy was yelling something when I walked into the building today. He got a sandwich board on and what should I be? Should I have gone over to him and been like, actually, so this is a street corner. That's not what we do here. What we do here is we walk or maybe get coffee. So if you'd like to say something about the Bible or something like that, we have this little room over here in the corner. This is our Scream About the Bible room. And or maybe I'll pick them up and drive them over to a church. That's where you're allowed to go in there and yell about the Bible. But you can't say it outside.
Different because,
of course it's different. But I don't get being bothered, offended, or felt like something is intrusive in your world if someone's speaking.
I get it, but at the same time, and I know a caller wants to weigh in on this, when Nick Bosa showed up on one of those primetime broadcasts and he sauntered by with the MAGA hat on, that bothered you. And now it didn't bother you to the extent that
didn't bother me.
It didn't bother you that he rolled up with a MAGA hat on and just kind of bum rushed the post game?
I didn't want him censored. I think it's a very easy, and they did fine him, didn't they? Because they have a rule.
There are rules, yeah.
They have a rule. So I was like, well, if you're gonna do this for the people who write whatever on their eye black or on their socks, then you have to do that here. But I wasn't. I mean, follow the rules, sure. If there's a corporate rule, like if the NBA had a rule, coaches are not allowed to talk about anything but basketball. Well, now we have a different conversation,
right? But the NBA
I wasn't for Nick not being allowed to have a hat.
Of course. I mean, and people make different statements, and, some of the Giants in their post game will have, Jesus was right or whatever shirts on there. And if you either believe it and you're like, that's cool, I support that, or maybe you don't. And so anybody with these platforms can speak on anything they want. It doesn't really bother me. And ultimately, it comes down to the employer. And if Joe Lacob, in this case, is bothered at a certain level by what Steve Kerr talks about or doesn't talk about, then he has the right to have that affect what he does from an employment standpoint. He's the boss.
Yeah. All right. So I want to go to the guy you just mentioned that wanted to mention the whole Bosa thing. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. That's Joe in Walnut Creek. Hi, Joe. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, you guys said it all. Thanks, Willard and Dibbs. You guys make me call in because you get me thinking. And I want to say a global thing is that, I was offended by, the Bosa hat just because, like people have shared, I want to escape. But listen, it's on me to deal with it. What am I going to be upset for the rest of the day? Am I going to be upset with what? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Okay, I didn't like it, but we're big boys. It's like, just deal with it. I don't like that he did that. The other one I don't like so much is, you had mentioned painting slogans on eye black, religious things like that. But you know what? Deal with it, because there's so much out there that's going to upset you. I forget his name, from Burlingame. Said, you're going to see stuff everywhere. Just enjoy it. I look at it. I call you in here. I listen to you guys a lot. So thanks for your excellent show. But then I let it go, man. I listen. And then, what am I going to be upset all day because Bosa showed the hat? Well, I talked to friends about it. And then you just well, there it is. Next game on, So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks for adding a little spice to a Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? So
freaking Tuesday, huh, Joe? Normally it's the worst day of the week. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. What I've noticed is that whatever your opinion is, for a lot of people, whatever your opinion is when someone is voicing the opposite, then you would like to just dial out. Okay. I like Joe's point. Deal with it. All of us hear things that we don't agree with all of the freaking time.
Well, especially in sports where a lot of times it might catch you off guard. And if it's something that you don't necessarily believe or agree with, you might roll your eyes. But ultimately, it doesn't keep me from wanting to be a fan of that sport or of that team. If somebody comes out and says something that I don't agree with, you just kind of move on with your day.
Yeah. I mean, and I know that we're not even necessarily talking about agreement here, but I find this is obvious. I find it to be almost tired, this idea of shut up and coach or shut up and dribble or whatever. Like, if you want Dibs and I to sit here and bring up examples of when politics has crossed with sports, we're going to be here until freaking September. Like, it's written throughout history constantly. So that's what I would say. If you're bothered by this, it's because you disagree with it.
Usually, yeah.
It's not because you don't think it should be there. It's because you disagree with it. What if Steve sat down? Watch this. What if he sat down and uttered a different opinion at a press conference? What if instead of banging on the table and saying that Brandon Pajemski cannot be that guy, what if his opinion that day was NBA personnel cannot talk about politics? Is that a political statement?
Not really.
Kind of, though. Is it an opinion? Is he telling people how to feel? Are you okay with that one? Because it's not about his rotations.
No.
But I bet that those of you who want to just dial out and be left alone, you'd love that opinion. You'd applaud him for it. I don't find them either one to be different at all. They're both just a human throwing out opinions into a microphone.
Draymond Green's podcast here on the Odyssey Network has become one of the most popular sports podcasts in the world. And when you tune into it, as I do from time to time, he's going to give you opinions about a wide variety of things. If you don't want to hear his opinion on a wide variety of things, then you don't tune in. You don't go to your Odyssey app and listen to the Draymond Green show, because that is what you're going to get. You're going to get 30 to 40 minutes of sports, non-sports, his takes and his opinions. So if you want to, quote, dial out, there's ways to avoid the majority of this. And if you want to hear what certain people say about a wide variety of things, then you dial in.
Lucky in the city. Hi, Lucky. Thank you for calling Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Good afternoon, fellas. I've been hearing you guys talk about this, and it's just like, I think about back to the early 70s, early 80s when they had sports radio. I wish I could have called back then and talked to you guys and gave my opinions on sports and politics too. You know, it's life. You know, I think people run from the truth, man. People are scared of the truth. Now, people rather you lie and give them all types of excuses and all, I can't do this and do that. Like, why wouldn't you want somebody to come out and speak their honest opinion on something that they feel as a human being? I love Coach Kurt. I would be sad as an MF if he's gone, because you would never have another coach that's been through life, traumatic changes, survived it, and still able to give people love. And he's able to transfer love to all of the players that are on our team. Regardless of what all of the fans think about it, he transfers love and gives them guys knowledge. Why? Because he played this game. I'd rather have truth, and I stick by that to this. I stick by the old 70s code. I know you guys know about that. Well, you know, hey, be honest, you help out. Just like the lady said, you help out the elderly people. You look at the kids. There's certain things that you do and that you don't do. Now, it's totally opposite in this world that we're living in now. So if you're not grounded, you're going to fall for all of this. So what would you want as a fan or as a person? Would you want somebody just to give you bull crap all the time? I don't.
Yeah, Lucky, I think like Lucky, thank you so much. I appreciate your call. This is maybe even my way of coping and my way of kind of staying calm when somebody is saying something that you don't love, which I think is at the core of all this conversation that we're having, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is what I do. This is just my exercise. I'm like, okay, I'm really like thankful to know now where you stand. Now I get to make my opinion about you and how much I want to involve you in my life a lot easier because I know where you stand.
Right.
And so, like, I may hate what you're saying. And it may even offend me. You might be a family member. You might be a good friend. It might, like everybody knows through the last 4 or 5 years, maybe more, this has become a thing. It splits up family members. It splits up friends or politics or whatever. But I'll lean into that. I'll just be like, okay, I'm thankful to know exactly where you stand. And now I can make you as big or as small of a part of my life as I possibly can. If that's what I want to do.
Right.
Instead of being mad that you said it, I'm just like, sweet. I hated what you said, but
now I know where you stand.
I know.
Yeah, and I'm going down to Palm Springs in a couple of months for a fraternity retreat with a bunch of my buddies from LA, Southern California, and I know that at least half of them, if not more of them, do not align with my own political and sociological beliefs. And so I know that going in, including my fraternity big brother and some of my best friends. And so I can either engage in discourse, knowing where they are, and they know where I am on these things, or we can just put it on the side and not even worry about it. And so to your point about, knowledge and being able to talk about things or not talk about it, that's kind of what I like about it.
888-957-9570. The issue at hand, and it's too simplistic to sort of be like, do you like it when Steve Kerr talks? Because to me, the broader thing is whether or not the Warriors should be bothered by this, and is there some sort of does that factor in to whether or not he's actually the coach of the Warriors next year? If that's on the board as one of the 5 things that are being discussed here, my suggestion to the Golden State Warriors would be, let's go ahead and drop that
Take that one off the board.
You want to talk to him about his offense? Let's talk about his offense. You want to talk about his involvement in the draft? Let's talk about his involvement in the draft. Do you want to talk about his Steiny had a great point earlier, I thought. There was one point in this article where Steve basically said, if Steph and Draymond were both retiring this year, then this would be easy. They would ride off, and I would ride off and be gone.
Yep.
And I could see if I'm Joe Lacob, I'm like, wait a minute, dude. Really? That's it? If
it's
Steph
that
and
simple, yep.
Do you care about actually coaching the Warriors, or do you only care about coaching Steph and Draymond? That, to me, that's your fair question, Joe. That's your fair question. If you want an openness to new offense, if you want to know that Steve actually wants to coach the Warriors and not just his 2 longtime friends, those are fair questions. If you want him to shut up in front of a microphone,
that's a different story.
I'd leave that one. That's just my suggestion.
And it may not even be a thing that's on the table.
I hope Joe doesn't think I'm trying to tell him how to feel, but I'd leave that one alone.
I do think that what you said before is probably the biggest issue, which is, all right, you want to come back and coach Steph and Draymond, but do you want to coach the Golden State Warriors? And do you want to coach for 2 more years or 3 more years? What are you really looking at? Are you looking at just 1 more year and then Draymond's contract is up and Steph might stay for an extension and then you and I will decide again down the road? I don't think the organization wants that uncertainty anymore, so they probably want to be able to talk to Steve Kerr and get that certainty of, yes, I want to coach the Warriors. Steph, Draymond, of course, they're a part of the Warriors, but I want to coach this team, and I have the passion to do it.
Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Hi, Tom. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, Willard. Hey, Dib. Thank you for the call, man. This is a hot potato subject. I do watch sports to get away from reality, man. When there's no commercials, I'm sports surfing. Look, Steve Kerr can say what he wants at any time on his time, on a podcast, on his own podcast. He's under the Warriors umbrella. He's being paid by those guys. And when you say those comments, you also making them look like they agree with those comments. You and I cannot say whatever we want at any time. We have bosses, and they do not tolerate that. It is time. The other thing is, I went to war. I killed people for your rights, my rights, and I'm offended when somebody says, oh, let's have gun control, okay? No. How about put the criminals in jail forever and not let them keep getting out, or giving guns to people who don't belong to get them? Does that give me carte blanche? Thank you, guys. Bye.
All right. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it. 888-957-9570. How about Ramsey in the city? Hi, Ramsey. What's going on?
Yeah, so I completely disagree with the last guy, but neither here nor there. My first thoughts initially is, for me, when I watch sports, it's impossible to say it's an escapism, because if the Giants lose or the 49ers lose in the championship game, I'm going to be bummed out for a good few months. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be part of my emotions for the next week or two for sure. But to say that it's an escapism, I think that's a false reality. Another thing is, I don't think it really should matter what Steve Kerr's opinions are. I think Joe Lacob is trying to utilize this as a negotiation task, like he's using it to tell us, oh, look, I don't like this type of rhetoric, but I want Steve Kerr to stay, so I'll give you $10 million instead of you wanting $20 million or whatever the case may be. And I think Steve Kerr wants to coach, no doubt about it. And the fact that it's because of Steph and Draymond he's still coaching shouldn't surprise anybody. He's won 4 championships with those guys. All his success in terms of coaching is based around these 2 guys, including Clay. So it doesn't make sense. When Kobe and Shaq were done, Phil Jackson left. They had Rudy Tomjanovich and all these other guys. And then he came back, and then he won again with Kobe. When Kobe was done, he ain't never coached again. So these things happen with some of these coaches. When Popovich was sick, Tim Duncan had just retired. I think Tony Parker or Manu was still playing. So at the end of the day, there's that that's my guy. I can't just leave them while they're here. And at the same time, if they're gone, I'm going with them. I respect that loyalty, and I don't think Steve Kerr should be gone. I think they just need to, work with Steve Kerr and listen to Steve Kerr.
Ramsey, I'm with you. Like, this, to me, the way this all resonates at the end, I know people are now starting to fire off their own political opinions here on radio. Someone just texted and said that guy admitted to murder right here on our show. I think he served. Right. I think he was talking about, like, he killed somebody in war, which not making light of that by any stretch, but I don't know if he necessarily if we need to send the authorities over his house.
This is not really about like your political position. It's about in the ether, the idea of whether or not somebody should be allowed to, or do you want them to speak their mind on these things?
I just get like, that's where I'm at. Why do the Warriors? And again, I'm going on a premise that I don't know to be true. Why would the Warriors care about this? What's my favorite word? What did I say to you day one? What are we?
Authenticity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr, one of the most authentic sports figures I've ever seen in my entire life. That does not mean you've got to love what he's saying, but don't take that away from him. Do not take that away from him, whether it be about basketball, politics, or what our last caller was just talking about, which is his overwhelming loyalty to Steph Curry and Draymond Green. If that in some way, shape, or form is bothering Joe Lacob, I get it. Again, I get it. I get it if they're sitting there going, dude, you want to coach the Warriors, right? Not just Steph and Draymond. That's a question to ask in this meeting. Like, go ahead and address it. It's certainly not a reason to move on from the guy or muzzle the guy, though. Not in my mind.
Well, it depends on what you think about what he's saying. I mean, those are 2 totally different issues. Whether or not he wants to still coach the Warriors, that's one thing. How long does he want to do it? Maybe they want him to do it for more than just one more season. And then the other piece of it is perhaps the organization doesn't want him to be so outspoken about things that are not related to basketball. And as an employer, you're allowed to have that opinion. You're allowed to, as the employer, and Steve is the employee, you can have a certain amount of discomfort over what he says and when he says it and about what he speaks. And, if it bothers you that much, then you don't have him come back, but obviously it doesn't. And so that may be one of the things they're trying to figure out.
888-957-9570. We're talking about Steve Kerr, the article in the New Yorker, And obviously the issue that seems to be building a little bit, which is that one of the Warriors' hesitations might be how freely Steve Kerr speaks. And oh, by the way, I don't know how many of you have read the whole New Yorker article, but he continued to speak pretty freely in that.
He did, yep.
You know, now he also walked a couple things back. I'll simply say it that way. He expressed a little regret with how aggressive he's been with some of his comments. Did that not feel like an olive branch to you?
Not really.
It didn't?
No, I mean, a little bit. And, you know, it was whether or not he was calling him a blowhard, and Steve corrected him and said, no, I called him a buffoon. And then he went a little bit further in his later comment to talk about, you know, things that maybe he shouldn't have been so aggressive about. I don't know if it was an olive branch or really walking it back, but Steve Kerr's been very outspoken over the course of his 12 years here.
Yeah, although there's also, remember that whole NBA and China controversy? Yep. And Steve sort of gave an answer of like, I'm not educated enough on this, and so I'm gonna stay out of it. They addressed that, and Steve was like, I gave a really weak answer.
Yeah.
And what he indicated was he very much felt what? The NBA didn't want him talking about it. So he didn't. And he sounded kind of regretful about it.
Right, and that's also a sticky wicket because at the time, Clay was a Warrior, and he was big in China with China Clay, and all the rest of it. And so, you know, the NBA is making a huge amount of money from fans in China, and so it becomes a little bit of a sticky situation. Yet, Steve Kerr has always been somebody who's been outspoken and somebody who's been up on all the issues, so of course he's going to get asked about it, and it put him in a tough spot.
No doubt. But at the same time, like, I certainly took from that, like, he's not going to stop. If this were to come up in some sort of a meeting this weekend, good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck telling. Yeah. So Steve, we're going to need
you to dial that back a little bit. We're going to need you to
only talk about, you know, the final score of the game that night. I don't think that's going to happen.
And I don't think that they would ever like say that in a meeting to him. I don't know if that would come up, how you would broach it, because you're not going to ask Steve Kerr to be anything other than his authentic self. And that's part of who he is.
Next up, let's go to Ara in San Mateo. Hey, Ara, what's going on?
Gentlemen, thank you for having me on. I'm a big sports fan, but I don't listen to sports radio, but I listen to you guys because you guys, to me, are comedy and sports combined, so thank you.
Oh, appreciate it, man.
Stuff about the Steve Kerr. Yeah, no, you guys are fantastic. Steve Kerr issue. I don't know if people know the background on this guy. His grandparents were Christian missionaries out of the Northeast that went to what they call the Near East Fund, and they saved thousands and thousands of Armenian orphans. That's the grandparents. That's where it starts off. His dad, American University in Lebanon, you know, doing the right thing, gets assassinated. So this idea that Kerr somehow is coming in saying political things that people are unaware of, there's this lineage there of public service with his family. And he's a very learned man. I've spoken to him a couple times. Dynamite man. Fantastic. Got a little bit more passion than a normal politician, but I love him. And so this idea that now, despite the fact that he's been coaching for however many years he's been here, winning, nobody's complaining about this. Now it's being brought up. Shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. And then, you know, you guys mentioned the New Yorker. Again, everything was there. Remember that China thing when it came up, we all knew that he was being muzzled in some sense. You know, when he said he wasn't up on the issues, we knew it still was something there. But from the outside, and when I read it this morning, I go, all right, it just confirmed what we all suspected. My view is this on the politics. Look, I watched the game. You don't want to watch the interviews? Turn it off. 5-4 decision on George Carlin, 7 dirty words. I like the dissent. You don't like it? Turn it off. It's not a big deal. The NBA loves it because it draws in people, but to the extent that the owner thinks that it's taken away, if it's taken away money, then they'll say, hey, we're causing problems here. But the idea that you're going to muzzle somebody who's been politically active for this long, all of a sudden, at the end of his career or near the end of his career, come on, guys. What's going on?
I mean, what I would say when you say the NBA loves it, I won't specifically get into it. I think you guys will be able to figure out what I'm talking about. There are things that Steve Kerr says publicly that the NBA does not love.
Of course.
And it is anything that is attached to money.
Like 72 games. We should hack 10 games off the schedule.
Maybe something like that.
Well, I'm going to say
just maybe.
Well, it's been out there, and he said it, and I'm sure that the NBA didn't love it, and ownership locally, I would imagine, didn't love it, thinking about losing 5 home games a year, but he's going to speak his mind. He'll speak his truth. And he's been around not only in the NBA, but in the world long enough to know that, if he's learned it, as Ara said, on a subject, he can speak on it and he can offer his opinion.
888-957-9570. Let's go to Mystic in the city. Hi, Mystic. Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys. Couple of things real quick. I think that people are missing the boat. I don't really view this as a political issue at all. I think this is a performance issue. It kind of reminds me of the Dennis Rodman, Terrell Owens thing. Long as you're winning, we'll tolerate it. Your performance slips, everything you do that we don't like is going to count against you. And here's the other thing. The question is, how is the team responding to Steve Kerr? So while you're making these political statements and the team is winning, they're responding, great. But if you have set yourself up out there as a person who's about meritocracy, everyone be treated equally, things are across the board. Well, then when the team sees that Draymond has impunity, Jordan gets punched in the face and then gets trashed, Jonathan Kuminga bust his tail, couldn't crack the lineup, had to get shipped out of town, I think that does weigh in on the players and look at them, make them turn and tune the coach out, because it's a lie when you say, oh, everyone's treated equally. That's a lie. And I also think that Joe Lacob and them have a right to go like, well, it doesn't seem like the team are vibing with your message anymore. This falls under your messaging. And your message doesn't match our brand. You've got to go. I think that's reasonable. I don't think that's anything out of the question, and it should be that way. And I think Steve Kerr is being exposed as a person who isn't genuine all the time and can be duplicitous.
How so? How so, Mystic? How so?
Well, again, you say, well, hey, Jonathan Kuminga, if you just rebound and play defense, we'll throw you in the game. And then he does it, and you yank him out. That's not lost on the team. It isn't. Maybe for the top-tier guys who could care less because they know their minutes are not affected.
Hey, Mystic.
But everybody else.
Mystic, you think you maybe possibly just put words in Steve Kerr's mouth? Did you ever hear him say that publicly? If you just rebound, we'll put you in the game. When did he say that?
We heard him say many times, do the little things and then he will play. And at the beginning of the season, at first, he was singing his praises for doing those things. Remember?
Right.
He did say that.
And then
many words.
And then he put him in the game. And then he felt like
he yanked him out.
And then he felt like he stopped doing those things.
He got hurt. Is what happened.
Here, Mystic, thank you.
Mystic.
Yeah, the problem with this whole thing, that's a great example of what we're talking about. So now you don't want Steve Kerr to speak because Jonathan Kuminga. And all roads.
All roads, they always have.
So this is basically what I'm getting at. I don't care if you hate Steve Kerr because of Jonathan Kuminga. That's fine. A lot of you do. Okay, great. Let's go on that premise. So now that means that we should not have people allowed to speak freely, apparently even on basketball issues now, because on some level we believe this to be disingenuous. All that says to me, you have an axe to grind with Steve Kerr because of Jonathan Kuminga's situation, which I will continue until I'm dead to stress the point that the Kuminga thing goes way past Jonathan and Steve. I promise you. I know it'll never work, and a lot of you don't want to believe me, but I am promising you, call it a source report if you want. This goes way beyond just Jonathan and Steve. But now you don't want to listen to Steve anymore because Jonathan Kuminga. This is the baseline of what we're talking about. Agree with someone, then they can speak. Don't agree with them, muzzle them. That's a huge problem. It's just a huge problem.
And he was talking about, an uneven treatment of people within the organization. Well, that's called any business. And you could go to our business and look at our boss, Matt Nahigian, and see how he talks to the six of us, whether it's the Joes and Guru and Steiny or me and you. the six of us all have six different relationships with the boss. It doesn't mean that it's unfair or fair for one of us over the other ones. It just means it's different. And I think the same thing exists with Steve Kerr. He's been coaching Draymond and Steph the entire time he's been there. So they're going to get a certain amount of leash that other guys don't get who are younger players who hasn't been with that long.
I just think we're and this goes back to the original point that I've made to you, and I get that I'm being stubborn on this. I almost feel like I feel stubborn on this. You think Steve Kerr's gone. Guru thinks Steve Kerr is gone. Steiny sounds like he's leaning towards Steve Kerr is gone. I'm not sure where Shasky stands on it. I haven't talked to him about it. I have no idea what Steve Kerr is going to do, but I keep feeling like I'm going to stay in this minority opinion that Steve is going to stay because I have not been able to figure out the reason why he wouldn't. If all parties, three parties, coach, players, ownership, all are motivated to have him stay. And I believe that they are. And if this is where the conversation arrives, in an odd way, I don't see how he doesn't coach the Warriors next year.
I don't even know if all three parties still feel that.
That's what everyone's reporting.
Right, but we don't know what Steve Kerr really is feeling.
That's fair.
I mean, we can talk about what Steph and Draymond think and what they want because they've actually said it, and we can guess what ownership wants, and we've heard them say through Mike Dunleavy that they want Steve Kerr to be the coach. I have not heard since the season ended anything from Steve Kerr definitively saying, yeah, I want to coach. Even in this article in the New Yorker, he talked about how he wants to end with Steph and Draymond, but everything has an expiration date, and it's something he's been saying to us, and he's said it a bunch of different times in a bunch of different places. So I still don't know 100% with definitiveness that Steve Kerr actually wants to come back.
Well, my only response to that would be, boy, this is getting really complex. We got articles in the New Yorker. We've got reporters flying around everywhere. You and I are talking about it. All the shows are talking about it. If he really just flatted, if it was that simple, like he just didn't want to come back, wouldn't he have just gone by now? Wouldn't you save all of this air and what would probably feel like an uncomfortable headache and just leave? If he didn't want to coach the Warriors next year.
I think that he's unsure. And I'll read from the New Yorker article where the interviewer says, you sound like a guy who wants to come back. If it's your choice, then you would. And Steve says, this is a really interesting situation, and I'm respectful of the organization, and I know how this stuff works. Most coaching runs just last a certain amount of time, and then it's best for everyone to move forward. And what we have to figure out is whether now is that time, because what complicates it is we still have Steph and Draymond. So we have to figure out whether or not this is that time. We, as an organization, as I borrow from Gabe Kapler, they have to all figure out if this is that time. So whether or not he really wants to or not, let's just say he does, and Steph and Draymond want him, and the organization wants him, well, you still have to figure out if this is that time for it to be over or not. I mean, you can want to continue, but it may not be the right thing. It may be time for a parting of the ways, even though, all sides maybe want it to continue, but maybe it's not the right thing. Maybe it's not the best thing for everyone right now.
Based on what? So all parties want him there, but it's not the best thing. Based on what?
On
what would be that thing? That
the
makes
roster, the contract length, the amount of decision-making that they want to allocate or he wants to take on. There's a lot of little nuance in there, and maybe part of it is how much that he can be outspoken with what he wants to talk about.
Wow, and that to me is a big, big, big landmine for the Warriors. If that's the case in any way, shape, or form. Trevor in Roanoke Park. Hi, Trevor. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, guys, this is what I think. And I think it comes down to a few things. First off, Willard, I'm totally on your side on this. I definitely think Kerr is more likely to stay than to go. And I'll tell you two reasons why. And I'll tell you what I think is holding this up. It has nothing to do with how he talks or how outspoken he is. I don't think that's it. There are two reasons. One is, does he have control over the roster a little bit more and how this team plays basketball? I think you can tell in the last few years that he's probably not super excited about the roster that he has, and his input on who he gets to pick or who they pick up in the offseason or draft or whatever. I don't think he has any or very little say in that. I think he wants more of that if he's going to stay. I also look at the Warriors, and if the Warriors say that they don't want to give him more leeway that way, where do you go from there? You don't have another coach in the NBA that matches up with a guy like Steve Kerr. So the Warriors don't have any leverage if that's what it is the Warriors saying, we don't want to give Steve Kerr that option to coach the way he wants to coach and to put the personnel on the floor that he wants to put on the floor. And so we're going to go another way. That doesn't seem really smart. That just puts the Warriors in a downward spiral, like you said, and then the product is going to go to crap for a while. I just don't see that. I see Steve Kerr thinking to himself right now, if I want to coach the Warriors, can I coach the Warriors on my terms, which means can I coach with the personnel on the court that I want to see on the court that gives me the best chance to win? And I don't think that he's had that opportunity in the past. And so I think that's a sticking point more than anything else, politically or anything else. Just like one of the callers said earlier, if I don't want to hear what he has to say, I'll just change the channel. And that's true. I think everybody else does. I don't hear a lot of people complaining about what Steve Kerr has to say. You just change the channel. So that's it. Does he get more control over his team and who he's putting on the court so he can win some basketball games? And are the Warriors going to let him do that? I mean, and I don't think the Warriors are not going to let him do that because there are no better options than Steve Kerr out there. It's not even close. Okay, guys, there's not another coach in the NBA that's even close to as good as Steve Kerr.
Trevor, thanks. Appreciate it. He brings up a good point, and I don't mean the part at the end where I know there will be people who disagree with that, but there's no other good coach in the NBA like anywhere near Steve. Nobody can hold a candle to Steve. People would disagree with that, I think, on some front. But that, to me, it's a little bit more intricate than that. We haven't talked a lot about leverage right now. Brian Windhorst talked about leverage.
Okay.
Who do you think has leverage?
In this situation?
Yeah.
I would say Steve Kerr has more leverage than the organization.
I agree.
Based on Draymond and Steph being in his corner.
Well, it's also based on hot shots. What are you doing?
Who's coaching yet?
What are you doing if he leaves? Like, what are you doing?
Well, there are coaches out there.
Of course there are.
To find somebody to come in and command the room with Steph and Draymond and Jimmy Butler, by the way, another veteran who can be somebody who maybe isn't always on board with every situation. You can see Minnesota and Miami as examples. That's a tough room to walk into.
It's super prickly.
Yep.
That's like, and maybe they do just make wholesale changes on the roster. And again, so let's go down that road. Okay, Steve's not back. We're going to hire Billy Donovan, and we're going to trade Draymond Green, and who cares what Jimmy thinks because he's out half the year, and then he's leaving after that anyway. So we got our draft pick. We're going to try to hop up in the lottery, and we'll call Billy Donovan and Todd Golden. We'll let them arm wrestle for this thing, and then we're going to cook. All right, call Steph. Oof.
I mean, who'd you get for Draymond Green? Maybe you got somebody who's a $27 million worth of younger, better player.
I just think
either way, that's going to be a tough phone call.
Every road that you go down where Steve Kerr is not the coach, I think that you ram your head into a brick wall that's not like the end-all, be-all, but my God, it's going to be awkward and difficult. And so that's, Wendy even talks about, like, Steve can close his eyes and point in any direction he wants to get a job. Does he want to be a GM? Does he want to be a coach? Does he want to be on TV? Does he want to be grandpa for a year and do nothing? He's a made man financially and beyond. He can do whatever he wants in the NBA. And then here are the Warriors, who cannot just do whatever they want. They can't just snap their fingers and be good next year. They can't just find the right coach automatically who fits with Steph freaking Curry.
Well, it's an easy answer on who you hire, but I mean, nobody wants to look. Bob McKillop is coach of Davidson. He's only 75. He'll be 76 this summer. He's got experience with the chef. Mm-hmm. You tell me that Steph Curry wouldn't love to play for Bob one more time?
I mean, I will tell you, I think this is just an omnipresent rumor. When you coach in New York, you're always about to be fired.
Yep.
So I I did read something over the weekend that's like, man, the Knicks, if they don't make the finals in year one, Mike Brown is in trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be an option if he's available.
That would be the number one option, honestly.
But you'd have to wait a while.
Maybe not.
I mean, they won an important game on the road over the weekend.
Right, but they're not going to. I don't think they get by Boston, even if they win this series, which I can't wait for that.
Probably.
Boston and New York in a second round Eastern playoff series, that would be monster. But you also have to keep in mind what happens in New York when you're run by James Dolan. I mean, he could get fired. They could lose game 5 and he could get fired.
He might have gotten fired 5 minutes ago.
Exactly.
We just don't know yet. Dan in the city. Hi, Dan. Thanks for calling in. What you got?
I just think the team needs change, Mark and Dan. I just think the team is starving for change. And, I mean, we can get into the X's and O's, and is Steve Kerr the right coach right now from more of a basketball standpoint, right? But just intuitively, instinctively, the team needs change. It's like we're trying to hold on to something, Mark. It's not there anymore. It was there once upon a time, and boy, was it good. It was as good as it can ever be. It's not there. Get a new coach. Get rid of Draymond. Start from scratch. Steph's still great. Fine. I'm fine with keeping Steph. He's still playing at a very high level when he's healthy, and I question as to whether he can remain healthy for a long enough period of time for us. But that's another conversation. Steph's still great. Get a new team here. Get a new head coach. We need a new voice.
So, Dan,
it's blatantly obvious, Mark.
Yeah, Dan, you have a very fair opinion. What do you think Steph would say if you said that to him?
I really don't know. I really don't know. Obviously, there's a lot of emotional attachment to Steve, and I'm sure their bond is something that I can't quite fathom. I can imagine it's as robust and strong as ever. But, I don't know. Mark, is he maybe open to the possibility that getting a new voice might be a good thing? I mean, do we know with certitude that Steph is just like, I need Steve and only Steve?
No, I don't think it's that, Dan. I don't think it's that. I really don't. But that's not necessarily what you proposed. You proposed, in fact, your exact words were get a new team. And
trade Draymond, get a new coach.
If Steph Curry is about to be 39 and your statement was get rid of Steve, get rid of Draymond, get a new team, but Steph's still good, and I'm sorry if this gets people, but in the NBA, when you have a superstar, yes, running them through the opinion of what you're about to do is part of the deal. It just is. So I'm not even definitively saying what Steph would say. I feel like he wouldn't love your plan. Thanks, Dan.
Depending on who you bring in. But you're going to get rid of the coach he's had for 12 years and his running mate that he's had for, 14 years. And, all right, new coach, new running mate, no Jimmy until January, no Moses maybe the whole year. And, go get him, Steph.
Yeah, a little pat on the butt. All right, let's go get him. Warriors on 3. 1, 2, 3. Warriors.
That's right.
I think he'd be pissed.
Perhaps, yeah.
I think he'd be down on that idea.
When you read his comments from about a week ago when he was talking about not only the new normal, but he said it doesn't always have to be about championships. He's recalibrating his own expectations, and part of that is, I believe in his mind, finishing it out with Draymond and Steve, knowing that you're not a championship team, but also thinking that if you get in the playoffs, you never know, you get another swing at it. I think he'd rather that than get a whole new team in here.
And now remember, what he has said about Steve to this point is, well, first and foremost, I want Steve to be happy. So I think Steph would be fine. This is just my guess.
Yeah.
I think Steph would be fine if Steve was not the coach next year, if it felt to him like Steve didn't want to be the coach next year. But if Steve is kicking and screaming and gets dragged out of Chase Center because he said some political things, I don't think Steph would be happy. And some of you
I think you're over dramatizing it.
Of course I am. But I think there are a lot of people who don't think this should just be about Steph's opinion. But it's one of them.
Right.
It matters.
Probably the biggest non-Lacob opinion, a non-Dunleavy opinion. Like, if you're going to ask anybody outside of the ownership and the brain trust, the first guy you go to is Steph, and then you ask Draymond, but you don't even have to ask these guys. You know where they stand.
We're sponsored by Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Experience the wonder of Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Enjoy a walk on Doran Beach and take a dip in the heated pool. Special midweek rates start at just $1.99 per night now through May 1st. Breakfast included. Book your escape at InAtTheTides.com. This is Willard and Dibbs.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years.
Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
Warning to all sports fans. If you're still using a sportsbook, you're getting robbed blind. Here are the facts. Sportsbooks skim your payout for profit. On a $100 position, they take around $9 just to let you play. It's theft in broad daylight. On that same $100 position, sportsbooks pay out $500. Polymarket pays $650. That's because Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. You trade against other people, not the house. That means more money for you and less for those greedy sportsbooks. Even better, it's available in all 50 states. Polymarket is so confident you'll never go back to those thieving sportsbooks that they're giving you $20 free for your first trade. Just download Polymarket in the App Store and use promo code FLAG20 to unlock your $20 free trade. That's promo code FLAG20 for a free $20 trade. It's time to stop letting sportsbooks steal from you. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Download Polymarket and use code FLAG20 for $20 free.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Struggling with social isolation? There's help, and it starts with shoes. Try Walk and Talk, the non-prescription treatment for people who want to move their bodies and mouths at the same time. Simply invite a friend on a walk. Just 1 dose boosts serotonin and reminds you that light gossip is better outside. Side effects may include new inside jokes and slight perspiration. Do not attempt if you're allergic to processing emotions in public. Individual results may vary. Don't wait. Ask your doctor if Walk and Talk is right for you. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Together heals.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch, come on, meet me at the ranch.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app. Welcome
Oh, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
Under-discussed thing on this show over the last week and a half is what happened with Mark Schlereth. Sting. Yeah. He teased me with that. That was like a year and a half, 2 years. That was 2 years ago.
Yeah. Well, that's a great.
He teased me.
He did.
Which is funny, and it's fine.
Don't tease me, bro.
But then, while live on the scene at Draft Sports Pub and Bar in Pleasanton, he just flat out gave you one.
Kaboo.
Yeah, he gave you one. And I'm not over it yet.
I celebrated, and you poked me.
Yeah.
And it hurt.
It did?
Not really. You know
that's because you had that tater tot in there, man. I poked it right to the tater tot. Yeah.
I probably over-celebrated. I had it coming to me.
No. I mean, that's a big one.
Yep.
I'm both happy for you, but also, like, still, it's kind of like when the Giants won the World Series in 2010, and I'm like, this is great. But I'm like, also still not over 2002.
Right.
So, like, good for you.
And part of that is because you were personally, like, man on the scene, ready to get, roll up the sleeves and not be a part of it, but you would have been, like, as in it as you could possibly be while maintaining journalistic credibility.
Oh, there would have been no journalistic credibility whatsoever.
You could throw the records out.
Oh, my God. I wouldn't have cared about anything. In 2002, I was 27 years old. A company, I worked in L.A., and they sent me to all 7 games. Obviously, the ones that are in L.A.
Yep.
But I was able to kind of have an easy conversation. They're like, should we send you up to the games in San Francisco? I'm like, well, you don't need a hotel room.
I can live in my childhood bed.
Pretty much sleep in my bed. And they're like, okay, deal. We'll get you a car, and you can just sleep at home. And so I went to all, and I'll never forget, game 3, the first time I ever hung a credential around my neck to go inside what was then Pac Bell Park.
Yep.
But inside Oracle Park, that was a moment for me. That was like a dream come true. And so I go in there, and then we do all 7 games. And in game 6, I got totally selfish. I mean, yeah, it was about the Giants winning, but there was this new piece that I had never dreamt about before. I'd always dreamt about the Giants being good and winning the World Series. I had never considered the idea that when it happened, I would go be in the champagne with them.
Exactly.
That was never part of the deal.
Not on the bingo card.
I watched the 49ers win a bunch of Super Bowls when I was young. Never did I get in the champagne or any of that. So that was like this. I'm like, well, this is just out of body. And it all went away.
It all went away. And isn't it, Rally Monkey, isn't it crazy how the losses stick as much as, if not more than actual wins?
I mean, players always say that.
Right.
I guess it's true for all of us.
Well, I think about as a coach, and I've mentioned my little dynasty at Drake High, boys volleyball, 3 straight NCS championships. The previous year, 2001, we went to Dublin. We were the higher seed, but they hosted because I screwed up the paperwork, and we had to go on the road. Took the first set, lost the next 3, and that's one that still sticks with me today. Like, of all the losses and all the teams I've coached, that one is the single most painful loss. Even though we went on to win the next three-peat, hanging banners, that was awesome. I can remember a lot of the details of the loss.
When 2010 happened, I was like, okay, 02 is fine now. And then 12 happened, and then 14 happened, and then Steph Curry is doing things for the Warriors.
Were you down there for those 10, 12, and 14?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't get the same champagne proximity?
Well, no, I never did any more media for the right because of who they were playing. The only reason I was doing media for that was because they were playing the Angels.
Gotcha.
I was working for a local station in L.A. But after that, Rangers, Tigers, and Royals. I had no entry point. So I never covered the Giants again until I came back home. So that was just as a fan. I did attend games 1 and 2 as a fan in 2010 against the Rangers. Two of the best nights of my
doubt.
God. But anyway.
I was there with the then wife and kids and Hurricane Gale.
For both of those games?
Oh, all the games.
Yeah.
All the games. Shout out Russ Stanley, the ticket guru down there at 3rd and King.
Yeah.
At the time, I was working for a station that had a little bit more straight line access to the Giants, and so I was able to get that. Come 2012, I was working for the A's station, so I didn't have quite the same accessibility, shall we say.
Yeah. But anyway, so like, I was down there for those, but point being is as time goes on, you realize, 10, 12, 14, Steph Curry. I'm old enough to remember the Niners dynasty. We've talked about this before. I think people born kind of in that window. What year were you born?
68.
68? I was born in 75. If you were born even all the way up through probably the early 80s, like we've got to be just a smattering of people on the planet who have watched 3 teams go through a dynasty. That can't be something that a lot of people can claim.
No, I mean, you really can't. I was thinking about even like LA fan, and you've had multiple Lakers runs, and this Dodger thing, as annoying as it is, it's kind of in that dynasty conversation.
Right, but you also spent a good portion of your adult life not even having a football team.
Right, and then you had one that you loved, and then they moved back up here, and then you had one back that you don't really love, and then you got another one that you wish was in San Diego. So that's kind of a weird one for LA. It's a weird one. I
mean, I guess if you want to count USC, like there's probably LA fans who, they can claim USC, Dodgers, and Lakers.
Right.
Okay, there's 3 dynasties, but pro sports dynasties, we're some of the only people on the planet.
Chicago had the Bulls, and then the Bears were a one-off, and South Side, North Side, you each got, I think, just the one.
Like the Boston fans old enough to, like Celtics, sure, championship, but dynasty, that's been a long time. Patriots, Red Sox, I don't know if that was ever considered dynasty. Anyway, you get my point. Even with all of that. So I consider myself, and maybe this helps people with all of this Homer crap that everyone loves to throw at me.
Yeah.
Don't tell me how to feel, by the way. But like maybe that helps shape it a little bit. I feel like I'm one of the luckiest sports fans on.
You're going full Lou Gehrig on me right now.
I am. I do. I feel like I'm one of the. It's actually full Steve Kerr.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest fan on the face of the earth. Earth. Lou Gehrig, Grandy.
I know.
But,
Lou Gehrig, Lucas.
I get.
Lou Gehrig.
You get it.
But
we were talking about something during the break that Grandy would know that, and I can't remember.
Oh shit! I can't remember what.
It was one of those classic, like, Grandy will know that, but not Lucas. Dewey defeats Truman.
Oh, Dewey defeats Truman. Do you know
the newspaper.
Lucas, do you know Dewey defeats Truman?
I got absolutely nothing.
There's a famous photo of Truman winning the presidency with a newspaper of saying Dewey defeats Truman. He wrote it in his face.
You don't know this, Lucas? Like, for real?
Maybe I've seen the picture. I don't know.
That was a pretty famous historical moment.
If you've seen the picture, you would know
it's
it, I think.
It's not like I was alive for it either.
No.
I wasn't even born yet.
1992. Had to be 1940.
I was going to say 40-something, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Because Truman won, and then he ended up dropping the bomb.
You know there were 2 world wars, right, Lucas?
Yeah, I've heard there's about to be a third.
I mean, hope we stay undefeated. Am I right?
Anyway, I say all that to say, I'm still pissed about 02.
Okay.
It's not going to ever go away. I'm still pissed about 02.
And I could say I'm still pissed about 2017, the Warriors, when LeBron teabagged Draymond. Was that 2017? They won 73. But I'm really not. I mean, am I pissed about losing to Dublin in 2001 with Bill Westerland? Unstoppable? Yeah.